Chapter 431. After doing this, Wen Ning returned to the territory and began to set up a recruitment plan for the treasure pavilion. When the territory is upgraded to level 2, a large number of players can be introduced for construction. Lu Yin sent a message, asking if Wen Ning had exposed her. Xiao Wu looked at her with no more trust than before. And he blew his beard and glared at her, as if he wanted to eat her. Wen Ning replied that Xiao Wu was an old fox, and she had not exposed him, but the other party would definitely guess it. Don't worry about him, the territory is already in his hands. If Lu Yin doesn't want to stay in Xiao Wu's territory, she can consider coming to Wen Ning's new territory to be an administrator. Lu Yin said that it would be better for her to stay in Xiao Wu's territory. She has not yet protected her colleagues and obtained the administrator key. Can't leave. Wen Ning replied that if there is anything he needs help with, just let him know. Wen Ning has made a preliminary plan for recruiting people. Submit it to the system algorithm for correction. Then he started to communicate with Zhao Wulenzing and Lu Shi about setting off in the afternoon to find the Zerg territory. Zhao Wu said that he had an ally's territory, which happened to be in the Zerg area, about 60 kilometers away in a straight line. It was the closest territory he could find. 60 kilometers, at full speed, Wen Ning only needed 3 hours, but considering the strength of the other 3 territories, it would be best to set off in advance. So Wen Ning gave the task of receiving the territory merchants to Mira. He called Hu Zi and 001 back. After everything was ready, he went to Zhao Wu's territory. The time was 10 o'clock in the morning. Lu Shi and Lin Yan both brought a team and were ready. Lin Yan brought Lin Han, and there were more than a dozen people behind him. As soon as they saw Wen Ning, they greeted him enthusiastically. Lord. Hello, Lord. Lord, when can we have more robots? Wen Ning nodded gently in response. It was already in the plan. Lu Shi's team was relatively streamlined. Su Luo, Lu Shi, and a few team members wearing black tights. Everyone stood in front of the teleportation array of Zhao Wu's territory and chatted. The players passing by looked at these well-equipped players, with a slightly glowing look in their eyes. This made Lin Han and others feel superior, and they stood a little straighter. Zhao Wu was late to show up, and these players walked up bravely and talked to Lin Han. After all, Lin Han was wearing the most exaggerated clothes on the scene, and he looked the richest. When they heard that it was the power of the treasure pavilion, the shop owners were all like seeing meat. Wen Ning frowned and hid behind without making a sound. She always felt that these players were not good enough. As expected, the next second she heard a player shouting. Apparently, he had discovered Wen Ning's presence. Since the store is here, our Zhao's territory can be considered a partner, right? If the store doesn't show some sincerity, it seems that our Zhao's territory is not as good as the Lin's and Lu's. Brothers, don't you agree? Yes. Our Zhao's territory is equivalent to the 2 territories of the Lin's and Lu's. The store can't be partial to one over the other, right? Wen Ning was almost laughed at by these shameless players. At the beginning, Lu Shi and Lin Jing's territories cleared out almost half of the players. Then those who stayed were recognized by Wen Ning. I'm afraid that even more players will be cleared out of the Zhao's territory. The competitive consciousness here is more obvious than in the other 2 territories. The players on the scene cheered enthusiastically, as if Wen Ning was going to take out the robot and beg them to accept it in the next second. Wen Ning couldn't help but sneer in his heart. I hope you can still maintain this arrogant attitude when you are kicked out. The players talked big, but they didn't dare to take any substantial actions. They had the same idea as Zhao Wu, and they all felt that they couldn't be spineless in front of Wen Ning. They just wanted Wen Ning to be afraid of them, but admire them. After all, they were recruited by Zhao Wu in the first place. Lin Han saw that these people were very rude, and he was ready to spray them immediately. But before he opened his mouth, a rough voice came from the side. Get out of the way! What are you arguing about? When the atmosphere on the scene was getting increasingly tense, Zhao Er and Zhao Nana appeared. In Zhao Wu's territory, the Zhao family has absolute say. The players who had gathered in a circle saw Zhao Er and Zhao Nana appear and quickly dispersed. Zhao Er stepped forward, and Zhao Nana stood next to Lu Shi with her team. Wen Ning glanced at the team and found no familiar faces. It seemed that Zhao Wu really didn't trust her at all, as Lu Yin said. But it was okay, as this operation was very dangerous. Without Lu Yin, she had less burden. This old man Zhao obviously didn't think of this. Lord, these players have not been cleared yet, so I'm rude. I hope you won't be angry. Wen Ning waved his hand, knowing that Zhao Wu was actually reluctant to part with the team he had built. And according to his father's personality, he prefers this hot-blooded player. But this point is inconsistent with Wen Ning's concept, but he is the only one who compromised. Anyway, when the Zhao family's territory clears out the players with rebellious ideas, Wen Ning will consider developing him. The contract for the division of the territory has been signed, although Wen Ning has not taken back the management and control rights. But as long as Wen Ning wants, Zhao Wu territory can be a level 4 territory for life, and it will be difficult to move up. Tell Mr. Zhao that the development speed of the territory depends on when he makes up his mind. Zhao Er also knew his father's stubbornness, so he could only smile and agree. Wen Ning looked around, and the total number of people in the team was about 50. Okay, let's set off when everyone is here. Let's go! Zhao Er turned around and said hello to the ally territory over there. More than 50 people disappeared in the teleportation array. The next second, Wen Ning walked out of the teleportation array. Zhao Er has already gone forward to negotiate. This time, Zhao Wu used the reason of looking for resources. So the other party just thought that these more than 50 people were all from Zhao Wu's territory. The other party did not show too much suspicion. They left the territory smoothly, headed towards the coordinates given by Zhao Wu. This is a brand new map. Wen Ning opened the system map, and all the places on it were covered by fog. Go full speed ahead and get to the station as soon as possible. Wen Ning set a coordinate 1 kilometer away from the coordinates given by Zhao Wu as a station. After the players rushed to the station, they rested for an hour and then headed towards the Zerg territory. The players turned on the force march mode and each took out a mess of vehicles. Wen Ning was enlightened. Many players who did not have vehicle drawings recruited people to assemble them privately. 2 wheels and a seat. As long as it can provide electricity to run. Really fearless. Especially when Wen Ning saw at least 6 players sitting in Lin Han's car. Like a human pyramid. He was stunned. Lin Han confidently shook off the non-existent sweat on his forehead. He said casually, "Big sister, I go first." Then he turned the accelerator and disappeared from Wen Ning's sight. This. Chapter 432. The players' homemade vehicles are naturally inferior to Wen Ning's white Sagittarius. 3 hours later, Wen Ning arrived at the station. The players couldn't even see her taillights. There was nothing unusual about the station. It was also a piece of black soil, without any buildings or trees. After the disaster, the entire continent looked like a wasteland. There was thick fog all around, and there were new sprouts on the ground, which embellished the black scorched earth. To be safe, Wen Ning directly let Hu Zi use the active skill. Pet active skill used successfully, remaining times today, active skill, 2 times, passive skill, 3 times, instantly, a large area of thick fog on the system map disappeared, and at the coordinates given by Zhao Wu, the edge of a black building appeared. Wen Ning tried to get closer to that side. He walked to the distance that could be seen by eye, and the range of the black building on the map was very large. The expanded map could not include it. The edge of the wall was at least several hundred meters high in Wen Ning's map. Wen Ning recalled the sudden death of the live broadcast team last time. Decided not to get close for the time being. Let's wait until other players come. Especially Zhao Er and Zhao Nana, they should know something. Thinking of this, Wen Ning took out a tent and sat at the camp waiting. An hour later, players gradually appeared in the fog. The leaders were Lu Shi and Lin Yan. They brought Zhao Nana and Zhao Er with them. The remaining players also arrived one after another within half an hour. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After the team arrived, Wen Ning first looked at the people in Zhao's territory. The 2 of them understood. Zhao Er took out a hand-drawn map and spread it in front of Wen Ning. "Lord, this is the Zerg territory map we drew after exploring here. Nana, you tell me." Zhao Er suddenly pointed at Zhao Nana. Wen Ning looked at the quiet and indifferent girl. Zhao Nana had not spoken much since Wen Ning met her. At this time, Zhao Er seemed to deliberately show her to Wen Ning. Wen Ning keenly saw that Zhao Nana was stunned for a moment, but she quickly sorted out her emotions. He walked up, pointed his finger at the black building in the center of the map, and began to speak. When our team discovered this building, there were players around who wanted to explore it. But they died as soon as they approached. No one saw how they died, and no one could get too close to this territory. So this area of the map cannot be fully opened, because there is always a layer of mist around the castle. I led the team to stay here for a long time, and only left before the disaster. This was originally a grassland. Players can easily find it when capturing wild animals and mutants, but they will die as long as they get close to a certain distance. After a long period of observation by our team, we finally discovered the way this castle kills people. Speaking of this, Zhao Nana's tone rose a lot. She looked directly at Wen Ning, and spoke word by word. Laser weapons are installed on the opponent's walls. This laser weapon is installed on the periphery of the city wall. As long as it detects the approach of a player, it will be activated instantly, and then the player will be directly melted. However, the light of this laser weapon is very close to natural light, and it may also be a ray with huge energy. So these players died silently, without even leaving their bodies behind. The players around took a breath of cold air. Thinking about a person being killed directly by a laser weapon and disappearing from the world, it would be a terrifying and horrifying thing. What kind of laser weapon can directly melt a person and not even leave a body behind? The reason why we can't even see the dropped objects may be because the fog around the city wall is too thick and the telescope can't penetrate it. Or the territory has already picked it up the moment it fell. Lin Han asked anxiously when he heard this. Then there is no way for us to get closer? Zhao Nana glanced at Lin Han indifferently. Shaking her head, she continued. There is a way. This castle has doors. Every so often, there is a door. People inside will come out to collect supplies. But they are all dressed exactly the same, wearing black robes. Their faces can't be seen clearly, and they only come out one person at a time. Hearing this, Lin Han's eyes suddenly lit up. Door? Zhao Nana nodded. That's right. There are no laser weapons at each door. People who come out have a fixed route every time they go out, and never go to the side. Zhao Nana said with certainty. Every time he goes out, he takes the same route. Even if he has to turn, he will leave the castle at least 400 meters away. We set people in to check, and successfully approached the castle, and saw the whole picture, and then we got this map. Wen Ning had some respect for the Zhao family's territory. He dared to go there even though he knew that someone had died directly in front of him. He was really skilled and bold, and he was also very careful. But there was nothing special about this map, only some general buildings. It was probably drawn according to the system map. This castle is not entirely made up of buildings. What we see now is only its outer wall. In the middle is a huge square, which occupies 80% of the entire territory. The remaining 10% is a wall at least 500 meters high, and the remaining 10% is the central building. We call it the central castle. It looks like the core of the entire territory. All the laser weapons are on the spires at the top of the city wall. If we want to attack this territory, we may have to deal with these laser weapons first, then attack through the door. But the metal system used in these city walls cannot be determined. Perhaps it is not the metal on the Wasteland continent. The situation is more difficult than Wen Ning imagined. Just attacking a territory is not enough even with the 100 war robots in her backpack. Moreover, if the opponent's technology is really as advanced as Zhao Nana said, I am afraid that just breaking through the defense will be enough for them. The power of this laser weapon is unquestionable, and it is not clear how many Zergs are lying inside. Wen Ning fell into deep thought. After saying this, Zhao Nana returned to her seat. The players on the scene were all thinking about how to approach and explore this territory. The current situation is that except for Zhao Nana's method, the other methods seem to be suicide. Wen Ning pondered for a while, and decided to give it a try. She could try to drop bombs with a drone after approaching. After telling everyone about this plan, Lucier said that he could lead a team to approach from the side door. Both sides acted at the same time to test whether the weapons in this territory were linked or independent. Wen Ning agreed to this approach. The final grouping was Wen Ning and Lin Han, and Lin Yan led one team, and Lucier, Su Luo, and Zhao Nana led another team. Zhao Er met at the station. After finalizing the method, Wen Ning traded 30 drones to Lucier. Then he set off with the Lin brothers. A total of 12 people, all put on stealth suits, and carefully followed Zhao Nana's route to approach the castle. Fortunately, Wen Ning's station was just on the side of this territory, and the distance traveled by the two teams was similar. When Wen Ning was about 500 meters away from the castle, he activated Hu Zi's active skill again. Then his pupils trembled uncontrollably. With the help of Hu Zi's skills, Wen Ning could basically see a small part of the internal structure, including the laser weapon setting point on the top of the city wall. Under Hu Zi's skills, he could see it clearly. Originally, I thought I had to shoot blindly. At this time, from Wen Ning's perspective, the laser searchlights on the top of the Zerg territory wall were patrolling according to the prescribed route. Wen Ning also saw clearly that it was indeed as Zhao Nana said, their patrol trajectory deliberately avoided the range of the door. Chapter 433. Hu Zi's active skill is really powerful. Wen Ning praised Hu Zi in his heart, and then looked up at the top of the city wall. Since he had the vision aid, Wen Ning was relieved and bold, and there was nothing to worry about. However, he still had to test the sensitivity of these searchlights first. Wen Ning took out a stone from his backpack and threw it into the air. In the vision of Lin Yan and others, the stone exploded silently as soon as it entered the range mentioned by Zhao Nana, dissipated in the dust and fog. But in Wen Ning's vision, this stone was destroyed by the laser that was suddenly fired when it came into contact with the cruise route of the searchlight. The speed was so fast that the energy fluctuations could hardly be seen by the naked eye. This laser was indeed not obvious as Zhao Nana said. Wen Ning had a bottom line in his heart. These laser weapons have fixed movement trajectories, and the attack will only be triggered when the action trajectory intersects with their movement trajectory. The scary thing is that players cannot see the detection rays of these weapons, and they are also very sensitive. No matter whether it is a living thing or a dead thing, the reaction time of these weapons is no more than 0.1 seconds. They can be launched, and the trajectory of these weapons basically covers the entire range of 400 meters outside the castle. The closer the rays are to the weapons, the denser they are, which means that even a bullet will be shot at these laser lights at high speed. Before it gets close, it will be intercepted by the opponent. There is basically no solution to destroy these weapons. Lin Yan and others watched Wen Ning throw a stone, and then fell into deep thought. No one dared to disturb. Lin Han came forward. "Big sister, what's wrong? What did you find?" Wen Ning shook her head slowly, and repeated her thoughts. Lin Yan's face was grim. No wonder the passage at the door was left open. It seems that the weapons are programmed to not distinguish between friend and foe. Lin Han sighed. "Then this trip is in vain? I just don't know if attracting firepower is useful. But there is nothing that cannot be destroyed that can be attracted. Anything that goes up will be gone in an instant." Wen Ning's eyes lit up when she heard this. "I have a way. So you ask Lu Shi to do this." Wen Ning told Lin Han to explain to Lu Shi, and then asked the team to stop 400 meters away from the city gate. He walked a distance forward alone. Wen Ning looked at the searchlight above his head and his mind moved. The Lanternfish King was summoned successfully, and the remaining usage time is 29 minutes and 59 seconds. The Lanternfish King, as a summoned puppet beast, has no body. Wen Ning wanted to try whether it could be killed by these laser weapons in the phantom state. He also wanted to try whether it could attract firepower in the phantom state. Lin Yan and Lin Han were both seeing Wen Ning summon a puppet beast for the first time. When the Lanternfish King appeared, everyone felt a clear sense of oppression. It was like a giant beast suddenly appeared in the deep sea. It was about to tear itself apart and swallow it in the next second. Its body was huge, but it was almost transparent, like a giant kite flying into the sky. The difference was that it had a strong murderous aura. The players unconsciously took 2 steps back, looking at each other in confusion. They had never seen such a thing before. But Wen Ning just waved his hand gently. The giant beast in front of him turned around and rushed into the range of the laser weapon. Wen Ning cast a reassuring look behind him. Then he stepped into the range of the laser weapon. From Wen Ning's perspective, the moment the Lanternfish King appeared, the weapons on the wall instantly lit up. It seemed that this suddenly appeared monster was regarded as a huge threat. Almost all the weapons on this wall pointed their guns at the Lanternfish King. The dense beams of light directly penetrated the Lanternfish King, but 30 seconds later, the Lanternfish King still appeared in the air. Wen Ning was happy in her heart, and the firepower was attracted. Then she had to speed up. More than 100 drones started in unison, making a buzzing sound. Although this drone was already a relatively low-noise type. But more than 100 drones were dispatched at the same time, and the movement was not small. 400 meters away, Lin Yan, Lin Han, and a group of players behind them were shocked by Wen Ning's operation. They thought that Wen Ning's trump card had been revealed. But they didn't expect that she had such a skill. One person is an entire army. Even if Wen Ning took out the Italian cannon from her backpack the next second, they would not be surprised at all. "Brother, did the big sister use a cheat?" Lin Yan, "I also think that this is the only reasonable explanation." Player, "God, so handsome." Wen Ning started the drone and took off, and let the Lanternfish King wag its tail. Instantly, the weapons became more excited, and Wen Ning could see the energy emerging from those beams. When they found that they couldn't destroy the monsters in front of them, a red light suddenly appeared on the wall. "Oh no, the alarm has been triggered." Wen Ning moved faster and gave Lin Han a signal at the same time, asking him to lead the people to retreat first. Lin Han gave the order decisively. "You retreat first, I stay to support the big sister." Lin Yan knew that Lin Han had a lot of good things on him, so he should be fine. The players behind him were not well equipped, and staying would only hinder them. So he led the people to run back in silence. Wen Ning took off all the drones directly. Fortunately, the Lanternfish King attracted the laser weapons on the opposite side, and Wen Ning's drone did not attract much attention at this time. He cleverly bypassed the laser lines of all weapons, and then threw down the crystal version of the dwarf bomb. After throwing it, it instantly disappeared in the air, and returned to Wen Ning's backpack. Wen Ning stared at these drones, and took them back to the cabin directly after completing the task. Until the last drone completed the task, the Lanternfish King didn't care, and retreated directly. He found that Lin Han was still there. Retreat quickly. Lin Han followed Wen Ning. Big sister, that. Don't want that giant pet fish? Wen Ning knew that he was asking about the Lanternfish King. Don't worry, he will disappear naturally when the time comes. The two retreated quickly, and Lin Han didn't understand what Wen Ning meant by disappearing at the right time. A huge explosion came from behind. Boom! On the city wall, a deafening explosion sounded instantly, and the location of the laser weapon was blown to pieces. The steel-like city wall was torn into pieces. The holes were broken, revealing the metal wires inside, and then the laser weapon instantly stopped and lowered its head. By the time Wen Ning and Lin Han retreated to a safe location, more than a dozen explosions had already sounded on the city wall. Dazzling lights like fireworks exploded over the Zerg territory, and the scene was spectacular. The entire grassland trembled in the explosion. Inside the Zerg territory, Lao He was responding to a new batch of Zergs. Fei Qi's tall figure had just walked out of the crystal gate. He was shocked by the violent explosion on the city wall. Lao He turned his head and took a look, without any emotion in his eyes. Master Fei Qi, it seems that someone has invaded. Invasion. Is it humans? Can the humans on this planet have the strength to destroy our defenses? Fei Qi stretched out his long tongue and licked his fangs, instantly becoming interested. You go and notify the guard. I take the team out to take a look. Although he knew that the weapons on the city wall had been destroyed, Fei Qi's contempt for humans did not diminish. He led the Zerg behind him to the city gate. The rumbling explosion destroyed all the weapons on a wall. The players were very happy, but Wen Ning was vigilantly observing the interior of the castle through the vision of the Lanternfish King. After seeing a large group of black Zergs coming out of a black crystal, Wen Ning's pupils shrank slightly and trembled. Could it be that these black crystals are the nests of the Zerg? When he saw the endless stream of Zergs coming towards him, Wen Ning's face changed. Lu Shi. Retreat quickly. Chapter 434. Seeing the endless stream of Zergs coming towards him, Wen Ning immediately asked Lu Shi to install the bomb, and then retreat. Then, Wen Ning mobilized the Lanternfish King to the other side of the city gate. After Lu Shi evacuated to a safe distance, he detonated the dwarf bomb placed at the door. Lao He and Fei Qi first saw a huge black shadow flying over their heads, and then a huge explosion came from the position of another door. The entire gate was torn into pieces, and violently blown away by the bomb. The smoke was filled, and it was obvious that someone was attacking the door. The antennae on Fei Qi's head vibrated rapidly, sending out a signal of enemy attack. Then he turned around and headed towards the city gate, ready to block the enemy. Lao He, notify the guard. Lao He stared at the huge black shadow in a daze. If his memory was correct, this should be a fish. This fish not only flew in the air, but more importantly, it was not afraid of the laser weapons in the Zerg territory. The Zerg's defensive weapons were like a decoration in front of it. A deep thought flashed through Lao He's eyes. But he moved quickly towards the central castle. Master Fei Qi had already sent out the signal of an enemy attack. If the guard made another mistake, I'm afraid he would die this time. Originally, Lao He had no feelings about death. But this time it seemed a little different. Maybe the ending this time would be different. Lao He wanted to see with his own eyes whether the ending he dreamed of could be realized. He Qi had already led his men to the city gate. Through the perspective of the Lanternfish King, Wen Ning discovered that the Zerg this time was obviously faster than the last time. And the Zerg this time is not the same as the last time. But no matter what they look like, they are here to invade. This kind of territorial grabbing will only end up with Wen Ning. Fei Qi held a weapon in his hand. They did not have the mouthparts and wings of the Nitwings. They were mainly good at close combat and had fangs. But their speed on the ground was much faster than that of the Nitwings. Fei Qi had seen the backs of Ruth and others who were fleeing through the damaged door. Damn! Despicable humans. After the sneak attack, they did not dare to fight head-on, and could only flee in panic. Fei Qi rushed out with his weapon in hand angrily. His weapon was in the shape of a metal scepter. It seemed to be Zerg technology, with traces of modification. At this time, he was holding this weapon, and at the top of the scepter, an extremely small laser cannon was gathering in his sight. The weapon had been aimed at Lucifer's back. And Lucifer kept running forward, not noticing that someone behind him had been aiming at him. Wen Ning reacted instantly, and used his mind to control the Lanternfish King to fall. Fei Qi's weapon was fully charged, and was about to be launched. A huge monster suddenly fell in front of him. The huge tail swing directly blew away a group of Zergs. The weapon in Fei Qi's hand that was ready to be launched was also triggered in the chaos. Boom! The laser beam turned around, and hit the top of the wall. The weapon in Fei Qi's hand directly blasted a big hole in the wall. Wen Ning was surprised that the opponent's seemingly ordinary weapon could have such a terrifying power. And at the gate of the city. Damn! What is that? Fei Qi's attack was interrupted by the Lanternfish King that fell from the sky, and he got up from the ground in a mess, fighting this monster with difficulty. Hundreds of Zergs gathered together, waving their weapons, and attacking the Lanternfish King. A trace of calculation flashed in Wen Ning's eyes, and he walked out of the station and rushed towards Lucifer at high speed. At the same time, he released 001, 012, and Huzi. Huzi's second active skill time has expired. At this time, the Lanternfish King only has 24 minutes left. The Lanternfish King now pulls all the hatred of the opponent, and Wen Ning consciously lets the Lanternfish King retreat slowly. Exit the attack range of the castle. Then send a message to Lucifer and Lin Han. Adapt to circumstances. After giving the order, Wen Ning rushed up with his team. 001 and 012 stood on both sides of Wen Ning, and first used long-range weapons to consume them. Ordinary bullets have no effect on these Zergs, only special bullets can damage their simulated skin. Wen Ning pulled out a sniper rifle from his backpack while moving, aiming at Fei Qi's head. Bang! The bullet broke through the air and flew forward at an odd speed. It pierced through a Zerg's head with a pop. The surrounding Zergs saw the scene. They immediately hissed and roared. Then the Zerg suddenly fell to the ground and died. Wen Ning was shocked. The skull of this Zerg was so hard. The bullet did explode in its brain. But the force of the explosion was not as strong as the force of the initial penetration. So this explosion did not break through the skull of this Zerg. But in the end, it still killed this Zerg. The strong smell of blood completely aroused the violent emotions of these Zergs. They chased the Lanternfish King frantically, and came out in full force. Wen Ning and his men soon met up with the Lanternfish King. Then they fought with the Zergs. The Lanternfish King stopped running and turned around in the air, opening its mouth and swooping down on a whole group of Zergs. Fei Qi only felt that a huge shadow was covering his head, and a strong sense of oppression descended from the sky. Then his whole body entered a closed and completely black space. The sense of weightlessness was obvious. The air inside was very uncomfortable, and the stench was like a corpse fermenting for 10,000 years. It was unbearable for the Zergs, who had been living in the stinking ditch environment for a long time. Fei Qi almost vomited directly. It waved its weapons around, but the torture of weightlessness made it unable to find a point of support, and all its attacks fell through. But the torture here did not stop, and the sense of weightlessness turned into a severe dizziness. There were also sharp nails crushing the bones of the whole body. Some Zergs could not hold their weapons steadily, and some Zergs had their hands and feet crushed directly. Xiao Nana and others rushed over and watched the scene. The giant creature above Wen Ning's head was a beast fish. It flicked its tail, and threw the Zergs into its mouth. It crushed them, chewed them several times, and then spat them out. The Zergs mixed with unknown mucus collapsed directly to the ground. Wen Ning took this opportunity to harvest them. The crystal blade in Wen Ning's hand could break the Zerg's defense. After cutting a Zerg in half, he cut its head in half, like cutting a watermelon, and then Wen Ning picked up the weapon and dropped. Congratulations on obtaining the Zerg Long Lance Laser Launcher *1. The system prompted the name of this thing, and Wen Ning only heard the words laser launcher. It sounded good. Wen Ning just saw it. It blasted a big hole in the opponent's wall with one shot. Wen Ning gave 001 a signal in his mind, asking them to take this weapon. The combat effectiveness of these Zergs was average, and with the help of the Lanternfish King, most of their combat effectiveness was weakened before the fight even started. When the players saw Wen Ning beating up the Zergs, they immediately rushed up like chicken blood. Ah! Go, go, go! Don't be scared. These Zergs are already injured. The players present were holding the best weapons in each territory, and they originally thought that they could cut watermelons like Wen Ning when they encountered these Zergs. But after one cut, they were stunned. Chapter 435. The Zerg's body was extremely hard, and their weapons broke. Player, so embarrassing. What a coward. If one blow doesn't work, cut 2 blows. If 2 blows don't work, Cut 4 blows. A player was so angry that he was like a chicken. Fuck. Several players surrounded a Zerg and attacked it violently. They had to kill it. When Ning calculated that there were only 6 minutes left for the Lanternfish King. But more Zergs were constantly emerging in the Zerg territory. Suddenly, Wen Ning saw a crack on the top of the city wall. Then a metal-like weapon stood up. A black gun barrel protruded from the middle, and these gun barrels were slowly assembled together. Wen Ning understood instantly. This is a laser cannon, with a stronger strength combined from laser weapons. Retreat! The front wall began to crack and reorganize. It was the rhythm of the ultimate move. Wen Ning's heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably, and with a thought, he let the Lanternfish King block the Zerg with his body. He called all the players to retreat. Lucier and others were killing vigorously, but they immediately retreated after hearing Wen Ning's words. All the players gave up the battlefield, picked up the spoils they could pick up, and then fled. The sound of Zerg fighting behind him continued, and Wen Ning didn't dare to look back, because he was not sure about the range of this weapon. Even the Lanternfish King couldn't resist the overwhelming pressure from behind. And on the wall, standing next to the white Zerg was Lao He. He looked down at the wasteland in front of him. Humans fled in panic like ants. He sneered. Old Black, is this scene familiar to you? Old Black's eyes did not change at all, as if he was a machine without emotions. Despair kept rising in his heart, suppressing him. The white Zerg admired the scene in front of him, and the superpowered laser weapons were charging around him. These humans have at most 10 seconds to live. TSK, this strange fish is a bit tricky, so I start with you. Hearing this, Old Black walked forward with numb hands and feet, and reached out to press a button in front of him. The unique charging sound of the laser transmitter sounded. The surrounding wind and sand were constantly being rolled up, and the energy in the air seemed to be stagnant. Wen Ning felt a strong threat from behind. Immediately triggered the attack mode of the Lanternfish King, and the Lanternfish King suddenly jumped up, and the fins on his body opened to the maximum extent. Directly rolled a large group of Zergs, and rushed towards the city wall. Wen Ning's original intention was to use the remaining time of the Lanternfish King to exchange for their retreat. However, the White Worm had already set the Lanternfish King as the first target of attack. All the laser weapons were instantly pointed at the Lanternfish King. Dio, the White Worm didn't care how many living Zergs were in the mouth of the Lanternfish King. They Zergs only had the heart to fight, and the heart to be tyrannical. If they could destroy this strange fish in one fell swoop, these Zergs would be considered to have made a contribution. But there was no reward. Wen Ning kept running forward, and even took out the centaur to fly. Seeing this, the players also took out their vehicles and ran away. However, there was no movement behind them, and everyone ran in confusion, all relying on trust in Wen Ning. At this moment, the player found that the sky suddenly lit up. But he realized something was wrong in an instant, because the dazzling white light came from behind. Silent explosions are sometimes more terrifying than violent earthquakes. A player looked behind him curiously, and was immediately burned by the dazzling white light. He turned back quickly to avoid being blinded. The dizzy player was dragged forward by his teammates mechanically. Oh my god, what happened? Is this a big move? Run! Stop talking nonsense! Wen Ning received a prompt the moment the white light appeared behind him. The Lanternfish King has died. But the white light behind him did not reach behind him. It seems that the Lanternfish King blocked this attack. The team has run about 800 meters. The threat behind him has not decreased at all, even though the white light has temporarily disappeared. Wen Ning thought for a moment, the enemy's range might be very far. It's definitely not enough to just run. Wen Ning made a prompt decision and took out a safe house core. This was the shelter she had reinforced with the best materials in the territory before setting off. Hide in. As soon as Wen Ning's shelter appeared, everyone understood Wen Ning's intention. Wen Ning entered first, and then canceled the entry permission. He put away all the extra things, and barely fit 50 team members. Wen Ning threw out more than a dozen crystal shields, with energy shields on top of them. The war robots stood in a row, then used their shields to hold up the wall behind them, ready to meet the impact. The energy value was adjusted to the maximum, and the shield formed a shield, and the player could clearly see the light blue energy shield in front of him. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt a violent impact, and was knocked down by the huge force without any warning. This time, the attack was even faster, and Wen Ning basically completed these actions in less than 3 seconds. The white light on the opposite side became stronger, and the laser beam approached rapidly, and hit the wall of the shelter directly. Boom! With a silent impact, Wen Ning's shield bounced off instantly, and then the energy was instantly exhausted. There was a crackling sound from the robot's body. The shield in his hand was directly shattered, but the energy shield still barely blocked most of the power. The remaining power was also blocked by the robot's body. The high temperature evaporated the robot's body, and Wen Ning had no time to feel sorry, so he could only retract all of them into the mechanical warehouse first. The surrounding players fell back to the ground, and under the pressure, several players were instantly seriously injured, vomiting blood. Wen Ning climbed up with a dusty face, and the shelter's solidity value was only 20 in an instant. The robots he brought out were also exhausted, and he couldn't run away. I can only take a gamble. Take care of the wounded. The shelter was repaired with my mind, and then Wen Ning opened the skylight. There was no time to think too much, because the laser weapon was charging again. From charging to firing, it took no more than 10 seconds. Wen Ning just had a thought in his mind, and then he did it. Whether it can succeed depends on God's will. Successfully summon the siren, remaining time 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Wen Ning whispered, "I suggest you cover your ears." The players in the shelter heard this, and covered their ears with difficulty. Then Wen Ning summoned 001 and 012. The three of them were carrying weapons captured from the Zerg on their shoulders. Fortunately, the operation was simple. Wen Ning activated Hu Zi's last active skill. In the field of vision, the laser weapon, which was a small black dot, was now very clear. It was charging at this time. After 2 attacks, Wen Ning roughly calculated that its charging time should be 8 to 10 seconds. In addition, it was formed by the fusion of a group of laser weapons around it, so it is very likely that there are no laser weapons that can intercept it in this area now. Using his own spear to attack his own shield, it depends on whether this weapon can be detonated. Ready. The 3 people acted synchronously, aiming, charging, and then firing. All in one go. The old black on the opposite side immediately turned around and jumped off the wall when he saw this scene. The white worm did not react that quickly, and thought that the old black was afraid of death. What weapon on the opposite side could fight against his own city defense laser cannon? The next second, a sharp sound wave attack came, and every molecule in the air was shaking violently. The player felt that his eardrum was about to explode. This kind of cry has reached the limit of what humans can bear. Similarly, the effect on the Zerg on the opposite side is also very significant. They roll on the ground with their heads in their hands. The white worm instantly collapses to the ground, just as he frantically climbed up to press the launch button. 3 shells from the opposite side arrived instantly, and then instantly sank into the laser launcher that had already accumulated energy. Finished. This was the only thought left in the white worm's mind. Then the whole figure was swallowed up by the white light. Chapter 436. The surrounding energy shrank violently, and then exploded. The laser weapon was instantly destroyed by the huge energy. Half of the city wall collapsed, and the white worm died on the spot, and most of the body was burnt. The territory instantly sounded a level 1 alarm. The huge shock wave destroyed all the black crystals that were close to it. The central castle was also impacted, and a transparent blue shield popped up, and then disappeared in an instant. This is the weapon of the Zerg, blindly pursuing power, and now using it to destroy its own things. It is also very handy. There was a hidden smile in Lao Hei's eyes. Seeing the Zerg territory being destroyed, some of the hatred in his heart was released. However, when he saw the Zerg guards running out of the central castle in a hurry, he quickly adjusted his facial expression. On Wen Ning's side, a huge white light lit up and rushed straight into the sky, but it did not affect him. He immediately raised the telescope, and saw that the laser weapon on the city wall had been destroyed. The wall collapsed, and the entire Zerg was in chaos. Instantly, everyone felt relieved. Then he quickly went down from the skylight, and took back the shelter. Everyone, take the wounded and evacuate quickly. Although she destroyed a laser weapon, it does not mean that the other party does not have a second or third one. This wall is just a drop in the bucket. This time she sees the opportunity, but she may not be so lucky next time. From the map, several Zergs have already run out of the central castle. At first glance, they are high-level Zergs. This time, while they have not reacted, it is the best time to escape. The sea monster could still hold the opponent back a little longer. The rest of the people climbed onto the car with swift movements. They thought they would die here in the second attack, but they didn't expect a sudden turn of events. The Lord actually directly solved the opponent's city defense laser weapon. Many players didn't dare to look at it, and didn't react at all to what happened. Lin Han and Lu Shi had long known about Wen Ning's extraordinary skills, so they were not surprised. However, this move still shocked everyone, especially Zhao Nana, Zhao Er and Lin Yin. The look they gave Wen Ning was like looking at a monster. How many cards did she have that she hadn't revealed? This strength is simply terrifying. From beginning to end, this mission was Wen Ning's stage. And they were a group of drags. At this time, Wen Ning's words were like an imperial decree to the players. Just run, and it's over. The facts will prove that the Lord's words are absolutely correct. The players kept asking themselves in their hearts while running away. Are we playing the same game? This is not even on the same level. The player who wanted to show off his skills in front of Wen Ning before coming here, now covered his chest with pain and couldn't say anything else. Wen Ning gave the order decisively. So when the 6 guarding Zergs inside the Zerg territory caught up with the wall and turned on the laser weapons, the people on the opposite side had already run away. The Zergs who chased out were also stopped by the sonic attack of the siren. By the time the laser weapon was recharged and defeated the siren, Wen Ning had already run more than 10 kilometers. Damn! Another group of despicable humans. Don't chase, the laser weapon is half destroyed. Think about how to explain to the mother planet. The 6 guards looked at each other, then at Old Black. Finally, they set their sights on the corpse of the white worm. One of the 7 guards died, and the remaining 6 were intact. What kind of words would the mother planet believe? Old Black stood silently in front of these Zergs, not saying a word. How about? Just say that the white worm used the city defense weapon privately. A player said tentatively. Several Zergs thought this idea was very good. They all nodded in agreement. Old Black, it's your blessing to have these teammates, the white worm. Oh no, now it's a scorched worm. Old Black turned his face aside, unable to bear to watch any more. Let's pack up, sort out the losses, and return to the mother planet. Just say that the human strength of this planet is far beyond expectations, and ask the mother planet to send the top 10 Zergs on the combat power list. Lao Hei's eyes dimmed instantly, but with the dim sky, he was not noticed by several people. We can't be so lazy all the time. This time, half of the outer city wall was blown up. Let the mother planet send some engineers to repair it. Starting tomorrow, take turns to go out and look for human traces. If you don't do something, the mother planet will send the steward to finish it off. TSK, I really don't understand why the mother planet would waste its energy on such a barren planet. The humans here are barbaric and weak, and the meat is not tender at all. What's the big deal? After being domesticated, these humans can also be raised to be white and fat. Several people discussed and went down the city wall. The deep dark color in Lao Hei's eyes was about to overflow. In the darkness, he looked into the distance, looking forward to the next human attack. I should do something. Otherwise, if the top 10 branches of the Zerg's combat power list come, I'm afraid that humans will be defeated. On Wen Ning's side, she had already driven 10 kilometers when the siren behind her was destroyed. It should be impossible to catch up. The crisis in her heart was relieved. But the speed of escape did not stop at all, and they marched directly until they reached the Allies' territory. Lord, they are back. The players stood on the city wall and looked at the convoy in surprise. They came back so quickly. Quick, open the door. The Lord player shouted, and Wen Ning and others drove straight in. They didn't stop until they reached the teleportation array. The players in this territory looked at them and whispered. When they set out at noon, they were still a group of high-spirited people. Why are they so wounded when they come back at night? The Lord player of this territory walked up and looked at Zhao Er. He asked with concern, Are you all right? Zhao Er was still in shock, and his chest kept rising and falling. The two sides exchanged a tacit look, and the Lord player did not ask any more questions. He treated the wounded here. Wen Ning sat alone on a stone, not knowing what he was thinking. Zhao Er simply informed the Lord of this territory of the situation. When he heard that this group of players had destroyed most of the Zerg territory, his pupil shrank sharply. After Zhao Er finished speaking, the Lord player was worried about the revenge of the Zerg territory. Zhao Wu also thought of this. However, there is no good solution for the time being. Just let them strengthen patrols. If there is any problem, please contact us at any time. The treasure pavilion will not ignore it. The Lord player was relieved a little. Then he wanted to inquire about some details, but Zhao Er kept silent. After about half an hour of repair, Wen Ning took the players away from the teleportation array. The confidant of the Lord player stepped forward. Lord, is what they said true? The 5 players in the past died just by approaching. How did they do it? The Lord player shook his head slightly. He couldn't figure it out. Did you count their casualties? The confidant whispered. I counted them. 7 were seriously injured, 8 were slightly injured, but the number of people did not change, not one less. TSK, amazing. Send someone to the Zerg territory tomorrow to see if it is as they said, then the truth will be revealed. If it is really as they said, then this thigh must be held tightly. The Lord Player did not blame Zhao Air for the Zerg's revenge. He had sold the information about the Zerg territory to many people. But all the players who came to explore returned empty-handed with heavy casualties. They didn't even touch the edge of the Zerg territory. This time, if the opponent can really destroy most of the Zerg territory without killing a single player, then his chance to make a fortune has come. Chapter 437. After passing through the teleportation array, Wen Ning did not return to his own territory, but went to Lu Shi's territory. This place has become a gathering place for several sub-territories to discuss matters. The wounded have gone back to rest, and several important members have come here tacitly. Xiao Wu, who heard the news, has been waiting here for a long time. Wen Ning brought several people in with wounds, and Xiao Wu couldn't wait to ask, "How is it?" Zhao Nana walked up and patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder. "Grandpa, don't worry, wait for the Lord to talk slowly, we are confused and haven't fully reacted." "That's right, if the Lord hadn't made a decisive decision at the critical moment, I'm afraid all of us would have died there." None of them were seriously injured, but they were a little embarrassed because of running away. If we talk about losses, Wen Ning's losses must be the greatest. Not only did he lose an entire shelter, but also so many robots and crystal shields. It's just that losing money is much better than losing lives. Wen Ning simply recounted the matter. Through her perspective, everyone knew that everything had a traceable path. However, their perspective was wrong, so they were completely in the dark and knew nothing. Fortunately, they were smart enough to listen to Wen Ning. "Big sister, what perspective did you see it from?" Wen Ning was stunned by this question. Pet perspective, drone perspective, robot perspective are all okay. Lin Han, ah? You can also switch to pet perspective? Wen Ning held her forehead with her hand. It turned out that everyone looked at her as if she was looking at a cheat because of this. Wen Ning coughed twice and glanced at Lin Han. "Think more about the game when you have time. Don't dress like a peacock all day. It's good looking but useless." "Lin Han, I was implied." But Lin Yan still has a question. "Lord, that fish?" "Yes, yes. That fish, and the silver-haired man who appeared at the end, what kind of monsters are they?" Lin Han's expression was instantly excited, and he forgot what Wen Ning had just implied about him. Wen Ning didn't hide it, and pointed it out directly. "This is the summoning stone dropped by the boss of the ruins when you defeated during the clearance of the ruins, but it's not 100%. Everyone suddenly realized that it was Wen Ning who had the ability to capture the two bosses for his own use. He saved everyone's life at the critical moment. The boss in the ruins? Didn't he become a hot commodity immediately? Okay, if there's no problem, let's go. Everyone go back and study the Zerg weapons we harvested today to see if we can find any breakthroughs." "Ah? Study? Who to study?" A gleam of light flashed in Wen Ning's eyes. "Scientists. There are so many players on Blue Star. How can we find a few scientists?" Lu Shi stood up. "I will go to the world to recruit scientists right away." Wen Ning looked relieved. A young man can be taught. Xiao Wu pondered for a moment, then stood up and went out. Lin Yan was in a daze, but Wen Ning guessed that he should be sending a message to Lin Zheng. Only Lin Han, the naive man, didn't understand what Wen Ning meant. He was still thinking about whether to take people to the ruins to find the boss. Wen Ning ignored him, stood up and went out. It was already dark, and Wen Ning walked towards the teleportation array in silence. "Teacher, can this method find you?" Wen Ning's figure appeared in the bright territory. Before he left the shelter, Mira caught up from behind. Lord. Wen Ning released Hu Zi and Xiao Jin. He tilted his head and looked at Mira, who was traveling with him. "What's wrong?" Mira said happily. "The territory merchant who came today is a member of the Grey Wolf tribe. After a day of brainwashing by Mira, no, the guidance of love, he will bring his tribe to come in 3 days." Wen Ning's eyes lit up slightly. "Oh! How many people?" 200. Wen Ning was very satisfied, as half of the territory's citizens had passed the 3rd grade exam. The school would soon be vacant. After this batch of werewolves arrived, it would be seamlessly connected. "Have you investigated? Are they suitable for the bright territory?" Mira nodded. "Before the Lord left, he gave me some assessment criteria. This werewolf meets all the criteria except for his bad temper. Their continent is suffering a devastating blow. He didn't want all his people to die, so he took the initiative to hand over all the goods in exchange for a chance to move in." "All the goods?" When Mira showed Wen Ning the goods brought by the Grey Wolf, Wen Ning laughed out loud. It turned out to be vehicles. several kinds of vehicles, although I don't know why the werewolves have these vehicles. Looking at these four-wheeled off-road vehicles, go-go cars, tank off-road vehicles, armored off-road vehicles, etc., it doesn't look like they are mass-produced, and the traces of handwork are obvious. Mira is still introducing. This werewolf is called EMB, and he lives on a planet similar to our nebula. Technology has developed to the point where aircraft are used as a means of transportation. The automobile technology he knows is too backward, so it has been eliminated. They were exiled to a remote deserted planet, and it turned out that there were many radioactive beasts on this deserted planet, and this planet is also a planet on the verge of collapse. So, Lord, can we accept them? Yes, of course. If Mira hadn't said it, Wen-Ning would not have discovered that although these vehicle models are similar to those on Blue Star, there are still differences. Unexpectedly, this is actually a technology that has been eliminated on other planets. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Just take these cars here, and you have to auction off at least 10 million survival points for one of them. Wen-Ning immediately opened the territory panel and added a car manufacturing plant. She is now a little impatient for the werewolves to move in as soon as possible. According to the technology of the galaxy where Yimbi is, it is probably not impossible to make aircraft. The technology of the entire bright territory has taken a big step forward. Wen-Ning couldn't wait to take out an armored off-road vehicle. The black car quietly stopped at the entrance of the shelter. Wen-Ning turned around and looked at it. He really liked it more and more. Concentrated on checking the data. Armored off-road, amphibious vehicle, made of high-strength alloy materials, with a certified passenger capacity of 5. Please explore the details yourself. The system gave very little introduction. Wen-Ning opened the door and got in the car. As soon as he sat down, the driver's seat belt automatically tied around Wen-Ning's body. The face screens of the console were all opened. Excuse me, do you want to use fully automatic driving technology? Fully automatic driving. Set the destination, and then it can be driven automatically. You can control the vehicle with your mind on the way, or you can drive it manually. Cool? Wen-Ning sighed, and then found that wherever he focused his eyes, the function of that place would pop up automatically. Onboard weapon library. Can be installed with adaptive weapons, triggered by mechanical connection. Energy shield device. When triggered, the energy shield pops up immediately to protect the vehicle from damage. Metal conversion window. When hit, it can be converted into a stronger reinforced alloy. Power jump device. It can be triggered under special circumstances. The chassis mechanical power device can perform high-altitude jumps and cross long-distance obstacles. Oh my god, this is too cool. Wen-Ning covered his mouth and exclaimed, is this still a car? This is a complete all-round firepower vehicle. Chapter 438. Wen-Ning was so happy to get a new vehicle. He excitedly explored the remaining vehicles. Finally, he understood that the planet where the werewolf imbu lived should be the interstellar era dominated by flying vehicles in the novel. Although he didn't know if it was the kind of planet that Wen-Ning imagined. But Mira said that it was similar to their nebula, so it was not much different. And if imbu was a vehicle designer, then didn't they have other designers in their race? This is a talent among talents, an existence that cannot be missed. Seeing Wen-Ning's expectation, Mira also became happy. But after Wen-Ning calmed down, he still had something to ask Mira. Speaking of high technology, the Zerg is also a representative of high technology. Wen-Ning took out the spoils he picked up on the Zerg battlefield today. They were several Zerg spear laser launchers, a piece of wall fragments. There was also a Zerg severed hand. Mira stepped forward to check for a while. Wen-Ning explained, this is what I fought back from the Zerg territory today. Look at this laser weapon. They have similar weapons installed on their walls. At critical moments, they can be combined to form a giant laser cannon. I finally used this laser launcher to fire back at the opponent's laser cannon and escaped. Mira looked again and again, but finally came to no conclusion. But the chubby body flew up, and the starry eyes turned into a straight line. The serious expression made Wen-Ning a little uncomfortable. Lord, use this weapon to blast Mira. Huh? Hurry up. Wen-Ning didn't know why Mira suddenly asked for this, but it was hard for her to refuse such a request. So, 10 minutes later, for the safety of the territory, Wen-Ning brought Mira to the outside of the territory. 001 and 012 were standing by. The atmosphere was a little stagnant when they saw Wen-Ning and Mira. 012 innocent face. 001, what are the master and housekeeper Mira doing? 001 looked at both sides. Calmly said, maybe they are going to fight. 012, fight? Housekeeper Mira doesn't even have a hand. Huh? 012 looked at Mira, and when he stretched out a pair of hands from both sides of the round eggshell, his eyes turned into snowflakes. 001 slapped him on the back of his head skillfully. 012 came to his senses, and saw housekeeper Mira holding a short blade in his hand, and said to the master, "Lord, start." Wen Ning's face was stern, and he picked up the laser transmitter on the ground. "Are you sure?" "Yes, Lord." "Okay then." Wen Ning didn't dare to charge up to 100%, and slowly pressed the switch. The beam flew towards Mira at a high speed. It arrived in front of Mira in less than a second. Wen Ning was alert, afraid of any accidents, hoping that if Mira couldn't handle it, she could dodge it. 012 couldn't help but cover his eyes, and squeezed his eyes out from between his fingers. Wen Ning saw Mira stretched out her hand, and wave forward, and the short blade in her hand instantly turned into a long knife. The moment the laser cannon touched the blade, it was easily split in half. The next second, the laser cannon dissipated in the air. Silently, Wen Ning was shocked, and Mira calmly blew away the non-existent smoke on the blade of the particle blade in her hand. Then she confidently swung it casually. Boom! Not far behind her, a thunderous sound exploded out of thin air. The sudden explosion made Wen Ning shrink his neck. 001 immediately stood in front of Wen Ning, and looked at Mira with a scrutinizing look. 012 was still stunned. Mira reacted and quickly retracted her weapon. Flying forward, "Lord, are you okay?" Wen Ning got out from under 001's arms, and said with lingering fear, "Mira, what kind of weapon is this so powerful?" The surprise in her eyes could not be concealed. Mira raised her face, and her tone revealed pride. "This is our nebula's top technology, a high-energy particle blade." "Particle blade?" Mira took out the weapon again, handed it to Wen Ning, and then instructed Wen Ning on how to use it. Wen Ning realized that this weapon actually has two states, and now it is in the retracted state. It is very small in the hand, and it will become a long blade when it is unfolded. The blade of this particle blade is composed of high-speed, flowing particle streams. When it is swung, a particle stream will fly out, which can not only hurt the enemy, but also cause pulse current, destroy the opponent's electronic equipment, and cut off the connection of the biomechanical arm. "Huh? Biomechanical arm?" Mira kicked the severed hand that Wen Ning picked up. "Lord, cut it." Wen Ning did as he was told, and after the cut, the severed hand was split into two. See, all the joints here are controlled by the Zerg's tentacles. Their tentacles can release bioelectricity, but our particle blades can cut off this connection. Wen Ning continued, "Doesn't that mean that the opponent loses his ability to move?" "In theory, yes." So powerful, Wen Ning turned his head and looked at the place where the explosion just happened. How did the explosion just happen? This laser is essentially a particle beam, which is heated at high temperature and ionized to form a beam. So its attack method is to melt biological tissue at ultra-high temperature. This process is basically invisible to the naked eye, and because the temperature is too high, the organism will die before feeling any pain. Wen Ning nodded. This is the same as the Zerg's attack method. But the particle blade can intercept these particle beams. The hilt in your hand is a highly compressed supercapacitor. After these particles are captured, they can be converted into energy with zero loss. In other words, I just converted this laser beam and fired it out. The more Wen Ning listened, the more frightened he became. Mira's weapon is simply a natural nemesis of the Zerg. Every design point seems to be aimed at the Zerg. This small and exquisite thing really deserves the word high-tech. After listening to Mira's introduction, Wen Ning suddenly felt that the Zerg was just like that. As long as this weapon can be mass-produced, it will only take a few minutes to destroy the Zerg territory. Thinking of this, Wen Ning was eager to move again. "How much is Mira's particle blade?" Mira said slowly. "After a 10% discount, it is 5 million survival points." "Duo Shao?" Wen Ning suddenly felt that the weapon in his hand was hot. 5 million, and it's just the price of one. Wen Ning continued to ask, "What if this is mass production technology?" Mira paused. "Lord." "Okay, I understand." Wen Ning called a halt in time, and Mira knew the answer the second she paused. But Wen Ning still bought this particle blade. At least with this, she won't have to fight hard to survive the next time she faces the Zerg. "It's getting late, go to bed." Wen Ning bought this particle blade and turned back. Mira looked at Wen Ning's back, her eyes flickered, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Chapter 439. Wasteland calendar March 2nd, mild season, 8 o'clock, sunny. Wen Ning, who had just woken up, found that today was a little different. The fragrance of grass and trees was flowing between her nostrils. When she rushed to the city wall, she saw that the outside was lush and green. A large area of bushes had grown where the morning forest was located. She could still see the desert chickens flying around. They were just in their infancy. The recovery speed is too fast. Wen Ning marveled at the power of nature. The disaster season completely destroyed it, and it gave birth to life again in the mild season. This powerful self-healing ability made her deeply admire it. After patrolling the territory, Wen Ning directly teleported to the sub-territory. Although this teleportation array connected the main territory and the alien territory, only Wen Ning could walk on it at present, because she was not sure whether these people would accept humans. Especially when new people were coming soon. The territory has been upgraded successfully, and the current level is 2. The territory hall has been built successfully. The city wall has been built successfully. The warehouse has been built successfully. It is indeed as Wen Ning thought. The time for territory upgrade and building construction overlaps. The territory upgrade is completed, and the building is almost built. Level 2 territory covers an area of 30 acres, and can accommodate at least 150 players. Wen Ning continued to upgrade, and then build new buildings. Then he sent out the announcement of the Treasure Pavilion to recruit new members. World Channel, Treasure Pavilion announcement. Treasure Pavilion recruits 150 new members in each territory. The conditions are as follows. Interested players please chat directly. World Channel, damn. It's awesome. Sister Wen has formed a team. World Channel, what's wrong? Aren't you known as a lone wolf? World Channel, I can tell you're living in the last version of the game. You don't even look at the information flying around in the trading market. World Channel, what does that mean? World Channel, aliens are coming to the Wasteland continent. The Zerg has already arrived. If you don't stick together, you die. World Channel, no more talking, sign up. Sister Wen, look at me. World Channel, I just want to see what the robots look like, nothing else. Sister Wen, look at me. World Channel, that's the treasure house. The place of my dreams. World Channel, TSK, what's the big deal? Our territory is so good, I won't quit. Do you think her conditions are reasonable? Everyone was busy talking nonsense, and only then did they click on Wen Ning's conditions to check. Conditions for recruiting new members in the Treasure Pavilion. 1. Physical fitness greater than 42. The system gave 20. 2. Enter the territory and pay wood asterisk 10,000, stone asterisk 5,000, various ores asterisk 3,000, survival points asterisk 20,000. 3. Accept the minimum limit task of the territory. If you complete it, you can get the territory contribution. If you fail to complete it, the territory contribution will be deducted. 4. Non-hostile aliens cannot be killed or harmed. Violators will have their contributions cleared, and will be kicked out of the territory if they violate the rules again. There are some more details below, and the last one is added. All interpretation rights belong to the Treasure Pavilion. If you don't like it, don't come. Freeloaders are not welcome. Thank you. World Channel, so tricky? You need so much wood and stone to enter? Are you trying to cheat us out of supplies? World Channel, who said it wasn't? The tax rate is 20%. Are you recruiting illegal workers? World Channel, Treasure Pavilion, whoever enters is an idiot. Come to our territory. The tax rate is 5%. Private chat. World Channel, that's right. I decided to stay in my happy hometown. World Channel, Treasure Pavilion. Sorry, the private messages have been flooded. Are you angry? Wen Ning originally didn't intend to pay attention to this group of sour players. There are less than 2 months left in the game. Moreover, the possibility of winning the game is very small at present. To take her, she must gather the top players and build the strongest fortress. When the game is over, she and the players will disappear anyway. At that time, the alien race and the surviving scientists will become the life mentors of these newborns. Inherit human civilization in this way. But these players are really talkative. Lin Han sent her a private message frantically, asking if she would help her to curse back. Wen Ning replied calmly, no need. Sure enough, as soon as she said this, the World Channel was silent instantly. Only those who took advantage of the popularity to flood the screen to recruit people were left. Lin Han, looking at this sentence, gave a thumbs up. As expected of the big sister, you killed all these black players in one sentence. Lin Yan packed up his equipment and glanced at him. Hurry up, have you dug the mine? Have you cut the ironwood? When we went to the Zerg territory yesterday, the speed of collecting supplies slowed down, and the city wall of the territory has not been completely repaired. Lin Zheng was almost crazy busy. Brother Yin and Han can't be lazy. Lin Han was dragged out of the door by his brother by the back of his neck. And Wen Ning was right. Her private messages had already been flooded. But it doesn't matter, there is a system plugin. System, screen the applicants. Except for those who really want to join, no one else will be accepted. Hard conditions cannot be relaxed. Sort by physical fitness from top to bottom. Don't bargain. Put those who are straightforward in front. Every time when Ning said a word, the private message list was refreshed. After several refreshes, the list was still full of players. When Ning directly sent invitations to the first 150 players. After agreeing to this invitation, the player will automatically withdraw from the existing territory. If there are no special terms in the existing territory. If you want to withdraw from some territories after entering, you still need to obtain approval from the city lord. However, players can also apply to the system for forced withdrawal. After withdrawing, you will return to your birthplace. Then you can reapply for a territory after a 24-hour confinement period. World Channel. Ha ha. Sister One agreed. I'm in the territory. World Channel. I passed too. Should I say that these haters are too short-sighted? Following Sister One, will you go hungry? World Channel. If you enter the territory now, you will be a veteran. Start to contribute early. Won't you be the first to get the robot? World Channel. Don't pay attention to them. They are just a group of people who can't eat grapes. I'm afraid they can't even meet the first physical requirement. World Channel. That's right. Listening to them talk, they are almost as sour as lout and pickled cabbage. These players who successfully applied for the game quarreled with the players in the World Channel, poking at the pain points everywhere, so that the players had no way to refute. When Ning came out to stop it at the right time, World Channel, Treasure Pavilion, the first stage of recruitment has ended. Players who have not entered, please wait for the next round. Territory Channel, when Ning, stop talking on the World Channel, don't affect my recruitment. Territory Channel, got it. Territory Channel, Sister One, can we move now? Territory Channel, woohoo, I've wanted to visit the Bright Territory for a long time, Lord, can we go take a look? Territory Channel, that's right, how many contribution points does a robot need? When Ning pursed her lips, feeling a little headache. This is a player, not as simple as the aliens. Even if they really want to join, it doesn't stop them from talking nonsense. When Ning suddenly doubted herself, whether this was a good idea or not. But she had already done it, and when Ning would not regret it. There is strength in numbers, and she and Mira were already having a headache managing the robots in a territory. Chapter 440. The addition of these players not only injects fresh blood into the territory, but also allows them to take the initiative to complete tasks. Rather than being like robots, they need to be checked and activated every day. The newly manufactured robots do not know how to adapt. They often make jokes, which also gives Wen Ning some headaches. Wen Ning just sends the details of the territory to the Territory Channel and then ignores them. Players are more proactive, so they should be given more freedom. As long as they don't hurt each other, it's fine. Territory Channel. The sub-territory is not connected to the main territory, but can be explored by yourself if it is connected to other sub-territories. Territory Channel. In addition, the main territory is not open to the public at present, so don't approach it easily, as weapons cannot identify you. Territory Channel. Violent conflicts are not allowed between territory members. If bloodshed occurs, both sides will leave together. The rules of Wen Ning's territory are different from those of others, which makes the players who have just entered feel a little cheated. It's like a person who has been wild for a long time suddenly wants to return to civilization. But when you open the details, you will find the calculation method of contribution value. Submitting materials can earn contribution value, especially special materials. Exploring ruins and secret realms can also earn contribution value. Building territories, etc. can all earn contribution value. And contribution value is the only way to exchange precious goods in the Treasure Pavilion. This makes the players very excited. The first few players move to the sub-territory without hesitation. Wen Ning is placing the arrow tower. Several players know that this is Wen Ning from the back. Hurry up and greet him, and show your face in front of the Lord. Before I even got close, I heard a beautiful female voice. Let's go to the warehouse first. Wen Ning didn't even turn his head. Several players were confused, but they still walked towards the warehouse obediently. From a distance, I saw several players excitedly walking towards the teleportation array. Oh my god, let's go out and explore quickly. I must get this war robot first. Centaurus is so cool. Woo woo woo, that armored vehicle is the most powerful, okay. Those potions alone are enough for me to fight for my whole life. It's really right to come to the territory. Several players pass by these players in confusion. Feeling something in their hearts, they rushed to the warehouse, clicked it and took a look. Oh my god, there are countless potions and bonus-type food in it. There are also various equipment. Most importantly, there are several versions of the robots that make players salivate. There are no less than 10 of each type. Drones, attack types, detection types, and loading types. 10 Centaur off-road motorcycles, 10 crystal blades, and crystal shields. Sniper rifles, submachine guns, assault rifles, pistols, and other hot weapons are all available. And all kinds of special bullets. It is simply opening the door to a new world for players. The most important thing is an armored off-road vehicle with red and gold light on the top. It is full of fatal temptation for these players without even reading the introduction. Clicking on the details, I was excited again. Then I looked back. 5 million territory contribution points are required for exchange. Note, territory contribution points are about 1/10 of survival points. It cannot be directly exchanged for the time being, but only the ratio is calculated. After seeing the price, the player was suffocated again. But we still have to have dreams. Players have never been so eager to explore the ruins as they are now. What are you still standing there for? Go out. A player was eager to form a team, and another player held him back. No, these energy potions and physical potions can be purchased with survival points. Advanced physical potion, permanent physical increase of 3. It actually costs 100,000 survival points. And this anesthetic, let's buy some to be prepared. When we catch a mutant beast, won't the contribution value increase? Brother, you are right, buy it. So another group of players bought a large number of medicines from the warehouse and went out to explore. Wen Ning smiled as he looked at the rising survival points. Of course, these medicines are not difficult to sell. The price is 20% higher than the price of the treasure pavilion, but the advantage is that there is no limit. So the players bought dozens of them. When I went out, I realized how I bought so many inadvertently. But with these medicines, my sense of security soared. Wen Ning planned to open a special contribution exchange shelf after the shop was built. Put the exchange items here. The equipment brought out by players from the ruins can be exchanged for contribution points to the territory, and the territory will exchange them out. The main point is to make a profit from the price difference. No matter what, Wen Ning will not lose money. And the members of the territory will become rich, and the points will be spent in the territory. Form a virtuous circle. And Wen Ning added restrictions on the goods through the system, and they cannot be traded outside the territory. 150 players came in a hurry, and then left in a hurry. Wen Ning looked at the rows of shelters, which were placed around. It is in a circular shape, enclosing the key buildings of the territory in the middle. The territory mission hall has been completed. Wen Ning placed a mission guide robot here in accordance with the layout of the bright territory. Players can also receive tasks, hand over the tasks here after completing them, and settle the territory contribution value and survival points. The exchange of materials is on the other side of the territory mission hall. You can donate materials to the territory indefinitely. There is a panel next to it, on which you can view the territory contribution value corresponding to the materials. It is the main source of territory contribution value for players. Because there is no limit, the exchange rate is very high. However, a little bit adds up to a lot, which is also a way for Wen Ning to let players continuously provide materials to the territory. For example, some life players like to chop trees, mine and so on. Wen Ning opened the canteen again, and the current cooking method is to expand the scale of Bai Baishue. Wen Ning arranged for the service robot to pack and transport it here for sale. 2 meals a day, lunch and dinner. When there are more people, we can consider recruiting workers. As for Baishue and the others, we will see when the time comes. It is better not to let them have too much contact with humans. Farms are not needed for the time being. The farms in the bright territory are enough to support 2 territories. There is no need to arrange the canopy for the time being. Players have their own shelters. If something happens, just hide in the shelter. Overall, the management method here is much simpler than that of the bright territory. And the focus of the combat type territory is on defense. So the first things that players collect are the arrow towers and turrets. Then continue to expand the surplus. Next, Wen Ning wants to build an underwater territory. At present, the amount of waterproof or collected by 001 is very considerable. It is time for Wen Ning to go down and investigate. But before going, there is one thing to solve. Thinking of this, a private message rang. Wen Ning opened it and checked it as if he had expected it. Private chat channel. Zhao Wu. Lord, I have cleared out the extra players according to your terms. There are still 2,300 people left in the territory. Wen Ning raised his lips proudly. It seems that his provocation was successful. The Treasure Pavilion is openly recruiting people. The most anxious ones are not the players who can't get in. It's Mr. Zhao Wu. He finally got on the train, but Wen Ning didn't mean to help him at all. Wen Ning's meaning was even clearer. If you keep these people, it means you don't need the help of the Treasure Pavilion. Then let's just waste time and see who can outlast the other. As it turned out, Zhao Wu still favored Wen Ning. Chapter 441. Private Chat Channel. Okay, I come right over. Mr. Zhao reluctantly gave up, so Wen Ning certainly had to respond. His eyes were filled with excitement. If Zhao Wu territory could keep up with Lu Shi and Lin Jing's team, she wouldn't have to hold 2 or 3 development meetings in the future, and they would have to be divided into batches. This was a waste of time. It just so happened that she had already prepared what she needed to prepare, so she called Lu Shi and Lin Jing together. Zhao Wu meeting room. The old man was in a bad mood today. 2/3 of the players in the territory were eliminated, and many of them were high-level players. But this was not the main reason. The most important reason was that there were players who threatened him. He had never been threatened by some young boys in his life. Fortunately, the territory had a sound protection mechanism. Seeing that they couldn't kill him, those players thought of forcing him to give up the Lord's order. When Ning came in and saw that the atmosphere was not right, Lin Jing behind him saw that Mr. Zhao was injured. He immediately understood what happened. He gave Wen Ning a look, but Wen Ning didn't understand. Lu Shi sent her a private message to explain, and Wen Ning finally understood. It turns out that the Lord is not the one who has the final say in the territory. A player challenged Zhao Wu, and because of the kicking, many players were dissatisfied, and more than half of the players supported the challenger. Then Zhao Wu and the player started a duel. If Zhao Wu lost, the Lord order would be restored to a free state, and the territory would fall into chaos. At that time, they would fight again. The final result was of course that Mr. Zhao won. The player died, and the players who supported him automatically withdrew from the territory. This is why Zhao's territory kicked out so many players at once. All of this was controlled by the system. There were actually many players who just wanted to watch the fun and stir up trouble among those who voted for the challenger. Unexpectedly, the moment that player died, they were all kicked out. This was a big blow to Mr. Zhao. The players who usually flattered him and looked loyal actually voted against him. Wen Ning almost couldn't help laughing. This was the territory that Mr. Zhao had devoted himself to developing. On the surface, it looked like a rock, but in essence, it was a pile of loose sand. However, there was no need to attack him at this time. Wen Ning motioned Lin Jing and Lu Shi to sit down. Then he took out 3 detailed territory development plans. He distributed them to several people. Since everyone is almost ready, then, starting today, the 4 sub-territories of the Treasure Pavilion will accept the same development plan. Everyone can open the plan in their hands and take a look. All the equipment and technology in the plan are provided by the Treasure Pavilion, but the sub-territories also have to pay a price to purchase them. Starting today, the contribution values of the 4 major territories can be used universally, the product pricing must be consistent, and the exchange ratio must be consistent. It cannot be changed privately. The products purchased in the territory will be locked, and can only be circulated within the Treasure Pavilion. At this point, Wen Ning glanced around. Everyone should know that as long as the products of the Treasure Pavilion are released, they will be snapped up. Lu Shi and Lin Jing nodded at the same time. Therefore, before the strength of our own people is strengthened, no outflow is allowed, especially in the case of aiding the enemy. Lin Jing and Lu Shi looked at the pricing on the plan and thought about whether the pricing of their own territory was appropriate. Zhao Wu was completely shocked by Wen Ning's high-tech products. He originally thought that Wen Ning only had 1 or 2 powerful robot weapons. But he didn't expect that Wen Ning's strength was far beyond his cognition. At this moment, he was infinitely grateful. Fortunately, he seized this opportunity. Even the pain in his body was thrown behind him. The whole meeting was unusually harmonious. Wen Ning directly announced that there was no purchase limit for all the goods to be exchanged. As long as the contribution value is reached, it can be exchanged. Lin Jing and Lu Shi have already imagined how big a sensation the territory will cause once this news is announced. Finally, Wen Ning put his hands on the table with a firm look in his eyes. Next, the Treasure Pavilion will enter a period of rapid development, and the number of people in each territory will be relaxed to 4,000. You should recruit as many people as possible, and then build according to the buildings in the plan. The layout can be different, but you must have the necessary things. If the vehicle is mass-produced by then, and you don't have a parking space, the consequences. When several people heard Wen Ning's words, they held their breath instantly. Vehicle. Mass production. Can the tank-type off-road vehicle in the plan be mass-produced? Of course, what Wen Ning said is true. When has she ever lied to anyone? Lord, I remember that I have something to do in the territory. I go first. Lin Zheng ran away first, and Lu Shi was unwilling to lag behind. You can tell what they are doing with your toes. Zhao Wu received too many shocks at once, and his hand holding the plan trembled slightly. Grandpa, are you satisfied with the content of this plan? Zhao Wu's eyes seemed to be shining with tears, and he looked at Wen Ning with a look of disbelief. After a long time, he lowered his head and laughed at himself. There was a kind of helpless surrender in his tone. This game is indeed still the home field of you young people. I just don't want to admit my age. Lord, I leave the territory to you. No, I don't have so much energy. You have to come to your territory in person. Although Wen Ning said polite words, Zhao Wu had already recognized Wen Ning from the bottom of his heart. At this time, his attitude was to respect Wen Ning as a lord. Wen Ning smiled gently. Develop according to the plan. At most 1 week, your territory will be able to make a name for itself in the world again. When there is another challenger, the old man can ask me to deal with him. After all, I am also a serious lord, right? Wen Ning clenched his fist and left a bottle of trauma medicine on the table before leaving. Old Master Zhao's dull laughter echoed in the conference room. He wanted to see who dared to challenge Wen Ning without fear of death. Zhao Er and Zhao Nana walked in and were stunned for a moment. It had been a long time since I saw Zhao Wu showing such a relaxed smile. Zhao Er, you and Lin Zheng have been getting along since childhood. Go to his territory to learn from him and ask him more about the management of the territory. Dad, I'm old now. You have to help Nana with the affairs of this territory. Follow the treasure pavilion, and you won't lose out. Times have changed. I'm an old stubborn man, and can't keep up with many ideas. Zhao Wu handed the plan to the two people, and walked away humming a song. Zhao Nana opened the plan and took a look. Her pupils shrank slightly. The uncle and nephew read the entire plan at a glance, and their eyes were full of doubts. Wen Ning is playing a very big game. World Channel. Yunhan territory is recruiting 1,300 places. Conditions are as follows. Details. Welfare benefits are completely comparable to Guangming territory under the Treasure Pavilion. World Channel. Shirlu territory is recruiting 900 places. Conditions are as follows. Details. Welfare benefits are completely comparable to Guangming territory under the Treasure Pavilion. World Channel. Zhao's territory is recruiting 2,700 places. Conditions are as follows. Details. Welfare benefits are completely comparable to Guangming territory under the Treasure Pavilion. A new round of territory recruitment has been launched in the World Channel. The conditions and benefits are exactly the same as Wen Ning's territory. However, many players in the World Channel are skeptical. Wen Ning speaks out. World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion Group territory was officially established today. After joining the group territory, sub-territories of the same type are fully interconnected. If the territory limit is not reached, you can directly move into any territory. World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. At the same time, all territories have the same tax rate and universal contribution value. Welcome everyone to join. World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. Warm reminder, the light territory is only level 2 at the moment, and is already full. Chapter 442. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Wen Ning just announced the recruitment in the morning, with only 150 places available. In the afternoon, the group territory was created. Players who enter are formal citizens and enjoy all the benefits of formal citizens. You can use survival points that are much lower than those in the Treasure Pavilion store to buy medicines. As long as the contribution value reaches what you want, you can directly exchange for any equipment you want. There is no purchase limit at all. As soon as this news came out, those players who withdrew from the Zhao territory and other sub-territories regretted slapping their thighs. In an instant, the private messages of the lords of the 3 sub-territories were flooded. Wen Ning asked the system to help screen the players as usual. Back in the territory, Wen Ning asked the people in the Administrator's Authority. Administrator Channel. Wen Ning, do you have any idea of entering my territory? Administrator Authority. Michelle. No. Administrator Authority. Xi and Darui. Is little Wen Ning willing to accept an old man like me? Wen Ning was surprised. He didn't expect that Teacher Xi and Darui was willing to come to him. Teacher Zenrui's research on bioenergy has always been at the forefront of Blue Star. Admin Channel. Wen Ning, of course you are welcome. Admin Channel. Michelle. Teacher, didn't you say you would come to my place? Admin authority. Zindarui, your lord despises my age. I still have a group of old friends here. Little Wen Ning is just right. Old friends. Wen Ning was even more surprised to hear this. The only people who could be called old friends by teacher Zindarui were the scientists, who boarded the spacecraft at the beginning. Of course Wen Ning would not refuse. Admin channel. Teacher Zindarui, you can ask everyone to apply for the light territory. I will arrange the position immediately. The two of them excluded Michelle from the conversation, which made Michelle a little unhappy. But he also knew that Jones would indeed dislike the teacher because of his age. Even if he said it himself, he would refute it. For him, he would always only accept players who are useful to him. It is safer to let the teacher go to Wen Ning than to follow him. However, his research has recently encountered a bottleneck, so Michelle wants the teacher to give him some advice. Now it seems that hope has been dashed. This makes Michelle very frustrated. In fact, he also has some heroic ideas in him. I hope to find another way under the current situation. The time for Wen Ning's physical death is getting closer and closer. Although several administrators did not show too much sadness, almost everyone is trying to find a way. To solve this problem. On the spaceship, he is a child of destiny. After entering the game, he has been smooth sailing. Research weapons with attributes higher than most people. After entering the game, he has been smooth sailing. Until the release of the leaderboard. But on the leaderboard, there is always an anonymous player that he can't catch up with. The strength is simply unfathomable. Every time Michelle develops something new, he thinks it is very powerful. The Treasure Pavilion will launch something more powerful than his. Moreover, it is obvious that the Treasure Pavilion has a complete range of products. And he only knows weapons, and his best things are not as good as others. This is a very frustrating thing for Michelle. Although his weapons are very popular in the EU. But Michelle knows that this is because Jones and others can't get the weapons of the Treasure Pavilion at all. That's why he had to settle for the next best thing and follow him. Later, Michelle recovered his memory, and knew that the anonymous player was Wen Ning. This made him even more upset. How could Wen Ning, who studied life and holography, be ahead in the field of weapons? Then came the Red Bounty mission, and Wen Ning showed his strength. There was also an administrator meeting, and everyone received the mission after Wen Ning obtained the administrator authority. In addition, Wen Ning actually developed his own intelligent brain. Wen Ning seemed to always be ahead of him. Michelle's competitive factor was at work. So he participated in the Ruins mission, and even when he was in the secret realm, he also wanted to compete with Wen Ning. Fortunately, reason prevailed in the end. And back to the present, Michelle found that he had not even studied the opponent's special function bullet. A sense of powerlessness surged in his heart, and Michelle had to admit it. He was very curious, and even wanted to follow the teacher's steps to Wen Ning's territory. Maybe there would be a chance to get in touch with these weapons. But he can't leave for the time being. Jones has been in frequent contact with Jack and Rossi recently. It seems that they are plotting something. Combined with the recent actions of the Treasure Pavilion, it is hard to say that they are not going to the Treasure Pavilion. Michelle put down the research in her hand, pondered for a moment, and opened her eyes. Her tone was slightly arrogant. Humph, I am doing this for the teacher's safety. Wen Ning received 7 scientists at once. They moved their own shelter to Wen Ning's territory. She was wearing the clothes of a player, but her temperament was still like a researcher. Except for teacher Xi and Darui, the others have not recovered their memories. In addition, when scientists enter the game, they will erase all their memories. Ordinary players only erase the memory of the destruction of the blue planet. So, these are all friends that teacher Xi and Darui has made again one by one. Teacher Xi and Darui secretly told Wen Ning that although these old friends don't remember him, but their temperament has not changed at all. The thousands of scientists on the spacecraft came from various countries and regions of the blue planet. Wen Ning didn't know all of them. So the 6 people Xi and Darui brought were all unfamiliar faces. The game system corrected their physical conditions when deploying these scientists, so that they can play the game more safely. They will also give some corresponding care during the game. They won't experience the same difficulties as ordinary players. The purpose is to hope that they can apply their professional knowledge to crack the disaster changes in the Wasteland continent. Xi and Darui introduced them to Wen Ning one by one. Wen Ning nodded politely. The attitude was neither humble nor overbearing, not overly enthusiastic, but not cold either. During the conversation, we learned that 2 of them were agronomists. There was a mathematician, a physicist, and a life sciences scientist. Another one was a materials researcher. Of course, they themselves did not know this information, and it was all popularized by teacher Xi and Darui to Wen Ning. Some of these players were recruited to the territory for helping others to farm. Some helped others to study how to cut trees more labor-savingly and make some practical gadgets to be protected. There were also those who helped others to graze and breed cows. It was not easy to survive in the wasteland until now. When Ning sighed, even if there was no memory, the professionalism in his bones could not be erased. When Ning immediately thought of the positions suitable for them. Several of them deserved the title of life players in this game. When Ning took them to stroll inside the territory, and then told them the divisions of the territory. If there were any jobs that interested them, they could try them. Several scientists were a little reserved at first, because Zindra's said that this lord was his goddaughter, so he brought them here. But who knew that Zindra's goddaughter was actually a foreigner, and a shopkeeper in the treasure pavilion? This is a big relative. However, when Ning took good care of them, and the Guangming territory looked much more comfortable than their own territory. Gradually, several people relaxed. Chapter 443. Wasteland Calendar March 3rd, mild season, 8 o'clock, sunny, Lord. Mira was waiting anxiously at the door early in the morning. When Ning was relatively calm. Myra's personality has been up and down recently. She was emo for a long time last night. She arranged for several players from Sindri yesterday. Then she was busy with the construction of the territory. In addition, she thought Mira was homesick, so she didn't pay too much attention. Mira was so excited that she was a little slurred. Grey Wolf, Imbu, they are coming. Huh? You mean the race of the vehicle designer? So soon? One day early, when Ning grinned immediately. Let's go and have a look. Follow Mira to the teleportation tower. A large number of residents have already gathered at the scene. The little white rabbits on the ground were huddled together like carrots. They were newly born little white rabbits, who had just transformed into human form and could not speak clearly. So there is no worry about going to school. Inside the teleportation array, there stood a few werewolves that Mira had mentioned. They had wolf heads and strong bodies. They were about the same height as the lion people. Their sudden appearance caused quite a stir. At this time, the periphery was full of lion people. They subconsciously took the cat people and the little white rabbits behind them. But everyone had no ill intentions. After all, they saw the werewolf led by Mira walking around the day before yesterday. Now it is just in case. And Bu looked at the orcs around with a calm expression. The last time he came, he was only busy seeing that there was no nuclear magnetic storm here, and did not think deeply about whether these natives welcomed them. Moreover, the intelligent brain said that the Lord here is a pure human. Pure humans have been extinct in their interstellar alliance for thousands of years. And Bu has never seen a pure human since he was born. The purest human in the alliance also has 60% of other genes. The humans in the alliance call themselves interstellar people. The higher the proportion of human genes in the interstellar pregnancy, the higher the probability of giving birth to humans. And Imbu is a failure created by interstellar people. He could not receive higher education in the alliance since he was a child, and finally learned some skills in the interstellar technical school. As a result, most of the positions were replaced by robots. Imbu, who had no skills, was driven to a deserted planet full of nuclear magnetic storms. There, he found some ancient books, which recorded the technologies that the Alliance had eliminated. But Imbu was thirsty for knowledge, and in order to survive on the deserted planet, he spent decades to master this knowledge. He also built several cars with the garbage fragments he picked up. What? These vehicles are all garbage? When Ning led Imbu's people to the residential area while listening to Imbu's story, Imbu nodded, his heart trembling uncontrollably. After being transformed by his own hands, the garbage is no longer garbage. After all, his car has been tested by the harsh climate of the desert planet. He led his people to escape from the nuclear magnetic storm area several times and resisted the attacks of violent beasts. When Ning looked at him in surprise, what kind of skillful hands can assemble the garbage he picked up into such a powerful car? You are so amazing. When Ning praised Imbu sincerely, the expression on Imbu's face changed from embarrassment to worry, then surprise, and finally the satisfaction of being recognized. Ding! Imbu's favorability increased by 30%, currently 80%. Good guy, a recognition has gained such a high favorability. Isn't this easy? When Ning then asked several questions about the vehicle, and Imbu praised him after answering. A few minutes later, Imbu's favorability was full. The look he gave when Ning was already the look of a family member. Mira shouted beside him. The werewolf tribe settled down in the territory smoothly. Because there were so many people, they were assigned a whole residential building. When Ning planned to let them get familiar with it first, and then officially report to the school tomorrow. By the way, he arranged for Mira to explain the rules here to them. He was going to see what the car factory would look like after it was completed. When Ning arranged the car factory behind the blacksmith shop, near the furnace, so that any materials needed could be used quickly. When Ning was very interested in the car production line, not only in terms of speed improvement. More importantly, the armor, weapons, energy shields, and special abilities. These are the key to fighting against the Zerg. Just now, EMB said that these technologies were developed by him. When Ning had an idea, whether these technologies could be used on other weapons, or use them separately. Thinking about this, he walked towards the car factory, and saw a huge sign from a distance with the image of a car on it. The main door is an electric roller shutter door, which should be for the convenience of vehicles entering and exiting. The floor space is 4 times that of the blacksmith shop. When Ning has no research on automobile manufacturing. Just when he was about to go in to take a look, a voice came from behind him. "Lord, can I go in with you?" When Ning turned his head and saw a gray wolf in Bu's eyes flashing with expectation, staring at Wen Ning closely. This pupil-dilated look, coupled with a wolf head, inexplicably resembles Era. "I originally wanted you to take a rest first. If you get back to work so quickly, it seems that I am exploiting my employees." The corners of Grey Wolf's lips rose, and he pulled out a simple smile. Wen Ning naturally would not refuse, and reached out to touch the door of the car factory. The door opened instantly. The sign on the top also lit up, and Grey Wolf looked happy. His studio on the deserted planet was placed next to the garbage dump. It was built with a few boards and a pile of stones. There were only some simple tools and a lathe inside. But the factory in front of him was exactly the factory of his dreams. Seeing Inbu's surprised eyes, Wen Ning motioned him to follow. The two came to the first room at the entrance. This should be the assembly workshop, with a huge display stand and some instruments next to it, which should be used to measure the status of the vehicle. Grey Wolf was excited when he saw these. He obviously knew these equipment. He stepped forward excitedly, his hands trembling as he wanted to touch these equipment, but he didn't dare. Wen Ning had a calm smile on his face. "Inbu, tell me what these instruments are for." Inbu didn't think Wen Ning didn't understand, but thought that this was a test for him to enter the job. Humans always like to test others, just like when he took the entrance exam. If he didn't pass, he would be eliminated. So Inbu made full preparations. His fingers slid across one instrument after another, as if he was touching his beloved treasure. Even a small wrench was regarded as a treasure. This is a finished product assembly display stand. If you have a blueprint, you can activate the automatic assembly here, and then add the corresponding materials to make a vehicle. This is very convenient, but also very old-fashioned. There is no way to modify the vehicle made with the blueprint. This display stand uses holographic simulation technology, and the maximum speed and other kinetic energy parameters of the vehicle can be directly tested on this stand. Chapter 444. Then, EMB came inside again, and Wen Ning followed him in. This is the energy plate production line. EMB pointed to one of the grooves and said, "Add energy blocks here, and then you can use the equipment to compress the energy at a high density, extend the release time, and improve the car's endurance." This is the remote weapon link manufacturing table. You can put in any weapon you want to link to the vehicle. It will automatically transform into a vehicle-mounted weapon, just like a laser cannon and a missile. This is the central control manufacturing, which can produce a thought turbo. After wearing it, the entire car can be controlled by thought, including the mechanical weapons installed in the front. This is the energy shield production area, which can be installed on the vehicle. When it starts, it will manipulate the surrounding electromagnetic energy to form a shield. The energy barrier formed can resist physical attacks and energy attacks. At the end of the entire production line, EMB can use basically all the functions. Even if there are some that he doesn't know, he can use them after a little research. This surprised Wen Ning. This car factory seemed to be tailor-made for EMB. But Wen Ning still had another problem. If he could solve it, it would be perfect. "Can you build a car without the blueprints?" Imbu's eyes flickered, and he nodded and shook his head. "Yes, I can. Even without the blueprints, I have hundreds of manufacturing methods in my mind." "But Lord, there are no materials here." Wen Ning blinked and almost forgot about it. He immediately took Inbu to the blacksmith shop of Shirtai. Shirtai was not here at this time. He was taking the 4th grade course at school. As the owner of the blacksmith shop, he could not only study until the 3rd grade. So there were only a few general workers in the shop who stopped studying after the 3rd grade. Everyone was stunned for a moment when they saw Wen Ning coming in with a werewolf. Looking at the werewolf's figure, which was comparable to Shirtai, They thought he was here to steal Shirtai's job. Wen Ning simply introduced everyone. This is Inbu. From today on, he will work in the car factory behind the blacksmith shop. There will be a lot of cooperation with the blacksmith shop. Everyone, please get familiar with him. Car factory? The Shirtai race has not developed vehicle technology, so they are confused by what Wen Ning said. Wen Ning did not expect them to understand it all at once. Let everyone continue working, and took Inbu to the material room. All the materials in the Bright Territory will be archived here. After Shirtai and Nasu learned about material processing, they will put the different processed products of various materials here, and keep records. Wen Ning pointed to the dozen rows of shelves in front of him, and said to Inbu, "See if there is anything useful here. Every type of lion iron can be mass-produced." Inbu looked at the materials in front of him. All of them were the materials he had dreamed of on the deserted planet before. Although he had never seen many of them, with the detailed description of lion iron below, he could understand how to use this material. Inbu was like a child who fell into a candy jar. There were sweet candies all around, which dazzled him. He didn't know which one to choose. But what was certain was that these materials could be used. Wen Ning looked at Inbu's expression, and knew that the matter was almost done. Take your time to choose, and try to build an off-road armored car first. Okay, Lord, no problem. When Ning left the blacksmith shop, there was nothing for them to do here. She just had to wait for good news from Inbu. The sub-territory can be upgraded to level 3 today, and the expansion can be put on the agenda. Most of the survival points that Wen Ning had left have been consumed. If she upgrades the sub-territory to level 4, her survival points will be at the bottom. Originally, she planned to use these survival points to impact level 5, but she didn't expect the situation to develop so quickly. In less than 2 months, the game will end, and Wen Ning can only choose to expand her power quickly. Improve the strength of most players to fight against disasters and Zerg. 1/5 of the 500 million people died in the last disaster. Among the remaining players, there are still some who are not on the same page with her. This makes Wen Ning a little embarrassed. Shaking her head, she throws these thoughts away. 4 days have passed since the administrator meeting, and her body will die in 3 days. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Since you have chosen to do this, Wen Ning will not regret it. Inside the territory, rows of robots lead the lumberjack team into the secret realm. Lead the miners into the underwater ruins. The Bright Territory has 2 mining and logging sites, and the development speed is already too far ahead. When Ning came to the branch territory from the teleportation array, it has been divided into 3 levels. The territory area has reached 280 acres, and the number of players can reach 3,000. When Ning issued an announcement that the Bright Territory will expand, the World Channel is a sensation again. In the past 2 or 3 days, the actions of the Treasure Pavilion have been really big. She overturned all the territorial forces by herself. When Wen Ning announced that she was a lone wolf, all the players asserted that she would not be able to hold on for long. But Wen Ning not only built a territory, but also made it the best in the Wasteland. Now everyone thinks that Wen Ning represents the top survival ability of players, and does not need anyone to assist her. She recruited 3 sub-territories with 1 sentence, and then established her own sub-territory. She recruited people as soon as she said she would. Players flocked to the Treasure Pavilion, and tried their best to join the Treasure Pavilion. Of course, there were also many voices of opposition, but it didn't matter. Today, there is no need for Wen Ning to come out and refute the rumors. Players from several major sub-territories sent out the things in the territory contribution shops. All the voices of doubt disappeared. As the leader of Wen Ning's fans, Lin Han would show his new weapons on the World Channel every day. World Channel, Lin Han, today is another day of killing monsters with crystal blades, small monsters in the ruins, ridiculous. World Channel, today is another day for the head of Sister Win's fan club to open. World Channel, why are you pretending? It's just a broken weapon. You're never going to finish it every day, right? World Channel, Lin Han, finished? How is it finished? The territory shop has new items every day, and it's impossible to redeem them all. Tell me how it's finished. World Channel, questioning Lin Han, understanding Lin Han, madly wanting to be Lin Han, jealousy makes me hateful. World Channel, Lin Han, don't be jealous, Guangming Territory has released 2,000 places, hurry up and grab them. World Channel, what the hell? Sister One, look at me! When Ning on his side, had already stood in the square of Guangming Territory, facing the huge crowd of players entering the territory. He showed his signature smile. Welcome everyone to join the big family of Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 445. The players who just came in were still a little confused, but look around. The tall walls of the territory are at least 5 or 6 meters thick, with arrow towers on top, separated by infrared cruise turrets. There are walking robots everywhere, and various drones. At the entrance of the mission hall, there is a super cool 4-wheel drive off-road vehicle on the display stand. Oh my god! Is the treasure house so rich that the car is just placed here? The player just wanted to touch it, and the gun in the hand of the guard robot next to him hit his forehead. Please step back. The display vehicle is not allowed to be touched. As soon as the mechanical sound came out, the player was instantly attracted. Fuck. This robot is too real. Too smart. Look at the price under this car. 5 million contribution points. What? As long as the contribution points are full, you can redeem it? I heard from my friend. As long as you have contribution points and points, you can buy all the goods in the treasure pavilion, no limit. Can I buy physical potions? High-level ones are all fine, not to mention low-level ones. Oh my god. Tell me how to get territory contribution points. The first concept that almost all players who enter the territory of light are instilled with is to buy things with contribution points. The key is that they have seen these things before, but only at the auction of the treasure pavilion. At that time, they could only drool at the pictures and attributes of the goods. Now, these things are really in front of them, and they look like they are within reach. How can these players not be crazy? Immediately, they all looked for where they could make contributions to the territory. Although they could also earn contribution points by completing tasks in their original territory. But the vegetation on the wasteland has not yet fully recovered, and the mines have not yet absorbed clean acid rain. The mutant beasts are still in their infancy. They don't even drop boxes when they are killed. The coordinates of those open ruins are too dangerous, so where can they safely earn contribution points? After the desire in his heart was aroused, when Ning timely posted the territory's contribution value exchange instructions and territory rules to the territory channel. The players instantly became like lost pigeons that found their way. They hurriedly formed a team and headed towards the underwater ruins and secret realms. The brave and powerful ones would choose to go mining and chop trees first, and then explore the ruins when the time is almost right. When Ning has set up an area at the location of the underwater ruins, ordinary players cannot enter the area strictly guarded by robots. It is very appropriate to let them help dig some common mines and earn contribution points. The same is true in the secret realm. The map is larger than the underwater ruins. Several territories have been chopping wood for several days without stopping for 24 hours, but they have only consumed less than 1/10 of the ironwood. At this mining speed, even if there are thousands of players, it will probably take 10 days or half a month. When Ning has no idea of controlling it. She only has 2 months to live, so of course she will chop as fast as she can. Anyway, the warehouse is basically empty after the sub-territory is upgraded to level 4. There is no need to worry about not having a place to put it. When Ning used the remaining materials to directly upgrade the territory to level 4, and then laid out the territory of light according to the layout of the territory of light. Farms, ranches, restaurants and car factories are all available. The next step is to wait for the territory to be successfully upgraded, and then expand a wave of players. Then you can start building the underwater territory. After a series of operations, the basic materials and survival points prepared in the backpack have all run out. Fortunately, there are players who continue to provide when Ning with them. Players who mine in the underwater ruins must hand over the ore to the territory if they want to exchange contribution points. If you want to keep it for your own use, you must hand in at least 60%. The rest is yours. After a few days of ruins exploration, many ruins or secret realms around the world have been occupied by players. Every morning when I wake up, I can receive a lot of system prompts. Therefore, the types of ores on the market, including precious materials such as ironwood, have long been flying all over the sky. When Ning doesn't have to worry about the ore flowing out. The most important thing about the treasure pavilion is technology, the ability of lion iron to process ore, and the ability of Baigu to brew wine. It is Inbu's ability to build cars, and her way of making crystal weapons. Players have plenty of places to get materials, and as long as they can't handle them, they will eventually flow to Wen Ning. However, Wen Ning is in a dilemma now, that is, to upgrade the sub-territory to level 4 in one go, including building construction and upgrades. The balance of survival points is less than 10 million. Although it seems a lot, it is not enough to buy 2 high-energy particle blades for Mira. But everything Wen Ning has been put into the territory contribution shop. How about opening a survival point exchange contribution value? This idea is good. She now has so many players, and each person contributes 1,000 a day, which is also several million. Wen Ning did what he said, and immediately issued a notice. Territory Channel. Guangming Territory has a limited time survival points exchange contribution value activity. In order for everyone to experience the new equipment of the territory as soon as possible, the survival points exchange contribution value activity has been opened. Territory Channel. Please go to the task guide in the task hall to check the specific exchange method. The exchange ratio is 10:1, and the daily upper limit for no one is 10,000 survival points. Territory Channel. Survival points exchange contribution value and other ways to obtain contribution value do not conflict. In order to balance the strength gap between players, Wen Ning decided to set a limit. Otherwise, a local tyrant suddenly appeared and exchanged all the things. Then she lost a lot of money. These things can be auctioned at several times the price. Not only Guangming Territory, Wen Ning also sent this message to the remaining sub-territories. They have not paid the price of Wen Ning's weapons. These collected survival points can be used to pay off debts. The 4 major territories launched such activities at the same time, and many old players were eligible to exchange some things at once. For example, advanced healing potions only require 10,000 contribution points. Many players with hidden illnesses redeem this as soon as they have enough contribution points. After joining the Treasure Pavilion, the territory gives players a great sense of security, and they are no longer just getting by. Therefore, the player's survival consciousness has exploded to the maximum. From wanting to live, they want to live a quality life and want to live better. Wen Ning received a lot of survival points in an instant. While she was immersed in the joy of gaining survival points, she found someone calling her in the Territory Channel. Wen Ning clicked it and took a look. Territory Channel. Zhang Daodu. Lord. I caught a living alien. What should I do? Living alien? Chapter 446. Territory Channel. Aliens? Are you sure it's not a citizen of the Bright Territory that has escaped? Leader Channel. I don't know. It has a goat's head, but it can speak human language. The weird thing is that I can actually understand it. Territory Channel. Oh my god. Is it the language system that the system updated last time? Territory Channel. I think so. The Lord doesn't allow killing aliens. Bring them back. Where's the Lord? Come out and say something. Wen Ning quickly spoke on the channel. Territory Channel. Wen Ning, Zhang Daodu, you take the people to the gate of the Bright Territory first. Territory Channel. Zhang Daodu. Okay. As he was talking, Wen Ning had already appeared at the gate of the Bright Territory and found Mira. System, is there any way to distinguish the good and evil of orcs? Wen Ning hoped to use the system to filter out a group of citizens. The system responded quickly. No, Wen Ning. Well, then I can only rely on myself. Mira was quite curious. A new alien race came again. The two discussed how to manage this uncertain alien race. While they were talking, Zhang Daodu had already brought the alien race to the gate. Walking over the moat, there were ferocious mutant piranhas under his feet. They flew out from time to time. Zhang Daodu's legs were a little weak, especially when he just appeared and the turrets on the city wall were aimed at him. His heart skipped a few beats, and it took him a long time to recover. When he walked down the bridge and stepped on the solid ground, he stumbled and almost fell directly. Zhang Daodu used all his strength to avoid embarrassing himself in front of Wen Ning and Mira. He brought the goat tribe with him to Wen Ning. Lord, I've brought the people. Zhang Daodu was still a little reserved. He had just joined the Territory of Light yesterday, and it was his first time to have close contact with Wen Ning. Wen Ning glanced at Zhang Daodu's expression, and put on his usual gentle smile. Hello, I'm the Lord of the Territory of Light. Are you interested in joining my territory? Ding! Dicey, the goat tribe, has an initial favorability of 50 for the player. Well, the basic information is in hand. Dicey understood what Wen Ning said. He accidentally fell in through the time and space channel. He was fleeing on the original continent. After coming to this strange world, he finally found a forest and ate grass in it. As a result, he was inexplicably taken away by a human, and then brought to this majestic castle. This city lord seemed to be a good person. He was used to fleeing famine. As long as he had a bite to eat, and a place to live. Even if he was asked to do hard labor, it would be fine. So Dias asked a very simple question. If you join, will food and accommodation be provided? Wen Ning's indifferent smile deepened, and he said immediately, Yes, of course, as long as you work hard, you will have a car and a house. Mira spoke happily at this time. Welcome to join the Bright Territory family. Please follow me. Mira will take you to check in. Zhang Daodu saw the electronic flying egg next to Wen Ning suddenly speak. His chin slowly opened until an egg could be stuffed in. Wen Ning handed Zhang Daodu a card. Zhang Daodu took it mechanically. Go to the mission hall to exchange contribution points. Thank you for your help. Zhang Daodu scratched his head and turned his face away. Lord, what are you talking about? This is what I should do as a member of the Territory of Light. By the way, if there are any foreign races next, can they be brought here? Wen Ning was silent for a while and nodded. Yes, all of them can be sent here, provided that they are willing and cannot be abducted or forced in any way. I know, of course I know this, then it's okay, I leave first, Lord. Go ahead. Zhang Daodu walked out holding the card, and suddenly turned back to Wen Ning and said, Lord, the pie you just painted for that goat is a bit too big. Wen Ning waved his hand and said nothing. How do you know I was painting a pie? Who said this pie will not come true? Zhang Daodu first returned to the territory and found the place to exchange contribution points in the mission hall. Sent the card in, and then the value on his account changed. Congratulations to player Zhang Daodu for getting the contribution value of the Territory of Light *100. Zhang Daodu couldn't help but jump 3 feet high. He only got 2 contribution values for cutting down an ironwood tree, but he could get 100 contribution values for pulling an alien into the Territory of Light. Hey brother. What card did you insert? What 100? The players who were taking the quests around him surrounded Zhang Daodu and asked him what happened. Zhang Daodu would not tell anyone about this good thing. Shaking his head, grinning, waving his hands, he broke away from the encirclement and ran out of the territory. He remembered that he had just picked up the goat man in the morning forest. Hurry up and pick up a few more while no one knows. Is this an alien? This is clearly walking money. 1 alien is worth 50 ironwoods. This, nothing. Why is he running? TSK, why don't you tell us the way to make money? Is it that serious? Fuck? A player suddenly screamed, then ran away and disappeared in an instant. Fuck. Look at the territory channel. A player shouted loudly. The rest of the players opened the territory channel one after another. The top message read, Player Zhang Daodu successfully rescued a wandering alien into the bright territory and received a territory contribution value reward *100. There were exclamations one after another. What's there to not understand? The one who just shouted 100 must be Zhang Daodu. Almost everyone in the territory moved. Who would cut wood with such a good thing? The players spread out like a big net to find the aliens, who were alone in the wasteland. After a whole day, they actually found some. Because aliens and players could approach at any time, Wen Ning simply turned off the front territory turret function. He sent out security drones for continuous patrols. He also selected a team from the awakened war robots and stationed them directly at the gate of the territory. He posted a notice for the bright territory to recruit people. Every time a player brought an alien, the war robot would explain the rules for joining the bright territory. If you agree, you can enter and become a temporary resident. After entering, you can leave at any time. However, if you do not become a formal resident within 5 days after staying, you will be expelled. When Zhang Daodu brought 2 aliens to the city gate again, he found that Wen Ning had disappeared. Instead, there was the flying egg and several tall and mighty guard robots with real guns and live ammunition. Before the aliens enter the territory, they will also be scanned for viruses. Zhang Daodu received another card and left happily with it. The 2 players behind him hurriedly followed. Brother Zhang, where did you find so many aliens? Can you lead us? Zhang Daodu glanced at the 2 players. It's too late today. I have to go explore the ruins. Let's do it tomorrow. Chapter 447. After Wen Ning discovered that there were wild aliens on the Wasteland continent, he began to let Lin Zheng and his team build alien territories. In order to expand faster, under the guidance of Wen Ning, they built commercial alien territories. They wanted to follow Wen Ning's old route and attract territory merchants to settle in, so that they could give more skilled citizens. Like Wen Ning, Lin Zheng, Lu Shi and Zhao Wu all chose to build alien territories around their own territories. Convenient for interaction. Bright territory. The new citizens were arranged in a new residential building. Because there are fewer people now, they can choose their favorite residence to live in. Deus of the Goat tribe and Willy of the Mole tribe became neighbors. After the territory guide robot explained how to use all the furniture in the house, Deus stood there in a daze. Just now the robot said, "This room has electricity?" He looked around the room. It was daytime now. Even without lights, the sunlight could illuminate the whole room clearly. But Deus still came to the door and pressed a square switch. Click. The energy-saving lamp above his head lit up instantly. It was a very simple style round, but it emitted a dazzling light. The sun! This is the sun! Deus knelt on the ground instantly. In his tribe, disrespecting the sun would bring disaster. Sun god, spare me, I didn't mean to offend. But, Deus looked up in confusion and looked at the lit light. Why didn't I get punished for looking directly at the sun? In their tribe, if you look directly at the sun, your eyes will be burned, and it will take a long time to recover. And you will keep crying. The old patriarch said that this is a warning from the sun god to them, and they must not blaspheme the gods. But Deus looked for a long time, and he did not appear in the tribe. The soft light sprinkled on him, as if it only played the role of a bright light, and had no other effect. Deus slowly got up and touched the switch. Click. With a sound, the light disappeared. Hey! Deus was puzzled, with a smile on his face, and then turned on the light with a click. Hey! It's really interesting. This little thing can actually control the sun. Deus was like a child who found a new toy, turning it on and off. The room was flickering, but Deus was having a lot of fun alone. Suddenly, Deus found that the room next door was also flickering. The lights in the two rooms were flickering very rhythmically. Deus curiously poked his head out and met Willie's eyes. Both of them blushed at the same time. Deus stopped and introduced himself first. Hello, my name is Deus, I'm from. I just moved in here. Deus hesitated when he mentioned his hometown, then smiled bitterly and skipped it. His hometown seemed to have disappeared a long time ago, otherwise he would not have become a wanderer. Willie of the Mole tribe nodded and responded. My name is Willie, I wandered here. This planet is really amazing. Deus' eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect Willie to be a wanderer too. The two orcs with similar fates came together in an instant. After chatting for a long time, Deus understood. Those who live here just moved in today. The civilization where Mole Willie lives is similar to Deus. They are still in the Stone Age, so the two are very curious about this lamp. Willie also became energetic. He said to Deus, in this case, let's act together in the future. The rules here are different from our hometown. In the future, the two of us will take care of each other. Deus hasn't made friends for a long time, so of course he won't refuse this proposal. So the two of them simply packed up and wandered around the territory. I heard that we will go to school tomorrow. Yes, the robot also told us not to be late. Deus was a little distressed. He went to the village school in their tribe. The tribe leader taught them to read and learn some simple arithmetic. But Deus is not cut out for this. He has been in a daze for so many years, and now he has to go to school again. It's really a torture. There is no way. If we don't go to school and get the third grade graduation certificate, we won't be able to take on missions and make money, and we will be kicked out. Deus has come into contact with many things today, especially after entering the Bright Territory. The only impression left is that people live and work here in peace and contentment. There is no war, and it is a place where people can live in peace and stability for a long time. In addition, the robot said that he has a small house of his own. This house is very solid, completely different from the straw huts in the tribe. He is absolutely unwilling to leave. How can someone who has seen Neon return to a dark and wandering life? So Deus and Willie encouraged each other to learn the third grade curriculum as soon as possible. Stay here. The two were strolling in the territory, and when they were strolling, they saw a group of orcs crowded in a street corner. Curiosity drove them to walk up and look at what was happening. They saw a tall lion man holding a new card in the crowd. There were envious voices all around, and the two listened for a long time before they understood that this lion man had also moved. Congratulations, Master Tai, you are the first one to buy a house in the territory. This house is at least 3 times bigger than mine. There are 2 rooms for beds. Tai stood in the middle and smiled shyly. Oh, everyone stop talking. Isn't it because I'm going to marry Lily? How can I raise a little lion man without a big house? That's the truth. If you work hard, you can buy one in the future. Willie was confused, and he curiously asked a cat man next to him. Don't you already have a house? Why do you want to buy another one? The cat man turned his head and saw Willie, and his expression was obviously stunned. But he remembered that there were many new faces in the territory today. So he let down his guard. He kindly explained. The houses you are assigned when you first come in are all single dormitories. When you become a regular employee, you can work in the territory to earn contribution points, and the contribution points can be used to exchange for a big house. Willie seemed to understand, but he still didn't understand why he was obsessed with a big house when a house was enough to live in. Daisy understood that in their tribe, marrying a wife also requires a house, and the girl will be with you. You have built a small family, which means that you have grown up and can stand on your own. Orcs who have established a family will have more say in the tribe. He didn't expect that he could buy a house here, looking at the house behind Shirtai. The layout and exterior walls are much better than their gray single dormitory. An idea suddenly came to Daisy's mind. He also wants to buy a house of his own here. Chapter 448. Wasteland calendar March 3rd, mild season, 8 o'clock sunny. Today is the day for the new residents of the Bright Territory to enter the kindergarten class. Early in the morning, many orcs were waiting at the school gate. Among them, the Grey Wolf tribe accounted for 90%, and wild aliens like Willie and Dias were trying to make their presence felt in the cracks. As a new student, the first class was of course taught by Wen Ning. In the holographic classroom, all the orcs sat in their seats stiffly and uncomfortably. There was basically no whispering, because the Bright Territory had a strict system, and they really didn't have much time to study for exams. After experiencing the good of the Bright Territory yesterday, they were asked to leave this place. These residents were definitely unwilling to do so. The moment Wen Ning walked in, everyone was silent. Wen Ning came to the classroom where Enview was. Then she skillfully turned on the holographic projection. She suddenly appeared in another classroom. Willie and Dias were deskmates. They were shocked when they saw a human suddenly appear. Willie almost fell off his seat. Lord! Willie, sit down! Dias pulled him and asked him to sit down quickly. Although Dias was actually frightened by this sudden appearance. But because he knew Wen Ning's identity, he was not too scared. Willie quickly grabbed Dias's clothes and sat down. Only then did he realize that there were only a few aliens in the classroom who came in later. All the students were very calm, as if they were accustomed to this situation. The Grey Wolf people are interstellar people, and the projection technology in the Alliance is very advanced. Wen Ning's simple holographic projection was child's play for them. It would be fine if Enview could make a simple projector on the spot. Wen Ning started today's class under the gaze of several orcs, who couldn't hold back their mouths. First of all, welcome everyone to the kindergarten of the Bright Territory. There are exams for the kindergarten every day. Students who pass the exams can enter the senior grades tomorrow. If you pass the 3rd grade graduation exam, you can become a formal citizen of the Bright Territory. Then, you can start a new life in the Territory Mission Hall. Today is the first time we meet, and I will tell you a few short stories. Kindergarten tells fables as usual. After entering the 3rd grade, Wen Ning will start telling the story of the 108 heroes. This kind of cultural communication attracts students to study in the senior grades. The holographic projection projects Wen Ning's figure in the center of the podium. Under the incandescent light, Wen Ning stands tall and graceful, with one hand behind her back, and the whole person reveals the atmosphere of a teacher. The speech was clear, and with the help of the system, it would be translated into the official language of each alien race. She was elegant and calm, and the whole person shone brightly on the podium. And she shone in the hearts of every alien orc. The class passed very quickly until the end of the get out of class, and when Ning's figure disappeared, many orcs slowly came back to their senses. Many orcs were still immersed in the scene described by Wen Ning until another teacher walked in. The people were surprised to find that it was another human. Ding! The alien race's favorability towards you decreased by 10. Ding! The alien race's favorability towards you increased by 10. Close the prompt. The human teacher wearing reading glasses on the podium, Zendrui, muttered in his heart. Although he had prepared himself mentally before coming. But when he entered the territory of light, and saw the orcs all over the territory, Zendrui's heart still received a big shock. Along the way, he heard a lot of people's favorability rising and falling. At first, he was still thinking about research, but now he stood on the podium, in order to prevent distraction. He turned off the system prompt, cleared his throat and looked at the orcs, who were looking at him in unison under the stage, with human bodies and animal heads. It was weird no matter how he looked at it. Zendrui clenched his fists. Everything is for humans. He trembled and spoke. Hello. Everyone, I am your biology teacher. Zendrui. After Zendrui introduced himself, he didn't say anything nonsense, and went straight into the course. I don't know if it was because he hadn't been to class for so many years, or because the identity of the students under the stage was too special. Zendrui had a hard time in this class, but fortunately, he got back to his state in the second half of the class. The orcs below were also gradually attracted by him. When Ning stood at the window of the classroom, watching Teacher Xi and Darui talking freely, there was sympathy and gloating in his eyes. Haha, Teacher Xi has been teaching in a higher education institution for many years, but he never thought that one day he would teach aliens in the Wasteland. These students are not as easy to teach as human students. The problem is that Teacher Xi is honestly worried that he will not teach well, and then these werewolves will rush up and throw him out. Fortunately, he has rich experience, and when giving examples, he imitates Wen-Ning and replaces the protagonist with an orc. As a result, the favorability of several orcs has risen sharply. By the end of this class, one orc's favorability had exceeded 50. This was without the orc's favorability bonus. Wen-Ning was really impressed. After this class, there was math class. Wen-Ning had already greeted another teacher. I hope he can perform as perfectly as Teacher Xi. Yes, Wen-Ning's purpose of taking in these scientists was to let them teach the new aliens. Orcs are very simple, they will believe those who tell them the truth and answer their doubts. So it is the best choice to let these well-educated scientists guide these aliens. You had this idea at the beginning, but you didn't expect Teacher Xi to bring 6 at once. Even if they have no memory, it doesn't matter. It is enough to teach these aliens with their knowledge. And it can also change the hatred of aliens towards humans from a subtle way. Her idea is to let Teacher Xi and the other 6 teachers teach in the territory first, and return to the sub-territory at night. When the favorability is almost up, I will move here directly. Serve as a high school and university teacher. Of course, Wen-Ning also took their safety into consideration. As a reward, she gave each teacher a war robot. This is why Xi insisted on coming to class even though he was scared to death. They are old friends. They can't compete with players in terms of force, and they don't have the strength to compete in intelligence. Of course, it is impossible to refuse this deal to have a war robot by their side. Moreover, the rules of the Bright Territory School are strict. If you don't respect the teacher, you will be kicked out of the territory and never allowed to enter again. This is why these aliens, who obviously hate these new teachers very much, dare not skip classes. They dare not get angry, and have to listen carefully. Everything is because Wen-Ning has grasped their weaknesses. Chapter 449. Teachers, how are the students of our Bright Territory? Are they well behaved? The Bright Territory cafeteria. Zindrui and his companions were eating the food provided by the territory, and they looked at the long lines of people waiting to get food, all of whom were aliens. The orcs looked at the people at this table with strange eyes. Because Wen-Ning was there, they did not show any unfriendly expressions. The Lord still had a lot of face. Because Wen-Ning had instilled in them the idea that humans should not be killed with one stick. And they were able to have a good life now, because of Wen-Ning, a human. Unknowingly, the hatred of the people of the Bright Territory towards humans has been greatly improved under Wen-Ning's management. After dinner, Wen-Ning led a few teachers to stroll around the territory. There were still 2 classes in the afternoon. Normally, teachers who had no classes could leave the Bright Territory. But several teachers wanted to get familiar with and integrate into this alien atmosphere as soon as possible. No one asked to leave, they all wanted to make themselves known here. Wen-Ning was happy to do so. Walking onto the street, Blue's eyes drifted to a corner. There was a yahui flower about to bloom. He had never seen this strange plant before. He glanced at Wen-Ning and approached curiously. Lord, what kind of plant is this? Another agronomist looked in the direction of the voice and immediately became interested. The 2 stared at the plant flashing blue fluorescence in front of them, and couldn't help but want to touch its leaves. They were immediately warned by the gardener robot next to them. Warning! Residents are not allowed to get close to yahui flowers. Please step back. The piercing alarm attracted the nearby patrol robots. Blue raised his hands instantly. He was abrupt. This flower was unusual. But the guard robots of the Bright Territory came too quickly. Wen-Ning stepped forward and ordered calmly. It's okay. Don't worry about what happened here. With Wen-Ning's permission, the guards immediately retreated and continued patrolling. The gardener robot also retracted its hand. This is called yahui flower, a sacred object of the lion people. Planting it in the wasteland can improve soil conditions. My farm has been completely transformed, and now they are transforming the flower beds on the street. Blue swallowed subconsciously. Oh my god, he didn't hear it wrong, changing the soil conditions of the wasteland. The 2 agronomists looked at each other, and saw excitement and strong interest in each other's eyes. Lord, we have an unwelcome request. Wen-Ning could probably guess what they wanted to say, but he still listened patiently. We hope to stay in the Bright Territory and study this plant in addition to teaching. Blue's eyes were burning. Another agronomist immediately added. We don't need to be paid, as long as we can study your farm. We promise that we will never maliciously destroy any plant. Wen-Ning smiled at the 2 people. This was exactly what she wanted. She was worried that there was no way to reproduce the yahui flower in large quantities. 2 months might not be enough to plant the yahui flower all over the territory. Not to mention changing the environment of the entire continent. It's possible, but can you get used to life in the bright territory? After all, many alien races come in every day, and they have some prejudice against humans to a certain extent. Blue patted his chest and said, "Don't be afraid, as long as I can study this plant, I don't care even if it dies." Wen Ning thought, "You don't care, but I do." In the end, Wen Ning paid the robot to the 2 agronomists, on the condition that no matter what they researched, the results and benefits would belong to Wen Ning. She also agreed that the 2 would move their shelter to the door of the farm, and handed over some useful research equipment in the territory to the 2. For example, test tubes, centrifuges, microscopes, etc. Wen Ning was glad that the messy things in the boxes she opened were not all exchanged for survival points. Now it seems that no matter what is opened in the box, it is useful. The conditions she offered were very tempting, and really trapped the hearts of the 2 agronomists. Then, Wen Ning. He used the mutant bees and the ranch to trap teacher Xi and Darui. The remaining teachers were not interested for the time being, so Wen Ning was not in a hurry, as there was a long time to come. In the afternoon, several teachers went to class. Wen Ning also had time to do his own things. The sub-territory would be built in 2 days, and there were no extra spaces for players for the time being. However, after 2 days of contribution value exchange, plus the return of other sub-territories to himself, Wen Ning now has a lot of survival points. It's time to build an underwater territory. It will be built in the middle of her 7 mineral veins, completely controlling the underwater resources in her hands. However, Wen Ning was entangled between the alien and human territories. Finally, it was decided to build an alien underwater territory. The first is that the human sub-territory has just been established and is still expanding, and the number of players is actually quite large. The second is that players are unwilling to stay in the underwater territory for a long time. In addition, Wen Ning has not explored this ocean much. In addition to the sea monsters he encountered at the beginning, there are also those fish-headed monsters and lizard monsters. Who says there are no other friendly races in the sea? Perhaps they don't appear because there is no place suitable for them to survive here. After the location was decided, Wen Ning synthesized all the waterproof ores in the warehouse into a foundation. Took it to the underwater ruins. At the original entrance of the underwater ruins, Wen Ning opened the map, with the blessing of Huzi's active skills. In front of him was a seabed beach, with no view obstructed except for the coral reefs. And behind him, on both sides, there were endless seabed mineral veins. This location is very suitable for building a territory. Wen Ning took out all the waterproof foundations, and pieced them together into a rectangle. Each piece occupies 1 square meter. The water repellent ore in Wen Ning's hand can be pieced together to form a rectangle. Wen Ning took out the Lord's order and started. "Player Wen Ning, you will build a territory on the seabed, are you sure?" "Yes." "Construction successful. Please place your foundation." The system prompt actually shows that you can build a territory anywhere, but when building on unconventional terrain, you need to place the foundation yourself. If Wen Ning takes out the foundation on land, it can also be successful, but whether it can survive is not the system's business. The player's foundation is a water-repellent foundation, which can be placed. After the placement is completed, a water-repellent barrier will be formed. At that time, this territory can survive both marine and land creatures. Chapter 450. Please select the territory camp. Camp 1, Human Camp. Selecting this camp will default to accepting humans as subjects, and hostile aliens will have no favorability towards humans in the human camp territory. Camp 2, Neutral Camp. Selecting this camp will make the territory neutral, and neither humans nor aliens will have a favorability bonus. Camp 3, Alien Camp. This camp will gain 50% favorability from aliens, and accepting humans as subjects may reduce the favorability of alien subjects. Wen Ning took a look and found that the explanation of the 3 camps had changed after the update, breaking the original rule that human and alien territories could not accept each other. This was also a secret reminder to players that the game at this stage was no longer a life and death ending. Wen Ning skillfully selected the alien territory, and then selected the commercial nature. The alien merchants that could be refreshed here were probably those underwater creatures. Wen Ning was still looking forward to mermaids and the like. Confirm your choice? Confirm. As Wen Ning finished speaking, the seafloor in front of him made a rumbling sound, and some uneven coral reefs were cleared by the system in the place where Wen Ning chose. The surrounding coral reefs also automatically retreated from this area. Wen Ning stood at the entrance of the ruins mine, and felt the earthquake on the seafloor. Then, a flat giant foundation appeared. It fit perfectly into the reserved place, and closed with the surrounding coral reefs. Soon, Ning received some rules of the seabed territory. Although this is an underwater ruin, the function of the waterproof barrier is that it allows terrestrial creatures such as humans to obtain oxygen. It can also allow marine creatures such as murlocs to obtain oxygen. This is very magical. And murlocs still retain their swimming skills. Ning also needs to build some pillars on the foundation of the territory. Residential residences are attached to these pillars. Ground buildings can also be built. It doesn't matter what kind of alien race will come at that time. The diversity of functions makes Ning amazed. Ning's eyes are fixed on the foundation in front of her. From the edges of the foundations around, another layer of blue barriers gradually rises. She feels that the entire territory is closed by the barrier, and the originally suffocating environment becomes bright. There is a thought in her mind reminding her. She can breathe freely in it. Ning's eyes are shining, and she only sees that the moment the barrier is closed upwards, the barrier near her side automatically extends a passage and connects to her front. Eager to try, Ning takes this step. The whole person enters the transparent passage from the entrance of the mine. It was like a glass plank road on the seabed, with fish swimming around and passing by her quickly. Sometimes they would stay by her side. Ning was shocked. This was what the system said: the territory would automatically become invisible. These fish acted as if she didn't exist. They really weren't affected at all, slowly walking towards the foundation of the seabed territory the moment she stepped in. Ning felt like she had penetrated a thin barrier. Then the whole space opened up. It was just that the environment was a little dark. Ning looked up and saw that this was already the bottom of the sea, and no sunlight could penetrate at all. With a flip of his palm, a pearl lamp appeared in his hand. The whole territory was instantly bright. Ning looked left and right, and liked it more and more. This territory is a full 7,000 square meters. It can accommodate a lot of buildings. Ning remembered the cave hut on the territory panel. He simply divided the territory into two halves, one for the aliens living on the ground, and the other for the aliens who like cave huts. Build one of each first. A residential building can accommodate up to 150 people of the same kind, and like the light, the territory, they are all single dormitories. Ning arranged the school, canteen, store, and mission hall and other buildings. Then equipped the corresponding robot positions. The robot teachers, who used to teach in the light territory, now have a place to use. The teachers above are replaced by real people, and they can continue to tutor the seabed. It's just that the light problem is not easy to solve. The sun can't shine in, so Ning has to put pearl lamps in every corner. Fixed with lamp posts, first placed a circle at the edge of the territory. The entire territory instantly became much brighter. Originally, only a range of about 30 meters could be seen, but now the entire territory could be seen clearly. Although it was only the bottom layer. Just as Ning was thinking about countermeasures, the territory barrier suddenly flashed. A gentle light suddenly lit up above his head. Ning looked up, with surprise in his eyes. System, what's going on? One of the functions of the waterproof barrier is to absorb the light energy inside the territory, radiate it to the entire barrier, and then project it into the territory. Oh my! It's perfect! Thank you for the compliment. The system assumed that Ning was complimenting him, because this function was implemented by the system. Ning didn't care whether he was narcissistic or not, this function directly solved her biggest worry. The territory is bright and spacious. The waterproof barrier absorbs the light of the pearl lamp and radiates it back to the entire territory. And the light of the pearl lamp is endless and inexhaustible. This means that the entire territory is not short of light. How could this not surprise Ning? System, this territory is called the Pearl Territory. It's glittering, just like a pearl. Ning happily made the decision. Finally, after inspecting the entire territory, he suddenly thought of a question. System, how do I upgrade this territory? The player prepares the corresponding number of waterproof foundations, and then it will be the same as upgrading the bright territory, without any additional conditions. Ning calculated that a level 2 territory can open up an area of 30 acres. The amount of waterproof foundation that needs to be added is twice the current amount, and it must be converted into waterproof ore. At the current speed of 001, it will take at least 3 days. During this period, I hope to collect a wave of marine aliens. If I can't, Ning may have to consider not upgrading this territory for the time being. Write the plan into his death notebook. Then he inspected it, and found no buildings that were missed, so Ning planned to leave here. Because the teleportation array has not been built yet, Wen Ning can only go back through the passage he just walked into. In this passage, Wen Ning is like stepping on the soft sea water in midair. Although it is novel, it is also a bit frightening. Wen Ning landed smoothly and looked back at the Pearl territory. Walked towards the exit. While walking, he suddenly received a private message from Lin Han. Private message channel. Lin Yin, Lord. Someone is trying to steal our ruins boss. Private message channel. Lin Yin. Lin Han is inside the ruins. More than half of our team has died. One player desperately ran out to tip off the enemy. Chapter 451. Wen Ning received this message and frowned. Private chat channel. Coordinates? Lin Yin had already sent the coordinates, but Wen Ning was not sure whether he could enter the same map. At this time, Lin Yin sent another message. Private chat channel. Lin Yin, Lord, don't worry that it is not the same map. The map will be locked when the ruins boss appears. The other party's territory has been madly entering. Private chat channel. Our people entered the same map, but we couldn't contact Lin Han and were sniped at the entrance, with heavy casualties. Wen Ning opened the map immediately after hearing it, and found that the coordinates were near the severe cold forest. So he immediately returned to the territory and rushed to the coordinates. Lin Han said, Private chat channel. The boss is not important. The other party is likely to come for the territory players. I will be there soon. Private chat channel. Lin Yin, got it. Inside the city ruins. Lin Han suddenly spit out another mouthful of blood and hid behind the bunker to send a message to Wen Ning. The player next to him was suddenly killed by the sniper on the opposite side. Lin Han took a look, and a burst of despair surged in his eyes. He didn't know how long he could hold on. He hoped that the players he sent out would successfully escape, so that he could still be saved. The players who came to support from Yan'an territory were basically blocked at the entrance. And if they didn't open the second exit coordinate, the players would only appear from that coordinate. Lin Yin and Lin Zheng were both leading people to rush here desperately. Lin Han looked at the opposite side, and a group of foreign players were already gathering and rushing forward. Haha, you're going to kill me so easily. Dwarf bomb explode. Boom. Congratulations on killing player Bieber. Congratulations on killing player Eli. More than a dozen players were killed in an instant. Broken hands and feet were flying everywhere. Screams were heard in an instant, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. On the street, several dilapidated cars were parked randomly. The players who rushed up were killed by the dwarf bombs, and the players who were not affected by the shockwave quickly retreated behind the bunker. Looking at the screaming players, they turned their heads away reluctantly. It's not that they can't save them, but they don't dare to save them. The sky was foggy. There were less than 10 players left around Lin Han, and they were all injured to varying degrees. Everyone took advantage of this gap to bandage each other and treat their wounds. Lin Han calculated that the enemy had rushed up 3 times using the human wave tactic. He still had 2 dwarf bombs that he had not detonated. There was no stock left in his backpack. The enemy's sniper was at a high point. They were behind the sentry box at the intersection and several scrapped cars. There was no chance to escape. Brother Han, will we? Lin Han smiled bitterly, and then glanced at the players behind him. I'm not at a loss. I've killed almost 100 people. It's enough to take the blame. I hope those players can escape and tip off, so that someone can come to rescue us. The trading panel, chat channel, and friend panel cannot be opened in the ruins. So they don't know whether those players are dead or not. There is no way to know whether any players come to rescue them. Damn it, these foreign players are just like they don't care about their lives. They are rushing forward even if they step on bombs. Lin Han looked at the position of the sniper behind him in embarrassment. His eyes were a little vicious. If there weren't 2 snipers who locked their positions crosswise, they wouldn't be so passive. Bang! Thinking of this, another bullet flew over, and the player immediately squatted down alertly. The bullet hit the car's fuel tank, but fortunately it didn't penetrate. Shh, don't make a sound, it's coming. Lin Han sensitively felt the different smell in the air. The players immediately covered their mouths and noses, put on gas masks, and reduced their activities. The sniper on the tall building in the distance also found something wrong. A monster appeared in the sniper's scope. The whole body was made of metal and mechanically connected joints. But it had a beast head and looked like a giant mantis. Electric arcs flashed on the 2 hand blades. It rushed straight to the screaming street. A player retreated in fear from the player crawling towards him. At this moment, a green creature fell from the sky. 2 clicks of the knife took away both players. Ah! After a short scream, the corner returned to peace. This is the boss in this relic. After Lin Han and others found it, they fought for a while, and then this group of EU players attacked from behind. Lin Han used the characteristics of this mantis and the hatred value to get rid of the pursuit. But he was locked in his position by the sniper, who came from the other side. He could only rely on the dwarf bomb to delay time. Every time these EU players rushed up, Lin Han launched a bomb unexpectedly. Then, not long after, the mantis monster will be attracted by the smell of blood. After harvesting the injured players on the scene, it left. After a few rounds, Lin Han had figured out the characteristics of this mantis monster. It is sensitive to sound, and the explosion sound is one of the reasons that attracted it. There is also the smell of blood. So Lin Han and his team quickly treated the wounds and sprayed alcohol around the position to cover up their smell. But these foreign players rushed forward as if they were risking their lives. Even if they were harvested by the mantis, they would not hesitate. Lin Han really didn't understand. And the other side was a constant stream of players. He killed more than 100, and the other side only took 10 minutes to quickly gather dozens of players again. Too scary. At this time, his eyes were red, watching the mantis monster harvest through the gap. I just hope these people can fight this boss. On the other side, EU players. Rossi, should we deal with the boss first? If this goes on, all our people will die. Rossi looked at the opposite side with a dark look. Most of the players he brought in died in the first wave. The reason why he was able to launch a charge later was because these players were all recruited by his people in the territory. Today, he would kill the other side even if he used the human wave tactic. By then, pets, robots, vehicles, and weapons would all be his. Yes, Rossi and Lin Han did meet by chance. At that time, he saw Lin Han and his group attacking the boss. The weapons in the hands of those players were obviously produced by the treasure pavilion. The most powerful player was holding a crystal blade, and there were war robots and pets beside him. Rossi had an idea at that time, and wanted to do a mantis catching a cicada while the Oriole was behind. So he defended the exit position, and sent people to retreat to the EU territory to shout. What he said was that the location of the Lord of the Treasure Pavilion was discovered. Jones and Jack immediately sent players to help. When the players arrived, he fooled them again, and the loot dropped by the players, who had just been lost, and Lin Han's team was placed on the street. It was impossible for these players not to be tempted. So every time they charged, Rossi achieved his goal. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to where Lin Han was hiding, there was madness in Ross's eyes. Chapter 452. When Ning appeared in front of Lin Yen. Lin Yen came up to him immediately. Behind him were Lu Shi, Su Luo, Zhao Nana, and Zhao Er. Everyone looked anxious and helpless. Lord. When Ning looked at his anxious face, and took out an armored off-road vehicle. Get in the car, and talk while walking. This kind of thing of blocking the copy, and surrounding the corpse, to attack the reinforcements, was the first time for everyone. But seeing Wen Ning was like seeing the backbone. There was no nonsense, and he got in the car neatly. The off-road vehicle started quickly, and drifted out of the territory. Lin Han and his team encountered a boss, and were suddenly attacked by a group of foreign players during the fight. The other side came prepared, not only equipped with snipers, but also organized players to block the door. One of our players escaped by chance and spread the news. Now more than 1,000 players have been organized to the coordinates of the ruins, but they dare not go in easily. I can see Lin Han's status here, he is still alive. Hearing this, Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. When she heard that only one player escaped, she had a guess in her mind. This player, I'm afraid the other side deliberately released it. Wen Ning said. Lin Yan suddenly realized. The other side is targeting. Lu Shi in the back row replied, of course it's targeting the entire treasure pavilion. Too disgusting. Zhao Er cursed. Wen Ning calmly analyzed, if this is the case, Lin Han should not die for a while. He is now a bait. As long as we have someone to rescue him, these players will not kill him. But if we don't save him, then this bait will be useless. You know what will happen. Lin Yan was silent for a while. He was so concerned that he didn't think of this. At this moment, he looked at Wen Ning anxiously. The word save, and don't save lingered in his mind. Then what should we do? She spoke cautiously, as if she was afraid that Wen Ning would give up on Lin Han. Crowds of players had already appeared in Wen Ning's sight, waiting outside the ruins. A sneer appeared on her lips. What should we do? Of course, we should crush them and get in. They can think like this because they want as many of our players as possible to get in. Now the equipment of the players in the entire treasure pavilion is a hot commodity in the eyes of everyone. It is only a matter of time before they are targeted. In that case, we should scare them and make them tremble when they hear the words Treasure Pavilion in the future. The eyes of Lu Shi, Su Luo, Zhao Nana and Zhao Er in the back row showed strong approval. Several territories jointly developed. These foreign players could not help themselves and used these despicable tricks. They wanted to send the Yin country players in one by one. Anyway, the map has been locked, and they will not lose anything in it. And they also took advantage of the fact that Yin country players valued friendship and knew that as long as Lin Han was not dead, there would definitely be players entering. When the time came, they would catch the turtle in the jar and get the equipment of the Yin country players without any effort. Really vicious. With a handsome drift, Wen Ning stopped the car. He opened the door and got out. Following behind him were several main members of the sub-territory. The players were scratching their heads at the scene, not knowing what to do. When they saw Wen Ning, their eyes lit up. Lord! Sister Wen! How do we fight this? This is really too much. Wen Ning looked at the mist of the ruins in front of him, and could vaguely see some light in it. This should be the light ball left after the player died. These people are really arrogant, and they don't even pick up the spoils. Still want to fish for law enforcement? The coordinates of the ruins are not unique. In other places, different coordinates of the ruins may correspond to the same map. With the opponent's behavior, even if the players in the treasure pavilion know that this is a trap and don't fall in, players from other places may also go in when they see good things. At that time, they can only give it away. Vicious, so vicious. The faces of the players around him were very ugly. The opponent was already prepared. Even if 1,000 of them rushed in at the same time, it would probably be in vain. Because the avatars of some players, who just rushed in, were completely gray. From time to time, gunshots and the roar of wild beasts were heard from inside. The weakness of the treasure pavilion is that this ruins map only unlocks this one entrance. The other party must have surrounded this place. Wen Ning didn't say much. On the way here, she had already thought of a way to get in. She took out a basket of walkie-talkies from her backpack. Each team, 10 people in a team, the team leader takes a walkie-talkie. The chat channel cannot be used inside the ruins, and the walkie-talkie method is not uncommon. There is no specific team formation rules, and the players on the scene have already formed a team. Lu Shi, Lin Yin, Su Luo, Zhao Er, and Zhao Nana each led a team. Then, everyone heard Wen Ning's arrangement. I go in first, and you can go in after receiving the signal to enter. Wen Ning's indifferent expression was as if he was saying that the weather was good today. Lord! You want to go in alone? That's absolutely not possible. Lin Yin and Lu Shi both objected. Wen Ning didn't say much, and directly summoned both puppet beasts. The sense of oppression came instantly. The Lanternfish King shook its tail, and a strong wind suddenly blew around the ruins. With Wen Ning's nonchalant expression, the players immediately stopped. This is fine. Sister Wen is awesome. Even if they didn't agree, Wen Ning wouldn't care about their opinions. Lin Han is her little brother, and this person must be saved. The people outside are all her subjects, and she won't allow them to die in vain with her around. She also has a shield on her body, so she can at least withstand the boss's attack. Wait, Wen Ning said coldly, then summoned 001 and 012 and stepped into the ruins. The players went from being shocked and worried at the beginning to being excited. Looking at Wen Ning's 2 puppet beasts and a row of robots, they began to worry about the foreign players inside. There were about 1,000 players gathered inside the ruins. They came from Jack's territory, Jones' territory, and Rossi's territory. This entrance had been completely surrounded by them. Their players came in from another coordinate. After entering, there were 2 options. One was to come here to snipe the treasure pavilion players, who came to support. The other was to go to the center of the city ruins, attack the remaining players, and attack the boss. Every territory wants to occupy this relic, and there are also selfish motives among small groups. So there are quite a few players heading for the boss of the relic. This relic contains a large amount of synthetic metals such as titanium alloy. Rossi even went on stage in person. He wanted to swallow all the resources of the relic, the boss, and the treasure pavilion. At the entrance, there were hundreds of players from Ross's territory alone, and he himself led the team to attack Lin Han. Now, these players guarding the entrance are arguing noisily about how to divide the spoils. The final decision reached was to wait for the players of Yin Country to send a few more waves. After they can't send, they will rely on their own abilities. They will grab as much as they can. Of course, killing each other is not impossible. In their hearts, interests are paramount anyway. Suddenly, several players who were staring at the entrance of the relic found that the teleportation array was flashing slightly. This is a signal that someone is coming in. Stop arguing. Someone is coming. Ha ha, they are here to deliver more equipment. Is it true that the owner of the treasure pavilion is trapped in this ruin? Why are these people so anxious? Don't underestimate the unity of the Yin people. As long as there is an administrator, they will come to rescue. They are really stupid. Ha ha, since there is no rescue, just leave the equipment behind. The previous waves of Yin players were basically wiped out as soon as they came in. So these EU players didn't have any expectations at all, just waiting for the other party to show their heads and kill them in seconds. But this time it seemed a little different. A solemn atmosphere suddenly filled the air. The players just thought that there were more players coming in this time. They didn't take it as a big deal. They were secretly happy that more equipment was delivered this time. Just as everyone was watching with bated breath and waiting. The space at the entrance of the ruins suddenly twisted. Then a huge black shadow appeared in the air. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Roar! A huge roar sounded. The players had no time to react, and their subconscious long-range attacks had already been thrown out. When Ning's shield was fully opened, and she was sitting on the back of the Lanternfish King, so these attacks did not hit her. Then the sea monster sonic attack was launched. The players present were attacked by the sharp sonic waves, and they squatted down with their heads in their hands in pain. Some players who were attacking turned their hands away, and the bombs were thrown directly into the crowd. Chapter 453. When Ning's shield was fully opened, and she sat on the back of the Lanternfish King, perfectly hiding behind the Lanternfish King. These attacks did not hit her. The moment the Lanternfish King appeared, the players were stunned, and their vision was filled with a huge body, and they could not see anything else. The sea monster that followed the Lanternfish King appeared under the belly of the Lanternfish King. As soon as a blue man with silver hair appeared, the murderous intent in his eyes was about to overflow. All the players frantically sounded the alarm in their minds, and subconsciously looked for cover to dodge. When Ning pursed her lips tightly, and there was no expression on her cold and delicate face. She glanced at the nearby players gently. The players found her in horror, opened their mouths wide, and did not make any sound. They were shocked by the sudden sound wave, and rolled on the ground with their heads in their hands. The surrounding players were also impacted at the same time. This sharp sound wave seemed to be able to penetrate their hearts, and draw out the most terrifying memories in their hearts. The players felt dizzy, and their brains seemed to explode. The whole person was under high pressure, and veins on his hands and neck bulged. The chest seemed to be filled with painful and resentful emotions, and the whole person was so depressed that he couldn't breathe. There was no way to avoid this kind of magic attack. The players were like fish on the shore, flapping and struggling, trying to get rid of this suffocating feeling. When Ning watched the pain of these players coldly, and waved his hand gently, 50 war robots flew out from behind and circled behind these players. Sniped the players, who came to support from other entrances. Then, when Ning used the drone to drop a lot of dwarf bombs, pushed back and detonated them all mercilessly. In the sharp sound waves of the siren piercing the eardrums, the players could not even hear the sound of the bomb explosion. But suddenly a white light appeared in front of their eyes, and the whole person was blown away. Then, they lost consciousness. Most of the people on the scene were killed or injured. When Ning asked the siren to stop and jumped off the Lanternfish King, the two killing weapons received when Ning's order, and went straight forward to harvest the lives of these EU players. And the place was filled with miserable screams, but when Ning turned a deaf ear to them, wherever the crystal blade in her hand went, no player would be left alive. The explosion behind her made her look even more cold and beautiful, and her face and hands were stained with the blood of the players. The players on the periphery finally came back to their senses from the sound wave attack, and then luckily escaped the bombing. Looking at the god of death walking in from the entrance, they felt that everything was over. They simply couldn't beat him. Wen Ning is the god of death. The invisible aura spread from Wen Ning, and a white tiger and two dragons suddenly appeared beside him. One of them spewed fire, and the other spewed icicles. The white tiger slapped a player to death with a single slap. The players no longer dared to come at anything and fled madly. In less than 5 minutes, Wen Ning entered, then used his ultimate move, and directly killed 1/3 of the players in the EU. The remaining players were injured, and all those who could move ran back. The huge Lanternfish King was like a protective beast, and when its tail slapped down, all the players turned into meat patties. The fleeing players encountered the robot army led by 001 and 012. The damage was even more severe. When Ning looked at the ruined entrance, then turned his head to look at the explosion coming from the street in the distance. The flame shot up to the sky. It was deafening. When Ning locked onto this area, he took out the walkie-talkie. Lin Yin, Bring people in. All the team leaders outside the ruins held the walkie-talkie tightly in their hands. In 5 minutes, they seemed to have survived 5 disaster seasons. Everyone held their breath until the walkie-talkie made a click. Then they heard Wen Ning's voice. The indifferent tone was the signal to attack. Go! Go, go, go! According to the plan. Go, go, go! Kill these little bastards. The players rushed in with shouts. After entering the ruins, they quickly dispersed according to the formation set by Su Luo. Originally, I thought the other side was also a team of 1,000 people, even if Wen Ning opened the door. It should be a fierce battle after entering. Unexpectedly, after entering, there was nothing but a mess inside. There were very few players standing, but many were rolling on the ground. The ground was full of the aura of dropped items, and there were also players who were screaming and had broken legs and couldn't escape. Seeing the Yin country players rushing in, these players held their heads and trembled, wishing they could get into the ground. Some of them started to take things out directly, crying and begging for mercy. Lin Yin and others were stunned for a moment, but they did not let go of these unscrupulous EU players, who surrounded the corpses and attacked the reinforcements. The intercom clicked again at this time. Lin Han's location has been found. Take people to explore the map and find the opponent's assembly point. Lin Yin understood Wen Ning's plan in an instant. This was to give someone a taste of his own medicine. Su Luo was very good at formulating tactics. When Lin Yin looked at him, Su Luo spoke up. In that case, we will split into 3 waves. Each team will lead their own territory. When they find the exit coordinates, they will share them with everyone. Don't fight with the opponent's players. Report the coordinates first and wait for support. This plan is very good. The main leaders of each territory are all there. They know who to follow. Soon the team cleared the battlefield and dispersed. Lin Han can be left to Wen Ning. These more than 1,000 players are not good enough in front of her, let alone those in the middle. As for the boss, Lin Yin and the others have never considered the possibility that Wen Ning can't beat him. They just hope that Lin Han can hold on and not die too early. Jack and Jones are anxiously waiting for news in the territory. But they are waiting for good news. Both of them had uncontrollable excitement on their faces, as if they would soon be able to occupy a ruin, monopolize the materials inside, and obtain the core technology of the treasure pavilion. But in an instant, the territory system suddenly prompted that the territory had lost more than 200 players. Jack hesitated and looked at Jones in shock. The two looked at each other, and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. The two territories together had nearly 600 players die at the same time. Jones didn't think it was the players in the treasure pavilion territory who did it. These people didn't listen to the instructions not to provoke the boss. They must have been attacked by the mechanical beasts in the ruins. Jack's face was confused. Is that so? Jones looked at Jack with anger on his face and ordered. Jack, send another 1,000 players in. Jack couldn't help it anymore. But Jones, if this happens, half of the players in my territory will be sent out. If something goes wrong, what are you afraid of? No players gave us feedback on the other party, so it's only possible that the boss attacked. Could it be that the other party broke out of the siege of 1,000 people? I also give 1,000. What are you afraid of? Rossi is still in there. If he dies, our alliance can be disbanded. Jack's eyes flashed sinisterly. Although he suspected that Wen Ning had taken action, he was still unwilling to believe that Wen Ning's strength could be so high. He gritted his teeth and decided to give another 1,000. He had to get on the big ship of the European Union. Jones had agreed to trade Michelle's weapons with him, and wait for him to get this batch of weapons. Players, aren't they just randomly recruited? Jones then ordered to send out some elite players, and then transferred some sophisticated weapons from the warehouse, and distributed them. Jack saw that he couldn't fall behind, if he could really damage the treasure pavilion in the ruins, or even destroy it. Even if these players died, it would not be a loss. When he made a contribution, whether it was the benefits of the treasure pavilion or the weapons in Jones's hands, he could get a share. Chapter 454. Jack hid some of his own thoughts. He ordered the players to survive, and then take the opportunity to harvest the supplies of Ross's territory. Rossi didn't know what method he used, but he actually let 3/4 of the players in the territory enter the ruins of the two. The 3 alliances were united on the surface, but in fact they had their own plans. Jones really wanted to fight Wen Ning, so he asked the players to bring the weapons made by Michelle. At this time, his eyes were red and his expression was angry. It was obvious that he had lost his temper. In the ruins, Wen Ning rushed on the street. The environment here was not much different from the ruins of Huadu. The successive explosions had attracted the attention of the zombie monsters, and mechanical monsters in the city. The streets were filled with a large number of B-level and A-level mechanical monsters. They swarmed in and approached the direction of the explosion. But all of them strangely stopped at the end of a street. They waved their weapons desperately, but they could not go any further. Around the street, many players who had just escaped wanted to jump over the roof of the building, cross the heavy zombies, and enter the interior. When Ning jumped on the top of the square with Uzi, those players saw her chasing them, and squeezed into the interior even more frantically. The panicked player stepped on the air, and fell into the pile of zombies underground. Help! Help! Before he could spit out the second help, he was directly pressed to the ground by the zombies around him. Then the bloody mouths from all directions bit him. The sound of gnawing came, and the players stopped struggling instantly. Then a ball of light appeared on the ground, and the zombies were not interested in these things. Aimlessly looking up, she looked at the center of the street. When Ning used the power of the Lanternfish King to stay on the roof of a building. When she reached the edge, she could clearly see the location of these zombies and mechanical people. Strange, there is no obstacle in front of them. Why don't they move forward? The street was empty, and a strange air wall seemed to block the way of these zombies and mechanical people. What was even more strange was that these zombies and mechanical people, who were originally incompatible, did not attack each other today. Their eyes looked forward, as if waiting for something to call them. Call? When Ning clenched her teeth instantly. Could it be the boss? In just a moment, when Ning activated Huzi's active skills, pet active skills have been activated, and the remaining skills today are at this time, active, 2, passive, 1. Ding! Mechanical Mantis detected. The mechanical monster illustration has been updated. Mechanical Mantis. One of the bosses of the mechanical family, good at harvesting lives with extremely sharp hand blades. Features: well-developed sense of smell and hearing, but poor vision. Hand blades are poisonous and can corrode. Abilities: it can enslave other mechanical tribes and monsters with lower spiritual values than itself. Weakness: it cannot withstand its own poison. Sure enough, these monsters are the boss's reserve army. Just thinking this, another explosion was heard from the place where the explosion just happened. The flames that shot up into the sky made these mechanical tribes and zombies very irritable. When Ning estimated that he was about 2 kilometers away from there. This is the sound of the dwarf bomb. Lin Han may be in danger. She remembered that she had not sold many dwarf bombs to Lin Han. She had used several of them in the 2 explosions. In addition, Lin Han had been here for quite some time. He might be at the end of his strength now. When Ning acted immediately, quickly used the siren to land, and then took out an off-road vehicle and drove in. These zombies and mechanical people were stopped 2 kilometers away, but the streets inside were unobstructed. Along the way, When Ning saw many EU players fleeing inside, they would rather hide in a pile of corpses than leave the ruins. It seems that the boss and the treasure pavilion are really tempting. Maybe the mastermind of the other party is in front. When Ning doesn't care who is inside. If she meets a god, she will kill the god. If she meets a Buddha, she will kill the Buddha. Moreover, to be honest, she doesn't take these EU players seriously at all. The only one who feels a little threatening may be the boss. When Ning drove the off-road vehicle at high speed. When the players who were fleeing on the road saw her, they hid in the house, like chickens seeing an eagle. When Ning twitched her lips. Hide, you won't have much time to survive. The closer to the center of the explosion, the stronger the smell of blood in the air. When Ning looked at the map distractedly. The problem was found at this glance. About 800 meters away from the center, there were 2 small red dots. When Ning only took a look. Then he ordered expressionlessly. 012, coordinates, there are 2 snipers, go and get rid of them. The figure of 012 appeared in the back seat of the vehicle. He pushed open the sunroof and jumped out. Then the silver figure quickly ran towards the commanding heights that When Ning mentioned. 2 snipers on the commanding heights were aiming at the remnant boss of the ruins at the center of the explosion. Rossi organized 2 more waves of people to charge up. The 2 snipers saw it every time, but they were not angry. Instead, they felt happy watching these idiots obey Rossi's orders and go to die again and again. Ha ha ha, more than a dozen of them died, these idiots. When the time comes, we will go down quickly and grab a lot of equipment. Lise, don't you think so? The other sniper didn't get a response. He put down the scope and turned his head. He was instantly shocked by the scene in front of him. Lise lay beside him with his head tilted. A scar appeared on his neck. His head and neck were separated, and blood was gushing out at this time. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the entire rooftop. The back of the sniper's neck was numb, and before he could make a sound, a knife swung from behind his neck and his head rolled to the side. His face still had a horrified expression. "Master, it's solved." "Okay, you collect your stuff and use his sniper rifle to occupy this position." Wen Ning easily replaced the opponent's sniper's position, and she didn't feel proud at all. In her opinion, it would be a problem if she couldn't take it down. 012 shooting skills are very good, and the pressure on Lin Han should be much less. I just don't know if these foreign players are ready to accept the judgment of the sniper. 012 set up the gun and looked at the enemy players, who left their backs to him one by one, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The sniper lens turned, and 012 reported immediately. "Master, the mechanical mantis went to where Lin Han was." Chapter 455. The mechanical mantis appeared several times, and it would not leave the scene without blood on its blade. The forces on both sides of the street were gravely impacted. But Ross's side was definitely heavy in casualties. As arrogant as Rossi was, he could only curl up behind the cover when the mechanical mantis appeared. He restrained his breath, fearing that he would be discovered. At this time, he watched the mechanical mantis walk towards the opposite side through the gap. He was a little entangled in his heart. Of course, he hoped that Lin Han's forces would be eliminated by the mechanical mantis, but he was afraid that Lin Han, the bait, would be killed. How could he catch a big fish in this way? However, looking at the bloody scene on the street, many fresh corpses were disemboweled. The intestines and organs flowed softly all over the ground. Rossi suppressed his fear and nausea and suppressed the plan to attract the mechanical mantis. The players around him were no longer under his control. In front of life, what is interest? If you lose your life, you lose everything. The instinct of survival made everyone dare not disturb this boss. The mechanical mantis walked step by step towards the car where Lin Han was hiding. Huge beads of sweat kept rolling down Lin Han's forehead. Beside him, a player's thigh had a blood flower. 2 bullet holes side by side shattered his thigh bone. The special bullet used by the opponent penetrated his thigh and blew the nearby muscles into pieces. Above the knee, only a finger-thick skin and flesh connected to the calf. It was bent on the ground in a weird posture. Ugh! The 2 players hurriedly stopped the bleeding for him. The burst blood vessels would take away all the arterial blood in his body within 5 minutes. The player used a belt to tie the player's thighs tightly. When he exerted force, the player bit his arm and trembled violently. Veins bulged, eyeballs burst and bulged, extremely painful. Lin Han searched in his backpack for a long time and spoke tremblingly. "The medicine is all gone." The player was almost fainted from the pain, and his eyes looking at Lin Han revealed a strong pleading. "Kill me, kill me." Of course, Lin Han couldn't do it, so he could only hold back his emotions and look away. When he looked, he saw the mechanical mantis approaching on the street, stepping on the player's corpse. With a small exclamation, he quickly blocked the player's sight. There were only these few people left in his team. At this time, they had no hope of survival in their eyes. Lin Han hated himself, hated his arrogance, and easily attacked the boss. He put his brothers in an irretrievable situation. Since this matter was his decision-making mistake, he should pay for it. Lin Han took a last look at the bloody scene. He took out all the life-saving things. "Captain, you?" The expression on Lin Han's face at this time was unprecedentedly firm. The team members, who were used to seeing him being careless, were a little uncomfortable. A huge grief surged in his heart. Is it really the end of the road? Take these supplies and escape when you have a chance. "Captain, this won't work." "Captain, we can't watch you go to die," Lin Han said seriously. "After you get out, remember to avenge me." "Captain." The team member choked a little, looking at the brother who had fainted beside him. He nodded heavily. Lin Han smiled with a relaxed look. "Don't be so sad. The armor on my body was given by my elder sister. It can resist damage. Maybe I can get away in a while." The player took a look at the broken armor on his body, which had several scars on it. He wanted to say something but stopped. Lin Han wanted to say something, but finally he smiled with his lips pulled. He patted the shoulder of the team member. He stood up calmly and firmly. In just a moment, the sniper and the mechanical mantis in the distance found him at the same time. Lin Han did not retreat at all. He looked at the cold muzzle of the gun on the tall building. His footsteps moved slightly. The mechanical mantis had come to a distance of 10 steps from Lin Han. Lin Han did not have no plan. The pair of shoes on his feet had the attribute of agility. After turning on, it could increase the speed to 200%. But the time was very short, only 5 minutes. But 5 minutes was enough for Lin Han to lead the mechanical mantis to the sniper on the opposite side. Lin Han lowered his body slightly, and the black barrel of the gun on the opposite tall building was already aimed at him. Next, it was his time to perform. Being faster than a sniper rifle is not a legend. The second-year soul in Lin Han's body began to burn again. He was ready to rush out after charging. The sniper on the opposite side fired a bang. Oh my god! It hasn't started yet. Lin Han rolled sideways to avoid the bullet, cursing. This sniper is too unethical. Can't he be cool for 3 seconds? This may be his last highlight moment. Lin Han hid behind the bunker, and the opponent's sniper's move made it difficult for him to find an opportunity to rush out. Huh? Wait. Why didn't the mechanical mantis behind him pounce? Lin Han, who was keenly aware of something wrong, carefully poked his head from the side. Bang! Another gunshot. Lin Han reflexively shrank his neck. But he was secretly excited. The bullet didn't fly to his side. The opponent's sniper missed? No, even if he missed, it's impossible for 2 consecutive shots to miss. Bang! 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 There were several more gunshots in a row. Roar! The mechanical mantis howled in pain. Lin Han was stunned. A chuckle came from his ear. Lin Han, you have made it now. Lin Han was dumbfounded. This is the voice of the big sister, standing up excitedly. Big sister. When Ning came on the bloody street, Hu Zi, Xiao Jin and 001 were fighting with the boss. The sniper in the distance stood up, and it turned out to be a robot. Lin Han's nose suddenly soured when he saw Wen Ning. He thought someone would come to save him, but he never dared to hope that Wen Ning would come in person. Wen Ning glanced at his tattered body. He held back the urge to complain. It's not kind to hit the child's self-esteem at this time. Big sister. It's this green mantis. It's it that bullied me. Lin Han sniffed hard and complained with confidence. He also pointed to the place where Luo Shi hid on the opposite street. And those old six. They have no martial ethics. When Ning saw that he was still alive and well, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Fortunately, the child was not injured. As the head of the family, she was of course happy. Lin Yan, did you hear it? The intercom clicked, and Lin Han's voice of disappointment came from it. Lin Han. Be restrained, wait until you go back and see how your father will deal with you. Lin Han was confused for a moment. The person on the other end of the intercom could hear his embarrassing appearance clearly. Shame on you. Shame on you. Lin Han felt ashamed instantly. He looked down and saw a player in the corner pointing a gun at Wen Ning. He shouted immediately. Be careful. Chapter 456. Rosie watched a player stand up like crazy. He pulled the trigger hard, and the bullets in the gun poured towards Wen Ning as if they were free. And Wen Ning had his back to them. It was as if he hadn't noticed at all. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. A different sound was mixed in among the gunshots. Lin Han saw a smile bloom on Wen Ning's lips. Then the person who attacked behind her fell down. Master, the sneak attacker has been dealt with. Wen Ning turned around and looked at Rossi's hiding place. Is sneak attack fun? His thin lips opened slightly, and Rossi felt the murderous intent even though he was not discovered. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. He arranged the sniper, and he was more familiar with the sound of the sniper rifle than anyone else. This player died suddenly. Other players may not have heard it, but he must have known it. The other party had actually dealt with the sniper before they came. The players on Ross's side did not dare to move at all. The sniper arranged by the other party did not start the slaughter directly, perhaps because they did not have the vision. Then they might be safe now. Looking at Wen Ning standing carefree on the street, with robots and pets fighting the boss around him. Rossi was very jealous and resentful. But in this situation, the best thing is not to act rashly. Things are getting out of his control step by step. The reversal of all this came too fast and too suddenly. Rossi is a little panicked now. Now he can only hope that this boss is very difficult to deal with, and maybe he can seriously injure Wen Ning. Wen Ning gave the 012 signal, and if anyone on the other side moves, he will be dealt with directly. Surround the corpse, and attack the reinforcements, right? Now, it's her turn to perform. Let 001 and Huzi take it easy and don't kill the boss all at once. She also wants to harvest the mechanical monsters and zombies outside. Turn around and come to Lin Han. There are less than 10 players alive at the scene, and most of them are injured. Wen Ning glanced at the player with a broken leg and immediately took out the painkillers to distribute. Advanced healing potions were also given out as if they were free. Thank you, Lord. The players' noses were sour. The Lord actually came to save them in person at such a desperate moment. Wen Ning saw that the player was about to faint, raised his hand, and pinched his chin and poured the medicine into him. he said coldly. Lin Han will pay for this medicine. Thank him if you want to thank him. Lin Han nodded like pounding garlic. It's my fault. I paid for all the medicine for the brothers. The players didn't say anything else, drank all the medicine and waited for recovery. Although the Lord is here, the foreign players and boss outside are not easy to deal with. At least they can't be a drag. Wen Ning has told Lin Yan the coordinates of this place, and he is rushing over with his men. At the same time, Su Luo and Zhao Nana led people to block the players rushing in. Zhao Er led people to open all the exit coordinates, so that players can enter from other players. From the moment Wen Ning stepped into this ruins, all the situations had changed. Wen Ning's dark eyes flashed with murderous intent. All the hostile players in this ruins today, one by one, she will not let them go. With a thought, 001 and Hu Zi behind him increased their attacks on the boss. Wen Ning turned around and joined the battle. This mechanical mantis was no match for four hands, and Wen Ning knew its weakness. It was easier to deal with than the mechanical spider last time. Wen Ning quickly approached, raised his hand, and waved it casually, the blade brushing the joint of the mechanical mantis's hand blade. The next moment, a green broken limb was thrown high. Wen Ning inserted it with ease, and the crystal blade in his hand directly penetrated into the broken pliers. Then he turned over neatly, turned around and inserted the entire broken pliers into the chest of the mechanical mantis. The mechanical mantis spurted out a mouthful of green pus and blood, and the whole body staggered back several steps. The other pliers supported the body, and were instantly cut off by 001 in the same way. It was inserted into the chest in the same way. The mechanical mantis instantly collapsed backwards on the ground, and its chest rose and fell violently. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth, and he let out a terrible howl. Invisible sound waves spread out from the street to all directions. 2 kilometers away, the Lanternfish King and the sea monster were attacking the mechanical monster that stopped at the street corner. At the same time, the zombies and mechanical monsters were discovered. The vision was transmitted back to Wen Ning, and Wen Ning knew it instantly. This mechanical mantis was about to summon those low-level mechanical monsters and zombies. It means that it has reached the end of its strength. He let out a soft sound. Wen Ning watched the venom on the mechanical mantis's claws constantly flow into the mechanical mantis's chest. The bright red chest gradually turned green, then became thicker and thicker, and finally turned into a thick black. Now to kill him, you only need to attack the brain. Wen Ning avoided the vital points and cut off all the mechanical tentacles of the mechanical mantis, making it lose its ability to move. Hu Zi and 001, stop. Su Luo, let in as many foreign players as you can at the exit. Got it. Leaving the boss aside casually, Wen Ning now had to deal with Rossi and his group. The zombies and mechanical monsters outside had already begun to attack the position of the mechanical mantis. Everyone, occupy the high points near the exit. Only in, not out. Since they like to rob so much, let them rob as much as they want. How about robbing with zombies? Lin Han's teammates all woke up under the effect of the potion and recovered some mobility. Wen Ning picked a nearby exit coordinate and told Lin Han. 10 war robots were arranged to escort them out. Big sister, wait for me, I'll be back after I send them out. Wen Ning nodded indifferently. 2 gunshots were heard behind him. 2 more players around Rossi fell down. Rossi couldn't help but tremble all over. He had known it just now through the intercom. When Wen Ning came in alone, he directly wiped out nearly 1,000 of their players. Now there are no players rushing here in the ruins. Zombies and mechanical monsters are rioting. How could they come to save him when they can't even save themselves? Rossi knew his situation. Besides the injured, there were no more than 100 players with combat power around him. Wen Ning's robots and drones were all around him, and there were snipers behind him. Only then did they understand Lin Han's situation at that time. But in the same situation, is there anyone like Wen Ning who is as powerful as a god? To save them, Rossi now put all his treasures on Jones. He went out this time to buy several million weapons from Jones. The money has not been paid back yet. Jones will not give up on him easily. Moreover, if he died, it means that all these weapons will fall into the pocket of the treasure pavilion. Jones can't stand such a result. Rossi is very confident about this. Wen Ning waited for more than 10 minutes, but still did not receive reinforcements from Rossi. Considering the ruthlessness of foreign players, no one would come to rescue Rossi. The team that Su Luo was following did not find any new personnel. Watching the zombies getting closer and closer, the civilization, which had exhausted its patience, ordered 012. Free killing. Chapter 457. Just when Wen Ning was about to take action, Lu Shi's voice came from the intercom. Lord, A large number of foreign players are pouring into Exit 1. Xiao Nana's voice also sounded. Exit 2, estimated at 2,000 people. Exit 3, almost 1,000 people. Wen Ning looked at the players hiding in the corner, who dared not act rashly. Interesting. The three parties actually sent out about 5,000 players to come in. Should she say that these players are loyal, or that these players are too greedy? Is it worth so many people to rob the treasure pavilion? Instruct several teams to continue guarding the exit and not be discovered. Wen Ning felt the vibration of the street under his feet. The mechanical monster's hammer was already swinging 300 meters away. Ross's team was obviously waiting for a chaotic opportunity. The opportunity to avoid snipers and escape. As expected, when a large number of zombies and mechanical monsters appeared in sight, 012 suddenly warned. Master, they are going to run away. Wen Ning turned his head and saw countless players flashing by on the street, then went into the alley and disappeared. Run! Someone shouted, and more than 100 people scattered like birds and beasts and went into the street in an instant. Wen Ning picked up his weapon calmly and thought. The drone in the air flew over the zombies at the entrance of the street. He threw the dwarf bomb down, and a few seconds later, fierce explosions broke out among the surging zombies and mechanical monsters. The silent street opened the prelude to a new battle with a few explosions. On the street, a hole was blown in the direction where Rossi fled, and then he was soon surrounded by zombies and mechanical monsters. Turning his head to look at the boss on the ground, Wen Ning walked forward and solved it without hesitation. The fish has been hooked, and the map can be locked. It will be difficult to deal with if the opponent comes with too many people. The casualties will be difficult to control at that time. Ding! Player Wen successfully killed the ruins boss Mechanical Mantis. Ding! Player Wen Ning successfully occupied the Xianglin City ruins map, and the map entered a 2-hour buffer period. Players are requested to leave this map within 2 hours, otherwise they will be forced to be kicked out by the system. Rossi hid in the dark like a rat in a sewer. After hearing this, his eyes radiated excitement and arrogance. Ha ha, stupid young players. 2 hours. As long as we hide and don't get killed, we will be kicked out directly, and she can't do anything to us. Lord Rossi. Our Lord sent 2,000 people to reinforce us. As long as we successfully reunite, we can counterattack. The speaker is a player from Jones territory. Ha ha ha, these young players are too stupid. They can't even learn how to surround the corpses and fight the reinforcements. They actually let so many of our people in. Humph! Hurry up and reunite with Jones and Jack's team. Although we can't occupy the ruins, we will definitely have no problem looting the supplies here and taking them away within 2 hours. Rossi regained his arrogance just now. He thought that the 5,000 or 6,000 people on his side were beyond the reach of Wen Ning. But is this true? In the corner, a drone flashed red. Wen Ning had already made preparations before Rossi escaped. 012 easily identified the other commander and shared the information with Wen Ning. Wait until Lin Yin picked up Lin Han. Wen Ning jumped on the armored off-road vehicle. Directly used the vehicle-mounted weapons to fire to clear the way. Toot toot toot. The modified vehicle-mounted Gatling gun uses all crystal special bullets. Even the A-level mechanical race can't withstand 2 shots in front of it. The zombies and mechanical monsters chasing and blocking on the street were blown to pieces like cabbage. When encountering places where zombies are too dense, use dwarf bombs to bomb directly. Rossi kept dodging the attacks of zombies and mechanical monsters. He didn't even dare to go on the main road, so he could only detour through the alleys, while rushing towards the coordinates mentioned in the intercom. Lord, why do I feel that there is a car following us behind us? Rossi listened carefully, and indeed, the sound of an off-road vehicle appeared behind him 5 minutes ago. There were also some gunshots and explosions. How is it possible? She killed the boss, and these zombies and mechanical monsters all rioted and fell into frenzy. They also have to escape. Thinking of this, Rossi showed a sinister smile on his face. They have many more wounded than us. Even if they escape by chance, they will be dragged down in the battle. When our main force is 1 round. The surrounding players instantly understood what Rossi meant, and their faces showed greed. That's an armored off-road vehicle. Who doesn't want to have one? After thinking it through, Rossi even deliberately led the way for Wen Ning. Wen Ning, who saw through the intentions of these people, smiled disdainfully, which was exactly what she wanted. She was still worried about not being able to find the enemy's main force. They wouldn't think that they would hide for 2 hours and then be kicked out of the system map, would they? Want to play hide-and-seek with her? Then don't blame her for accompanying them to the end. Countless drones were spread out in the sky like a network. This relic has been labeled with her label, and the range of detection by drones has been further expanded. Every move cannot escape her surveillance. Wen Ning followed behind Rossi slowly. Half an hour later, a different picture finally appeared in the field of vision. Urban ruins have always been only in the dark. At the end of the dim street, there were zombies and mechanical monster heads. At this time, at the end of the central street, a fire covered the long street. Wen Ning understood that this should be the enemy's reinforcements. Wen Ning checked his ammunition reserves. He made a plan in his mind. Rossi avoided the pursuit and interception of zombies and mechanical monsters, but his pace did not slow down at all. As he approached the predetermined coordinates, he became even more excited. He was breathing heavily, but his steps did not slow down at all. When he entered the central street, he could not care about hiding at this time. He had already seen Jones's team on the opposite side. They were cleaning up the zombies on the street with weapons made by Michelle. Although Michelle's weapons were not as good as those of the treasure pavilion, they were very handy to deal with these zombies and B-level mechanical monsters. He could kill a large number of them easily. Rossi was jealous. He had picked up a lot of treasure pavilion equipment in his backpack. When he went out this time, he would become the third person to have these high-tech weapons. It is not impossible to be on equal footing with Jones in the future. Jones has always placed himself in a high position because of Michelle. Rossi was dissatisfied, but he was controlled by others and had little say. But it will be different after today. In this relic, he not only obtained a lot of Monopoly-level equipment, but also got a very powerful blueprint. If the system panel was not allowed in the relic, Rossi would have learned it long ago. For this terrifying blueprint, Rossi can't die either. The escape along the way made Rossi terrified, but at this moment, seeing his own people, his heart was instantly put back in his stomach. He brought a team of at least 5,000 people. No matter how capable Wen Ning is, can she kill him in seconds? Rossi doesn't believe it. A confident smile of success bloomed on his face. It's Lord Rossi. Lord Rossi, come here. 200 meters away, Rossi saw his own people and the team waving at him. Rossi ran towards the end of the street, even though he heard the roar of cars behind him. He didn't care. Just when Rossi was about to rush into the crowd, a huge sense of crisis came from behind. Rossi only felt that everything in front of him was illuminated by the sudden bright light. The whole field of vision was illuminated in white. Then he lost consciousness. Chapter 458. Rossi is gone. Ah! Help! What kind of weapon is this? It's too scary, it can melt people. The laser-like white light disappeared, and the large group of players who rushed over watched Rossi laughing wildly 1 second and disappearing on the spot the next second. Even his shadow could not be seen. Then, the players in his own camp began to scream. Everyone was scared. If this wasn't death, what was it? The last laser cannon left in Wen Ning's hand was snatched from the Zerg. Rossi was killed instantly 1 second before he joined the large group. You killed 35 players including Rossi and Wenli. Wen Ning looked at the players, who were in dire straits, on the opposite side with deep eyes. This Zerg weapon is easy to use, and it seems to be specifically aimed at human players. The human body is like a piece of broken tofu in front of this laser cannon. It's the treasure pavilion. She killed Lord Rossi. Brothers. Revenge. Go! She's alone. The moment they met, Wen Ning killed dozens of the other players in seconds, and a large number of players, who were affected by the laser weapons, rolled on the ground in pain with their broken limbs. These players turned a blind eye, and instead saw that there were only a few war robots and a few pets around Wen Ning. Instantly, they were like hungry wolves seeing fat meat. All of them took out their weapons and swarmed towards Wen Ning. Wen Ning immediately retreated when he saw this. Use zombies and mechanical monsters to slow down their approach. Players are still needed to guard the exit. All of the 5,000 players on the other side are basically here. Wen Ning gave Lu Shi and the others a signal after confirmation. Asked them to send 1,000 people to their coordinates. 1,000 versus 5,000. It was a fierce battle no matter how you looked at it. But Wen Ning was fully prepared. He was not afraid of fighting. With a wave of his hand, all 200 war robots were dispatched. There were also 500 attack drones. In addition to Hu Zi and Xiao Jin, Wen Ning still had the strength to fight. She calmly took back the armored off-road vehicle and crossed an intersection with a calm face. A moment later, the chasing players came like a tsunami, instantly dispersing the violent zombies and mechanical monsters on the street. The already scattered buildings in the ruins could not withstand the impact of these players. The whole city trembled slightly under the night light. It seemed that the building would collapse in the next second. The players cleaned up, these violent zombies and mechanical monsters, while searching for Wen Ning's traces in the gaps between the mini robots' attacks. It was the first time for Wen Ning to use robots to fight against players in such a complex terrain, and because there were a large number of players with different strengths. Wen Ning lost several war robots and drones within 10 minutes. Later, she got used to the rhythm of the battle, and it got much better. These drones and war robots were directly disconnected, and Wen Ning didn't know whether they were broken apart by the attack or something else happened. She quickly ran on the roofs of the bungalows on the street, gradually distanced herself from the players. By the way, she observed the terrain and led the players to the zombie pile. And the players behind her, I don't know if they were controlled by hatred or because of something else, while madly slaughtering mechanical monsters and zombies on the street. At the same time, she stared at Wen Ning's figure with red eyes. Wen Ning looked at the group of players slaughtering zombies and mechanical monsters behind her, and her expression became more and more solemn, especially when she saw some players took out rocket launchers and simple anti-aircraft guns. She thought it was not good. These people actually looked up to her so much. Run? Let's see who is faster, you or my rocket launcher. The player sneered behind him, and then quickly aimed at Wen Ning's movement trajectory. Then he pulled the trigger. Swish. The shell flew out of the barrel at a high speed, going straight to the trajectory that Wen Ning must pass. The player was not worried about Wen Ning's speed. How fast can it be faster than the shell? Even if she was faster than the shell, this rocket launcher was a range attack. He didn't believe that Wen Ning could escape from his shell unscathed. The player snorted and took out the locator. As soon as the shell exploded, he would immediately receive the exact coordinates of where the shell landed. He would then fly over directly. He might even be able to take the head of the store owner of the treasure pavilion. He stared at Wen Ning's figure with a sinister gaze, with the confidence that he would definitely hit him. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up to the back of his head. Wen Ning's footsteps did not stop, and when she heard a slight sound of breaking through the air, she knew that the other party was firing at her. The robots around her quickly approached her, trying to block the attack of the shell for her. The crystal blades in their hands quickly attacked the surrounding mechanical monsters and zombies. Wen Ning looked at the shells that attacked like a stream of light, and his face did not change. A short blade without a blade appeared in his hand. Seeing the shell getting closer and closer to him, Wen Ning did not retreat but advanced instead, running to the path that the shell must pass through. The player looked at this scene with surprise, originally thinking that Wen Ning was very smart and could see through his intentions. But he didn't expect that she was so stupid that she actually ran directly to the path that the shell must pass through. Well, now he just needs to wait for Wen Ning to be turned into ashes directly under the shell. There is no need to even grab the head. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and when he saw the robots around him running towards Wen Ning like they were desperate, his smile expanded to the maximum. The owner of the treasure pavilion is nothing special. However, before the silver-white figures around him approached completely, the player suddenly opened his eyes wide. In his sight, the huge shell flew straight towards Wen Ning's face. And Wen Ning's figure actually stopped moving, and stretched out his hand facing the shell. He held a weapon that looked like a dagger in his hand. Just when the player thought she was going to catch the shell with her bare hands, the weapon in her hand actually changed. A sharp blade appeared, with a light blue light flowing around it, and then it chopped casually with Wen Ning's movements. The shell that everyone thought would explode did not explode. Instead, it was cut into two halves by Wen Ning's weapon very smoothly. Then it broke apart, and the debris dissipated in the air. Then, the player met Wen Ning's calm eyes. A chill surged behind him, and his heart skipped a beat. A huge panic surged from the bottom of his heart. The player saw Wen Ning's hand wave gently in a daze. A huge ball of energy approached him rapidly. "Get out of the way!" Almost shouting instinctively, the player immediately rolled sideways, and flipped into the pile of zombies. The energy ball approached rapidly. Boom! A huge explosion sounded right next to his ear. The entire street of players was blown away by the explosion. The players who had managed to escape the disaster were swallowed up by the zombies before they could even get up. Chapter 459. The player who fired the cannon looked at the locator in his hand in horror. The coordinates were less than 10 meters away from him. So the explosion just now was caused by his rocket launcher? What kind of monster is Wen Ning? She actually dissolved the rocket launcher, and sent the explosion damage back to this side intact. How to fight this? You can't win at all. This woman's strength is beyond their understanding. The player looked stunned and couldn't figure out how Wen Ning did it. Or how did her weapon do it? Hiss. Ah! A zombie bit his wrist while he didn't react. The locator at his hand fell to the street in an instant. The player was immediately drowned by the zombies that pounced on him. Only screams of fear were left. Wen Ning stood calmly on the roof of the bungalow, and the zombies that surrounded him were stopped by the robots. The counterattack just now successfully killed no less than 100 players. There were still countless players being attacked by zombies and mechanical monsters while dodging attacks. Wen Ning only glanced at the end of the street, and there were still a lot of players pouring in. She just used his own method to fight him. She successfully transferred the hatred value from herself to the other party. The street was in chaos. The fresh flesh and blood stimulated the zombies to attack more fiercely. Zombies and mechanical monsters from several streets around were attracted here. Many players saw the scene of Wen Ning's attack just now. At this time, they did not find a way to crack it, so they did not dare to bombard Wen Ning easily. But if they don't use long-range weapons, it will be difficult to stop Wen Ning from escaping. Wen Ning's tactics are very useful. Because the opponent has more people, Wen Ning did not confront them head-on, but used mechanical monsters and zombies to fight them. Let the robots harass around. With 2 waves of big moves, the number of opponents quickly decreased by nearly 500. Wen Ning observed that the time was right, so he took out 2 puppet copy cards. Find the right time to release them. Before the players could catch their breath for too long, the roar of the giant beast came from the air. The attacks of the Lanternfish King and the sea monster from the deep sea made their situation worse. Ah! It's a puppet beast. The crowd burst into surprise. With the continuous opening of the ruins, players with puppet beasts are no longer limited to Wen Ning. Among this group of players, there are several players who have puppet beasts. However, their puppet beasts are not good enough in front of the Lanternfish King and the sea monster. Wen Ning watched a ghost-like Wolf King appear in front of the A-class machine. It was quite powerful, and it actually fought back and forth with the A-class machine. And this group of players was obviously stronger than the players who had just come in to block the door. Wen Ning observed that the weapons of these people were not at the same level as those just now. There were several people holding energy weapons in the crowd. Flames and frost spewed out of the blades. Some released electric current. But the workmanship was not particularly sophisticated, and it didn't look like it was made from a blueprint. This made Wen Ning interested in the territory where these players were. It was just a pity that this territory was his enemy's territory. It would be great if we could turn hostility into friendship and fight against the Zerd together. Although he had such an idea, Wen Ning could not be kind to these players at this time. All those who entered this ruins were all coming for him. Greed had occupied all their thoughts. It was a life and death ending here. Click. The intercom in his hand suddenly made a sound. Lin Han's excited voice came from inside. Big sister. I'm back again. Lu Shi's team is in place. Su Luo's team is in place. Around the street, nearly 100 players had surrounded the single foreign player in the middle. Wen Ning's tactics worked. The players, their own war robots, and the dancing drones flying all over the sky. There were also zombies and mechanical monsters in the middle who never knew they were tired. The counterattack formation had been formed. Wen Ning held the weapon in his hand and looked coldly at the players on the opposite side who didn't know they were surrounded. He sneered. Counterattack. Are 5,000 players a lot? In this relic, all living creatures that can move are Wen Ning's helpers. The machine army is her confidence. Go! Lin Han rushed to the front with a crystal blade. The players who were huddled together with the zombies in the street didn't know yet. The danger is already close at hand. Did you hear it? There seemed to be a sprinting sound. What sound? Do you mean the zombies are sprinting? No, Look! Fuck! Yen country players. How did they get in? The exits were all locked by others. You ask when they got in? Enemy attack. Robot enemy attack on the south side. There's a bomb. We're ambushed. Hide. The drone threw a dwarf bomb into the crowd, instantly blowing up all the players. The strong smell of blood made the mechanical monsters and zombies in the middle even more excited. The players on the periphery were forced to fight with the robots. The human body is no match for the robots. On the battlefield, there was a wailing all over the place. But the EU players are also quite strong. They can still resist. Wen Ning skillfully took out another mobile turret and threw it into the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. Countless blood flowers exploded on the street. The players ran away with their heads in their hands, and those who reacted quickly took out their shields to resist. Seeing this, Wen Ning threw 2 more dwarf bombs into the crowd. After several operations, the EU players were deeply troubled. The robots outside were like a solid wall, and there was no way to break out. The mechanical monsters and zombies in the middle were tireless, attacking only based on their hungry instincts. In addition, there were dwarf bombs and turrets thrown in from time to time. The players organized several breakouts. Even if they broke through the robots' pursuit and interception, there were still Lanternfish King and Siren sitting outside. Half an hour later, most of the EU players were consumed. It was not until this time that they realized the horror of Wen Ning. With her strong physique and mental support, she could control hundreds of drones to attack at the same time, as well as those robots. Lin Han was surprised while attacking. How could the big sister control so many machines at the same time? What they didn't know was that after the growth robots awakened their self-awareness, Wen Ning no longer needed to control them personally. So it seemed that Wen Ning's pressure was not as great as they imagined. Another half an hour passed. There was still 1/3 of the EU machines left in the streets and alleys. 45 minutes left. Boss, I can't hold on any longer. Spread out, hide in the house, hide in the sewer, I don't believe she can kill us all. The players in the middle of the street suddenly scattered. Like rats crossing the street, they hid in the dark corners regardless of their lives. Chapter 460. Wen Ning certainly knew their intentions. But she had no better solution for such a situation. She threw more than a dozen bombs to defeat the remaining players and zombies on the street. Then she asked Lu Shi and his team to search with the war robots. How much they could find depended on luck. She also understood that even if the city ruins were covered with indiscriminate firepower, it was not possible to guarantee the elimination of all hostile players. The sewers in these cities were interconnected, and it would be difficult to find them if they hid in them. She had no more puppet copy cards in her hand. Big sister, there are so many spoils. Wen Ning looked in the direction of the voice, and the streets were full of glittering balls. The players looked at them with envy, but not many people picked them up. Wen Ning waved her hand casually. Clean up the battlefield, whatever you pick up is yours. Lord be mighty. Go! These players all volunteered to participate in the rescue mission. They killed many of the players here, plus the drops from zombies and mechanical monsters. Wen Ning had no intention of keeping all the items for herself. She had already picked up the important items that just dropped, including Rossi's drops. She finally understood why so many players wanted to come to this ruin. Rossi found a very precious blueprint. It was as precious as her growth robot, Interstellar Mecha Blueprint. This is an integrated blueprint, which contains thousands of mecha types of a certain interstellar high technology. Integrated Blueprint. Obtaining this type of blueprint will unlock the relevant technology icons on the game system, which can be understood as a new section. Just listening to this introduction, Wen Ning was very excited. Mechas are different from robots. They can directly improve the combat effectiveness of humans. With this mecha, even if the mechanical race comes in person, humans can fight. Wen Ning can't wait to go back and study this blueprint. But he still patiently cleaned up all the spoils on the battlefield. There are less than 20 minutes left before the ruins buffer. Wen Ning directly used local materials. He collected materials for building a teleportation tower, and just waited for the time to come to build a teleportation tower. Start developing the rare metals here as soon as possible. The metals in the city ruins are not raw ores. They are smelted alloys, especially titanium alloys. With this batch of titanium alloys, plus the survival points dropped by these players, Wen Ning's wallet instantly swelled up. He can directly upgrade the Bright Territory to level 3. Just as Wen Ning and others were cleaning the battlefield. In the sewer, several seriously injured players moved with difficulty in the stinking pipe. The sound of various weapons attacking came from above. They held their breath and dared not make too much noise. These Yin country players really wanted to kill them all. Once they heard any noise, they would immediately pour gasoline into the pipe, throw tear gas, and set it on fire. No chance of survival. Several players were covered in dust and mud. They moved carefully at this time. The mud on their faces made them vomit, but there was no other way. Only in this way could they avoid being discovered by Yin country players. The players supported each other and crawled in the dark in the sewer. Until receiving the system prompt, the buffer of Xianglin City ruins has ended, the map has been locked, and you have exited the ruins. A flash of light, the player instantly appeared on the periphery of his territory. They who survived the disaster enjoyed the sunshine. The ruins' resources have been automatically deducted, and the player's combat resources are retained. Ha ha ha! Jones and Jack returned to their respective territories the moment they received the information of Ross's death. Rossi's death, his territory instantly fell into chaos. In order to prevent others from getting Rossi's Lord Order, the two of them didn't care about sadness and immediately organized players to fight for it. With the cooperation of the two forces, Jack successfully got this Lord Order. and most of the players in Ross's territory were left behind. There are some players here, holding the weapons that Jones sold to Rossi. Although Jones was dissatisfied, Jack did not give in. Jones, who had just lost an ally, endured this ending. Not long after returning to his territory, news came from the city gate. The survivors of the territory are back. Jones rushed to the scene and saw dozens of black players crawling on the ground in the dark, crying and laughing. The scene was filled with a foul smell. He had lost thousands of players, and those who survived seemed to have experienced a huge blow. They were already in a state of madness. Jones was speechless for a moment. At this time, a player crawled in front of Jones. He said excitedly, "Lord, we brought back the robot. The robot from the treasure house. And the drone. Ha ha ha, I thought that all the resources would be dropped after being kicked out of the ruins, but I didn't expect that the combat supplies would not be dropped." Jones' eyes suddenly widened. The player took out a damaged war robot and a drone that was only half of it from his backpack. Jones held his breath and couldn't believe that the players brought back such precious things. Good. Good job. The territory will reward you, and all the technology will be given to Michelle for research. When it is mass-produced, all of you will have priority to buy it. Thank you, Lord. That's great. I still have drones here. And me. Jones smiled when he saw that they brought back several complete drones of different types. As long as there are samples, with Michelle's intelligence, are you afraid that they can't be imitated? This trip, not a loss, but a profit. As for the weapons he lost, Jones didn't care at all. In his opinion, weapons that can be mass-produced are not worth much at all. Once weapons similar to the Treasure Pavilion are on the market, the EU will be able to completely break the monopoly of the Treasure Pavilion. How much money will not be earned by then? As for the players, it is even simpler, just recruit them. Ha ha ha. Treasure Pavilion. You have come to this day? The same scene also happened in Jack's territory. He also has dozens of survivor players. Jack thinks he is the one who benefits the most from this operation, although he paid half of the players and territory materials. But he got a level 4 Lord Order, half of Rossi's players, and a lot of technology in Jones' territory. Now add the technology of the Treasure Pavilion. He is simply making a fortune, okay? Rossi, the end of a reckless man is the same as yours. It doesn't matter. When I take over Jones's territory, I will consider avenging you. Chapter 461. In order to fight against the Treasure Pavilion, he had to be inferior to Jones and Rossi. Now Rossi has fallen. When he masters these technologies, he will have the confidence to challenge Jones. No, how can Jones be on equal footing with him at that time? The territory of light. It's great to be home. Lin Han still had scars on his face from the ruins, because they couldn't enter the territory of light. So they followed the teleportation tower directly to the territory of light. When Ning wanted to divide the rights of exploring the ruins among the territories here, Lin Han shamelessly followed him on the grounds that he had never visited when Ning's territory. He directly ignored Lin Yan's murderous eyes. Lu Shi and Zhao Nana followed him, as a matter of course. When they entered the territory of light, they were surrounded by players in a hurry. Not even a few stopped to say hello to them. Everyone had a happy look on their faces, and the atmosphere of the entire territory was thriving and full of vitality. Big sister, what are they doing? Lin Han watched the players holding some small cards, throwing them into a window in the mission hall, and then hurriedly ran out of the territory. Lu Shi and others concealed their curiosity, but their slightly erected ears showed that they were also very concerned. Lin Han happened to ask casually, when Ning took a look and said in a low voice, "They should be recruiting alien leaders." The people behind him were all confused. Recruiting alien leaders? Alien leaders? Yes, the space-time channel of the Wasteland continent is unstable, and many alien leaders have appeared. They need a home. It just so happens that there is a place in the light territory, so we recruit all of them there. Players can get survival points by bringing one over. Lin Han's mouth twitched. Is this the legendary pulling people? Lu Shi and the others were stunned, and after a while they felt that there was nothing wrong with what Lin Han said. When Ning did not correct this statement, to be precise, there was nothing wrong with this statement. He turned his head and looked at the others. Otherwise, how would you recruit people in your alien territory? Lin Han was stunned. He immediately reacted and wrote this trick down in his notebook. The others strolled around the light territory again and learned a lot of ways to manage the territory. They didn't leave until nearly 6 o'clock. After these people left, Wen Ning immediately returned to the light territory. Come to the blacksmith shop. Lord, you are back. Shirtai greeted enthusiastically. Wen Ning thought it was all magical. She entered the ruins and got into a hard fight. Then she walked out of it after an unknown amount of time. But the bright territory is still peaceful. The residents have their own lives. They will express their enthusiasm when they see her. It would be great if such a scene could be maintained forever. Unfortunately, I have less than 2 months left, and I will not be able to see such a scene again. Maybe they will have a new lord by then. They will treat me the same way. TSK, what are you being pretentious about? Wen Ning shook his head and threw away these thoughts. Why do I feel sad from time to time after staying here for so long? Wen Ning said hello to Shi Tai and came to the material room. She studied the mecha blueprints when she just came out of the ruins. The system gave 2 blueprints for each type of mecha. One is the complete version, and the materials used can only be interstellar materials. Wen Ning curled his lips and looked at the simplified version. The simplified version uses systematized materials. These materials can be replaced with materials of the same properties on the Wasteland continent. Wen Ning looked at the drawings carefully. The smallest of these mechas is 3 meters high. 001 is a bit small standing in front of them. It is equipped with a cockpit. Wen Ning roughly flipped through them. These mechas have speed mechas with high speed and flexibility. There are heavy combat firepower mechas. There are also engineering and multifunctional mechas that can be used to install engineering equipment and build large buildings. What surprised Wen Ning the most was that there were space mechas in it. This kind of mecha can be used to move in space, connect to space stations, conduct interstellar exploration and space combat. It's just that there are no materials now, so it can't be made. What's more, Wen Ning himself is just a consciousness, and there is no way to find the time and space number in reality. As long as she leaves the projection of the game system on the Wasteland continent, Wen Ning will disappear on the spot. By then, her body will have died, and Wen Ning's existence will be completely wiped out. However, these combat mechas can still be manufactured. Wen Ning suppressed the excitement in her heart. Once these mechas are released, what kind of waves will be set off in the entire Wasteland continent? It is conceivable. The power of the treasure pavilion can be further expanded, and her right to speak in negotiations will be further expanded. Thinking of this, Wen Ning has already started to plan for the future development. In addition to this mecha, Wen Ning also picked up a lot of EU players' weapons in his backpack. Wen Ning took out these weapons and studied them carefully. System, this shouldn't be made by the system drawings? Yes, these weapons are made by the players themselves. Although they are also mass-produced, the workmanship is rough and not as good as the system products. Wen Ning heard the system's disdain. But not only the system disdains, but even she is a little bit disdainful. These weapons can only be said to be a little better than the weapons on the market. Compared with the weapons in the treasure pavilion, they are not as good. Wen Ning directly threw them into the treasure pavilion and sold them. There is no point in keeping them. The Shanlin City Ruins map was shared with the 3 territories. The boss inside was solved, but there were still a large number of zombies and mechanical monsters. Everyone can also form a team to fight monsters and improve their strength. For this reason, Wen Ning deliberately did not set a special player to enter. All players of the treasure pavilion can enter freely, as an open copy for players. 2 rules. First, free entry, life and death at your own risk. Second, players from the treasure pavilion are not allowed to fight each other. Wen Ning has mastered this map, and she can monitor all the activities of the players. It is more appropriate to hand this over to Mira. After doing this, Wen Ning watched hundreds of alien players pour into the bright territory in one day. It's time to upgrade. The survival points in the account have reached 30 million. The survival points of players killed in the ruins map will automatically enter the killer's account. And for Wen Ning, all targets killed by bombs, drones, and robots are counted as hers. So this trip made a lot of money. Wen Ning first looked at the upgrade conditions, and then calculated the survival points required for the upgrade. Then bought some basic materials that the territory did not have enough. Then looked at the upgrade button on the territory control panel. Pressed it without hesitation. Congratulations to the player for successfully upgrading the territory. Countdown 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chapter 462. After clicking the upgrade button, Wen Ning saw that there were only a few million survival points left in his account. He sighed that the survival points were spent like water. He arranged some other matters for the territory, and then received a private message from Michelle. Michelle, picture. Wen Ning's expression froze for a moment, and then he found that all the robots Michelle sent were the robots she had lost. Huh? It seems that the players in the ruins are EU players. There should be players from Michelle's territory. Michelle, do you mind giving these robots to me for research? Wen Ning was silent for a while. Among the many administrators, Michel was the most variable. According to his obsession with weapons, it would be impossible for him not to research. Wen Ning's eyes rolled for a long time. She was not worried that Michel would master these robots and drones. This thing, as long as any player in the world could afford it, she could sell it to him. But the territory where Michel is located seems to care about the treasure pavilion. Otherwise, they would not risk their lives to pick up these broken things. Private message channel. I don't have any sense of property rights. If you can research it, you can do it. Private message channel. But your lord, is he not the enemy of the treasure pavilion? Wen Ning asked a question that he knew the answer to. Michel's mouth twitched a few times. He heard about what happened today. Jones also transferred a lot of weapons from the warehouse, and didn't bring them back in the end. The losses are countless. But compared with the technology of these treasure pavilions, it is not worth mentioning. Jones excitedly found Michel, asked him to study these weapons, and also gave him a large amount of research funds. Michel was interested in Wen Ning's golden finger, so he naturally couldn't suppress his desire. But after thinking it over, he took the initiative to confess to Wen Ning. Wen Ning asked if it was hostile, which was apparently asking Jones' attitude, but in fact it was asking his attitude. Michel has never had too many ideas about saving the world. There are only two things he cares about most in his life. One is the unsolved weapon knowledge. And that is his teacher Xi and Darui. Facing Wen Ning's question, Michel expressed his attitude. Michel, I will study, but I will not let Jones achieve mass production. This short sentence shows his attitude, and also shows Jones's position. What is there that Wen Ning doesn't understand? He replied immediately. Private chat channel. Shangdao, then you study it, or I can send you an intact one. This one is broken into pieces. What can you study? Michel's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he realized that Wen Ning looked down on him. Michel's expression suddenly became cold, and he replied coldly, Michel, no need. Then he closed the chat channel. He didn't believe that he couldn't study it himself. Michel got Wen Ning's permission and calmed down to study. Wen Ning went to visit teacher Xi and Darui. Teacher Xi and Darui was studying the sample taken from the little white rabbit. This abnormal development of the little white rabbit, which was produced in the form of a little white rabbit, and then turned into a little bunny man after 3 days, aroused teacher Xi and Darui's curiosity. So he took advantage of the class, and successfully found a white rabbit tribe that was willing to cooperate with his research. He took hair samples and gene samples from the father, mother and children. He worked tirelessly in the research institute provided by Wen Ning. Wen Ning originally wanted to talk to teacher Xi and Darui about Michel's position. When he saw teacher Xi and Darui, he immediately remembered that Michel agreed to teacher Xi and Darui to come to his territory, probably out of trust. And Michel himself didn't come, probably because of his competitive spirit. TSK. Knowing that Michel would not do anything that was detrimental to him, Wen Ning let him go. As administrators, the remaining few people were more dedicated than Michel. He had already found 10 partners for Wen Ning to sign contracts to divide the territory. Let's put this matter aside for the time being. Even if Michel really asked Jones to mass-produce these robots, Wen Ning already has more powerful technology. Back to the shelter, check whether Hu Zi and Xiao Jin were injured. Wen Ning fell asleep with the 3 little ones in his arms. Wasteland calendar March 4th, mild season, 8 o'clock, sunny. System announcement, global announcement, player Wen Ning becomes the first player to upgrade his territory to level 5, and gets a level gift pack *1. System announcement, global announcement, Wasteland game has entered a new stage. The system has updated new content last night. The update announcement will not be announced. Please explore freely. System announcement, complete the hidden tasks released by the system and get system rewards. Please keep up the good work. System announcement, player Wen Ning, the game is about to enter the final stage, and the game update content is now released to the administrator channel. Please read it carefully, and do a good job of guidance. Wen Ning's mind was confused, but he subconsciously clicked on the administrator channel. Lu Yin and Harry were already scrolling through the screen like crazy. Wen Ning clicked on the system update announcement. This update did not include many functional updates. It just expressed that the game was about to enter the final stage, which would take less than 2 months. At most, there would be 3 more disasters, and then the game's energy would be exhausted. At that time, human embryos would have to be released into the Wasteland continent. The survival of human cubs requires suitable conditions. Therefore, the administrator needs to guide the establishment of an environment suitable for human survival as soon as possible. When the players disappear, the remaining aliens and the living scientists will take on the responsibility of continuing human civilization. Administrator channel, Liu Yin. I can understand the establishment of alien forces and the gain of alien favorability, but how do you explain the transformation of the wasteland planting environment? Administrator Channel. Harry, is it using black nutrient soil? Administrator Channel. Wen Ning, this is not it. It is a flower called Yahui flower. The information revealed to me by the system shows that this flower can transform the soil conditions of the entire wasteland. After the transformation is completed, it may be able to solve the problem of the alternation of disaster season and mild season in the wasteland. Admin Channel. Harry, what? Can it solve the problem of alternating between mild season and disaster season? Admin Channel. Liu Yin, this flower should be promoted immediately. Admin Channel. Wen Ning, it is already being tested. The farm area of the Bright Territory has been transformed. We can observe whether it is effective during the next disaster. Admin Channel. System. Welcome 3 new administrators to join the group chat. Chapter 463. New administrator. The system reminded, and 3 names that Wen Ning didn't recognize appeared in the administrator channel. Admin Channel. Theodore. Teacher Xi and Darui. Admin Channel. Xi and Darui. Oh. God, Theodore, you have recovered your memory too. Admin Channel. Michelle. Admin Channel. Yunmu. Liu Yin, you are faster than me. Admin Channel. Liu Yin, you are the 3rd Yin country player to come in. Do you have any news about the teacher? Wen Ning saw that these people knew each other, and couldn't help but feel a little sad. His teacher only had 1 student, and his friend was older. Here, except for teacher Xi and Darui, who knew his teacher. The others were not familiar. Wen Ning watched them recognize each other silently, without saying a word. Until someone in the group called her. Admin Channel. Yunmu, is Sister Wen here? Sister Wen. Admin Channel. Liu Yin, you are older than Wen Ning, right? Admin Channel. Yunmu, this is a sign of respect, don't you understand? I never dreamed that I could get the administrator key by participating in a relic. At that moment, I thought I was the protagonist of a novel. Admin Channel. Yunmu, I didn't expect that there would be more than 1,000 protagonists. Admin Channel. Harry, the fact is, there are not more than 1,000, and we may not live to see that day. Admin Channel. Theodore, I think we should unite. Admin Channel. Xi and Darui, let's all take a look at the update announcement, and then we will discuss what to do. As the oldest teacher in the admin group, Xi and Darui's words made the entire channel silent for 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, Administrator Channel. Yunmu, I just accepted this matter and I can't fully understand it yet, but I will do whatever Sister Wen says. Administrator Channel. Theodore. Teacher. Administrator Channel. Xin Darui, I don't have any opinions. I will listen to Wen Ning. I am in Wen Ning's territory now. Administrator Channel. Theodore, I heard that Miss Wen is the owner of the Treasure Pavilion. If you want us to obey your orders, does that mean we have to share the technology of the Treasure Pavilion? Wen Ning frowned. Why are all the students of Teacher Xin Darui like this? Teacher Xin Darui was also confused at the Research Institute at this time. Why are all his students traitors? There is nothing else in their bodies except traitors, right? But Teacher Xin Darui hasn't spoken yet. Wen Ning spoke. Administrator Channel. Wen Ning, we are colleagues. I will help those who need help, but those with selfish motives should not come. There is an old saying in Yin country for everyone. People with different beliefs cannot work together. They care so much about the gains and losses of game resources, even though they all came from the same space-time. But Wen Ning couldn't guarantee whether these scientists who had experienced more than a dozen game cycles could still stick to their original intentions when they participated in the game. Or, when they first participated in the game, these players had different ideas. Wen Ning planned to deal with it coldly. He found Liu Yin and Harry in private chat and asked for the 10 Lord players who were willing to become the territories of the Treasure Pavilion. It took a day to sign all these territories. Before that, Wen Ning first built the space-time transmission tower that unlocked the level 5 territory. We had agreed to bring Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom over, and now is the time. There are many planets outside the Wasteland that are experiencing the same catastrophe as the Blue Planet. And now, Wen Ning also understands why the system wants to exchange with these races. Because these races exchange their vitality with the system. But this vitality is too weak to provide the system with a longer operating time. Unless it can get the vitality of the planet. But there are so many races on a planet, even if the system waits until there is only one race left on the entire planet. It will be too late. After building the time and space transmission tower, Wen Ning just came back from the sub-territory. She selected the first batch of 4 farms in the sub-territory to start the pilot of Yahui Flower. The Samo chief, who originally didn't want to go to the human territory, heard about the pilot. He actually overcame his fear of humans and ran to the light territory with his 2 sons. Of course, part of the credit goes to the agronomists, who went with him. Every day, he stayed in the light territory only during class. Player, the time-space teleportation tower has been built. Do you want to create the coordinates? Wait a minute, I still have survival points that haven't been received. Wen-Ning smiled bitterly. She sold 100 drones to several territories, and then made up for the vacant survival points. After waiting for nearly half an hour, she received the survival points. Wen-Ning finally unlocked the first coordinate. It was the coordinate of Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom. The coordinates unlocked by yourself are not bound by the rules of the ruins coordinates on the Wasteland continent, and can be entered at any time. The difference in time flow on both sides will be corrected when passing through the teleportation array. Wen-Ning took Hu Zi and Xiao Jin into the teleportation array. Players are being teleported to the Bakey Forest on Blue Star. Players, please note that the teleportation tower has no protective function. Please land carefully. Wen-Ning stepped into the teleportation array and heard the system prompt. Before he could ask in detail, he felt weightless. Damn system, you are cheating me again. Wen-Ning appeared in the sky above the Bakey Forest. It was daytime, and the dazzling sunlight made Wen-Ning unable to open his eyes. The painful roar of a wild beast came to his ears. Wen-Ning felt familiar. Hu Zi had already subconsciously roared in anger. With a bang, Wen-Ning fell on Hu Zi. Hu Zi rolled over and climbed up with difficulty, and rushed forward without caring about Wen-Ning. Wen-Ning's vision gradually recovered, and a faint voice sounded. Quick! They are running towards us, chase them. They are seriously injured, they can't run far. The peripheral doctors have started to light fires, compressing their living space, so we won't be afraid of not being able to catch them. The hot air around him came, and Wen-Ning turned his head suddenly. This group of people are actually setting fire to the mountain? What kind of hatred has it developed to this point? The last time the Nantian team entered this forest, they wanted to capture some pure wild animals to take back for experiments. It ended in failure. How long has it been? How come they have to kill them all? Players, please note that the time flow rate here is several times faster than that of the Wasteland continent. Here, 3 months have passed. 3 months. Before Wen-Ning could be shocked, he heard the howl of Hu Zi in front of him. Roar! Chapter 464. Wen-Ning rushed to the edge of the woods, and found that the scene was very chaotic. Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom seemed to be seriously injured and fell to the ground. Hu Zi stood in front, and a group of people in biochemical suits were using a trap to take the dying Tiger Dad into the cage. Hu Zi was biting the other party's special metal rod, and refused to let go. But the material was very special, and Hu Zi couldn't bite it off. Tiger Mom wailed, and tried to help with her hind legs. But the 2 blood holes on her hind legs kept bleeding, and she was powerless. The roar that Wen-Ning just heard was the voice of Tiger Mom. Wen-Ning didn't care too much, and directly released all the war robots. At the same time, he commanded a gene to spit fire to burn the metal rod that Tiger Z was biting. The sudden surge in temperature made the other party's hand feel hot. Instantly let go. But Tiger Dad's body fell limply to the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The other party's target is the Tigress, so it's hard to say what's going on with Tiger Dad. The appearance of the robot stunned the other team instantly. However, they reacted very quickly, and got into a fight with 001 and the others. The superpowers in this world are quite powerful. So many war robots can barely resist their attacks. It's completely different from the last time Wen-Ning came. Wen-Ning came to Tiger Mom under the cover of 001 and Tiger. Tiger Mom seemed to have been injected with hallucinogens. She kept wailing, and her mind was in a frenzy. Wen-Ning was almost bitten as soon as he approached. There was no other way. Wen-Ning could only give her an anesthetic shot on her neck first, and then took out the healing potion and poured it in. Tiger Mom lost consciousness very quickly. Wen-Ning had no time to treat her wounds. He could only check if she had any signs of poisoning, and then poured a whole bottle of advanced healing potion on her wounds. Then he put Tiger Mom into his backpack. Then he came to Tiger Dad, and found that he was more seriously injured than Tiger Mom. There were several deep wounds all over his body, and you could vaguely see his bones when he moved. There was a deep wound on his stomach. The whole abdomen was stained red with blood. Wen-Ning was so angry that his blood surged up, and his forehead was filled with anger. These beasts. He poured the advanced healing potion on Tiger Dad, as if it was free, and poured several bottles into his stomach. Then when Ning found that Tiger Dad's weak breathing was a little bit stronger, then he used the crystal dagger to cut off the special steel ring. Tiger Dad seemed to have died just now because of the locking effect of this steel ring, which almost suffocated Tiger Dad to death. This steel ring seemed to be specially made for these animals, and even Wen Ning's crystal blade could not cut it off at once. The other party saw Wen Ning rescuing the white tiger and rushed over desperately. Tiger stood in front of Wen Ning and blocked all the attacks. He took the attacks with his body and would never let Tiger Dad and Wen Ning behind him get hurt. Wen Ning had no patience for these people anymore and threw out more than a dozen dwarf bombs. The alarm sounded. The group of people were terrified and immediately shouted to lie down. Boom, boom, the chain explosions almost turned the entire forest upside down. In the smoke, Wen Ning and his group disappeared strangely on the spot. It took a long time for this group of psychics to recover from the tinnitus and shock of the explosion, watching the entire team in front of them disappear completely. They gritted their teeth. Report to headquarters, a strange team took away the target. Fuck. What is it, aliens? They come and go without a trace? A psychic took off the mask and looked at the red dot that disappeared on the watch. He said vigilantly, "Be careful, the other party has a space that can accommodate living things. Wolf Tail, monitor this forest, report immediately if the target appears." Received. Boss, why is this person a bit like the one the Nantian team encountered? A white tiger pet, and this method does not belong to Blue Star. The man called the boss glanced at the black fog in the forest. A smile of determination appeared at the corner of his mouth. Aliens can't stop the poisonous smoke here. Ha ha ha, boss, that's a good idea. I arrange people to guard around immediately. I don't believe that he can't escape even if he has the ability to fly to the sky. Then he will suffocate to death. The crazy laughter of several people echoed for a while, and when they saw the black smoke spreading, they quickly put on gas masks. Deep in the forest, Wen Ning instinctively ran towards the depths, where the fire had not yet covered. This group of people is not as easy to deal with as the Nantian team, and their strength is not on the same level at all. And for these wild mammals, they can set fire to the mountain. That means it is impossible to negotiate. Wen Ning lost 2 war robots in their hands, and now they have been put in the repair warehouse. Using the visual cover created by the dwarf bomb, Wen Ning escaped with Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom. Riding Hu Zi to escape deep into the forest, Wen Ning found that this forest was very different from the one he had come here before. The whole forest was extremely dark and filled with a breath of death. It was completely different from the place where Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom lived. Hu Zi's steps gradually became unbalanced while running away, and Wen Ning had no time to ask. Hu Zi stumbled and almost knocked Wen Ning down. Hu Zi, what's wrong? Roar. Why is this tiger a little sleepy? Sleepy? Wen Ning immediately became alert. Those people were all wearing biochemical suits, and their heads were covered tightly. There's something wrong. This fog. This smoke. There's something wrong with this smoke. Wen Ning immediately turned over and put Hu Zi into his backpack. Then he took out a gas mask and put it on. Not feeling at ease, he also carried an oxygen cylinder left over from the suffocating leaf disaster. No wonder Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom just lay on the ground like they had no life force. Hu Zi also reacted now. The reason why she hadn't reacted yet was because the crystal armor on her body simply filtered the air. So she didn't feel fainted by the smoke now. I didn't expect that these people would do these despicable means besides setting fires. The purpose is to capture Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom. Wen Ning was so angry that her teeth itched, but she didn't stop. Without Tiger, she could only walk on her own. The terrain here is rugged, and even the Centaurus can't move. In addition, the roar of the Centaurus is too loud, so it is easy to be discovered. Wen Ning could only escape quietly without knowing the situation at this time. When Wen Ning was moving deeper, a slight sound from the valley caught her attention. Chapter 465. Wen Ning paused. He turned his head and looked at a secluded entrance. The branches at the entrance showed signs of being placed by humans. It looked like a valley was hidden. It was quiet inside at this time, but with Wen Ning's mental strength, he still noticed the deliberately suppressed panting inside. The other party seemed not to want her to find this place. Something was wrong. Wen Ning's expression moved slightly, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He changed direction and slowly approached the entrance. 001 and 012 appeared silently behind him. The plants at the entrance were obviously more lush. The ground was full of tangled tree roots, and some vines and thorns would not belong to this area if you looked closely. It seemed that they were deliberately transplanted here. Wen Ning and 001 looked at each other, and the crystal blade in his hand suddenly lifted the heavy tree curtain in front of him. The scene inside was completely exposed in front of him. Roar! Squeak! Hiss! A large number of animals with bared fangs and claws suddenly appeared inside. Behind them was a huge pond full of reeds. At this time, except for the animals in front with bared fangs, all the animals behind hid in the reeds. Wen Ning and 001 and 012, who came in, were stunned. The animals inside were also stunned, especially when they saw Wen Ning wrapped up tightly and wearing a gas mask. Roar! They are chasing us! Run! Hiss! We stop this human, you run! Squeak! Has the White Tiger King already? While panicking, a leopard and a rattlesnake in front rushed towards Wen Ning's face. 001 and 012 immediately went forward to fight. Wen Ning held 001 back. Wait! How come she could understand what these animals were saying? Wen Ning was stunned. Seeing the fierce faces of the leopard and the rattlesnake, she immediately took off her gas mask and showed her face. The rattlesnake and the leopard both brake suddenly and looked at Wen Ning in shock. Roar! She said. Wait! Hiss! What? No, she is not afraid of the poisonous smoke? Hiss! No, why can't I understand what this human is saying? The animals in the reed marsh behind him also poked their heads out of the grass one by one. They stared at Wen Ning with wide eyes. The leopard and the rattlesnake were even more stunned. But they did not launch an attack rashly. Wen Ning moved tentatively and released the half-dizzy Hu Zi. The white tiger you were talking about, doesn't it look like him? Hu Zi had just landed, his tongue still hanging at the corner of his mouth, and stars kept spinning above his head. Hiss, hiss! Wang! Roar! This is not Wang, but he really looks like Wang. Wen Ning finally understood that this should be the hiding place that Tiger's parents found for these animals. The poisonous smoke outside did not penetrate in, and this reed marsh should have a purifying effect. Feed Hu Zi the antidote. The poisonous smoke outside has hallucinogenic and paralyzing effects. Hu Zi lay on the ground gasping for breath, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. De Xiao Jin was also wilting at this time. Many animals saw that Wen Ning did not do anything to them, but took off his gas mask. He even took out a small version of the White Tiger King. Plus, they could actually understand what Wen Ning said. Curiosity was greater than fear at this time. They stretched their necks forward unconsciously one by one. They wanted to see what was going on. Wen Ning settled the three tigers, and found a clean place to release Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom. Roar! King! Queen! Squeak! What did you do to the king? Wen Ning pursed his lips and said nothing, because Tiger Dad's injuries were too serious. The advanced healing potion only healed the small wounds on his body, and the wounds that were deep enough to see the bones were bleeding black blood. There was no way to heal. It should be caused by the wound being exposed to the poisonous smoke for a long time, and the detoxification potion gathered all the toxins at the location of the wound. He wanted to quickly expel the toxins in this way. But for Tiger Dad, if he didn't stop the bleeding, he would be in danger. The flesh around the wound had been corroded and rotten by the toxins. The rotten flesh must be cut off immediately, and then the wound must be sutured. Although Wen Ning is a scientist, his medical knowledge is limited, and he has never thought of performing surgery on a tiger. At this time, he had no choice but to go ahead. The surrounding animals saw Wen Ning approaching the tiger father with a dagger. They immediately bared their teeth again. Fortunately, the tiger mother woke up in time and stopped the leopard and the rattlesnake in an instant. Roar! The child's father. Seeing the injury of the tiger father being almost disemboweled, the tiger mother was almost heartbroken and fainted again. 001 took the medicine given by Wen Ning and carefully let the tiger mother drink it. The tiger mother was very obedient, and the animals around her all bent down and lay on the ground to show that she is harmless. Tiger Mom, recover your strength quickly, this place is probably exposed. Sweat kept rolling down Wen Ning's forehead, but his hands were quick, accurate and ruthless. 012 kept wiping Wen Ning's sweat to prevent it from dripping onto Tiger Dad's wound. Tiger Mom looked at Wen Ning gratefully, and then she and Tiger Z licked each other's wounds and talked. She believed in Wen Ning, and Wen Ning appeared in time again to save her and Tiger Dad's lives. Tiger Dad will definitely be fine under Wen Ning's hands. Tiger Mom rested for a long time, and her hind legs recovered quickly under the effect of advanced healing potions. Both bullet holes were penetrating wounds, and fortunately they did not hit her bones. And the opponent was obviously coming for her, so he did not kill her. On the contrary, Tiger Dad was the one who suffered the most. All the serious injuries were directed at him. Thinking of everything she had experienced, Tiger Mom couldn't help but let out an angry roar. All the animals trembled and lay down without making a sound. Tiger Mom roared a few times, revealing everything the humans had done. The animals couldn't help but agree. When Ning listened to Tiger Mom's story, his eyes became colder and colder. His hands moved steadily and quickly. The last stitch fell, and the suturing was finally completed. Tiger Dad still showed no signs of waking up, but his breathing was obviously much more stable. When Ning glanced at Tiger Mom, then put Tiger Dad back into the backpack. Tiger Mom received Wen Ning's reassuring eyes, and put away her sadness. The king's aura on her body once again prevailed. Wen Ning walked forward a few steps, and the surrounding animals no longer had the initial hostility when they saw her. He stroked the head of the spoiled tiger. Wen Ning asked Tiger Mom what had happened during the time he was away. The expression on Tiger Mom's face was full of anger. Roar! It's all the fault of those humans. Chapter 466. Tiger Mom told Wen Ning everything that had happened during this period, combined with the information Wen Ning got from the system. Basically figured out what happened. After Wen Ning left the planet, the disaster was out of control. The pollution of nuclear radiation has devastated the global ecosystem. Humans developed a poisonous smoke, and in order to seek development, they used this poisonous smoke to capture mammals. In the third year of the nuclear radiation outbreak, purebred humans were completely extinct, and the only humans left in the world were all genetically modified by animals. And all human hopes were on purebred wild mammals. Human madness eventually spread to the remote primeval forest. They stretched out their claws in a frenzy. Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom originally thought they could protect this last piece of pure land. When humans took action, they quietly rescued these animals. When the poison spread throughout the forest, they found this swamp reed marsh. They found that the poisonous smoke here could be purified by reeds, so they used this place as a foothold for animals. The fish in the swamp could be used as food. But the behavior of the tiger father and mother had long been noticed. They were shot in the battle, although they escaped by luck. But since then, every action would be discovered, although the couple felt strange. But when the little leopard was caught this time, they still took the risk to find an opportunity to rescue it. But they didn't expect that the little leopard was a bait released by despicable humans. When the couple arrived, the body of the little leopard was tortured beyond recognition, thrown casually into the iron cage. Then a large number of biochemicals suddenly appeared around. Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom were outnumbered, and had basically no chance of winning. Humans valued Tiger Mom more and targeted Tiger Dad more in the battle. So Tiger Mom was only pierced through the hind legs. Tiger Dad was used by them to restrain Tiger Mom, and there was even a kind of abuse mentality in him. Fortunately, Wen Ning arrived in time and saved the couple again. The hatred in Tiger Mom softened when she came into contact with Wen Ning. Then she actually crawled in front of Wen Ning. Roar! Tiger Z was stunned. He knelt down with a click. Wen Ning was shocked and took a step forward. Tiger Mom, what are you doing? Tiger Mom's eyes were wet. Her tone was full of sadness. My benefactor, I know you are here to take me and my father away. I also know that your request is very rude, but the people behind you are my people. Not only me, but my father can't bear to leave them behind. Animals have a natural ability to warn. Even if we don't fall into the hands of humans, this forest will soon be destroyed. By then, they will surely die. Tiger Mom turned her head and glanced at the hundreds of animals of various kinds behind her. She said in a sad tone, My benefactor, can you take them with you? Tiger Mom knew that it was not easy for Wen Ning to come here, but she couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Wen Ning understood Tiger Mom's concerns. Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom were willing to risk their lives for a little leopard. Humans can't compare to this kind of friendship. She thought about this plan seriously. It's not impossible to take these animals with her. Each animal needs 3 survival points, which is just a drizzle for her. But, can the system agree? Players can take them back to the Wasteland. The system answered the doubts in time. However, before Wen Ning could be happy, the tone of the system changed. However, except for the white tiger, players cannot carry these animals in the system backpack, and if there are animals that have been infected with the virus of this world, they cannot enter the Wasteland. I understand the latter, but why the former? Players, please note that the white tiger can enter the backpack because their blood relatives are the player's pets, and they enter the pet backpack. Other animals, as foreign creatures, can only enter the Wasteland through the space-time channel. And, those carrying infectious viruses from this planet cannot enter. This is the same mechanism as the alien race descending on the Wasteland. Those races that enter accidentally or purposefully all use the transmission channel. It's just that the system uses the territory mechanism to put their landing coordinates in the bright territory. When Ning thought about it, there is no way, so she has to protect these animals on the road. When will the space-time channel be opened? Space-time channel coordinates. Players can open it anytime they want. Since the secondary space-time channel is purchased by players, the opening time is limited, only half an hour at most. Wen Ning frowned slightly, which means that this world is about to be destroyed, except for these animals that she can save. Is this space-time channel a one-time use? The player guessed correctly. The order of this world is already in chaos, and it will fall to the brink of collapse in a week, and by then time will stagnate, the virus will spread throughout the planet, and this place will fall into purgatory. Purgatory? The vitality of this planet is very weak. When normal creatures become extinct, the remaining genetically modified humans will have to fight against zombies. Unfortunately, the chances of human victory are almost zero. There are only two possible outcomes for this planet. First, human failure, and the planet's vitality completely disappear. In the 10th year of time stagnation, if there is no life, the planet will be annihilated in the galaxy. The second outcome is that humans win by chance. 10 years after the victory, if there is no way to restore the ecology and nourish the vitality of the planet, the virus will come back until the planet is completely annihilated. Wen Ning was silent for a long time, with an indescribable feeling in his heart. System. Will our blue planet also end like this? The system was also silent for a moment. It's different. The blue planet where the player is located was directly drained of its vitality due to an invasion from the outside world and has dissipated. Wen Ning smiled bitterly. Spending 10 million to buy a one-time space-time channel, I don't know whether it is a loss or a profit. Wen Ning came to his senses. In any case, the blue planet is no longer there. Wen Ning had no intention of considering the fate of other blue planets. All this, at least on this planet, is the fault of human beings. And these animals are innocent. Wen Ning told Tiger Mom the rules of the system. Tiger Mom and the animals behind her were very excited. It was great to be able to walk together. As for the difficulties on the road, they were not afraid. If there is hope, we must do our best to seize it. Seeing that everyone agreed, Wen Ning did not say much. Let the system screen out the animals carrying the virus. Tiger Mom followed and watched Wen Ning point out the problematic animals one by one. Everyone knows what the virus is. Although you have no symptoms now, the incubation period is not short. Chapter 467. The animals understood what Wen Ning said. They immediately looked at the animals that were picked out with great sympathy. What surprised Wen Ning was that these animals behaved very calmly. The rattlesnake raised its head and looked at Wen Ning, with a pleading look in its eyes. Wen Ning looked over and saw him push a small snake behind him in front of Wen Ning. The little snake was a little stage frightened and immediately got behind its father. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Benefactor, we animals have had many virus outbreaks in the past few days, so I had a premonition of this ending. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It's just that I'm worried about my last child. It just lost its mother. Wen Ning's eyes were filled with compassion. So that's how it is. These animals are calm because they have experienced too many separations. It seems that the tiger father and mother managed it well before. They didn't have any emotions of crying and shouting. The only thing they did was to entrust their loved ones to people they could trust. It was so skilled that it made people feel distressed. Wen Ning was a human being. The rattlesnake wanted to attack Wen Ning at first, but Wen Ning knew that it was now entrusting its child to him. It was apologizing for its initial behavior. Wen Ning glanced at the little rattlesnake that was timidly sticking its head out. He stretched out his hand to call 012. 012 will take care of him and protect him throughout the journey, don't worry. 012's sturdy body made people feel very safe at first glance, and the rattlesnake was very satisfied. He used his tail to throw the little rattlesnake into 012's outstretched palm. The little rattlesnake wanted to run away, but was intimidated by his father, and dared not move again. The other animals followed suit, and entrusted their own affairs. Then the rattlesnake said again, Hiss, hiss, hiss. We can protect you from escaping before you turn into zombies. Wen Ning's eyes lit up. She hadn't thought of this idea. Hiss, hiss, hiss. We split up and go to attract attention. The other animals also agreed. Tiger Mom looked sad, but there was nothing she could do. Then, Wen Ning planned an escape route according to their idea. There was already thick smoke outside. It was obvious that these people wanted to use poisonous smoke to force them out. The plan was to let the rattlesnake take these animals out first, and take the human capture team in the opposite direction. Then Wen Ning would take the remaining animals to the coordinates of the space-time channel. Rattlesnake also agreed. He took more than 20 infected animals, and took a last look at the little rattlesnake that was obediently staying on 012's arm. He stepped out of the valley exit without hesitation. Not long after the rattlesnake left, Wen Ning led the fully equipped animal brigade to another direction. Because the smoke outside was getting thicker, it had affected the vision. Wen Ning put gas masks on all the animals, including the rattlesnake that had just led the team out. Tiger Mom could have entered Wen Ning's backpack, but seeing so many animals, she had to do her part. Not long after the team left the cave, the smoke outside turned red. Then a bright line of fire appeared in the field of vision. No! The wildfire is spreading. Tiger Mom also screamed. Roar! What to do? There is fire everywhere. Ding! Pet passive skill triggered. A human team of 300 people attacked here 1 kilometer away. Pet skill triggered successfully. Remaining times today. Active skill 2 times. Passive skill 2 times. Being targeted. This was Wen Ning's first reaction. This place is deep in the forest, and the other party locked her position from 1 kilometer away. There is only one explanation. The other party has a positioning device. I just don't know where this positioning device is. Wen Ning looked at the fire that spread very quickly. He looked at the anxious Tiger Mom. Tiger Mom, you may have a positioning device on you. I put you in my backpack first. Tiger Mom was stunned for a moment, and instantly remembered that she and Tiger Dad had been discovered every time. Combined with Wen Ning's statement that she had a positioning device on her, everything made sense. Wen Ning stopped talking nonsense. Tiger Mom should be able to figure it out. Don't worry, I will do my best to protect these animals. After saying that, without waiting for Tiger Mom to speak, he put Tiger Mom into the backpack. Then all the war robots were released. The coordinates have been entered. In order to avoid the target being too large, we will act separately. The maximum distance you can be from me is 5 kilometers. Calculate at any time during your own actions, and do not disconnect. 001 and 012 nodded. Got it. The dwarf bombs and some hot weapons were distributed to the 2 teams. Wen Ning led Hu Zi and the 2 Jin teams. They set off after they were ready. 1 kilometer away, the human team carrying various instruments and equipment and driving off-road vehicles followed a man in leather clothes. The man had a watch on his hand, and a red dot on it was flashing. Less than 1 kilometer away from the target, and the other target is suspected to be dead. Boss, let's see how they run now. The whole forest was set on fire by them. The wolf tail was a little proud. These animals should surrender. What's wrong with cooperating with humans? When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? It's really confusing. The team approached the coordinates, even though they were wearing thick protective clothing and some detection instruments. Their speed was not slow. And the armored vehicle they drove directly crushed all the trees in front of them, and the wheels were converted into tracks. There was no need to worry about the terrain at all. The team quickly approached the target. Boss, there are a few more fleeing animals on the wing. Captain, there are also some on the left. The team members' guns were already pointed at the direction where the animals appeared. The impatient ones were about to leave the team and chase them. The leading man's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he raised his hand lightly to stop the impulsive wolf tail. It's fake, it's bait, don't worry about them. Wolf tail stopped moving. Although he was confused, he would not doubt the decision made by the boss. It was important to obey orders. Just when the team gave up the animals that were harassing the site, and continued to move towards the target, the red dot on the dial in the leather jacket man's hand suddenly disappeared. The leather jacket man's face suddenly became ugly. Boss, what's wrong? The coordinates disappeared. Hurry over as soon as possible. The team members were shocked, and Wolf Tail asked cautiously. Boss, she won't be burned to death? The leather jacket man's face was so cold that it could freeze, and his tone was cold and hard. Hurry over, even if it's a corpse, we must find it. And don't forget that human has space to accommodate props. Yes. Advance team. Follow me. Chapter 468. Wolftail led a dozen team members on light motorcycles, and passed by the leather jacket man like the wind. At the same time, a few green dots representing the team members appeared on the leather jacket man's dial. This microdetector is nanometer level. As long as there is a small wound, it can be injected subcutaneously. Permanent retention. Determine whether it is an enemy or a friend by numbering. The target is red, the teammate is green, and the teammate mark can be blocked. The leather jacket man turned on the marks of these advanced teams at this time. Pay attention to their movement trajectory in real time, and infer the escape route of the white tiger based on the scope of the forest fire. Give directions to the advanced team at any time. Click. There was a slight noise from the earphone. The leather jacket man's teasing tone sounded. Wolftail, don't be like Big Tail Wolf. If this mission fails, you will end up like him when you go back. Wolf Tail quickly shuttled through the jungle. My tailbone went numb when I heard the boss's indifferent tone. The reason why the boss said that. It was because he and the big-tailed wolf were both humans who had been genetically modified by wild wolves. And 3 months ago, the Nantian team got nothing in the forest. After returning to the base, the Research Institute was furious when they heard about their experience. They asked them why they didn't catch that human. That human was probably a pure human who had awakened special abilities. The research value of this human was far higher than those animals. The final outcome was that the Nantian team and the Research Institute broke up. But Nanchan's father was the person in charge of the base management, and the crazy people in the Research Institute didn't dare to do anything to him. Until a month ago. A radiation storm hit the entire base, and Nafong died in that radiation storm. In addition to the storm, of course, the crazy researchers also did it. The biggest backer of the Nantian team fell, and Nantian escaped with a team member. The remaining team members were all caught. Big Tail Wolf. Thinking of this, Wolf Tail couldn't help but shudder. He had seen the bloody appearance of Big Tail Wolf before his death. He was half human and half wolf, and only the tail was intact. Eyeballs, tongue, ears, and all the internal organs were taken out and cultured in glass jars. He left like this without dying. The vitality of the modified people is very tenacious, and Big Tail Wolf did not die. But every organ can still feel pain after leaving the body. Those crazy people put concentrated sulfuric acid in his eyeball jar. Seal the highly radioactive meteorite into his wound. The radiation will make him erode from the wound. The lunatics would dig out his rotten flesh every other day, and then continue to corrode it. This torture lasted for 2 weeks, and Big Tail Wolf was left with only a tail. Wolf Tail didn't want to experience such a fate. Now the entire base has fallen into the control of the Research Institute. If there is any mistake in this mission, he may commit suicide on the spot in this forest. Without any hesitation. The advance team was quite fast, and arrived near the preset coordinates 10 minutes later. Boss, there is a valley here, but there are no animals or traces of that human. The leather jacket man frowned. There was not even a corpse, and it seemed that the white tiger was not dead yet. Search in a dispersed manner. Report immediately if you find any clues. If he puts all the animals into the space, there will only be one path left. After a while, Wolf Tail reported. Boss, according to the traces at the scene, there are at least 3 waves. Then they can't run far. You split the team to follow. I will contact the outside to increase the fire attack. Got it. Wolf Tail divided the people into 3 teams of 5 and 6 people on the spot and chased them in 3 directions. In the jungle, Wen Ning rode on Huzi, followed by a group of animals. The cubs stayed on the bodies of various animals obediently, wearing gas masks and not daring to breathe. Huzi's active skills have been used up too. Wen Ning looked at the enemy's large army getting closer and closer on the map, his face calm. I don't know what he was thinking. Take another look at the coordinates of the space-time channel that is about 5 kilometers away. He secretly said that he was unlucky. How come the coordinates of the space-time channel are on the road where she and the other side's main force must meet? The team led by 001 and 012 is more old, weak and disabled people, so they took a long detour. Wen Ning met the leather jacket man head-on, hoping to attract firepower and ensure that they are not pursued. As for her side, at worst, she would use secret weapons. Wen Ning's speed with the animals was not slow, thanks to the spread of the wildfire and the dense smoke. The visibility around was already very low, and the crackling sound of the fierce burning wood was added. The footsteps were not clear. The leather jacket man was leading the large force forward in an advancing posture. Suddenly, a faint smell of blood came from the air. The leather jacket man raised his head, the hood slid from his head, and his nose gradually stretched. The teeth also moved, and the skin turned brown-green. The pupils became vertical, and the light of searching for prey flashed in the light green pupils. Crocodile, have you found anything? The leather jacket man twitched his nose twice, and glanced at the person behind him. It was obvious that he didn't like others calling him by this name. But the smell of blood made him transform involuntarily, and his head completely turned into a crocodile. There was no way to vent the irritation in his heart. Crocodile pointed in a direction and slowly raised his eyelids. It's some bait, but it doesn't matter, just treat it as an appetizer. As a crocodile, Crocodile's speech was a little unclear, but the team members behind him had already understood what he meant. Immediately prepared for battle. After these baits that kept disrupting the vision were dealt with, let's see where the opponent can run. The jungle shook a few more times, and several team members were very fast. A flexible mole was pulled out from the bushes with a few jumps. Squeak, the captured mole didn't have time to dig and escape, and now stared at these humans angrily. It kept struggling to turn its back to bite these people. It carried the zombie virus, and if it bit these people, it would also be infected. Bang! With a gunshot, the mole's body drooped down weakly. Crocodile blew the muzzle of his gun. The team members saw that the blood flowing out of the mole was black, and they were immediately shocked. Reflexively threw the mole's body away. Virus. It's infected with the virus. The team members couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. The zombie virus is a virus that cannot be solved at present, and even if it is a genetically modified human, there is no way to resist it. Crocodile's expression also sank, and the whole person's expression became gloomy, although there was not much change on his long face. But the vertical pupil looked in the direction of the mole's body a few times. There was a chilling and frightening breath lingering all over his body. You actually resorted to such means. You are really desperate. Crocodile Tyrant laughed in anger. Then he gave a cold order. I wanted to spare your lives. Except for the white tiger, all other animals, kill them all. Crocodile Tyrant gave a ruthless order, and the team members around him immediately used real guns and live ammunition to shoot directly into the woods. The air was filled with a heavier smell of blood. Crocodile Tyrant raised the corners of his lips in satisfaction. He wanted to see how many baits the other side was willing to die. Chapter 469. With Crocodile Tyrant's order, the team members would not think about catching these animals alive. Instead, they would kill them directly on the spot. As a result, there were more and more animal corpses at the scene. Everyone saw that all the animals that rushed out were infected with the zombie virus. The atmosphere at the scene became more and more suffocating. Crocodile Tyrant's face was as ugly as charcoal. Boss, these animals just want to kill us. Isn't this a human bomb? Crocodile Tyrant took a long time to come back to his senses from his rage. He looked carefully at these animals that were constantly dying. Combined with their current location, a light flashed in his mind. He should be nearby. The team members were a little confused. Crocodile Tyrant looked down at his watch face. Although the tracks of the three tracking teams were a bit messy, the approximate direction was actually coming towards him. Crocodile Tyrant instantly understood why these animals collectively made suicidal attacks. Because he wants to run. Lao Yi, activate the skill. The team member called Lao Yi was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously, Are you sure? Crocodile looked determined. Lao Yi's skill could track him, but there was a limit. It had to be within a certain range. The price to pay was also heavy. Originally, Lao Yi didn't have to come with him this time. But the Research Institute asked him to come with him. If he still couldn't find the other party after activating this skill, this mission would basically be declared half a failure. Lao Yi saw that Crocodile didn't mean to change his words, so he didn't ask again. Instantly activated the tracking skill. I saw that his skin grew fish-skinned all over his body, and the azure blue color climbed all the way to his scalp. All his hair fell out, and his entire tail became a fish tail. He felt suffocated, and his skin felt sticky. The abilities in his body were greatly enhanced. Then, the forest space in front of him changed in his eyes. While his head was splitting, the forest in his vision turned into an ocean. In this ocean, he sent sound waves in all directions. This kind of sound wave is inaudible to humans. Relying on the information fed back from the surroundings, Lao Yi began to process the huge amount of information. As time passed, Lao Yi's breathing became more and more difficult. All the cells in his body were clamoring for water. In the huge sea of information, he gained nothing, but his body was gradually approaching the edge of suffocation. At the last moment, he finally saw a figure riding on a white tiger and running in the opposite direction. This direction. Lao Yi's eyes were red, and the shock and lack of water made his face turn purple. Crocodile Tyrant saw the right time. Collect. The teammate who had been waiting for a long time immediately brought up a huge fish tank and threw Lao Yi into it. Lao Yi instantly turned into a dolphin-like creature in the bathtub. Recovering his vitality, he rolled happily in the fish tank. But he could no longer speak, nor could he express human thoughts. He swam happily in the tank, as if he had completely turned into a dolphin. Change direction and chase to the southwest. Crocodile ordered. The 4 team members carrying the fish tank behind him whispered. Although Lao Yi's skills are strong, it takes 10 hours to turn back after turning into a fish. He didn't even know that he was stewed into fish soup. Since they looked at each other, looking at the old wild animal swimming in the tank, their eyes revealed clear stupidity. Huzi, speed up, they found us and are chasing us here. After taking back the detection drone, Wen Ning recalled the person he had just seen and turned into a fish. It is not certain how much this unexpected ability is. She just cooperated with the death squad composed of animals such as rattlesnakes. She passed by the crocodile tyrant team at a distance of 1 kilometer. But she didn't expect that the other party actually saw through her plan, and used this unimaginable skill to catch her position. Fortunately, the other party only knew her approximate location, and didn't know her destination. How about taking a detour? No, the animals around her, although they have not been consumed by the battle. But animals are naturally afraid of fire, and it is difficult for them to suppress their nature and escape in the burning forest. The fire of the forest fire is getting bigger and bigger, and the encirclement is getting smaller and smaller. It is better to get out as soon as possible. If caught up, Wen Ning still has the confidence to hold back the opponent. As long as these animals can safely run into the space-time channel transmission tower. Wen Ning, who had made a plan in mind, immediately asked 001 and 012 to speed up. The robots can carry the animals and run away. Now there are less than 2 kilometers left to the space-time channel coordinates. If they speed up at full speed, they should be able to reach it before Crocodile King catches up with her. Got it, Master. 001 and 012 immediately picked up the 2 animals after receiving the order and headed towards the exit with all their strength. Crocodile King, it must be said, his intuition is also very accurate. Just relying on this direction, he actually found Wen Ning's trail. Less than 500 meters away from the space-time transmission channel. 001 and 012 brought 50 robots to directly send all the animals into the transmission tower. Wen Ning was followed by more than a dozen animals. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air behind him. Wen Ning immediately turned over and stood up from Hu Zi's back. He stretched out his hand and slashed. The fireball in Crocodile King's hand disappeared when it touched the particle blade that suddenly appeared in Wen Ning's hand. Then, the weapon in Wen Ning's hand turned into a fiery red color. This color was much redder than in Crocodile King's hand. After running all the way, it's time to settle the score. Wen Ning's eyes flashed with murderous intent. These humans really wanted to kill them all. These animals were just looking for a way to survive, just because this blue planet was controlled by humans. Do they have a reason to kill and plunder other species at will? Wen Ning did not agree with this approach. Thinking that Teacher Xi and Darui had to politely seek the consent of the rabbit people when doing an experiment. Why do they have the right? This world actually believes that the strong are respected. Now, she should also be able to fight for the right to speak at the table. Wen Ning did a neat backflip and jumped off Hu Zi's back, swinging the weapon in his hand seemingly casually. A huge red sword energy rushed directly towards the entire team of Crocodile King. You can feel the overwhelming heat before you get close. It is more than 10 times stronger than Crocodile King's fireball. Seeing this, Crocodile King immediately used his leather jacket to block the flames coming towards him. Boom! The team members who couldn't dodge in time were set on fire. The protective suits instantly burned violently. Everyone kept rolling and slapping on the ground, and some jumped directly into the fish tank where Lao Yi was. Wen Ning was also surprised by the ability of this particle blade. He had always thought it was a transformation weapon, but he didn't expect it to have the function of amplification. Looking at the other party's embarrassed appearance, the animals around Wen Ning vented their anger fiercely. It's so refreshing. If the fire doesn't burn themselves, they will never know their mistakes. Chapter 470. Wen Ning was very fast, and the flame swept through Crocodile Tyrant's team with great force. The team members wearing protective clothing caught fire. At this time, they struggled to take off the burning protective clothing. When the mask was taken off, it was choked by the thick smoke. Crocodile Tyrant's eyes locked on Wen Ning, his face gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. Wen Ning stood tall, covered with a gray crystal armor. The particles on the surface of the particle blade in his hand kept running at high speed. Wen Ning waved his hand, and all the war robots behind him suddenly appeared around him. Lined up in a row. Blocked the animals behind him tightly. The intention was obvious. If you want to catch them, you have to pass this level first. Crocodile Tyrant's face instantly became very ugly. I don't know if these robots are the products of Blue Star, but their combat effectiveness is very strong. What's more terrifying is that their intelligence has reached a very terrifying level. It's like having their own consciousness. Crocodile King secretly counted and found that the enemy's robots were no less than 100. With a team of more than 200 people, they could fight. But the casualties were immeasurable. Brother, which faction are you from? Why do you have to go against us? Crocodile King spoke first, looking Wen Ning up and down with a sinister look, trying to find the controller that controls these robots from Wen Ning. And by the way, he wanted to make Wen Ning more alert. Crocodile King waved his hand, and his embarrassed teammates were immediately dragged to the back. On the surface, the two sides seemed evenly matched. Unfortunately, Wen Ning didn't want to pay attention to him at all. He stood there silently without saying a word. The murderous intent on his body was overwhelming, and he only cared about the actions of Crocodile King and others. If you dare to take a step forward, Wen Ning will attack without hesitation. Crocodile King also understood Wen Ning's intention, and his face became even uglier. He was a middle-level manager of the base, and he had no sense of existence except in front of the crazy people in the research institute. It was the first time that he was ignored so thoroughly. The key point was that the other party single-handedly took away so many animals from his hands. Crocodile King's tone became unfriendly. "Brother, where did you hide those animals? The surrounding forest fires were all caused by my supernatural power. You have been surrounded. No fight, no acquaintance. As long as you hand over the pair of white tigers obediently, you can take the rest." Wen Ning sneered, not interested in the ivory spit out of his dog's mouth. Crocodile King saw that this man was stubborn and unyielding, and his anger was almost uncontrollable. At this time, a team member behind him came forward. He whispered in Crocodile King's ear, "Boss, something is wrong. The animals behind him are gone." When Crocodile King heard this, he immediately looked behind Wen Ning, and saw an animal running into a void. The body disappeared on the spot. The team members broke out in cold sweat. "What kind of monster is this?" Crocodile King was furious. "Fuck. Who are you? Is it an alien? Aliens? Can they take us away? Aliens." The team members behind him noticed the scene behind Wen Ning one by one, and they immediately started to guess. Some people heard about aliens, and immediately felt like they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Crocodile King's eyes gradually lit up. The look he gave Wen Ning was instantly filled with respect. No wonder the girl disappeared without a trace. She didn't do anything to the Nantion team, and she saved them. This person might know the girl named Black Widow. "Master, all the animals have entered the transmission tower." 001 sent a message to Wen Ning in his mind. As a human being, Wen Ning didn't want to save this group of scum who had lost their humanity and morality. But he didn't want to conflict with them either. This matter was caused by her selfishness. Now that the goal has been achieved, she has no reason to stay here. "Brother, can you take us with you?" Crocodile King didn't have the arrogance just now. In front of Wen Ning, he found that he was begging and had no qualifications to negotiate. He looked at Wen Ning's eyes hopefully. There was sadness and hatred in them. But there was no kindness. Crocodile King was stunned instantly. Then, he heard a clear and pleasant female voice. The prominent words were so cold that they made people feel like they were falling into an ice cave. "You have been infected with the virus and can't leave." As the voice fell, the teleportation array behind Wen Ning shone brightly, and the dazzling white light gradually covered all the robots, including Wen Ning. "No! Don't leave." Crocodile King flew over in an instant. He wanted to grab the corner of Wen Ning's clothes, but he didn't even touch the edge. The white light suddenly appeared, and then disappeared in an instant. The voices of Wen Ning and his group disappeared completely in the void. The surrounding team members were still in Wen Ning's words for a long time, and couldn't come back to their senses. Crocodile King seemed to have gone crazy, and kept searching for the place where Wen Ning disappeared, trying to find that crack in time and space. "Boss, what did she mean? Are we really all infected with the virus?" Crocodile King looked sad, and for the first time, he showed such vulnerability. He knelt in the middle of the woods, looking up to the sky and weeping. The team behind him was in chaos. In the technical secondary school space, Wen Ning looked depressed, and she just knew that these people were infected with the virus. Just now, she had a little thought. She wanted to try to save these humans. But the system immediately refuted her idea. Players should not have any delusions. This planet has reached the end of its fate. But why can't these humans set off to the stars like us and find a new home? Not all humans can be as lucky as you. The universe has its own set of laws. They are all infected with the virus, and have no way to step out of this time and space. This is the price they paid for their superpowers. Otherwise, why do you think there is no pure human on this blue planet? Wen Ning suddenly realized. The consequences of endless greed have led to the corruption and collapse of the environment, ecosystem, and social system. This is the fate they chose. No one can bear it for them. Wen Ning figured it out quickly. She still has her compatriots to take responsibility for. "Let's go!" Wen Ning released Tiger Mom. "Tiger Mom, you have fulfilled your mission. All the animals are here." Tiger Mom was so moved that she burst into tears. All the animals had new smiles on their faces, and their eyes looked at Wen Ning with sparkling eyes. Wen Ning cleared his throat. Welcome to the Wasteland continent. Welcome to the Bright Territory. Chapter 471. When Ning walked out of the teleportation array with a group of animals, there was not much reaction in the territory. With the previous experience of the white rabbit children, who were also in the form of rabbits, the people in the territory accepted these new people well. However, Tiger Mother and a group of animals were shocked when they saw the aliens with animal faces and human bodies walking all over the ground. Roar! Mom, don't be afraid, I am the boss. Tiger rubbed Tiger Mother proudly, and Tiger Mother glanced at him with pride in her eyes. As she was talking, a large group of children suddenly rushed out from the side. Boss Cubs! Boss, you are back. Boss, where have you been? We missed you so much. A group of cat people, lion people, rabbits and werewolves were not afraid of strangers at all. While exclaiming, they climbed on Tiger's head. After a while, a whole row of little beast men sat on Tiger's back. There were even several Snow White bunny men lying on top of their heads. Tiger Mom, son, is this the boss you were talking about? He glanced at Tiger Mom with a guilty conscience. Roar. This is a long story, but I keep it short. Roar. Mom, I'm going to play first. When Ning couldn't help laughing, and Jean quickly followed with a few children on their backs. The three little ones disappeared in an instant. The parents of the naughty children came forward to greet Ning. They apologized for their children's behavior, but the smiles on their faces couldn't deceive people. When Huzi and Jean were free, they acted as babysitters in the territory, which gave them more time to go to school. When Ning didn't mind, as she wanted to see harmony in the territory. The animals around her were still a little reserved. The people looked at the Tiger Mother, who looked exactly like Huzi, with inquiring eyes. When Ning introduced the animals to everyone. This is the Tiger Mother, the biological mother of the cub, and the animals behind her. They come from the same forest, and will be part of the Bright Territory in the future. The people cheered instantly, and the Bright Territory became more and more lively. In addition, Huzi's fighting power was awesome. This invisibly raised the status of the Tiger Mother in everyone's hearts. Welcome, welcome. The territory is really getting more and more lively. The Tiger Mother and the animals behind her looked at each other. They could actually understand what these orcs were saying. Roar. Hello. You guys. Lord, is she saying hello? When Ning nodded. He served as a translator conscientiously. This matter was also helpless. She could understand what Huzi said because the pet and the owner had a mutual understanding. Tiger Mom and these animals were related to Huzi, so she could understand. However, the communication between Huzi and the people in the territory had always been one-sided. That is, Huzi could understand the language of the people in the territory, but the people in the territory could not understand Huzi. So the current situation was that Tiger Mom and the others could understand the beast men, but the people in the territory could not understand the words of the animals. It would take some time to achieve barrier-free communication. After chatting for a while, Ning took the animals to settle down. Originally, a residence was prepared for Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom, right next to the livestock farm. But he did not expect to bring back so many animals. I can only ask Mira to expand this area overnight, and try to give these animals enough space to move around. Tiger Mom, please stay with me in the shelter for the time being. Tiger Dad's injuries still need to be treated for a while. Everyone will live here for the time being. A batch of animals in the livestock farm will be slaughtered every day, and someone will distribute food to you when the time comes. There is a pasture next to the herbivorous animals, and you can go in at any time. The Dawn Forest here is not much different from the Bakey Forest, but it has been in a state of recovery after the disaster. In a few days, you can live directly in the forest. The animals are very satisfied with Ning's arrangement and have no objections. They basically carry small animals entrusted by others, and it is best to have a stable environment to raise these animals. After Ning settled them, he took Tiger Mom back to the shelter. In Tiger's room, Tiger Dad was released. The wounds on his body are still very hideous. Fortunately, the toxins have been completely discharged, and the toxins of this poisonous smoke are not zombie viruses. So Tiger Dad can come to the Wasteland continent with him. The Tiger Mom will stay with the Tiger Dad for the next few days. Ning asked the system if it could solve the communication problem of these animals. After all, these intelligent animals are different from the mutant animals in the Dawn Forest. If they were allowed to go out and live easily, they would easily be killed by other players as mutant animals. However, the system replied that the engineering workload of animal language universalization was too large, and he did not have so much energy. Due to this limitation, Wen Ning had to ask Mira to spend 2 million survival points to buy an intelligent translator. The translator is a chip that is directly installed in the animal's ID card. It can translate what they want to express in real time. In addition, these animals have learned the rules of this world in school. When they are released again, they just need to report that they are the citizens of the Bright Territory when they meet players. Basically, no blind players will attack them. The ID card is also equipped with an alarm, and Wen Ning can receive it in real time. When the coordinates are shared, the other party's forces can be clearly seen. Rescue operations can be launched in time. It can be said to be foolproof. This major worry has been solved. Wen Ning began to get busy again. The robots have been fully mass-produced. Because Xiaoji cannot use them easily, the robots produced by Wen Ning are ordinary growth robots. High-level synthetic robots are basically only those that have been recognized by the Bright Territory. Wen Ning has reserved 100 high-level synthetic robots in his backpack for trading. Apart from these, there is nothing else. But an exciting news is that Lucifer's first robot. It actually awakens self-awareness. Although it is far behind 001, compared with other players. That is to see the lead. In addition, he has a war robot in his hand, but it has been used for a short time, but awakening is a matter of time. The biggest blow to this matter is Lin Han. He has cried with greed. Because last time he was ambushed, his robot was destroyed. He bought a dozen new ones, and cultivated them from scratch. I don't know when they can reach the level of awakening. In addition to the news of the full mass production of robots, there is another good news. That is the successful manufacture of armored off-road vehicles. Chapter 472. When this news came, Wen Ning was just completing a deal. It was an order for 100 robots from a lord of a sub-territory. This order made Wen Ning earn 10 million survival points. Ever since the Treasure Pavilion opened up the sub-territory to sell robots in unlimited quantities, the whole world has set off a frenzy of joining the Treasure Pavilion. Wen Ning also opened up the right to join from only Yinhua players to players all over the world. Of course, the system will be responsible for screening players with bad intentions. And the joining agreement of the Treasure Pavilion is very harsh. First of all, there is a trading monopoly. All products marked with the Treasure Pavilion label can only be circulated among the Treasure Pavilion forces. Other territories can only be purchased through the Treasure Pavilion store, and there is only one store in the entire network, no semicolons. And the territories you want to rob must be clear. As long as the player attacks any territory of the Treasure Pavilion, he will be blacklisted by Wen Ning, and set it as a permanent hostile territory. Because one of the rules set by the Treasure Pavilion is that you cannot attack players from other territories at will. You cannot attack aliens at will. However, despite this, there are still many players in the world who attack the Treasure Pavilion. It is for these supplies. But even if it is targeted, it does not prevent more players from wanting to join the Treasure Pavilion. Now the scale of the Treasure Pavilion has reached nearly 20 sub-territories. And the speed of the increase in sub-territories is not slow. Basically, a new batch will be added in 1 or 2 days. At the same time, alien territories are also established. Corresponding to human territories one by one, they madly accept alien territories. Other players in the world think that the Treasure Pavilion has gone crazy. Half of the supplies should be used to feed these useless aliens. It would be better to capture them as slaves and squeeze out the last value from them. It can only be said that the concepts are different. The use of aliens as slaves must never happen in the Treasure Pavilion. These developments are off topic. Wen Ning was thinking while he arrived at the car factory. And Bu was at the door at this time, looking at his most satisfactory work. This car was made by him using countless materials for experiments, with the most complete performance and the cheapest materials. An armored off-road vehicle that can be mass-produced. When Wen Ning came in, he saw this armored off-road vehicle at a glance. It was as quiet as a black beast crawling on the display stand. It was ready to go, and the whole body was made of matte materials, which looked very low-key under the projection of lights. But it had a strong sense of presence. The wheels reached Wen Ning's waist, and the materials were solid and reliable. Next to it are its evaluation parameters. This car is equipped with one-way bulletproof glass and a fully armored body. There is also mine-resistant chassis armor. The armor alone can effectively resist attacks from rifles, machine guns, mines, grenades, etc. Once the energy shield is triggered, it can also resist 1 or 2 artillery shell attacks. Lord, let me introduce this car to you. Designer Bu came forward with a hint of pride in his tone. This armored off-road vehicle is the best one I have made so far, but it is definitely not the peak of my career. Since Bu came into contact with these special materials in the Bright Territory, it seems to have opened the door to a new world. He introduced his achievements to Wen Ning in a torrent of words. This car is 2.3 meters high, weighs 5.6 tons, and uses a four-wheel drive system. It can adapt to various terrains, and the chassis armor is equipped with a turbocharger system, which can be amphibious. The maximum speed can reach 180 kilometers per hour. Using the materials in the territory, I combined and matched multiple subsystems such as navigation, communication, reconnaissance, surveillance, and weapon carrying. Radar and infrared sensors are also standard. This car can quickly obtain intelligence, identify targets, and quickly formulate counterattack tactics, etc. Weapon carrying can carry 0.72 mm and 12.7 mm caliber machine guns and rifles, and can carry up to 40 mm caliber howitzers. Enbu's eyes glowed as he spoke. For him, this car can definitely be regarded as the highlight of his career. Of course, this is also due to the fact that Wen Ning's here is fully functional and has an unlimited supply of materials. This sense of accomplishment is something he has not been able to achieve in decades. Wen Ning was of course very satisfied. When she heard that the car factory could produce at least 50 cars a day, she smiled. She immediately signed a contract with Enbu for the treatment of the car factory director. She knew that Enbu had always hoped to get a recognition. What kind of recognition is more important than a work contract? Enbu was so moved that he almost cried. He had been studying for so many years. In the Intelligence Star, he had been hitting walls everywhere for a job. Now, Wen Ning directly gave him the identity of a manager. Of course, Enbu felt a great recognition. He signed the contract without any hesitation. Wen Ning immediately asked him to start mass production. This car is the next product of the Treasure Pavilion. This car is called Mai. Wen Ning finalized the name of the car. Lord, I will work hard. Wen Ning patted Enbu's shoulder and nodded with satisfaction. Then he returned to the shelter. He replaced the armored off-road vehicle he drove with the latest version. Then, he hung the second-hand car on the display stand of the Guangming territory. It was displayed side by side with the original one. It was just that this one had better performance, and Wen Ning hung 6 million territory contributions. Fuck. New car. Oh my god. So cool. Ah, my territory contribution value is not enough, and even a new car has come out. Damn it. Wow, I don't deserve it at all. I don't deserve it. Many players gathered at the Guangming Territory bulletin board, and the players drooled at Wen Ning's armored vehicles. In the crowd, 2 players quietly sent messages to others. In less than 5 minutes, the teleportation tower of Guangming Territory lit up. Lu Yin and Lin Han rushed out of the teleportation tower one after another. The two were slightly stunned when they saw each other, and then they quickly ran to the display stand. The things Wen Ning displayed in Guangming Territory were the best. Because the several sub-territories were directly connected, the territory contribution values were also connected. Lin Han came to Guangming Territory several times to buy equipment. After a few visits, he became familiar with the territory's residents. Asked them to contact him after the new ones were released. This time, Lin Han was determined to get the new car, but he didn't expect to see Lu Yin here. This woman in Zhao's territory is quite powerful. Lin Han has met her several times in the ruins. Unexpectedly, she also has spies. Lin Han is a little fat man. In order to grab this car, he actually released a robot princess hug himself. He rushed to the display stand like the wind. Look, young Master Lin, he must be here for this car. He's a rich man. No more talking. There's another me under the lemon tree. Lin Han came forward to take a look. This car is so cool. It was this car that the big sister drove to save his life. He must get it. Lin Han didn't even look at the price and just reached out to exchange. The player's territory contribution value is not enough, and the exchange conditions are not met. Chapter 473. Lin Han's eyes were straight. What? He doesn't have enough survival points? Are you kidding? He is the richest man in Yinhan Forest. Lin Han's first reaction was that the car was too expensive. He took a look at the price of the car, 6 million. And his territory contribution value. 599,9999. Just a little bit. Lin Han was stunned. When the players around heard it, they were all worried for him. Master Lin, go back and exchange your survival points for contribution points. Just a little bit. Lin Han said bitterly, I have already exchanged today. It's a pity, but no one should be able to buy it for a while. Go take a tree-cutting mission. It will be done in 10 minutes. Everyone thought that the territory contribution value was just a little bit, and this car would most likely belong to Lin Han. The players in Guangming territory didn't feel that Lin Han was coming to steal things. It has been so long since they came in, and the territory contribution has not exceeded 1 million. It takes at least half a month to save up for goods worth millions. According to the speed at which the Lord updates new products, this thing may not be worth 6 million in half a month. So it doesn't matter if Lin Han buys it. Just when everyone was making plans to comfort Lin Han, Lu Yin appeared in black military boots. Wearing a tight combat uniform in flaming red, she looked very cool. She glanced at the car on the display stand. She glanced at Lin Han, who was scratching his head. Then she walked to the 5 million car without saying a word. Lin Han's eyes lit up. Could it be that she wanted to buy the 5 million car? Doesn't he still have a chance? Just when Lin Han rekindled his hope, Lu Yin curled her lips and her outstretched hand instantly changed direction. Ding-dong sound. The new car on the display stand disappeared instantly. Ah! Ah! The crowd burst into a cry, and Lu Yin felt an off-road vehicle appear in the backpack. He smiled with satisfaction. Then he looked at Lin Han, who was stunned beside him. He nodded and greeted. Thank you, Master Lin. Then he turned around and walked out of the crowd. Ah! Lin Han cried desperately in the crowd behind him. The onlookers dispersed, and Lin Han looked at the first display vehicle left in place. Adhering to the idea of not returning empty-handed, Lin Han directly paid the full amount. Who let their territory have the only seedling car? His father refused to let him buy it. He said that if he bought it, the territory would have no appeal to the outside world. Fortunately, there was something to gain from this trip. When he went back, he could sell the centaur and get a mouthful of blood. The territory is sold for 1 million, but he only wants 80. The second-hand price will not disrupt the market. Lin Han was about to turn around and leave happily. The player who was originally flattering him suddenly exclaimed even more enthusiastically. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar, and Lin Han turned his head reflexively. He saw 2 cooler cars on the display stand. The price tag was 7 million, but when he saw the performance, it was amazing. It was Lin Han's dream car. I didn't expect that I could climb the wall so quickly, and I didn't expect Wen Ning to be so fast in getting a new one. Lin Han instantly regretted his impulsive purchase just now. He was only 1 million away from this new vehicle, crying to death. These 2 vehicles are not the latest models, but the vehicles assembled by Imbu himself. It's just that it can carry heavy weapons, and has too much lethality. That's why Wen Ning didn't release it at the beginning. The background received the news that both vehicles were sold. Wen Ning thought about it, and released the 2 vehicles. Use Imbu's inventory first, otherwise when Imbu's new off-road armored vehicle is on the market. These vehicles will have no market, and they will be in your hands at that time. Wen Ning will not allow such a thing to happen. When the players of Guangming territory saw Wen Ning's new product release speed, they applauded. There is only one car manufacturing plant in Guangming territory, which everyone knows. Because Wen Ning didn't deliberately hide it. At this speed of new products, mass production is a matter of time, and the price will definitely drop significantly at that time. Thinking of this, all the players suddenly became motivated. Immediately, they scattered like birds and beasts and ran to work. I won't say anything more. I'm energetic even if I move bricks. Lin Han was alone in front of the bulletin board. Even the guide robot couldn't bear to look at his dejected look and turned his head away. Wen Ning didn't know anything about what happened. She was studying the problem of mecha manufacturing with Mira. Mira came from Nebula. In Nebula technology, mecha is one of the arms. It's not like the blueprint Wen Ning found, which can carry people. And it can also synchronize the thinking of human players with mecha to control mecha. This method is a bit like the mental power mentioned in fantasy novels. Interstellar Era can do it. But Imbu has not been exposed to this knowledge. And he is now busy mass-producing the Makino armored vehicle. So Wen Ning and Mira came to the material room of the blacksmith shop to study. The drawings have been optimized by the system, and all the materials are materials that can be found on the Wasteland continent. The body of the mecha is larger and stronger than that of the robot. The whole body is made of hard alloy, and the appearance design will be different according to the different functions. But overall, its appearance pursues exquisiteness and smoothness. Each part requires the most precise lathe processing and seamless assembly to form a perfect and powerful whole. And each weapon carried by the mecha needs to be built separately. Advanced defense system, powerful laser cannon, energy sword, shield, etc. These weapons and control systems make it a large-scale killer on the battlefield. Can destroy all enemies. Wen Ning started his research from the sensor and manufactured the power device, drive device, defense system, and communication system all the way. After a day and a night of hard work, the mecha finally reached the final assembly process. When Ning forced herself to install the last component. The height of this mecha is 5 meters. When Ning stood on the scaffolding, and the head of the mecha was bigger than her. The mecha needs to consume the electric energy core. When Ning put the synthesized electric energy core into the energy device of the mecha. Then she held her breath and waited. Sweat seeped from her forehead, and her heart beat like a drum. Success or failure depends on this one move. She worked hard for a day and a night, and finally she would see the result. Wen Ning had never been so nervous as today. 5 seconds later, the 2 sensors of the mecha's eyes lit up successfully. The whole head of the mecha slowly lifted up. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the player for successfully manufacturing a small flying combat mecha. The parameters have been successfully sent, and the drawings have unlocked the mass production function. It's done! Wen Ning smiled. Chapter 474. After the system prompt sounded, the eyes of the mecha lit up completely. Wen Ning checked the mecha parameters while observing the mecha's startup. This mecha is the same as a robot. After starting once, it will switch to standby mode. The difference is that the robot will recognize the master directly after starting. But the mecha will not. It is the same as an aircraft or an armored vehicle. As long as the energy core is provided, anyone can drive it. The mecha in front of him is all fiery red. When Wen Ning was researching, he deliberately added the fire element. The electric energy core can provide the most basic operating energy. The fire energy core is used in the mecha's weapon system. The mecha is awakening its whole body system. The arms are slowly raised, and the wings behind him are also unfolded. There is a whole row of thrusters under the wings, and it is equipped with a hidden artillery launcher. The size is just right to accommodate dwarf bombs. There is a huge energy cannon device on the chest, and the laser cannon can be fired from this place. When fighting, the eyes will flash red like a robot, and the sensors can identify and lock the enemy in advance. Missile launchers are installed on the palms, shoulders, and even on the outside of the thighs. An energy sword can be installed in the hand, and there is a place to hide on the inside of the arm. The weapon system can spray flames, fireballs, and laser cannons. Wen Ning likes it more and more. The mecha's arms carry energy shields, which will be triggered when the arms are crossed. The strength of this shield is controlled according to the amount of energy. The cockpit is directly connected to the mecha's energy control device, which can infinitely fill the energy core. Although it is not like a robot that can provide permanent energy, as long as the driver has enough energy cores. In another way, it can be considered unlimited energy. Wen Ning took a look and found that the energy supply device can leave 5 electric energy cores at a time. The weapon system can place 3 energy cores. This model of mecha has a string of codes on the blueprint, and Wen Ning feels it is inconvenient to call it. He changed her name directly, then put it into mass production. This model is renamed 53. System. Isn't it a bit hasty? Rename successful. The player unlocks the mecha, and the corresponding building in the territory has been unlocked. After the construction is successful, the 53 model mecha can be mass-produced. Wen Ning thought about it and nodded. Then build it, but the location of the construction should be a little far from the city. The matter of the mecha will be kept secret for the time being. Players decide for themselves. Wen Ning thought about it. Recently, the World Channel has been targeting the treasure pavilion more and more. Many in the ruins have appeared in the situation of each other snatching resources. As a result, now, as long as the treasure pavilion enters the ruins, it must be a team of more than 10 players to be safe. Such a development is certainly not good for her. The first bird to stick out gets shot, and she has obviously become the target of public criticism. During the period when the armored off-road vehicle is on the market, the mecha should be hidden first. If so many good things are taken out at once, I am afraid that those players with red eyes will attack her at all costs. Moreover, Wen Ning has to find a way to solve the problem of the treasure pavilion being targeted. Just when Wen Ning was thinking, he found that Mira was missing. Where is Mira? Wen Ning tried to contact her in her mind, but strangely she couldn't. This was the first time this happened. It also happened the last time Mira was chatting with the system. The system couldn't be contacted. Wen Ning didn't understand anything. These two guys didn't know what they were talking about behind her back. Today was March 7th. According to the plan, her body would die completely today. She would turn from a person in the three-dimensional world into a paper person. When the game was over, her life would also end. Wen Ning didn't have much time to think about these things at this time. Mira was not there, so she had to run to the corner of the territory and build the building that the system said. After running to the edge of the territory for a long time, She came to a desolate place on the north side. There were basically no buildings except for the arrow towers and turrets for the territory's defense. The people of the territory rarely set foot here. When Ning opened the territory panel and clicked on a newly appeared and lit icon, Mechanical Factory, a factory that combines mecha manufacturing and innovation, which can study the development and manufacturing of mechas for military, industrial, civilian and special fields. Note, mechas unlocked by blueprints can be directly manufactured through automated production lines without manual operation. No manpower is required. This is exactly what Ning wants. If this factory is built here, the people in the territory don't need to come to such a remote place to work. When the time comes, this area will be designated as a restricted area, and no one from the Bright Territory will come. As for those from other territories, coming to the Bright Territory means they have ulterior motives, so Ning will naturally not give them a chance. The holographic image head was placed in front of him. This mechanical factory was definitely the most magnificent building built by Ning. The area covered was several times larger than the territory mission hall. Ning was looking forward to the appearance of the finished product. Absolutely high-tech, shocking. Wasteland calendar March 7th, mild season, sunny, 1400 hours, Jones Territory Research Institute. When Jones entered Michelle's institute, Michelle was trying to fold and restore the parts disassembled from the drone. He didn't understand why this material had such special properties. Ductility, elasticity, and memory were very strong. After dripping the reagent, Michelle observed the molecules on the surface of the material being dispersed, released, and finally rearranged and combined together under a special instrument. This was his 568th experiment. Michelle put down the materials in his hand dejectedly. Only then did he realize why Ning didn't care whether he studied these things at all. Because he couldn't even analyze the materials. Not to mention the complicated assembly and control technology. Michelle remembered the big words he had said, not letting Jones master the mass production technology. Now it seems that he was just afraid of being slapped in the face. His face had automatically turned red at this time. Just when Michelle was confident to continue his research, he saw Jones at the door. Lord. Jones looked unkind and slowly stepped towards Michelle's research table. Michelle was immersed in failure and did not have any special reaction. Nor did he see the scrutiny and doubt in Jones' eyes. Jones fiddled with the things Michelle had been studying all night. Suddenly he said something without thinking. What should I call you, Mr. Administrator? Chapter 475. Michelle was shocked, and the pupils on her raised face suddenly shrank. The look she gave Jones directly exposed Jones's guess. Jones quickly reached out from behind and injected a tube of medicine into Michelle's neck. You? Michelle's consciousness was quickly disconnected, and she fell limply on the research table. Jones looked inexplicable, staring at Michelle's face, as if he was struggling with something. At this moment, a player walked out from behind him. There was a sense of pride in his voice. The Lord is so courageous, he really didn't show any mercy when he attacked. Jones turned and looked at the person who came. He was alert, but his tone was somewhat helpless. You'd better make sure what you said is true. The player lowered his head and poked Michelle's face. His tone was playful. Is it true? Didn't the Lord just verify it? Jones remembered Michelle's reaction at the time, and the big stone of doubt in his heart fell heavily. He really didn't expect that Michelle actually hid such a big secret. What should we do next? Jones looked at the other party. The player smiled contemptuously. What else can we do? The injection can only work for 2 hours. Before he wakes up, give him anesthetics regularly until his body can't bear it and dies. Don't say anything about killing him directly. If he dies now, all game administrators will instantly find out that his presence in your territory is public. Give me a few days, at most before the next disaster comes. I can arrange everything. When the time comes, the gang will set up a trap and use Michelle's death to catch all the administrators in one fell swoop. Isn't this game still up to you and me? Jones was dazzled by the big cake he had drawn. He nodded and agreed to this approach. The player turned around and walked out of the laboratory with brisk steps. He did not forget to remind Jones. Be careful, and don't die too quickly. Jones stood there silently, looked for a while, waved his hand, and called his confidant. He carried Michelle into a closed room. Time passed quickly, and in a flash, 2 days had passed since Ning developed the mecha. Today is March 9th, and in 3 days, the next disaster reminder will come. Mira suddenly lost contact 2 days ago, and then suddenly appeared again 2 hours later. She did not hide her whereabouts, saying that the system found her a place suitable for the survival of the intelligent brain. She has planted the seeds of the nebula there. When the time is right, the system will arrange for her to go there. When Ning knew that there was less and less game time, and there was no point for Mira to stay in the Wasteland continent, she still had her own mission. She was already very satisfied to be able to accompany him for so long. I just hope she won't be tricked by the system, but the two guys are unwilling to reveal the details of the conversation. When Ning didn't ask too much, she still took care of the territory during the day, and went to the ruins to fight the boss at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After a few days, she successfully occupied several ruins. When Ning's combat power is strong. Basically, every day after she beat the boss, she has to help several sub-territories collect heads. So several heads run. If it weren't for Wen Ning's strong strength, she would have collapsed from exhaustion. 3 days ago, the environment of the Wasteland continent was completely restored to its original state. Various mutant animals and vegetation gradually returned to their pre-disaster state. Wen Ning lamented the powerful restoration function of nature, but also sighed that the disaster season would come in less than a week. The civilization that had been developed with great difficulty would be destroyed again. And this process of overthrow and reconstruction had been experienced countless times. Aliens also began to descend on the Wasteland continent in large numbers. The world's views on aliens were not consistent. Some captured aliens as slaves. Some directly let aliens enter their own territories to survive. But there were few alien territories built specifically to accommodate them, like the Treasure Pavilion. Wen Ning's bright territory had the help of players from the light territory to recruit, and a large number of aliens had already entered. The management value was rising even more. Even the alien territories on the seabed attracted some aliens to settle in. At first, Wen Ning was still worried because human players could not enter the seabed to live for a long time. It was unknown whether the underwater aliens would descend on the land after coming to the Wasteland continent. Who knew that the system had solved this problem long ago? The underwater territory is invisible to marine life, but it is very obvious to aliens. As long as they enter this area, Wen Ning will receive the message. In addition, the underwater environment is even worse than that on the shore. So almost no alien refuses to join the underwater territory. The addition of aliens makes the game richer. Just like technical aliens like Na Su, and Bai Shui and Shirtai. They will bring a lot of convenience to the territory. Many players in the world have tasted this sweetness, and also found that the supplies obtained by Wen Ning were not her cheats. Instead, it was through the power of the alien race. At this point, the people on the World Channel admired Wen Ning's foresight even more. While they were still prejudiced against the alien race, Wen Ning had already reaped the benefits brought by the alien race. Perhaps it was because of the approaching disaster warning, the forces targeting the Treasure Pavilion gradually withdrew during this period. World Channel. Good fellow, Mr. Mole from our territory, suddenly gave me a peanut today, and this peanut actually permanently increased my physical fitness. World Channel. What? Are you kidding? Permanent increase? World Channel. Don't say you were shocked. I am shocked too, okay? I picked it up in the wild, and brought it back to the territory, but I didn't expect this guy to be full of treasures. World Channel. Peanuts taken out casually increase physical fitness, and corn cobs taken out actually increase maximum endurance. World Channel. I won't say more. Players who don't believe it can click on my avatar to enter the store in our territory to buy peanuts. One peanut only costs 100,000 survival points, and there is a limit of 100 peanuts per day. World Channel. I said it a long time ago, a bamboo rat alien in our territory used to help us find underground mineral veins. But at that time we couldn't communicate with each other, and he disappeared in a disaster. World Channel. By the way, can these aliens be tamed and become pets? World Channel. I advise you not to try. A player in our territory tried to tame an alien, and the alien's favorability dropped by 2,000%. He fought with the player on the spot. World Channel. Sister Wen is awesome. Do you remember the ice cream assassin she brought out at that time? She has been making a profit from the alien's things since then. World Channel. We are so stupid, really. Sister Wen is a person who does not get up early without profit. How could she be nice to the aliens for no reason? World Channel. Now I understand what you said. Could it be that most of the technology in the Treasure Pavilion was brought by the aliens? World Channel. The truth is out. On the surface, Sister Wen is raising this group of aliens, but in fact, who can guarantee that these aliens are not working for Sister Wen in the Bright Territory? World Channel. Pass it on. The GDO aliens in the Bright Territory account for at least 90%. Chapter 476. Wen Ning took advantage of this wave of discussion, and directly launched the Mai. There is no need to hold an auction, as the Treasure Pavilion has attracted 200 million people. The shelves in the store have been upgraded several times, and now there are 100 shelves. But as soon as the goods are put on the shelves, they will be sold out in seconds. There are only more than 400 million players in the entire Wasteland game, and basically half of them are Wen Ning's buyers. Logically speaking, many of Wen Ning's products have been divided up by the sub-territories. But why does Wen Ning keep putting them on the shelves in the Treasure Pavilion store? Wen Ning said that there are two purposes. One is of course to attract attention and make players feel good about the Treasure Pavilion to the greatest extent. If some products flow out of the Treasure Pavilion, it can also break the monopoly position, so that fewer people will be targeted. Moreover, the prices in the Treasure Pavilion store are much higher than the prices exchanged for the contribution points of the sub-territory. With comparison, players can contribute more to the development of the Treasure Pavilion. The four-wheel drive vehicle announced by the Treasure Pavilion is the first four-wheel drive vehicle in the entire Wasteland that can be mass-produced. According to the production, Wen Ning plans to sell 20 vehicles every day at a price of 50 million survival points. It will be sold at midnight every day, first come first served. The rest depends on the needs of each sub-territory. The price of contribution value is set at 7 million. The price will be lowered after a week. But the price in the store will not be adjusted. The player called Wen Ning's price very high at first, but after seeing the performance of this armored off-road vehicle, Wen Ning even equipped it with weapons. It's just that the ones bought by his own people are equipped with better weapons, and even controlled materials such as dwarf bombs. So both territory players and world players were excited, and their eyes lit up. Especially for territory players, each of these weapons is more advanced than their own weapons, and can be disassembled and used separately. And the accessories of the armored vehicle can be purchased unlimitedly in the contribution value store. This is not just buying a car, but also buying the qualifications for laser cannons and dwarf bombs. Who wouldn't be tempted? Of course, if players have enough survival points, but not enough contribution points, they can also go to the treasure shop to grab it, and the territory members can get a 30% discount. World Channel. With this car, who will be afraid of the boss in the ruins? I'm going to kill it today. World Channel. That's right, our team has been stuck with that boss for 2 or 3 days, and today is its death date. World Channel. Thank you for the store's generosity. When I take down this ruin, the high-quality loam in it will be sold to you at a 20% discount. Wen Ning just saw this message. There are many resources in the ruins and secret realms that are not available in the Wasteland continent. So the other party gave her this face just to make friends with her. Wen Ning would certainly not miss the chance to take advantage. Reply in the World Channel. World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. I added you as a friend, thank you. World Channel. You're welcome, Sister 1. Then a dozen players suddenly appeared in the World Channel saying the same thing as this player. The resources listed were also ruins resources. Wen Ning adhered to the attitude of not letting go of any fat sheep and added them as friends one by one, and even changed the notes thoughtfully. Just like Lu Shur, the big blueprint owner. These 20 cars not only made Wen Ning a huge sum of money, but also attracted many potential allies. How could Wen Ning be unhappy? But just when Wen Ning was very happy, a message on the World Channel caught her attention. World Channel. You all say that aliens are good. Why is our territory attacked by a large group of insect aliens? World Channel. Help, these insects have human bodies and insect heads, and are particularly ferocious. World Channel. We have encountered them too. Help, coordinates. World Channel. We also encountered them in our territory yesterday. A group of white caterpillars, very disgusting, but they did not attack us. System announcement. Global announcement. The management values of 10 territories including Renai Territory, Jiangnan Territory, and Hope Territory have fallen below 60, and a red bounty mission is now issued. World Channel. What's going on? Suddenly 10 territories were broken? Wen Ning came back to her senses, and looked at the coordinates above, which looked familiar. Coincidentally, Zhao Wu sent a message over. Zhao Wu, Lord, the territory of the Yun family kid in the Zerg area we went to last time was attacked. Wen Ning's eyes turned cold. Recently, she didn't have time to pay attention to this Zerg and that territory. After she came back, she asked Zhao Wu to find someone to pay attention to it in real time. There hasn't been any news recently. Why did it suddenly break out now? The Zerg are holding back their big moves, right? Seeing that the disaster warning will be released soon, they are attacking other territories at this time. I'm afraid they want to expand their territory, and then welcome more Zerg to come. She couldn't deal with the opponent's weapons last time. After she came back, there were armored vehicles and mechas during this period. Wen Ning pursed his lips. He sent a message in the administrator channel. Then he asked Zhao Wu to organize the players. He walked towards the mechanical factory. 10 minutes later, Zhao Wu had gathered the players from the 4 sub-territories to gather in Zhao's territory. When Wen Ning arrived, the players were already waiting at the teleportation gate. Seeing Wen Ning appear, Zhao Wu immediately came up with a few aliens with bare heads. Wen Ning raised his eyebrows and glanced back. There were at least 100 black bears in the team. Lord. Zhao Wu and Zhao Nana greeted Wen Ning separately. When she came, Wen Ning had received Zhao Wu's message, and she also knew that hundreds of bears had come to the sub-territory. But Zhao Wu said that the other party was just the vanguard. This time when he gathered people, she took the initiative to ask to go together. The reason given was that she wanted to see if the evil forces in this world were easy to deal with. Wen Ning roughly understood, that is, to scout out the place and test the waters first. In other words, the Wasteland continent is not their only choice for a new homeland, or even the first choice. It's okay to go together as long as you obey the command. Wen Ning also wanted to see if these alien races have the strength to deal with the Zerg and the mechanical race. TSK, I should have pulled the lion people out to practice. Wen Ning looked at the other leader calmly. The black bear leader was also looking at this woman with extraordinary temperament. She is the real leader of this group of humans. She is also the commander-in-chief of this operation. She doesn't look like someone who is easy to mess with, but you can't tell from the surface that she has any strength. The black bear leader took the lead in extending his bare paw and greeted Wen Ning. Hello, I am He Kuei from the black bear tribe. You can call me Lao He. Not a leader. That means a small captain or something like that. Wen Ning nodded gently. Why shake hands if he is not a leader? So Wen Ning greeted him indifferently as a response. Welcome to the Wasteland continent. Then he turned to the players and said, Are you ready? If you are, let's go. Chapter 477. He Kuei looked at the empty hand, bare paw, and showed no emotion. He was not focusing on these details. This time he went to war with humans. He brought the 100 strongest bears in the advanced team. He just wanted to see if humans were qualified to be allies with his own race. A few seconds after Wen Ning gave the order, the light of the teleportation array became brighter. Countless players filed in and rushed into it. This was the first time for the players of the Light Territory to participate in such a large-scale event. They were not there when they went to the Zerg territory last time and rescued Lin Han. At this time, their faces were full of excitement. This was the first time they participated in a team-building activity in a sub-territory. And there were many bears in the team. With Wen Ning, they basically had nothing to worry about. What's more, after being in the Light Territory for so long, even if they couldn't afford a car, the contribution points were enough to buy some life-saving things. The more hard-working players had already replaced their equipment and weapons. Wen Ning saw several players wearing armor among the players. It was armor that had not been improved by crystals, although it was not as good as Wen Ning's. But it was also a hot commodity on the market. The players followed the mighty team and entered the teleportation array. When they came out, the scene in front of them had completely changed. Because Yumu's territory was under attack, he replaced Zhao Wu and others' teleportation tower with one outside the territory. His territory had not yet entered the red bounty, but it was already on the verge of struggling to hold on. Lord! Here they come! They are coming! It took 15 minutes for the distress message to be sent out, which was not a long time. But under the fierce attack of the Zerg, one of their walls was about to be breached. The anti-aircraft weapons were almost used up. But the blow to these Zerg was not serious. It was just some superficial injuries, let alone killing them. Kill! Wen Ning had summoned the drones and robots when he came out of the teleportation array. Their position was just facing the opposite side of the battlefield. In the sight, a large group of Zerg were frantically attacking the outer wall of Yumu territory. For some reason, the defensive weapons on the wall stopped attacking. Only the players were left on the wall to resist the invasion of the Zerg. Spread out and clear the Zerg at the gate first. Wen Ning's voice came from the walkie-talkie on the waist of each team leader. They skillfully led their people to disperse to both sides. The players of Guangming territory and the Black Bear tribe followed Wen Ning in the front. It was the first time He Kuei saw a Zerg, and they didn't seem to be the product of normal reproduction. Their insect heads and human bodies are strangely combined together, which looks very inconsistent. It's like they stole human bodies in order to gain the ability to walk upright. This may be the biggest difference between the Zerg and the aliens. One is evolved through natural selection. The other is robbed through war and killing. Yunmu territory is just a third-level territory, and the Zerg surrounding it are all of the same species. Their flying ability is not outstanding, which is the main reason why they have not attacked for so long. Wen Ning glanced at the direction of the city gate, and hundreds of drones above his head roared towards the sky above Yunmu territory. The players in Yunmu territory were resisting tenaciously, when suddenly a large net flew over from a distance. When they were surprised, they found that they were lined up in 2 or 3 rows, hovering neatly above their heads. Then, several black gun barrels appeared from the bottom of the drone. The players' scalps instantly went numb. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fear shooting rang out, and a whole row of drones fired at the same time, sparks forming a piece. Bullets were poured on the Zergs that were climbing up like they were free. There were screams under the city wall, and a blood mist rose in the air in a few seconds. The stench of blood in the air made the players, who were close to them, vomit instantly. Their weapon turrets just now could not produce such a great killing power on these Zergs. This contrast is too big, isn't it? The Zergs who were rushing to the front, and were just one step away from climbing the wall, were instantly concentrated. The bullets penetrated their bodies, and smashed their flesh and blood. The Zerg began to scream and dodge. At this time, the drones in the first row completed the attack and immediately flew back. The drones in the second row came up and started a new round of strafing. The drones in the first row replaced the used magazines. This intelligent attack method was fast, accurate, and ruthless, and it instantly reversed the situation on the entire battlefield. The Zergs did not dare to rush up again, and fell to the ground one by one. Yunmu's pupil shrank sharply when he saw this scene. With so many drones, he couldn't think of anyone else who could do such a big thing except Wen Ning. Is the difference between him and the big boss really that big? Wen Ning in the distance had a satisfied look in his eyes. After the seabed mineral veins were fully developed, the storage of transparent crystals in the territory reached a terrifying level. Wen Ning directly made these crystals into bullets. He replaced the drones and the reserve of the turrets. Now it seems to be very effective. However, these Zergs still have defensive capabilities. It was just because Wen Ning was caught off guard just now. That's why a small group of Zergs were destroyed. Wen Ning didn't think that these drones could destroy all the Zergs present. Sure enough, a Zerg holding a scepter saw the human troops behind him. The tentacles on the top of the head trembled wildly, and the entire Zerg army received the signal. A liquid was secreted on the surface of the skin, which directly covered the whole body and formed an extremely strong armor. Then, a group of Zergs came back and continued to attack the city wall. Another group of Zergs changed the direction of attack and rushed towards Wen Ning. Heikuei's eyes trembled when he saw this scene. These Zergs who were not afraid of bullets were probably not easy to deal with. But Wen Ning did not show any expression. With a light wave of her hand, the humans around her could not wait to launch themselves and rushed out. At the moment of rushing out, Heikuei saw a few animals mixed in with them. Their eyes were full of fierce light, and they wore a conspicuous sign on their necks. The war was about to break out. Wen Ning glanced at Heikuei. Protect your people, and do what you can. Then she rushed to the battlefield with a short blade that was not conspicuous at all. Heikuei's eyes widened even more. She actually used a short blade to fight these Zergs, who were obviously holding energy weapons in close combat. Chapter 478. Heikuei sighed in his heart that this human was not ordinary. Then he saw a Zerg waving a scepter and rushing towards Wen Ning. Energy began to gather in the middle of his scepter, and a laser cannon was quickly charged. At a close enough distance, Wen Ning had almost no way to avoid the opponent's attack. Maybe she has armor that can withstand it. Heikuei thought in his heart, but his eyes were reluctant to move away from Wen Ning. He was really too curious. The next second, his curiosity was satisfied. Wen Ning did not dodge at all, and directly met the scepter waving by the opponent, as if he was afraid that the opponent could not hit him. Then, Heikuei confirmed that he did not blink. Wen Ning moved quickly, and swung the short blade in his hand. Slashing. Then, a weapon flashing white light, and flowing with high-speed particle flow appeared in Heikuei's pupils. Directly caught the laser cannon on the Zerg scepter. And this weapon actually absorbed all the opponent's laser cannons. In the eyes of the Zerg in disbelief, Wen Ning swung his weapon, and a laser blade with white light flew out directly. The Zerg that had no time to dodge was cut in half, and the attack of the laser blade did not decrease at all, cutting the Zerg behind him in half. This terrifying energy shocked Heikuei and the players of Yunmu territory and froze in place. Is this war something they can still get involved in? The expressions of the bears around Heikuei changed from being relaxed at the beginning to being tense and serious. Staring in the direction of Heikuei, Heikuei clenched his cheeks. The two bear ears on his head swayed uneasily. He might have to change his view of these humans. On Wen Ning's side, the players of the Territory of Light saw Wen Ning fight for the first time. The scene was simply indescribable. Fuck. So handsome. No wonder the Lord didn't let us go to the front. I'm afraid I'd be broken into 2 pieces on the spot with this energy attack. It's really scary, but we can finish off these crawling bugs on the ground, right? The players didn't forget about this at this time. Several players looked in Wen Ning's direction. They found that the players around Wen Ning were also finishing off the bugs, and Wen Ning didn't look unhappy. They immediately got excited. The Lord beat these Zergs half to death, and they killed them one by one. This feeling was so cool. 1 Zerg per knife. Go! Hurry up, move quickly, and you can still go back for brunch later. The pressure on the players was instantly relieved. The entire battlefield was protected by Wen Ning and the robots, so there was basically no danger. The Zerg holding the scepter looked at the weapon in Wen Ning's hand with horror, and then stared at Wen Ning. You? Human. How can you have such ability? The Zerg's eyes almost popped out. Wen Ning saw that its body was broken into 2 sections, and it was dead, but it was still paying attention to its own abilities. With a turn of his eyes, he thought of a possibility. He immediately raised his knife, and split the Zerg in half vertically. He was relieved only after confirming that it was dead, and could not die anymore. Ding! Successfully killed the Zerg *1, this Zerg should be considered a leader, looking at the entire battlefield. Although there are tens of thousands of Zergs, there are less than 3 holding the scepter. Wen Ning killed 1, and the remaining 2 were entangled by 001 and Hu Zi. There was no chance to charge up and launch a laser attack. Wen Ning picked up the fallen laser blade and went to the next Zerg. All the Zergs that rushed up along the way were killed directly by Wen Ning without emotion. There was no threat of laser cannons. The players' armor was comparable to these Zergs, but their weapons were much better. For the players who came, the crystal blade was already standard. Although it can't be killed in 1 shot, you can cut the human body first, and then the Zerg body. As long as you are flexible, and don't get attacked by the Zerg, you can basically take it down without injury. And these Zergs only have human flesh and blood in their eyes, and their attack methods are also very simple. They rush around, and are easily seen through by players. Hey Kue, are we not going up yet? Now it has entered the stage where players unilaterally slaughter Zerg. Even the players in Yunmu territory opened the city gates and rushed out to attack. Heikue came to his senses and said immediately, "Go ahead, be careful, this black blood looks poisonous." "Got it, brothers, go!" The Black Bear tribe joined the battle. Wen Ning had been paying attention, and after cooperating with 001 to deal with this Zerg, he turned around and watched the battle of the Black Bears. The people of the Black Bear tribe were in line with Wen Ning's guess. They were obviously capable of fighting against these Zergs. However, they were similar to the Zerg, and their attack methods were very simple. It seemed that they knew that the blood of the Zerg was poisonous. Wen Ning looked at a group of black bears led by Heikue, raised his broad and solid bear paws, and flattened the Zerg from head to toe. Wen Ning saw them slapping off-center several times, and then he subconsciously opened his mouth to bite from the side. Then he held back, straightened up, and slapped again. This bear paw is too powerful. Every Zerg that died under the bear paw turned into a pile of rotten meat. The insect body and the human body were mixed together, and it was impossible to tear them apart. The scene was simply unbearable to watch. Wen Ning shrugged and observed for a while. To sum up the attack methods of the Black Bear tribe: biting, colliding, and slapping with the bear paw. Although they are extremely powerful, their combat thinking is relatively simple. They are tank type. Their skin is thick, and the Zerg weapons can't even cut through the fur of the Black Bear tribe. Instead, they are easily killed. And these Zergs, according to Wen Ning's observation, are also average in strength. Although their weapons have been updated, and it is indeed easier to fight, these Zergs have declined a lot in strength. I'm afraid the Zerg can't hold it back any longer, so they directly arranged these cannon fodders to consume the human fighting power. During the battle, Wen Ning also kept an eye on the World Channel. Except for the 10 territories that were just breached at the beginning, no other territories were breached. In the Administrator Channel, Wen Ning just asked Lu Yin and others to grab the Lord Order that was close. Basically, they got it. In the past 2 days, several players who triggered the Administrator key have entered the Administrator Channel one after another. The first few administrators, and Wen Ning had the same ideas, but the new administrators seemed to have other ideas. Wen Ning looked at the speeches of several people in the group, and did not respond. But he was alert in his heart. There is another thing. Michel has not spoken in the Administrator Channel for 2 days. If his avatar was not still in color, Wen Ning would have suspected that he was dead. Let's go back and ask Teacher Xi and Darui to contact him. Chapter 479. In the Zerg territory, Lao He held a tablet with red data on it. He walked quickly to the central castle. He pressed the doorbell button. A Zerg hurried out. He snatched the tablet from Lao He. On the tablet, the red data represented the team that had been sent out to invade but had died. The few green ones were still falling. How could it be? How could this happen? What did humans do? How could they have such terrifying strength? There was only one Zerg left to defend the central castle. The rest were all sent out, but without exception, they all died outside. Lao He was secretly happy. The Zerg sent no less than 20 well-developed Zergs from the Zerg home planet within a few days. And they quietly used technology to deploy them to every corner of the Wasteland continent. Today, they launched a unified attack. Originally thought that they could defeat humans in one fell swoop. Last time, those ignorant human players had to flee for their lives when facing the Zerg's laser weapons. How could they face them head-on, and even kill them in a few days? This is unreasonable. Humans must have mastered some technology that can restrain them. What is it? The Zerg seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly several tentacles broke through its chest and stretched out. Slowly wrapped around the tablet, and then inserted it from the interface. Lao He's eyes were dark, and a tense mood surrounded the two people. A minute later, the tablet that was originally only colorful suddenly made a sound. How can you have such ability? An audio clip came out of the tablet. The hoarse voice sounded as dull as torn cloth. The Zerg instantly recognized that it was the voice of their own kind. Then the tablet screen lit up. A woman appeared in front of her, wearing black armor and close protection. A pair of bright eyes revealed murderous intent. The look towards the camera was filled with disgust and cold-bloodedness. A casual glance, followed by a flash of white light, and the tablet screen instantly went black. The connection was disconnected. Before the Zerg could make a furious sound, the tablet automatically started to play the next video and audio clip. This time, there was an armored off-road vehicle inside. It saw its companion's laser cannon hit the opponent's vehicle, but the energy shield not only protected the humans in the car well. Its Zerg companion was also crushed into mud by the tracks of the armored off-road vehicle. In the next clip, there were both humans and a group of aliens. Although they also had animal faces and human bodies. But they are genetically evolved, and they are different from the bodies that the Zerg have repaired through technology. He watched this alien with an elephant head use its powerful strength to beat the Zerg to pieces. And the opponent can directly transform into a ferocious mammoth. The battle situation is not as smooth as he imagined. After watching a few videos, the Zerg has completely panicked. How could it be? How could it be? Its eyes were bloodshot, as if it couldn't believe what it saw. Lao He also saw these pictures on the side. He didn't show any emotion on the surface. But he was already secretly happy in his heart. In the few months of being a slave of the Zerg, he had long known that the Zerg was a race that bullied the weak and feared the strong. Because humans love peace, and have never thought of dominating the universe. They swung their butcher knives at humans without any psychological burden. And they feed on humans. They sewed human bodies on their own bodies to show off their victory in this way. Just when the Zerg fell into self-doubt and madness, dozens of black teleportation crystals on the square suddenly exploded. The teleportation crystals turned directly into ashes and disappeared in the air. No. Impossible. I want to go back to the mother planet and report this situation to the general. I can't let the Zerg continue to die. The Zerg turned and returned to the central castle. Lao He had no ability to stop him. He couldn't stop him either, because he had more important things to do. After 5 minutes, a very obvious light lit up on the central castle. Instantly rushed out of the central castle and flew towards the sky. The speed was very fast, and it was invisible in a while. Lao He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Finally, I'm exposed. Standing on the city wall, Lao He faced the vast wasteland outside the city wall. Under the blue sky, you can still see forests, grasslands, and mountains in the distance. Under the sun, it is growing prosperously. Old Black Chinemo admired it for a while. He took off his cap. Under the wide hood, a scarred face was revealed. Scars, scratches, bite marks. The cracked wounds healed, and new pink flesh grew, and all kinds of scar tissues twisted and twisted on his face. One of his eyes was also blind, and the white of his eye was rolling in his pupil. This was caused by the bites of thousands of Zerg when he fell into the Zerg culture pool. Originally, Lao He thought he was doomed, but he didn't expect that he was not poisoned after being attacked in the Zerg pool. So Lao He, who survived by chance, became a slave of the Zerg. He followed the pioneer troops into the planet with humans to develop this planet. Under the heavy supervision of the Zerg, Lao He didn't even have the chance to commit suicide. Not to mention using human body to fight against the Zerg for revenge. Originally, he was numb, and even thought that humans were so weak under the brainwashing of the Zerg. They were born to be destroyed by the more powerful races in the universe. But he didn't expect that the humans on this planet had such strength, and repeatedly hit the Zerg. He delayed the invasion of the Zerg again and again. This time, the Zerg, as the pioneers, felt scared. The scenery here is really similar to that of Blue Star, and humans look the same. I can't go back to my hometown anymore, humans. Protect this place well. This is all I can do in the end. These words came out of his hoarse throat, and then Lao He turned and walked towards the teleportation crystal behind him. Coming to a black crystal, Lao He skillfully stretched out his fingers, clicked a few buttons on the LCD screen, and then entered a command. In an instant, a red dialog box flashed on the screen of this black crystal. The alarm kept flashing. Lao He slowly stepped back 2 steps and pressed the confirmation button without hesitation. Warning dialog boxes popped up on the screens of thousands of black crystals in front of him at the same time. The alarm resounded throughout the territory. But at this time, no Zerg could come out to stop Lao He. Lao He pressed the confirmation button again. Beep, 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 the black crystal in front of him suddenly exploded. Boom. Chapter 480. A black crystal exploded, as if a series switch had been triggered. Dazzling fireworks bloomed again in the Zerg territory square. On the city wall, the laser weapons that detected the attack turned their guns at the same time and aimed the muzzles at Lao He, who was moving at full speed. In the middle of the muzzle, a fist-sized laser cannon slowly accumulated energy. Then hundreds of laser cannons fired at the same time. The beam pointed directly at Lao He, who had already run to the entrance of the central castle. Lao He finally looked up at the familiar blue sky above his head. The moment the laser cannon arrived, the whole person melted and disappeared on the spot. The central castle was severely damaged. The entire black building shook 3 times. When Ning, who led the players to eliminate the Zerg players in Yunmu territory and rushed to the Zerg base camp, saw the scene as soon as he entered the Wasteland. The players around him were stunned by the scene in front of them. When Ning was sitting in the driver's seat of the Makino, when he suddenly saw a huge explosion in the Zerg territory. The whole car drifted sideways and stopped. When Ning's view was facing the Zerg territory, the black building in the middle that towered into the sky slowly collapsed, and it felt like a building was collapsing. Oh my god! What happened here? The players who followed last time asked soul-searching questions. But no one could give an answer. When Ning frowned silently and restarted the car to approach the Zerg territory. Could it be that another force attacked the Zerg? No matter what happened, we should kill him while he was sick. Destroying this Zerg territory is the top priority. When we attacked the Zerg territory, we were outnumbered, and now is the time to get back at them. Even if there are other forces attacking, Wen Ning will go forward to see. Who is it that has such strength? Distinguish between enemies and friends first. Taking advantage of the chaos to gain some benefits is not Wen Ning's primary thought. The explosion inside the Zerg territory has not completely ended. The central castle also has its own set of defense systems. The central castle was attacked, and the weapons buried deep underground were exposed instantly. According to the Zerg program settings, a counterattack began. Otherwise, the Zerg IQ is not high. The defense weapons and secret weapons were actually fired in front of Wen Ning. Wen Ning drove to the edge of the identification range of the defense laser cannon, and did not find another team. The number of people in the regional channel has not changed. Wen Ning asked the players to look around, and then summoned the Lanternfish King. Commanded Dang Ling to fly over the Zerg territory, and use the vision of the Lanternfish King to observe the internal situation. After discovering that all the black crystals in the square inside the territory exploded, leaving only debris, Wen Ning's brows knitted tighter. His expression became more serious. These black crystals did not seem to be attacked by someone. Rather, they seemed to have exploded from the inside. And under the central castle, there were weapons that were even more powerful than laser weapons. Laser cannons were simply not good enough in front of these weapons. Wen Ning keenly discovered that the weapons under the central castle were somewhat similar to his own particle blades. Could it be that Zerg thought my particle blades were Zerg technology? The players circled the Zerg territory and returned to their original place half an hour later. Lord, we haven't found any other players here, not even aliens. Wen Ning nodded to show that she understood. She controlled the Lanternfish King and observed from the sky for half an hour. There was no Zerg in the territory. This situation was very strange. It was not like this the last time she came. However, there were no disgusting Zergs. Wen Ning led the players into the Zerd territory after the weapons stopped. The first time they entered the Zerd territory from the main gate, the players were excited but a little nervous. They held their weapons and shields tightly in their hands and raised their vigilance. Entering the territory, the square centered on the central castle was full of black crystal debris. The debris piled up everywhere was still burning, and the flames were soaring high. The huge metal body of the central castle tilted to one side, and the metal debris broke apart. The laser cannon blasted the metal into pieces, and when Wen Ning and others entered, fragments kept falling down. Wen Ning looked around, gazing at the entire battlefield. The player approached the bottom of the central castle, and was not attacked by weapons. It seemed that the previous bombardment had consumed all the energy reserves. Wen Ning looked at the weapons buried deep underground with only the barrels exposed. He gave a deep command. Since there are no Zerg, clean up the battlefield and move these materials back. They can all be exchanged for territory contribution points. Oh my god! This metal looks very strong, but it was bombarded like this. Did an internal conflict occur? Did the Zerg be wiped out like this? As soon as the players heard Wen Ning's order, they immediately rushed around, taking down and taking away everything they could see, even a railing. Their survival system did not indicate what kind of metal this was. But as long as it could be exchanged for territory contribution points, it was a good thing. Several players in different territories, led by their respective team leaders, began to clean up the battlefield in different areas. Even the wall skin was taken down. In addition, there was indeed no Zerg in the Zerg territory. The players simply threw their arms around and turned this place into a treasure hunting place. Their morale was high, and they made bold statements to empty the place. Wen Ning, on his side, was not very interested in the laser cannon on the wall. He stared at the half-exposed weapon on the ground with shining eyes. This should be the most powerful weapon in the Zerg territory. It was installed in such a hidden position, and it defeated several laser weapons with one shot. It was welded all over with a very solid alloy, as if it was integrated with the foundation of the central castle. It was impossible to get it out. The surrounding players saw that Wen Ning was interested in this, and automatically left the central area to Wen Ning and her robot army. Wen Ning asked 001 and 012 to try to cut the surrounding alloy with weapons. It took a lot of effort to free a gun barrel. But 001 and 012 couldn't pull this thing out from the ground. The storage capacity of the backpack also lost its function at this time. Wen Ning was a little annoyed. He circled around the gun barrel twice, and came up with a solution. 001, you guys step back. After 001 and the robot retreated 10 meters. As soon as Wen Ning thought about it, a huge monster suddenly appeared beside him. With a bang, the mecha appeared. What the hell? The players who were working hard around him looked up, and saw the scene. A giant robot appeared next to the Lord. Then the next scene made all the players excited. They saw a blue light flash in the giant robot's eyes. Then he stretched out his hand to Wen Ning. And then, Wen Ning actually stepped on his palm, and was sent into the robot's chest. Gundam? Chapter 481. The players screamed in surprise subconsciously. There were a few clicks. The look in the mecha's eyes changed. Wen Ning's cold face appeared in the cockpit on his chest. Wen Ning adjusted to the mind control. Putting both hands on the joystick, the mind can automatically connect with the mecha. The mind automatically converts the 5 senses into the 5 senses of the mecha. Instantly, there was a different feeling. Wen Ning even felt that he could control this mecha to punch, but now is not the time. Wen Ning tried to control the mecha to walk to the side of the weapon that had been cut just now. Looking at the gun barrel in front of him, Wen Ning, who was originally helpless, suddenly had an idea in his mind. That is, she could pull this thing out directly. Thinking of this, the mecha has begun to move. Is it so smart? Wen Ning, who originally thought that the mecha's actions were a bit stiff, looked at the mecha and stretched out his hand automatically. Then he held the gun barrel. The next second, Wen Ning felt as if he had pulled the barrel out of the soil with his own hands. The full appearance of the weapon was revealed to everyone. Oh my god! It's so smooth, Hercules. Ah, Lord, please go to the link. Don't feel sorry for my wallet. If I sell this thing, I may have to start working since ancient times. You are so confident, I may have to start from prehistoric times. The two players looked at each other, and lowered their heads at the same time. Not to mention the barrel, even the wall in front of them was difficult to remove. When the two players were about to continue to fight wits and courage with the metal on the surface of the wall. Suddenly, a bear paw stretched out from the side, and easily pulled off the wall. Heikue threw the wall in front of the two players coolly. Wow! Xiong, you are so awesome. Heikue was stunned. His dark face showed no expression, but there was a hint of shyness in his eyes. He had just seen Wen Ning's operation, and had a new understanding of this human's strength. And he had decided to join Wen Ning's territory. So he actively helped humans collect materials here. Wen Ning pulled out the first gun barrel, and then the second one. The flexibility and strength of the mecha are evaluated based on the matching degree between the driver and the mecha. So Wen Ning had a lot of fun playing by himself. Not only did he get all the weapons buried underground, he even enthusiastically dismantled the walls of the central castle into pieces to facilitate the players to collect. With the help of the strongmen of the Black Bear tribe, the battlefield was cleaned up very quickly. It was solved in less than an hour. When the cleaning was halfway done, the management value dropped below 60 due to the serious damage to the Zerg territory. The system issued a bounty mission, and the Lord Order was separated. When the players in the World Channel rushed to join in the fun, they were stunned by the situation on the scene. Especially seeing a giant robot smashing in the Zerg territory like a beast, breaking the entire territory into pieces and fragments flying everywhere. A group of players did not fight for the Lord Order, but instead buried their heads in picking up some scraps. All the players thought that the people in the treasure pavilion were crazy. But when they tried to go forward to pick up the leaks, Wen Ning's drones appeared in a row, and the robots also pointed their guns at them. The meaning is obvious. This place has been reserved. No entry for outsiders. The players could only leave with curses. The players with ulterior motives spread the information about Wen Ning on the World Channel. And Wen Ning had obtained the Lord Order long before the arrival of the hostile forces. These people could only watch the news of her wearing a mecha on the World Channel and hate her. The Zerg territory disappeared completely. Wen Ning made a lot of money. The World Channel players were lemons again. And in Jones's territory. What? You said she destroyed the Zerg territory? Did our plan fail? Jones looked at the young man in front of him with horror. The young man's face was also very ugly. But he quickly adjusted to a relaxed expression. It's just a Zerg territory. Why are you in such a hurry? I still have the contact information of the second and third Zerg, which can make them land somewhere else. Just do as I say. Jones leaned in and listened to the young man's plan. His pupils suddenly shrank as he listened, and he looked up reflexively. He looked at the madness in the young man's eyes. Are you sure we can survive this? Of course. But we... Jones hesitated. The madness in the young man's eyes made him hesitate, and he suddenly realized that compared with this man, his ambition was nothing. This man wanted to be the absolute ruler of this continent. He was willing to sacrifice all human lives for this. Jones left the meeting room in the man's eyes that could not be refused. Only the young man was left alone. The young man watched Jones go out. He smiled with his lips pulled. Idiot, you are just an internet user consciousness we extracted, and you think you are the master of this world? When all other administrators are dealt with by me, I will be the only god in this game. Fortunately, I modified my own data when I participated in the design. As long as you all die in the game, I will have a way to prevent your bodies from waking up. At that time, I will have the final say in this game. Mechanical tribe? Haha, don't worry, they will also become the fuel of this game. At that time, the rules of the game will be set by me. The young man turned around. Humming a relaxing tune, he entered a dark room. There was only one bed in the room. The young man turned on the light. The moment the fierce incandescent light was turned on, the man on the bed did not react at all. There was no slight frown or pupil reaction. The young man smiled with satisfaction and walked closer to Michelle / bending over Michelle's sleeping face. What's wrong, genius? Are you helpless now? Looking down, Michelle's hands were pierced with syringes, and there was an infusion tube on one hand. This was a tube to deliver nutrients to him, because it was necessary to ensure that Michelle, who was anesthetized, would not die. The young man injected a tube of anesthetic into the indwelling needle on Michelle's other hand. After watching Michelle sleep more deeply, he closed the door and went out with peace of mind. In the darkness, Michelle was sleeping soundly on the bed. There was no reaction at all. The footsteps outside the door gradually faded away. Chapter 482. Wen Ning led the players back to their respective homes. He also checked the news of other administrators and players sent out by the sub-territories to fight against the Zerg. The administrators and players of the sub-territories did not all follow Wen Ning, but were scattered to various battlefields. Lu Yin and Lin Han teamed up to go to one of the territories with a red bounty mission. They used the powerful attributes of the armored off-road vehicle to defeat the Zerg and successfully snatch the Lord's Order. Lu Shi and Su Luo led the team to solve the Zerg in 2 territories and brought back a Lord's Order. In the administrator group, Harry also succeeded. Another student of teacher Michelle was not to be outdone, and now he is complacent in the administrator channel, saying that he can succeed without Wen Ning's help. And the lord of the territory that Wen Ning rescued turned out to be the administrator Yunmu's territory. No wonder the name of this territory seemed familiar at the time. However, Yunmu did not speak in the administrator channel at the beginning of the Zerg attack. He seemed to have some friendship with Zhao Er and the others, and thought of asking Zhao's territory for help first. He didn't expect Zhao Wu to invite Wen Ning directly. Admin channel, Yunmu. Thank you Sister Wen for saving my territory. Admin channel, Yunmu. You went to the Zerg territory headquarters later, did you gain anything? It's all my fault that I got hurt accidentally, and I didn't go to greet Sister Wen. Wen Ning watched Yunmu talking in the channel, thought for a while, and explained the general situation of the Zerg in the group. Many new administrators were also discussing, and Wen Ning felt that there were too many people and eyes, so he didn't go into details. Lu Yin and Harry also talked about the Zerg invasion they encountered. The remaining players had no intention of speaking in the group. There were also several new administrators who were silent. Wen Ning looked at the administrator channel. There were already nearly 20 members, but there were thousands of scientists on the spacecraft at the time, and basically none of these administrators knew Wen Ning. And teacher Xi and Darui was obsessed with research recently, and did not speak. His student Michelle also seemed to have disappeared. Something was wrong, very wrong. Wen Ning's face was a little cold. The administrator channel kept scrolling messages, but Wen Ning's heart was still a little uneasy. The first thing Wen Ning did when he returned to the territory was to go to the research institute. He found teacher Xi and Darui. Little Wen Ning, you came just in time. Teacher Xi and Darui held a bottle of green reagent. We have been researching for several days, and finally developed this. Teacher Xi and Darui was looking at Wen Ning with surprise, but Wen Ning interrupted him directly. Teacher Xi and Darui, have you contacted Michelle recently? Wen Ning also sent a message to Michelle, but Michelle did not reply. I knew Michelle was arrogant, and would not reply when she was immersed in research. So Wen Ning did not pay much attention to it. But if a person does not send messages in the group, and does not reply to private messages, it is a bit suspicious. Michelle? This kid sent me a message yesterday. Teacher Xi and Darui was confused, but when Wen Ning asked, he subconsciously opened the dialogue box with Michelle. It didn't matter after seeing this, teacher Xi and Darui, who was immersed in research, found that the message between him and his beloved disciple was still 4 days ago. Teacher Darui felt a little embarrassed instantly, but it was not uncommon for him to fail to contact her before. He did not take it seriously. He told Wen Ning about this situation and comforted Wen Ning, saying that they both liked to study quietly, so they usually did not leave the territory. Besides, Michelle's avatar was fine, which meant there was no problem. Wen Ning frowned, and did not speak for a long time. Just when Zendarui was about to continue to tell Wen Ning about his research results, Wen Ning suddenly raised his head, and said to Teacher Zendarui word by word, Teacher Zendarui, since you came to the territory of light, how often has Michelle contacted you? After hearing this, Teacher Zendarui also felt something was wrong, and he recalled. Since I came here, Zendarui basically sends me messages every day. But recently, Wen Ning became alert instantly. Michelle cares most about her mentor Zendarui. If he had to send messages to Teacher Xi and Darui every day, then if he hadn't contacted her for 4 days, there must be something wrong. Teacher, send him a message first. If he replies, be sure to tell me. Wen Ning turned around and walked out. He didn't tell Teacher Xi and Darui about this matter in detail, because telling him wouldn't have any effect, and would only add to his troubles. On the way back, Wen Ning couldn't let go of this matter. System, can you find out what happened to Michelle? Sorry, players can't check. Is his situation normal? Sorry, players can't check. Wen Ning was puzzled. What happened to Michelle that even the teacher didn't contact him? The system's answer was also inexplicable. Although there were various signs that Michelle was unwilling to contact the outside world, Wen Ning always had a hunch. Something was wrong with him. Wen Ning, who could not let go of this matter, gradually arranged a plan in his heart. Back to the Bright Territory, Wen Ning found Mira. Mira, take a look at these city defense weapons. Can they be modified and used in the territory? Mira fluttered her chubby body forward to check. After flying 2 circles, Mira held her head high. Lord, these can be modified, and Mira can directly mass-produce them. Wen Ning was a little surprised by this news. These city defense weapons can be mass-produced. Doesn't that mean that the Bright Territory can also achieve the same city defense capabilities as the Zerg territory? But why is Mira able to mass-produce the city defense weapon? The mechanical factory owned by the territory has some of the same functions as the mechanical factory in the nebula, so Mira can modify this city defense weapon and then use the mechanical factory to mass produce it. Mira explained a long paragraph at once, and Wen Ning understood it. Then Mira gave Wen Ning a look. It's this survival point. Lord, you know. Wen Ning responded with a look of reassurance. He directly transferred 2/3 of the survival points in his wallet to Mira. Take these survival points, produce as much as you can, install all the light territory first, and give me the rest, I need it. Mira looked at the huge amount of money in her account, and her eyes turned into stars. She immediately flew out happily. Before leaving, she summoned a robot, which held a potion in its hand. Wen Ning looked familiar. This is what Xian Darui asked me to give to you, Lord. He said that you were worried just now, and didn't listen to him finish speaking. Wen Ning reacted and took the potion from the robot. The system automatically labeled Wen Ning's name. Plant Oxen, named by Xian Darui. It can increase the growth state of plants to the highest level, regardless of soil conditions. Wen Ning's breath stagnated when he saw the last sentence. This thing can actually improve the growth ability of plants regardless of soil conditions. Isn't this what Yaoi flower needs most right now? Wen Ning couldn't imagine that once this thing was implemented throughout the Wasteland continent, all territories would plant Yaoi flowers with all their strength in the following time, and would it be possible to directly end the disaster season? Chapter 483. This is the first time that Wen Ning has found hope for the end of the game. Wen Ning's original plan was to solve the problem of inconsistent players' positions. Because in her opinion, it would take 2 months to completely solve the disaster season. Wen Ning couldn't believe it. She could only ask the system for confirmation. The ending of the game cannot be predicted by the system. The behavior of any player will increase the possibility of the ending of the game. Please explore it yourself. The system did not give Wen Ning an accurate answer. Wen Ning frowned. Why did she feel that the system had become very indifferent recently? Is it because there are more administrators, and the system algorithm feels threatened? But isn't the existence of administrators for the future of mankind? Wen Ning was sensitive and silent for a few seconds. Then she pretended to study the plant reagent in her hand, as if nothing had happened. 001, go and ask Teacher Xian Darui to come over. Mira was not available, so Wen Ning could only wait for 001 to ask Teacher Xian Darui to come over. Teacher Xian Darui came quickly, with a hint of anxiety on his face. Little Wen Ning, Michelle really didn't reply to my message. Did something happen to him? Don't hide it from me. Your attitude just now doesn't sound like nothing happened. Teacher Xian Darui is a wise man. Although he is anxious, he has not lost his mind. His words and deeds reveal that Wen Ning should not be fooled. Wen Ning forced a smile, knowing that Teacher Xian Darui is not someone who can be easily deceived. He could only tell Xian Darui all his guesses. Teacher, in the current situation, according to the rules of the system, Xian Darui's life is absolutely fine. But we have to be prepared. Is it possible that he has been turned into a slave? Although the system provides a protection mechanism for administrators, in order to prevent them from leaking the secrets of the game, administrators cannot be forced to become slaves of anyone. But Wen Ning didn't finish his words, but Teacher Xian Darui understood immediately. His expression changed instantly. Wen Ning hurried to comfort him. Teacher, don't worry. The last time he contacted me was to study the robots of the treasure pavilion. It is also possible that he is immersed in research. This explanation could not comfort Teacher Xian Darui, because he knew Michelle too well. Although this kid was usually unreliable, he would not do research to such an extent that he would forget to eat and sleep. Wen Ning saw that Teacher Xian Darui was still worried, and then said, Teacher, don't worry. I will take people to Michelle's territory tomorrow. I will definitely find anything by then. But doesn't it mean that Michelle's territory is hostile to the treasure pavilion? Xian Darui didn't want Wen Ning to take risks. She has too much responsibility now. Wen Ning smiled with relief. Can I do something I'm not sure of? Teacher, don't worry. In this world, there are only eternal interests, not eternal enemies. Xian Darui wanted to say something, but Wen Ning changed the subject. By the way, teacher, I asked you to come here for this potion. The ability of this potion is very important. How many of these potions can the Research Institute produce? Teacher Xian Darui suppressed his uneasiness and answered Wen Ning's question. The herbal medicine reserves in the territory can make about 10,000. Speaking of this, I accidentally found these herbs in the warehouse. This grass was found by the white rabbits. I found that they have a very high level of knowledge about plants, and many of them are not found on Blue Star, and their effects are also amazing. If we want to mass produce this thing, I can write down the formula, but the matter of collecting the grass will be handed over to the white rabbits. Wen Ning nodded. He had only seen Bai Shui and Bai's research on food before. However, Bai Shui also revealed that the white rabbits are naturally very sensitive to plants. She just didn't expect that the plants on the Wasteland continent have such effects. I can talk to Bai Shui later. In this way, the white rabbits can also have a job to settle down in the territory. This matter was naturally settled. Teacher Xi and Darui put the plant growth agent into production overnight. Wen Ning was not idle either. He put the yaoi flower seeds on the top shelf of the treasure pavilion. It's just that the price is very high, and no one can afford it. And the reason why Wen Ning did this was not to sell yaoi seeds. Rather, at this stage of the game, players have more or less touched upon some of the game's deeper content. World Channel. What good stuff has the treasure pavilion added? World Channel. What? Flower seeds? What's the use of this thing? World Channel. Has the treasure pavilion entered the stage of self-cultivation and planting flowers and grass? World Channel. Please open your eyes and see the function of this flower. The players were confused until they clicked on the introduction of the yaoi flower seed. What the hell? Oh my god! The sound of what the hell rang out in every corner of the wasteland. World Channel. Am I seeing this right? Improve soil conditions and reduce the extent of disaster damage? World Channel. Yaoi flower. I'm so familiar with this name. World Channel. I remember. There is a relic. It is an orc continent. They rely on planting this flower. In the harsh environment where no one lives, wherever this flower is planted, there will be an oasis. World Channel. I have also been in there and got the history book of this world. It is this flower, but haven't the lion people been extinct? World Channel. Extinct? There are in the Bright Territory. My friend and I have seen Master Iron in the Dawn Forest, a lion man who is very good at iron making. The players in the Bright Territory have come forward to testify, and the authenticity of the yaoi flower has been further confirmed. The role of the yaoi flower has been spread from 1 person to 10 to 100, and instantly exploded across the entire continent. World Channel. What is Sister Wen doing? Are you going to sell these seeds? World Channel. This flower is so important, of course it should be sold, right? As long as it is planted, the damage of this disaster will be greatly reduced immediately. Wen Ning looked at it for a long time, waiting for the player to say this. The role of the yaoi flower is very precious, and after her cultivation, the yaoi flowers in the Bright Territory have already achieved seed freedom. It is time to plant these seeds on a large scale in the Wasteland continent. World Channel. Wen Ning. Yaoi flower seeds must be sold, but the planting conditions of this seed are very harsh. I will only sell it to powerful territories. If you are interested, you can chat privately. As soon as Wen Ning said this, private messages exploded immediately. The World Channel also launched a heated discussion on Wen Ning's words. Wen Ning looked through the people who sent her private messages. When she saw Joan's message, her eyes became deep. If she remembered correctly, Michelle was in this territory, right? Chapter 484. Private Message Channel. Jones, are you interested in cooperating with me? You are just right. I am looking for you. Wen Ning responded immediately with enthusiasm. Private Chat Channel. Hello, Lord Jones. Do you also want to join our treasure pavilion? Private Chat Channel. There are many benefits to joining our treasure pavilion. Jones looked at the tone of the other party, which sounded like a customer service, and immediately suspected that the other party was not the real person. Even if it was the real person, it was a set robot reply. At Theodore's signal, Jones responded to Wen Ning's enthusiasm and expressed his desire to join the treasure pavilion. And all of this was Theodore's attempt to lower Wen Ning's vigilance. But in Jones's opinion, Wen Ning's attitude was very strange. Some time ago, his territory and Jack's territory cooperated to besiege Lin Han of the treasure pavilion. Wen Ning actually forgot so quickly. That's right, Jones thought Wen Ning had forgotten. Because the name of his territory was in English, and it had nothing to do with his own name. So he thought Wen Ning was busy expanding his territory recently and forgot about their grievances. Wen Ning looked at the other party's words and skillfully put forward his request. Unexpectedly, Jones agreed immediately, and he took the initiative to express that he could accept Wen Ning's review. There was no purpose for the sub-territory to accept Wen Ning's inspection, because the conditions for joining the treasure pavilion were already available all over the world. But Jones was so active, afraid that Wen Ning would not go to his territory. Is this a trap? Wen Ning has basically seen through Jones's intentions, or the intentions of the people behind Jones. Could it be that the person who plotted against her was Michelle? Wen Ning was shocked by this idea. But it was not surprising, because Michelle herself was a heretic. Although she had Michelle's most respected teacher in her hands, it could not guarantee that Michelle would not be confused by other things. Or, Michelle herself was a crazy person. He deliberately did not contact teacher Xi and Wen Ning, creating an illusion that he was in trouble. Thinking of this, Wen Ning replied directly, "Private chat channel. Then let's make it tomorrow. I will come to your territory to inspect." She agreed. Jones exclaimed, and he was still in a state of disbelief. This conversation was a little too smooth, but Theodore smiled slightly. "Okay, your work is done, and next, you have other work." Jones leaned close to his ear. Theodore whispered. The more Jones listened, the more frightened he became. He did not expect that Theodore would be so bold. Formulated such a terrifying plan. If this plan succeeds, the power structure of the entire Wasteland will change dramatically. Can you really do what you said? Jones now looked at the young man with an increasingly surprised expression. This man's appearance, his ability, and his scheming are simply not on the same level. His harmless appearance would make people mistake him for a scholar. But he is meticulous and well-planned. His ambition is beyond Jones's imagination. Jones stumbled out and mechanically opened the friend list according to Theodore's order. The young man in the conference room had a storm brewing in his eyes. The piece of metal in his hand was shining. The light softly covered his body, forming a thin film. The place where he was a space of its own. Then, his whole body became transparent, as if he didn't exist. "Human, how far has your plan progressed?" In the void, a mechanical head loomed. The scarlet eyes stared at Theodore's face and looked at the metal fragments in his hand. Then slowly appeared. Theodore had a chilling smile on his lips, and the ambition in his eyes was undisguised. "She will come tomorrow. As long as she is killed, the power of the entire treasure pavilion will be in my hands, and then all the remaining scientists in the world will die. Hee. Don't forget who gave you the power to avoid the surveillance of the system." Theodore lowered his eyes and glanced at the metal piece in his hand, then threw it on the table casually. "The mechanical race wiped out my entire race, and now you want to ask me for a favor?" In the void, a humanoid mechanical monster walked out. He was covered with metal, and the black alloy surface had a faint glow. Like Theodore, his body was also covered with a layer of light film. It looked more like a signal blocker. The robot came out of the small black hole behind him and walked forward with a bad look. "Don't forget, when your teacher looked down on you, who provided you with research results and gave you fame and fortune." Theodore still had a cynical look on his face, and did not take the threat of the mechanical race seriously at all. "Then don't forget that the gravity here is 100 times greater than that of the mechanical planet. Without the carrier provided by me, you can't even move your fingers." The robot was stunned for a moment, and his face was full of gloom. He only left Theodore one harsh word at the end. "The Zerg has failed. You have one last week. If you can't take control of this planet, your body on the space-time." Theodore closed his eyes irritably, and pinched the metal sheet on the table fiercely. The light film shattered instantly, and the robot was shocked and retreated at a high speed, and then disappeared on the spot. Theodore took back the metal sheet with a sinister look. This thing can form a specific magnetic field, temporarily allowing the mechanical race to offset the gravity of the Wasteland continent. And it is also because of this device that the system cannot monitor his abnormal actions. This device was made by him before the destruction of the Blue Planet. What the robot said just now was also correct. He was enlightened by the higher intelligent creatures, and his achievements in academic research have made great progress. And he was successfully selected by teacher Xi. Originally, Theodore was the only student of teacher Sindre, and teacher Sindre once told him that he would not take students anymore. But Michelle appeared. He had a very high talent in weapon and mechanical research, and even Theodore, who relied on external plugins, had to admire him. But Theodore couldn't figure it out. Even if Michelle was a genius. But he was not doing his job all day, and he advocated violence and killing in his bones. He skipped classes, fought, drank alcohol, and even destroyed other people's research results in the institute. But the teacher just liked him and took a fancy to him. Even when he was on the spaceship, he was just thinking about whether Michelle had gone up. When the robot attacked the Earth, the institute exploded and Theodore was knocked unconscious. At the last moment when he fainted, he happened to see teacher Sindre dragging Michelle out of the door of the laboratory. And Michelle was drunk. Theodore couldn't figure it out. Why did he always leave him, a good student, alone and insisted on saving the drunkard? Chapter 485. Michelle, if the teacher knew you were dead, would he hate me? In the dark secret room, an incandescent lamp shone on the pale head of the person on the bed. The light was directly on his closed eyes. And Theodore stared at Michelle's eyes, not missing any trembling of his eyelashes. But Michel was motionless like a wax figure. Even his eyelashes didn't tremble, as if he was dead. But Theodore knew that he was not dead. He just fell into a deep sleep because of the anesthetic. 2 days ago, Theodore stopped injecting Michel with nutrient solution. Today was the time for Wen Ning to come to the territory, and Michel's usefulness had ended. He was going to inject Michel with some more anesthetics, and then let Michel's body die of hunger. Look how good I am to you. You were eliminated from the game while you were asleep. Just like when you were taken to the spaceship by your teacher while you were asleep. And I am the ghost that crawled out of hell. I will tear you down from the clouds with my own hands. The mud is where you should be. But don't worry. When I get the game rights, I will revive you and your teacher. But this time, both of you have to live according to the script I set. Ha ha. Theodore sneered and injected the potion in his hand into Michel's blood. This time he was sure of victory. Overdose was no longer a problem he should consider. This should have been Michel's script, dying in a corner that no one knew about. Private chat channel, Jones, Theodore, I have arranged everything you want. The store owner of the Treasure Pavilion will be here soon. When Theodore saw this news, he seemed to have seen the other side of his victory. In his eyes, he was already a god. All players, including Wen Ning, were just NPCs in his eyes. As long as he was allowed to get close to Wen Ning, he could use his device to make Wen Ning feel 100 times the gravity instantly. Taking advantage of this time, he killed Wen Ning, just like stepping on an ant. At that time, he would hack into the game system again, and all the game equipment and privileges under Wen Ning's name would be transferred to himself. And why he targeted Wen Ning so much, there was no other reason. It was because Wen Ning had the blueprint of the robot. To put it bluntly, he just wanted this blueprint. If the mechanical race wanted to land on this planet, they could only connect with these robots. Connect their consciousness to the robot for a short time. Establish an anti-magnetic field in the Wasteland continent, and then land here. But Wen Ning, as the chief designer of the game, has an irreconcilable hatred with the mechanical race. So the mechanical race placed their hopes on the Zerg. But now the Zerg has failed. It takes more time to re-teleport the Zerg. And the mechanical race can no longer afford the high price demanded by the Zerg. They have killed all the humans on the parallel planets of all galaxies that they can reach. And the reason why they hate humans so much. It is because human civilization has ruled a planet like Blue Star without killing. In the eyes of the mechanical race and the Zerg, Blue Star is an extremely ugly planet with vigorous vitality and lush plants. Everything is very orderly. Such vitality is ugly and disgusting to the Zerg and the mechanic. They will be satisfied only with chaos and evil. This is why the Wasteland continent was not targeted by these two races at the beginning. At that time, the disaster season in the Wasteland continent could always suppress the short mild season. And now, the order of the Wasteland continent is gradually being established. This is exactly what the mechanic does not want to see, and what they want to destroy. And Theodore. He does not like Blue Star, nor does he hate Blue Star. When he has the opportunity to become the god of the group that once trampled him under his feet. He no longer cares what the planet looks like. This supreme power fascinates him. He can use Wen Ning's robot to make some mechanic descend. Repeat the history of Blue Star, but this time, no one will save Michel, and no one will abandon him, Theodore. When all the administrators are eliminated, it will be too late for the game system to find out. By then, he will become the last hope of mankind, and the game system will still let him control it. All the robots belong to him. As long as he gives an order, the mechanical race will have no way to resist him. After dealing with this batch of mechanical races that have descended, he can have his own army. Anyway, the mechanical race on the Wasteland continent with 100 times the gravity can't resist it at all. As for the Zerg, he can build a monitoring network for the entire planet. As long as the Zerg dares to descend, they will definitely not escape the monitoring of the system. This planet will become his Theodore's playground. It's so exciting. But before it can be realized, I still have to go and meet the owner of the Treasure Pavilion. And you, Michel, from the moment you were caught by me, you have become a puppet in my hand. Be good, and play a sad drama with your teacher in the future. You are so close to each other, you will definitely not refuse, right? Jones sent another message to urge Theodore. All his actions were in accordance with Theodore's instructions. He and Jack joined forces with many players. The ambush was already set, but Theodore's delay in showing up made them feel uneasy. After all, Rossi, the madman, died at the hands of Wen Ning not long ago. Jones didn't want to become a subsidiary of the Treasure Pavilion at all, so he was not ready to accept Wen Ning at all. All this was to delay time for Theodore. And the time agreed with Theodore was getting closer and closer. But Theodore had no intention of showing up at all. How could people not be anxious? Theodore listened to the private message that rang several times. He took one last look at Michelle. In his eyes, this was the last time he saw Michelle with a soul. From now on, he could only see Michelle's data person. It was hard to let him go. Goodbye, Michelle. Theodore turned slowly and prepared to turn off the incandescent lamp and go out. At the moment when the light dimmed, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Ugh! Then his heart suddenly contracted, and Theodore widened his eyes in fear. In the completely dark environment, his vision was limited. He could only feel a pair of cold hands tightly grasping his neck. The kidney and heart were stabbed twice, and his vitality was rapidly draining away. The opponent's third knife was obviously aimed at his neck. Theodore reacted quickly and blocked the opponent's knife with his hand. Bang! The iron door was opened, and Theodore had no time to think, or even to look back. He ran out in a panic. Plop! The sound of flesh falling to the ground was heard. However, no one nearby heard it and came to check. On the other side, when Ning was about to step into the teleportation channel established with Jones's territory, private messages rang wildly. When he opened it, he felt like he was electrocuted and froze in place. Michelle, ambush, don't come. Chapter 486. Boom! Outside Jones's territory, dark clouds gradually gathered in the sky. Jones couldn't contact Theodore, so he could only wait nervously for the arrival of the treasure house. Looking forward to it. The teleportation array suddenly lit up. Jones subconsciously glanced at Jack hiding in the crowd. The two just exchanged glances. Boom! A cannonball suddenly appeared from the teleportation array. It landed directly in front of Jones. Jones' face was terrified, but he still reacted quickly and opened the shield to hide. The cannonball didn't hit him, but the impact of the explosion made him fall to the ground. He struggled to get up and heard the system's prompt. Player Ning tore up the alliance agreement with you. The system has punished him, and will issue compensation to you later. What? Jones couldn't believe what he heard. Ning tore up the alliance agreement, so she attacked his territory? Jones realized the seriousness of the problem at this time. He struggled to get up and shouted loudly. Stop them! We must not let them. Come in! Jones's voice had not yet fallen. A large number of robots rushed out of the teleportation array. Bang, bang, bang! These robots directly surrounded the entire teleportation array, facing the players in Jones's territory. They fired without hesitation. Suddenly, the entire Jones's territory was caught in the artillery attack. The bunkers around the teleportation array were full of ambushed players. At this time, Ning suddenly launched an attack, instantly disrupting their position. However, there were still players who reacted quickly and organized players to rush over and defeat the robots guarding the teleportation array. Jones also urgently released the guard robots and drones in the territory. However, the combat power of both sides was not at the same level. So even though it was Jones and Jack's home court, they also had a very difficult fight. Hold on. You must hold on. Drive them out of the teleportation array, otherwise they will always block this passage. Jack, where are the people in your territory? Send them to support quickly. The players in Jones' territory struggled to resist the attack of Ning's robots. Jack could only quickly call for help. However, the players on the defense line were defeated step by step, and a gap in the defense appeared in the difficulties. Ning's war robot quickly seized the opportunity and rushed up to kill several players. And this was just the beginning of the battle. The defense gap became larger and larger, and more treasure pavilion forces rushed out of the teleportation array. Roar! Even later, a large number of players and aliens rushed in. With a few roars, Tiger Mom, Tiger Son and dozens of ferocious beasts rushed through the defense line. The players in front of Jones's territory soon died in the mouths of these beasts. In addition to these beasts, there was also overwhelming artillery fire. Jones' pupil shrank suddenly, and a raging fire burst out of his eyes. Theodore, he actually dared to deceive himself. What can he use to deal with these robot armies in the treasure pavilion? Iron-headed, Jones looked at the entire territory in chaos, feeling only fear and anger. The teleportation array made another sound. Jones. In Jack's horrified tone, Jones looked over there along his line of sight. This is impossible. How is this possible? Both of them stood there in a daze, unable to believe the huge monster that came out of the teleportation array. At this time, Jones finally saw Ning. Through the bulletproof glass and the cockpit, he saw Ning controlling the huge monster outside his body. The giant machine raised its right hand. Jones didn't even raise his shield. He just held his breath for a moment. Bang! The shells fell where Jones and Jack were. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing Player Jones and Player Jack. Wen Ning automatically blocked the system's broadcast. He opened his thin lips slightly. When will the Lord's order come out? As soon as the voice fell, the system announced that Jones's territory and Jack's territory were in a state of chaos due to the death of their lords. A red bounty mission was issued. The World Channel immediately caused an uproar. These two territories are also quite famous in the World Channel, and they are mainly hostile to a treasure pavilion. As long as the High Treasure Pavilion does not accept players, they will accept them. There are many sub-territories under their jurisdiction, mainly to compete with the Treasure Pavilion. Although the strength is far behind the Treasure Pavilion, but it is still one of the best in the second echelon. In an instant, two lords died at the same time. The World Channel has many speculations about this matter, and their sub-territories will automatically return to a free state after the death of the lord. Wen Ning did not have time to care about so much. She stopped the action immediately after receiving Michelle's message. After thinking for only 5 minutes, she issued the order to attack. Because it was an attack on an ally, she had to tear up the alliance agreement first. This agreement was torn up, and she was deducted 20 million survival points and a lot of materials. Wen Ning simply went all out and attacked directly. Jones's territory is also a large territory. As long as she takes over the entire territory, her losses can be ignored. And she can also find Michelle's location. Michelle must be in a bad state. After he sent a message, he never replied again. Wen Ning needs to know what happened. Michelle must know something. So Wen Ning must find him. The red bounty mission has been issued. Wen Ning directly controls the mecha to grab the Lord's order, under the cover of the surrounding animals and robots. She basically got the Lord's order without any effort. The surrounding players saw that the Lord's order had been picked up, and they immediately stopped entangled with the players and robots in the territory, picked up the spoils on the ground and wanted to run away. Wen Ning saw through their intentions, and directly established a territory at this location. All the spoils within her territory were collected into the territory warehouse in an instant. At this time, these players had only two options: surrender or fight for their lives. The sound of fierce fighting came to her ears. Wen Ning didn't care about these. Within her territory, she could use her authority to find anyone. Find Michelle. Player coordinates have been displayed. The system displayed Michelle's coordinates. She was actually in the territory hall. Wen Ning drove the mecha and jumped to the door of the territory hall in 3 or 2 steps, in order to prevent the mecha from destroying the building. Wen Ning left the mecha. Roar! Wait for me. Hu Zi protected Wen Ning closely. Wen Ning followed Hu Zi to Michelle's coordinates. As soon as he entered the meeting room, the strong smell of blood rushed to his nose. Wen Ning instantly took out the particle blade. He opened a half-closed door. On the ground was a bloody energy blade. There was a lot of blood at the scene, and there were signs of fighting. Wen Ning bent down to check the blood, which was slightly coagulated. Judging from the viscosity, the time of running was no more than half an hour. The blood continued to another passage. Wen Ning frowned, and suddenly heard Hu Zi's low roar. Roar! Mom, there is a person here. Wen Ning turned his head subconsciously, and in the darkness, there was indeed a human figure lying on the ground. Wen Ning stepped forward and turned on the incandescent light. Michelle. Chapter 487. Michelle was lying on the ground covered in blood, without any sign of life. Wen Ning hurried forward and briefly checked Michelle's condition. Oh no, his physical condition is very bad. His energy value was basically emptied, which was obviously a state of starvation. Wen Ning quickly forced Michelle to take a physical recovery potion. Because he didn't know if he had any other injuries, Wen Ning worriedly poured another healing potion into him. Then he carried Michelle out. As soon as he walked out of the territory hall, he ran into Lu Shi and Su Luo. Sun Yanha followed behind. They were just notified by Wen Ning to take over Jones' territory. Jack had sent Lin Han to grab the Lord's order as soon as possible. Whether he could grab it or not depended on his strength. These players don't need to be recruited, just plunder the supplies and drive them out directly. Wen Ning looked at Lu Shi, who was walking over, and directly expressed his thoughts, and Lu Shi nodded slightly. Then he watched Wen Ning carrying a fainted man away from the territory. It's the first time I've seen a lord approach a man. Lu Shi's eyes flashed with deep thought, but he didn't think wrongly. Wen Ning did this man must have a big secret. Su Luo and Sun Yanha followed him silently. Let's go, take this territory. As expected, Jones territory and Jack territory were successfully incorporated by Lu Shur and Lin Han. It turned out that players in the territory had to pay a certain amount of supplies to survive, and then Lu Shur and his team would let people go. In the end, Wen Ning spent 20 million survival points, and not only did not lose, he also made a profit of 30 million. There were countless supplies. Wen Ning left the territory without taking 001 and other robots with him, because Lu Shur also needed the deterrent power of robots to make these players obedient. Because this place has become Wen Ning's sub-territory, robots can also be active here for a short time. The battle is basically over. 001 and 012 began to form a team and record the casualties of this battle. Captain, 5 people were injured in a team and 0 people died. 001 nodded. He is now the captain of the robot team and 012 is the deputy captain. After listening to the reports of several teams, 001 ordered the injured robots to return to the territory in advance for repair. The team leader robot received the order and went down. 001, Team 6 disconnected a robot, and the body was not found. 012 walked up and looked at 001 worriedly. 001's eyes flashed with thought. Strictly check the players, they might have picked him up. Got it. Bright territory. Wen Ning shelter. Roar. Mom, why did you put this man with my dad? Roar. Don't be disrespectful, kid. Wen Ning glanced at the tiger mom who was educating Hu Zi. He smiled helplessly. Tiger mom, it's okay, I'm used to it. When the tiger mom heard it, she concluded that Hu Zi had always been disrespectful. She immediately got angry. Roar. Let's go. Follow me to the forest. Roar. Can I not go? Mom, do you know how to do anything else besides beating me? Tiger mom took Hu Zi away, cursing. Wen Ning could only shake her head and laugh. Tiger dad was still sleeping. Because of him, Wen Ning's room almost became a medical room. So in the entire shelter, only this place was suitable for Michelle to stay. Wen Ning looked at Michelle's physical condition, and was confused about whether to ask Teacher Xi and Darui to come and see. But then she thought that Teacher Xi and Darui was not a medical professional after all, and it would be a waste of time if he came. Ahem. At this moment, Michelle on the bed suddenly coughed violently. Wen Ning stood up instantly, and walked forward to check his condition. She was startled when she saw Michelle suddenly raise his hand, and then Michelle reached out to cover her eyes. She coughed violently for about a minute. Then she said in a hoarse voice, "Please, turn off the light." Wen Ning glanced at the mild incandescent light, and felt a little puzzled, but still turned off the light. The whole room suddenly fell into darkness, but fortunately the light in the living room was on. In less than 5 minutes, Wen Ning adapted to this environment. Michelle also felt better, and slowly loosened his arms. He raised his eyes, and looked at Wen Ning. The first sentence he said made Wen Ning freeze in place. He said, "There is a traitor among the administrators." The hoarse voice fell. The whole room was left with Tiger Dad's long breathing. Wen Ning was stunned for more than 10 seconds. Then he turned his head blankly and met Michelle's eyes. Michelle spoke with difficulty. Yes. Yes. Theodore. He has a connection with the mechanical race. Boom! A thunder exploded violently in Wen Ning's mind. Do you know what you are talking about? Wen Ning's voice was trembling. She really didn't expect it. Michelle could actually bring such news. Theodore. Wen Ning recalled the name of this person. She even opened the administrator channel in her mind and searched on the list. Isn't that another student of Teacher Xi and Darui? Teacher Xi and Darui only brought 2 of you students on the spaceship. He was still talking when he entered the channel. Wen Ning's pupil shrank sharply. Theodore. Why is his name not in the administrator channel? System? Michelle heard Wen Ning call the system, and her eyes looked at Wen Ning with a hint of inquiry. Sorry, this person cannot be found in the player list. Cannot be found? Wen Ning instantly felt that the whole thing was magical. Her memory could not be wrong. Theodore was another student of Teacher Xi and Darui who got on the plane. He was also one of the administrators. He also spoke when he entered the administrator channel. At that time, he wanted to let the Treasure Pavilion share some of the benefits, but was criticized by Wen Ning. But why is there no name among the more than 30 administrators in the administrator channel? Wen Ning tried to flip forward the speech record, but under Yun Mu's greeting message. He could also see Wen Ning's response that he was different from others. In the meantime, Theodore's speech had disappeared. He seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. Chapter 488. Hey brother, what good stuff did you pick up? This foreign territory is so poor, it's not as rich as our Guangming territory, right? I just entered their farm, and they didn't even farm. I can't understand it. They don't farm. You mean? Why don't you say anything? Which territory are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Hey! Where are you going? Don't you have any good stuff that you don't want me to know? The player stopped and looked at the Yen country player, who ran away with his head down in front of him. He complained in a low voice. TSK, inexplicable. Then he changed the city gate and left the territory that had been controlled by robots. The interior of the territory had been almost plundered. The players used this place as a base, and came out in full force to explore the resource points outside Jones's territory, including the surrounding ruins and secret realms. Because Jones died, these ruins and secret realms refreshed the boss, and became a new no-man's land. The Lord brought a man back to the Bright territory, and gave the task of expanding the territory to these players. Seeing the rich territory contributions from various tasks, the players were eager to try. They were no longer interested in the foreign players, who were already penniless in the territory. Maybe the player got the coordinates of the good ruins from someone else, and didn't want others to take credit for it. The player thought, curled his lips, and made it seem like he was deliberately trying to get close to him. It's just a ruin, he confided himself. A large number of players, who were leaving the city gathered at the gate. In addition to being able to recognize names and identities after adding friends, players can also recognize each other's information. Those who don't have friends can't see the information. Even if they are in the same territory, they can only be identified by the naked eye. And robots such as 001 and 012 can only distinguish players by facial data. So they use task cards to distinguish players from the treasure pavilion and other forces. A Yen country player mixed in and tried to rush out directly. Just now, when he handed in the supplies, he escaped by relying on the fact that he was a Yen country player. At the beginning, he joined the hostile forces of the treasure pavilion because he was blacklisted by the treasure pavilion. This morning, the Lord said that when Ning could be destroyed today. Unexpectedly, the two great lords were killed in seconds. Now, he lowered his head and walked out pretending to be thinking. 001 recognized his face, entered his data, and then reached out. Please show the task card. Players of the treasure pavilion attach great importance to the contribution value of the territory, so it is impossible to go out without a task card. The player pretended not to hear and continued to walk out. He was immediately held down by 001's robot. Before he could even defend himself, he was dragged into the small dark room next to him. The treasure pavilion players behind him quickly raised their cards. They walked out of the city one by one. 001 entered their facial data so that when they came back, he could tell whether there were other players who wanted to sneak in. The players entered a forest not far from the territory in twos and threes. A player wearing a cloak went deep in one direction without panic. He avoided the treasure pavilion players, who were grouped together. The players next to him took a look at his equipment and his ferocious face. He resisted the urge to greet him. Some big shots can't be hugged casually. The other party was obviously a lone wolf player. But how come they had never seen such a powerful person before? The players had their own thoughts, and thought that it might be a player from other territories. There was no doubt. They went to the ruins deep in the woods in groups. On the path, the scarred face hiding behind a huge tree trunk slowly squatted against the tree trunk. There was pain in his eyes, and blood suddenly flowed from the corner of his eyes. It slid down from his paralyzed face, but his expression did not show a trace of pain. He slowly sat behind the tree trunk and reached out to cover his waist. Under the cloak, blood oozed from the place where his fingers were covering. He looked down, and his eyes revealed pain that was completely inconsistent with his expression. After taking 2 short breaths, he took out a healing potion from his bosom and poured it into his mouth with gritted teeth. He closed his eyes for a second or two. He opened his eyes, which were already full of red bloodshot, and there was a crazy and terrifying killing intent brewing in his eyes. Then, he raised his hand and tore off the human skin mask from the side of his ear. What was revealed was Theodore's face. Damn it! Michelle was still conscious. Theodore had only one thought in his mind at this time, that is, why Michelle was so difficult to kill. Fortunately, he was not unprepared. After escaping, he knew that the plan was doomed to fail. He hid in the crowd, and when Ning attacked, he found an opportunity to kill a lone treasure pavilion player. Using the mask's function, he copied his facial data and snatched his mission card. He managed to get out. At this time, the hatred in Theodore's eyes became more and more obvious. He still underestimated Michelle. If Michelle was still alive, his plan would definitely fail. Now there was only one way left. Theodore took out the metal piece worn around his neck, and his mind moved slightly. Then he pressed the metal piece in his hand vigorously. He directly blocked his game data in the system. Then he erased all his traces in the game. In this way, even if the system couldn't find him, he couldn't find him at all. In this way, even if Michel exposed his plan, Wen-Ning might not believe it, and it was possible that Michel would be regarded as a lunatic. When he was on the spaceship, Michel was arrogant and attracted many people's dissatisfaction. Wen-Ning, as the proposer of the game concept and the chief designer, often had conflicts with Michel in terms of concepts. So Theodore didn't think Wen-Ning would believe Michel's words. However, just in case, his plan had to be brought forward. Thinking of this, Theodore's injuries had gradually healed. Wen-Ning's healing potion was very useful. The player he killed still had a lot of good things from the treasure pavilion. He had to make good use of them, especially the robot's corpse. Theodore threw away the cumbersome equipment on his body and input the human skin mask into an inconspicuous player data. Then he put it on and walked deep into the woods. He took advantage of the system loophole and randomly teleported to a new area and found a territory to rejoin. This is a very small territory with only more than 300 players. The resources here are also very poor, but it is just what he wants. Chapter 489. You mean? Theodore can contact the mechanical race. Wen-Ning listened to Michel's story. Michel nodded heavily, continued panting. I don't know how long I slept. Every time I was about to wake up, I would be dragged into a deep sleep by a new force. Now it seems that he should have injected me with anesthetics. But what he didn't know was that before I was accepted as a student by teacher Zindra, I had bipolar disorder and had to take a lot of sleeping pills every night to fall asleep. My doctor even sedated me to force me to rest. There was no solution to this situation until teacher Zindra accepted me as his last graduate student. The teacher once told me that he promised Theodore to be the last graduate student, but because of me, the teacher tilted almost all scientific research projects to Theodore. At the beginning, he had no hostility towards me. But the good times didn't last long. Michel's bipolar disorder became more and more serious. By chance, teacher Zindra discovered that Michel had a talent for weapons research, and he never had an attack during research. So in order to cure Michel, he gradually shifted his focus to Michel. Unfortunately, although Michel's bipolar disorder was alleviated, he became even more depressed because the weapons he was researching were banned from experimentation and even production. Teacher Zindri spent all his efforts to get Michel back on track. But it was all the opposite of what he wanted. Teacher Zindri fell into deep self-blame. He thought that he had led Michel on this path, but Michel's condition did not improve. Instead, it became more serious. He even developed an alcoholism problem. When humans had to evacuate, Teacher Zindri took Michel on the spacecraft first. When he turned around, he heard that Theodore had died in the laboratory. Teacher Zindri blamed himself even more. Fortunately, Theodore was rescued later. Teacher Zindri felt better. Since then, Theodore seemed to have changed. He no longer listened to Teacher Zindri. Instead, he got very close to Teacher Zindri's opponents. When designing and researching the Wasteland survival game, they put forward many ideas, but they were all rejected in the end. At that time, they said that they would do a record study. But until the game was launched, they didn't see them take it out. Everyone thought that their research had failed and had given up. But Michel didn't expect that the moment he woke up, he heard Theodore's shocking plan. His unique physique gave him a certain tolerance to anesthetics, so he woke up before Theodore's last shot of anesthetics. Perhaps he was too good at disguising himself, or perhaps Theodore was already confident of victory, so he let down his guard. Michel listened to Theodore's confession. He fought back when the other party let down his guard. The second before the anesthetic took effect, he stabbed Theodore twice with all his strength. And he passed the message to Wen-Ning. This move really caught Theodore off guard, and he was successfully rescued by Wen-Ning. After listening to Michel's story, Wen-Ning fell into a long silence. Theodore actually secretly had contact with the mechanical race, and it was very likely that he had a way to make the mechanical race descend on the Wasteland. The surprise of this news was no less than when Wen-Ning first knew that she was the designer of this game. Although this game was designed by her, the game's intelligent brain has awakened and has the absolute right to decide how the game will run. Even many tasks were issued by him subjectively. It was far from what Wen-Ning had imagined at the beginning. System, can you really not find any information about Theodore? Players, please do not doubt the ability of the system. No relevant information can be found in the game network. His name is not on the list of administrators either. Are you sure you are not confused by the illusion? The system was not working, and Wen-Ning looked at Michel. Michelle could not lie, and she had the impression that there was indeed such a person. The only two students of teacher Xindarui, but his presence was very low. She once thought that he was just brought up by teacher Xindarui to make up the numbers. But she didn't expect that he was actually the big boss behind the scenes. Wait a minute, I have another question. When Ning looked up at the weak Michelle. Can you communicate with the system? Michelle's eyes were filled with curiosity. When Ning, isn't this normal? You can't? Michelle was asked back, and her face froze for a moment. Michelle seemed to be thinking about how to organize her words. System, he only comes out when he issues tasks. He really can't. When Ning understood, but this question. She couldn't explain it. He had no way to explain why the system ignored him. You have to ask the system about this. When Ning left a word and turned around and walked out of the shelter. She still had a lot of things to do. If Theodore was so crazy that he directly invited the mechanical tribe. According to the current strength of the Wasteland continent, it was not enough. System, Xiaoji, you can give it back to me temporarily. Okay, player. By the way, player, the system has extracted some energy recently. Xiaoji can run until the end of the game. When Ning paused, then frowned and asked back. Where did you extract the energy? When players go to other continents through the space-time channel, the system will be able to extract some of the life force, but this energy is not enough to extend the game time. The implication is that this energy is specially prepared for Xiaoji. When Ning was silent. The super synthesis system will probably play a decisive role in this war. In this case, I will not be polite. Players, please. The system also knows that if what Michelle said is true, then the mechanical race is likely on the way. He also has something important to do. That is to rebuild the game firewall and detect all possible clues. It would be best to find the method by which Theodore sent the mechanical race to descend. Solve this problem directly from the root. Chapter 490. Wasteland Calendar, March 11th, Bright Territory. Xiaoji, let's get started. Okay, host. When Ning looked at the 200 mechas that were rushed out in front of him. 1,000 Machino tanks. There are nearly 10,000 combat robots. Countless weapons and armor of various levels. It took a whole day to synthesize all of them. During the synthesis process, the super synthesis system was upgraded again. Synthesis system is being upgraded, please wait. Upgrade direction is random. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint drop function. Xiaoji's warm reminder. The blueprint drop function means that during the synthesis process, there is a probability that the design blueprint of the item in the synthesis column will be dropped. The blueprint cannot be dropped after synthesis, only the initial item blueprint can be dropped. Hiss. Seeing this function, Wen Ning took a breath. Blueprint drop function. This means that anything she can put into the synthesis column may drop a blueprint. This function is not very useful to her. But it is very important for the current sub-territories. Now dozens of sub-territories are all provided with weapons by Wen Ning's Bright Territory. This has led to a large overflow of basic materials in the sub-territories. And the assembly line of the Bright Territory is almost spinning out of sparks. All the goods are still in short supply. This has seriously slowed down Wen Ning's development. The emergence of this function directly solved all the problems. Thinking of this, Wen Ning immediately speeded up the synthesis. Decided to collect the dropped blueprints and resell them to the sub-territories. Let their production line start running immediately. After knowing that Theodore might recruit the mechanical tribe at any time, Wen Ning wished that his robots could be produced more. All the players in the sub-territory had a mecha. Only then could they have the strength to fight against the mechanical tribe that was eyeing them covetously. Wen Ning was too lazy to send messages one by one, and directly called all the players in the sub-territory to the Bright Territory. In the square, the people who were rushing to the cafeteria were discussing what to eat today. Recently, because many new alien races have come to the Bright Territory, some flavors of the Orc continent have also been brought into the Bright Territory. In addition, Bai Shui is a person who loves research, so basically every day there will be some new dishes. This mentality of opening a blind box infected everyone. All the people in the Bright Territory, in addition to going to school and working, the most discussed topic is what new dishes are there in the cafeteria today. When they went to the cafeteria in groups, the teleportation array in the square suddenly lit up. 2 minutes later, a group of humans rushed out, led by Lin Han and Lu Shi. A group of people rushed to the territory hall. The people of the Bright Territory have almost gotten used to this. There are already many human teachers in the Bright Territory. Wen Ning used this way of getting along with humans day and night to infiltrate the lives of these aliens. So at least now, The aliens will not have any ill will towards humans who appear in the Bright Territory. And Lin Han and others who rushed out of the teleportation array. They were directly stunned by the prosperity of the Bright Territory. The shops opened on both sides of the street are no different from those of Blue Star before the destruction. The only difference is that all the people coming in and out are aliens. Also, the greenery on both sides of the street is not osmanthus or sycamore leaves. It is the yahui flower that has been very popular on the World Channel recently. The blue light is reflected on both sides, and it is still shining under the sun. There is no way to ignore it. Everyone was secretly surprised. Wen Ning really didn't lie. The Bright Territory has really mastered the cultivation technology of yahui flowers. But everyone only dared to look at it from a distance. The guard robot next to it is not a joke. Lin Han led everyone through the busy streets and walked towards the mission hall. Wen Ning was already waiting in the conference room. The huge conference room can seat at least 200 people. Everyone squeezed in the front row, and there was no idea of slacking off in the meeting. Because Wen Ning is not a verbose person, he might be absent-minded for a while. You will miss the good things Wen Ning brought out. Wen Ning looked at the sublords, who were crowded around the seat. She twitched her lips slightly, but didn't say anything. After half a day of synthesis, she had more than enough blueprints in her hand. Each territory was directly equipped with a blueprint gift package. Of course, it was not free. The extra blueprints were sold individually, and directly put on the contribution store of each sub-territory. Players with the ability can also buy and make them themselves. In addition, Wen Ning revealed something. All the things made by the people can be taken to the Bright Territory for upgrades, such as combat robots, which can be upgraded to war robots. The upgrade ratio is 3-in-1, that is, 3 robots can be upgraded to 1 war robot. Everything to be upgraded must be brand new. The players opened their death notebooks and wrote down every word Wen Ning said. The meeting did not last long, because the next disaster forecast would be issued tonight. The new disaster season is still 3 days away for the players. At this time, the treasure pavilion is divided into territories, and every second counts. Wen Ning also kindly agreed that they could buy on credit. Of course, the lords are very willing to pay in installments. After all, this blueprint is not cheap. They still need a lot of materials to make it, and the materials they don't have need to be purchased on the World Channel. Lord, I go back first. A lord couldn't wait and studied all the blueprints on the spot. Now he understands Wen Ning's intentions for the granary. After the buildings required to be built in the sub-territory are matched with these blueprints, none of them are redundant. He can't wait to get those large equipment and machines up and running. Wen Ning nodded. This kind of motivated employee is exactly what she needs. After all the lords of the sub-territories left one after another, Wen Ning looked at the few people in front of him who had not left yet. His face suddenly turned cold. Then he took them to his own shelter. Lu Yen pushed open the door, and Michelle on the bed immediately covered her eyes reflexively when she came into contact with the light. Oh my God! What is going on? Michelle, how are you? Harry went forward and sat down beside Michelle's bed. Wen Ning explained the matter in a few words. He asked them to come to discuss what to do next. There are many people in the administrator group now. Not all administrators are trustworthy. For the time being, Wen Ning can only trust the first 4 administrators. Chapter 491. Theodore? How dare he? Harry's eyes widened. When Wen Ning heard him say that, she felt much more at ease. Michelle was in a state of mental confusion, and she didn't have a deep impression of Theodore. Wen Ning once suspected that both she and Michelle had problems with their memories. But Harry had a deep memory of Theodore. Now that there is no trace of Theodore on the system, Harry's words made Wen Ning's vision clear. So, should we announce the truth of the game to the players now? Lu Yen looked at Michelle's condition, her eyes red. If we announce it, I'm afraid the players will collapse. Everyone is now focused on the next disaster. If we announce it now, it may not take until the next disaster season. Wen Ning leaned against the door frame with a cold face. The mechanical tribe may come at any time. She didn't think the players would be able to accept the inside story of the game at this time. First of all, the memory of the destruction of Blue Star has been erased. To reveal the inside story of the game, this memory must be restored. This is a result that is difficult to accept. In addition to this, you must accept the fact that you are just a consciousness. In addition, the mechanical tribe will invade at any time. Under the triple blow, the players will definitely collapse. Wen Ning thought for a long time. Looking at the people in front of him, he said calmly, "It cannot be made public." As soon as Wen Ning opened his mouth, Lu Yen and Harry stopped talking. They all understood that as an administrator, Wen Ning was different. To some extent, Wen Ning was the real administrator. She can bargain with the game and change some decisions of the system. The system is upgrading the firewall now. When it is upgraded, it will tell me whether it can find the trace of Theodore. If it can, we still have a chance to find him and destroy him. Michelle seriously injured him. He may need some time to heal. The arrival of the mechanical race also requires time planning. After all, there are still forces on the Wasteland continent to resist the arrival of the mechanical race. Wen Ning first stated the factors in their favor on the Wasteland continent, easing the anxiety of Lu Yin and Harry. As humans who have experienced the destruction of the Blue Star, that memory is absolutely painful. Looking back now, they can't be calm. Deep in their souls, there is still the mark of fear when the mechanical race came. The two were comforted a lot by Wen Ning's words. Michelle on the bed supported her body and agreed with what Wen Ning said. However, Wen Ning's eyes turned around a few people, and then he started to talk about the severity of the current situation. We'd better prepare for the worst. The crisis we are facing now is not only whether the mechanical race will come, but also the disaster season. But which of the two crises is more urgent? Of course, it is the disaster season. The invasion range is large, and the impact range is wide. And all players will pay attention to it. We should be able to use this disaster to do something. Lu Yin clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling. Yes, you still have the disaster notes. It shouldn't be a problem to include the mechanical race. Harry and Michelle also reacted instantly. Wen Ning smiled mysteriously. Then everything will depend on tonight. The four people reached an agreement, except for this matter. Wen Ning also assigned tasks to Lu Yin and Harry, to continue to absorb more administrators, and find trustworthy people to join the treasure pavilion. There are also some administrators with different positions, who can be identified and excluded from the plan. As for those players, who actively asked to join the treasure pavilion, Wen Ning directly accepts all of them. As a player of a sub-territory, she can obtain the highest management power through the system. She is not afraid of others plotting her weapons or something. After this wave of drawings is sent out, many weapons of the treasure pavilion will soon circulate in the world. Since the monopoly is no longer viable, Wen Ning will directly spread everything out. A truth since ancient times is that it is not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality. As long as the quantity is large enough, all prices will be brought down. Players will be willing to spend a little survival points instead of bloodshed. And as long as the disaster season comes, the player's attention will be attracted to the disaster season. At that time, it is really unnecessary to target the treasure pavilion. Send away Lu Yin and Harry. Wen Ning saw that Michelle was in good condition, and then he called teacher Xi and Darui over after checking the information with Michelle. Xi and Darui was very worried about Michelle, and was even more curious about what happened. Wen Ning directly gave the space to the two people, and left the shelter himself. Walking on the streets of the Bright Territory, 001 passed by with the escort team. Wen Ning looked at the team behind 001, and the number of robots increased a lot. This was her request, to allow more aliens to participate in the various tasks of the territory. When the game is over, she will disconnect, and 001 and others will also disconnect. At that time, only these aliens will be left to guard the territory. She really didn't expect that when everything was going according to plan. There were only more than 1,000 scientists in total, and everyone was selected by all mankind and boarded the fleeing spacetime. And they worked together on the spacetime to create such a rescue game. Use holographic technology to bring humans back to this planet. But unexpectedly, after more than a dozen rounds of game tests, the administrator actually had other ideas. Wen Ning looked at the faces of those people in the administrator channel. He didn't want to look at them again. Some wanted to rebuild the dynasty. Some wanted to capture all the aliens and establish a slave system. Some wanted to ignore humans and extract the remaining energy to build a survivor base. Almost divided into several factions. When Ning asked the system, "Can such an administrator still be an administrator?" the system's reply was very meaningful. Humanity is both a group and an individual. The civilization of the group needs to be rebuilt, and the survival of individuals can also be regarded as the continuation of civilization. The goal of the game is for humans to survive. When Ning was silent for a long time. This means that as long as there is one person left, humans will kill each other. The system will not intervene. When Ning looked at this prosperous territory he had built, perhaps in the near future, it will follow the extinction of humans and cease to exist. The time came to 23:59 on March 11th. When Ning quietly nestled on the sofa, and Huzi occupied most of the sofa. De Jin and Xiao Jin snuggled together and squeezed into the corner left by Huzi. Time passed slowly. At midnight on the 12th, The system announcement sounded on time. System announcement, disaster season preview. Disaster season preview. This disaster will come in 3 days. System announcement. The theme of this disaster is Radiant Wasteland. Disaster duration, 15 days. Chapter 492. Radiation Wasteland. The moment when Ning received the system announcement, he took out the disaster diary. He began to look through whether the predecessors had left any records about the radiation disaster. Tonight, it's not just her. Many players will stay up all night. The first thing is to wait for the disaster prediction that Ning will share as soon as possible. The second thing is to start preparing some things needed for the disaster season. The disaster forecast this time is actually very clear. The theme is also very clear. Radiation. There are also many planets destroyed by radiation in various history books. The planet of Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom, where Ning had been, is one of them. Radiation causes global genetic mutations and spawns many mutant creatures. This state is very similar to the mutant creatures that human players saw when they first came to the Wasteland continent. But the mutant beasts on the Wasteland continent are normal on the Wasteland. When the disaster comes this time, I don't know if they will mutate. Radiation disaster. Meteor shower. Gravity changes. No grass grows. Starving people everywhere. Nuclear explosion occurs when a meteorite falls. Heavy metal poisoning. Ning picked out the key words one by one and listed the time nodes. For 2 hours, she found the general rules among more than a dozen radiation disasters. She organized her words and opened the World Channel. The World Channel was as lively as the New Year at this time, and everyone was talking about the prediction of nuclear radiation disasters. System, is your firewall upgrade completed? Player, upgrading the firewall requires deducting a certain amount of energy, and the game time will be reduced by 1 week. Ning, why didn't you say it earlier? The system has come up with this result after rigorous calculations. Players, do you think the system needs to be upgraded? Ning was stunned. What do you mean? Are you asking me to teach you how to do things now? The system is not optimistic about the game situation, so the system's mechanical voice revealed a hint of hesitation, which was the first time Ning had seen it. But even if the game situation is not good, does it give up from now on? Then how much game time will you have after upgrading the firewall? The system was silent for a while, probably calculating. After upgrading the game firewall to the top level, the game can last until the end of the next mild season at most after deducting the energy required. Counting the disaster season and the mild season, there are still 33 days. Upgrade it. A calm tone sounded. Ning knew that for the system, something he could not control had happened, so the intelligent brain was a little flustered. After upgrading the firewall, if the system can find any clues about Theodore, it may be more calm. By the way, system, can the confidentiality agreement be changed? The confidentiality agreement in Ning's memory is what all administrators must abide by. That is, the truth of the game cannot be told to other players. Once told, the system will start the clearing module and the player will die on the spot. Lu Yin just wanted to risk death to disclose the inside story. I'm sorry, the player, this is the highest level of the game agreement and cannot be changed. Although the system brain has its own ideas, some of the agreements set by the designers at the beginning cannot be reversed. Ning pursed his lips. Then you cooperate with me in disaster prediction, is there any problem? Player, please explain in detail. Ning showed his disaster prediction to the system, and asked the system to judge its accuracy. The accuracy of the player's prediction is 88%. Ning lowered his eyes, and made some changes, and then the system judged again. The accuracy of the player's prediction is 60%. No, in the next version, you have to say that the accuracy is 90%. Player, let the system deceive the player? This is not deception. This is a different way to tell the player the truth. The system doesn't understand. Ning thought for a while and said, let me put it this way. Is there a problem with the disaster prediction? No problem, but don't but yet. The mechanical tribe is likely to come, right? Yes, but after the system firewall is successfully upgraded, it can be detected. What if you can't detect it after the upgrade? Or what if they have already come when you upgrade? Theodore has been on the run for a day and a night. Treating the mechanical tribe as a wild monster in the disaster season is the best way to alert players and prevent them from doubting. Besides, if they don't come, then everyone will be happy. I'm just predicting. It's up to the players to decide whether to believe it or not. Besides, I haven't violated the confidentiality order, right? Ning fooled around for a long time and finally made the final decision. Just tell me if you can do it or not. If you can't do it, forget it. I just published the inside story of the game. Whether you believe it or not, whether it will crash or not, you can figure it out yourself. The player is threatening the system, when Ning crossed his legs and looked calm. If you say so, then so. It's not the first time anyway. The system was silent for nearly 10 minutes. The amount of calculations involved was very huge. Calculated to the end, the system agreed with the player's approach. When Ning snapped his fingers, and finally had a little smile on his face. It would have been fine if you had agreed earlier. By the way, how long will it take you to upgrade? It takes 5 days to upgrade the system firewall. 5 days. Players, please rest assured that the normal functions of the system will not be affected. It's just that if players chat with me, it may chat. You like chatting with me? This surprised Wen Ning. If the system likes chatting, why didn't so many administrators pay attention to him? Players, hurry up and publish the disaster prediction. The system will upgrade after helping you cheat. Good fellow, his thoughts were guessed, and he got angry out of shame. Wen Ning shut up and turned on the World Channel. World Channel. Wen Ning, the specific content of the disaster prediction is as follows. Chapter 493. World Channel. Wen Ning, the source of radiation is galactic meteorites. A large number of meteorites will fall 3 days before the disaster. Meteorites carry nuclear radiation, and will explode when they hit the ground. World Channel. Wen Ning, all creatures in the center of the nuclear explosion will be annihilated in an instant, and the degree of danger will decrease with distance. World Channel. Wen Ning, the radiation leakage caused by the nuclear explosion will cause a huge change in the ecological environment on the Wasteland continent, and new mutant creatures will be produced. World Channel. Wen Ning, the territory may suffer a devastating blow, and it is recommended to build an underground shelter. World Channel. Wen Ning, after the 7th day of the disaster season, radiation will be permeated in the air, and players will be infected with radiation sickness. World Channel. Wen Ning, whether players will mutate in radiation remains to be verified, but there are indeed precedents of players gaining special abilities due to infection with radiation. World Channel. Wen Ning, mutated monsters in radiation may appear in the form of mechanical monsters. Defeating them will get rewards such as radiation protective clothing. World Channel. Wen Ning, during the radiation, the gravity of the Wasteland continent will change, but the specific changes are still uncertain. World Channel. Wen Ning, the above is the complete prediction of the next disaster combined with the disaster manual. System announcement. The accuracy of this disaster prediction is 90%. The system hurriedly left this sentence, and then disappeared. Wen Ning watched the World Channel resume the discussion. The system's escape behavior made her speechless, but the players never thought that the system would lie, and they copied down everything when they saw the 90% accuracy rate. Wen Ning's disaster prediction, this time, only targeted the disaster, and did not propose any response methods. However, the Treasure Pavilion quietly put up the production drawings of the radiation suit. That's right, it's not a finished product, but a direct drawing. The players were all shocked. Wen Ning actually took out such a good thing for sale. At the same time, a lot of goods were put on the shelves in the shops of the Treasure Pavilion subterritory. There are even robots. World Channel. Oh my god, is the Treasure Pavilion going to lift the purchase restrictions? World Channel. Oh my god, the price of these robots is too cheap. World Channel. Several territories are selling robots. What happened? World Channel. Who cares what happened? Buy first, but you can't buy all of them. Sister Wen has already reminded you, so move the shelter underground. World Channel. Personal shelters can certainly be easily moved underground, but what about the territory? There are so many alien people. World Channel. Why do the aliens care about them? If they die, they die? World Channel. What nonsense are you talking about? These aliens are no worse than us humans. They also have a lot of good things in their hands. World Channel. We have an alien territory here, and the Lord is also an alien. The presence of aliens in the Wasteland continent is getting stronger and stronger. Wen Ning knew that this alien territory was established by the Black Bear tribe. At the beginning, Zhao Wu approached her and said that the Black Bear tribe wanted to establish a territory of their own, and showed great sincerity to by the Lord's order. Wen Ning took a look at it at that time, and what the other party took out was the architectural drawings. It was the blueprint of the underground air raid shelter. Wen Ning let Zhao Wu make his own decision, and the deal was done. Underground air raid shelters also have the ability to protect against radiation. And Wen Ning himself already had a blueprint of an underground radiation shelter. It was obtained in the ruins. This shelter can accommodate thousands of people. It is simply an underground city. According to the prediction of the disaster manual, the air will not be suitable for breathing on the 7th day of the disaster. She still has 10 days to build the shelter. Wen Ning did not intend to hide this blueprint. She directly copied it using Myra's high technology. The system turned a blind eye to her. If this disaster cannot be dealt with, it is very likely that the entire human race will fail. In terms of rules, the system opened the biggest back door for Wen Ning. Of course, other players were also taken care of. For example, in the last 3 days, the drops in the ruins were doubled. The drops of mutant beasts encountered after killing them were also doubled. The battle power of the ruins boss also seemed to be weakened. In short, the players basically stayed up all night in the last 3 days. There was no breathing space. After buying the blueprints of the underground shelter in the treasure pavilion, almost all territories took action. Between the Guangming territory and the Guangming territory, Wen Ning directly built a huge underground shelter. 2 entrances and exits directly ensured that the residents of the 2 territories could enter and exit. In addition, Wen Ning still found a way to preserve the buildings of the Guangming territory and the Guangming territory. Anti-radiation materials were added to the outer layer of the skylight and a protective cover. Try to let the people live longer on the ground. And the sky canopy can also prevent meteorites from falling into the territory. In addition, Wen Ning also needs to prepare a large number of transport robots. At that time, all the meteorites around the territory will be picked up. Because even if the meteorite explodes, the radiation will not be completely released. It will continue to release radiation. When the Wasteland players are busy, Theodore in a corner is also busy. It has been more than a day since entering this territory, and Theodore has always stayed in his shelter and did not go out. However, in this territory, the players just huddle together randomly. There is no big pursuit as long as they are alive. So Theodore does not go out, and no one pays attention to him. As night falls, Theodore, who is always paying attention to the world channel after Wen Ning finished predicting the disaster, he holds the metal piece in his hand and wonders what he is thinking. The wound on his body has almost healed. Mechanical monster. You thought of that. Using this method to remind these players. If I don't do something, wouldn't it be a shame for your good intentions? Theodore's resentment accumulated more and more, especially when he thought that Michelle didn't die like this. And he was sure that Michelle must have told Wen Ning about his plan. Now they must be looking for him everywhere. Luckily, he had erased the traces of his existence one step ahead. And the system was about to upgrade the firewall. He was not afraid. Even if the system upgraded the firewall 100 times, it would not find him. A vicious plan was brewing in Theodore's mind. He pinched the metal piece in his hand. In a cold and hard tone, this time, I want you to never turn over again. Chapter 494. As he spoke, the metal sheet in Theodore's hand emitted a dazzling light. He casually threw out a robot corpse from his backpack. Come out, the carrier is ready for you. In the light curtain, a mechanical race slowly appeared. As soon as he landed, the huge pressure on the wasteland almost suffocated him. Theodore raised his hand and pointed at the robot wreckage underground. The mechanical race understood and squatted down. He reached out and held the robot's hand. Soon, black magnetic liquid flowed from his fingertips, flowing from his body into the robot's body. Within 10 seconds, the robot's eyes lit up. Then, the robot on the ground stood up strangely. He reached out and took back the body of the mechanical race, and raised his legs to walk around in Theodore's shelter. Not bad, very good. Theodore watched coldly and reminded. The system is upgrading the firewall. Although I can't be detected, don't try to evade detection. The mechanical clan looked back at Theodore with a confident tone. Don't worry, I will start to build an anti-gravity magnetic field immediately. In a few days, our army will be able to arrive here. Theodore stared at the dark eyes of the mechanical clan. This time, you not only have to land here, but also go to a place. The mechanical clan tilted his head and thought for a while. Are you willing to give me the coordinates of the space-time spacecraft? A trace of determination flashed in Theodore's eyes, and the metal piece glowed in his hand and burned into a ball of flame. Then it gathered into a ball of numbers in the palm of his hand. Theodore took a last look and slapped this data ball into the brain of the mechanical clan. Instantly, all the information of the space-time spacecraft was transmitted to the information network of the mechanical race. The mechanical race has a well-developed communication network, and this message was instantly transmitted back to the mechanical planet. Bang, the mechanical race seemed to be fixed in place. His expression froze for a long time, and his head turned stiffly to face Theodore. A mechanical voice sounded, but it was not the voice of this mechanical race. It was the voice of the leader of the mechanical race. We will agree to your request. Hearing this, Theodore lowered his eyes, and the malice in his heart rolled, destroying his humanity, leaving only hatred. Soon, the mechanical race in front of him returned to normal. The mother planet has sent troops to the coordinates of the spacetime, and it will arrive in 5 days at most. Next, you need to provide us with more carriers to welcome more mechanical races to come. Theodore clenched the metal sheet in his hand and looked at the modified survival points in his account. He responded coldly, "No problem." 3 days later. On the morning of March 16th in the Wasteland, the disaster season has begun. Lord, the underground shelter will be basically completed tomorrow. The radiation protection materials and impact protection materials of the canopy have also been installed. There are also radiation suits. 100,000 pieces have been prepared and stored in the warehouse. Okay, I deal with it in a while. In the past 3 days, about 500 new aliens have entered the territory. Well, arrange for them to attend classes first, and take them down after the underground shelter door lock is repaired. By the way, is the place where the ocean aliens live ready? It's ready. According to your request, we have dug an underwater channel at the bottom of the underground shelter to ensure that the seawater can circulate, and they can enter the shelter through this channel. Wen Ning watched the things on the schedule being solved one by one, and his heart was much more at ease. The system upgrade has not been completed yet, and the sub-territory has not secretly found Theodore. Wen Ning guessed that Theodore should have a way to hide his identity. Otherwise, with the information that the system cannot find, he would be too stupid to join any territory. In the treasure pavilion, more than 500 drawings of the underground shelter have been sold. There is no way to count the number of drawings of various radiation protection products sold. The robots and weapons sold by the sub-territory are hundreds of millions. On the Wasteland continent, the survival resources were almost cut down within a few days. The mutant beasts have been killed almost, and the rest have sensed the natural disaster and don't know where to hide. Players would rather kill all the creatures than let them mutate and cause trouble for themselves. Moreover, under the condition that the territory does not attach importance to farm construction, the meat of these mutant beasts is the rations of the players in this disaster season. After all, it is not certain whether the meat of mutant beasts that have experienced radiation can still be eaten. This is also a way to prepare for a rainy day. In terms of alien races, after discovering the usefulness of alien orcs, players rarely choose to give up alien races. Because the ability of alien races to resist radiation is stronger than that of players, and some alien races can even resist radiation completely. When human players hide in underground shelters, things in the territory may need alien races to operate, including resisting mechanical monsters. When Ning walked in the territory, looking at the people who seemed to be unaffected. For some reason, she was always a little uneasy. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and there was no sign of disaster around. According to her speculation, a meteorite would fall in the first 3 days. But the sky was blue now, and it didn't look like there was a meteorite at all. To ensure safety, Wen Ning had put on radiation protection clothing since the system notified him of the arrival of the disaster season last night. Fully armed, Mira followed Wen Ning, also wearing the radiation protection clothes that Wen Ning had specially prepared for him. The whole flying egg looked a little cool. Hu Zi, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Jin beside him all had their own close-fitting protective clothing. Lord, are you too nervous? Mira doesn't think there will be a meteorite falling in today's weather. Wen Ning forced a smile. It would be better if there wasn't. Who would expect a disaster to come? Wen Ning hoped that his prediction of the disaster was wrong. Wen Ning looked at his still prosperous bright territory, which was already full of yahui flowers. In the past few days, various territories have also purchased a lot of yahui flower seeds to plant. With the help of plant growth potions, the planting success rate is 100%. Basically, all the purchased territories have successfully planted yahui flowers. They have achieved self-sufficiency in seeds. The World Channel also gave real feedback on the yahui flowers purifying the land. Just as Mira and Hu Zi were comforting Wen Ning. Wen Ning suddenly raised his head and looked at a dark cloud that suddenly appeared in the sky with burning eyes. The space there seemed to be slightly distorted, and everything around seemed to be swallowed by something. In Wen Ning's sight, a ball of fiery red suddenly broke through the dark clouds and rushed towards the ground quickly. Behind it, there were countless fireballs following closely. Meteorite. Chapter 495. Wen Ning's pupils shrank slightly. Here it comes, the meteorite arrives as promised. But she didn't feel relaxed at all. Be on guard. At the command, the robots in the entire territory took action. The residents hid in the residential buildings under the protection of the guards. The workers and robots who were working outside rushed back to the bright territory as soon as possible. The sky is ready. The light territory next door also opened the anti-aircraft weapons in an orderly manner. Suddenly, Wen Ning felt a burst of heat approaching quickly. Looking up, a big fireball was heading straight for the sky of the bright territory. Prepare to intercept. The anti-aircraft weapon laser cannon on the wall immediately turned the muzzle, without Wen Ning's order. It directly locked onto the high-speed approaching meteorite and fired directly. Bang! The laser cannon met the meteorite in the air. Boom! A violent explosion exploded over the bright territory. The fireball expanded rapidly, and then the violent explosion that expanded from the center outward seemed to destroy everything around it. The flames hit the sky. When Ning subconsciously covered his eyes, the dazzling light would blind the naked eye. The fragments banged on the sky, and the shock wave generated by the explosion made the entire sky tremble. There was a rumbling sound from the ground, which should be caused by the explosion of the meteorite that landed in the distance. The air around the sky was ignited by invisible high-density ultraviolet rays and infrared rays, as well as some radiation, and it was a sea of fire. The meteorite fragments were directly vaporized and ignited. But the radiation-proof material of the sky was intact. After a long time, Wen Ning dared to stick his head out and look at the outside world. The huge shock wave directly ignited circles of air. The entire morning forest was engulfed in flames. The animals that had no time to escape were melted in the violent explosion shock wave. A huge meteorite crater appeared in the morning forest, and inside it lay a black meteorite with a diameter of at least 10 meters. Wen Ning's heart couldn't help trembling. In her sight, the morning forest was the center of her vision, including the ocean on the side. Several huge mushroom clouds rose into the sky. The propagation of sunlight in the air became tortuous and bizarre, confusing. After the explosion over the bright territory ended, no second meteorite fell. The ground was shaking constantly. I'm afraid it was the tremor caused by the nuclear explosion in other corners of the wasteland. Everyone, be sure to wear radiation suits, and don't take them off even when sleeping. Wen Ning sent this order to the sub-territory and the bright territory. Then, let the drone detect the radiation dose outside. After learning that this meteorite did not carry radiation, he heaved a sigh of relief. The radiation equivalent carried by this first round of meteorites was very low and almost negligible. But Wen Ning understood that this was just an appetizer. The horror was the explosion damage, not the radiation damage. But the most urgent task was to quickly build the underground shelter. The radiation equivalent carried by this meteorite must be increasing exponentially. There were no meteorite fragments in the morning forest, and Wen Ning also set robots out to deal with them. Then he began to count the casualties in the sub-territories. The treasure pavilion had basically made full preparations, and no casualties occurred. On the World Channel, many other territories were directly bombed by meteorites. There were heavy casualties. This is the case with Theodore. This small territory is very unlucky, but also very lucky. A meteorite fragment with a diameter of about 30 meters fell here, smashing a huge pit in the entire territory. But there was no explosion. Most of the players died. The remaining players were injured or ran away. Theodore killed those players, who could not escape, and collected their supplies. He directly inherited the legacy of the dead players. Behind him, there were more than a dozen mechanical tribes who surrounded the meteorite. The mechanical tribe raised their hands and supported the meteorite. Soon, the energy of the meteorite was absorbed by them. The meteorite also turned into a pile of powder. The energy carried in this meteorite is helpful for us to resist the gravity and magnetic field of this planet. Theodore's eyes lit up. He didn't expect there would be such a surprise. In this case, can you quickly build an anti-gravity field? Not only an anti-gravity field, this meteorite will directly affect the gravity field of this planet. At that time, as long as we have an anti-gravity device, we can walk directly on this planet. Great, speed up. I can't wait to counterattack. The first stop is the base camp of the treasure pavilion. Theodore's eyes were blazing with fire. He knew that Michelle was hiding in Wen Ning's shelter. This time, he wanted to see who else could save these people. This disaster season came suddenly, but was very short. The meteorite bombing on the first day lasted only from 9 to 10 o'clock and lasted for an hour. And only a very small number of meteorites that landed on the first day carried radiation. Most of them did not. In addition to repairing the territories and shelters, the players found ways to move these meteorites to places far away from the shelters. The sales of mechas in the treasure pavilion hit a new high. The threshold of the treasure pavilion store was almost trampled. On the second day, the meteorite bombing started at 9 o'clock again. This time, the number of meteorites falling to the ground increased significantly, and the time was extended to 12 o'clock. When Ning used a radiation dosimeter to detect, and the dose increased by 100 times compared to the first day. On this day, many territories were directly destroyed. The system issued a red bounty mission as usual, but no one could take care of it. The medicines and weapons of the treasure pavilion have been completely lifted from the purchase limit, but it is still in short supply. The system abnormally announced the number of deaths since the start of the disaster season. Now everyone can see the number of remaining players on the system panel. The Bright Territory has also suffered heavy losses. When Ning took the robots and mechas to clean up the meteorites on the sky. After the sky was repaired, it was already afternoon. At 5 p.m., the system firewall upgrade was about to be completed. I don't know if the fire protection system upgrade can detect the mechanical race. As soon as Ning finished speaking, a loud noise came from above his head. When Ning looked up and saw a dazzling light suddenly lit up in the sky outside the sky, accompanied by thick smoke, a meteorite wrapped in flames rushed straight towards the sky. When Ning's pupils shrank sharply. Defense? Chapter 496. Wasteland Calendar, March 17th, the second day of the disaster season, 1638. The Bright Territory, which had almost cleared the surrounding meteorites, was suddenly attacked by a new round of meteorite attacks. This time the meteorite attack seemed different from the morning. All the meteorite fragments were heading for the Bright Territory. The meteorite fragments flying from all directions were different from those falling from the sky. When Ning realized this immediately after dodging the first round of attacks. The sky was still intact, and the light of these meteorites was not as bright as the previous two rounds of attacks. The impact was not as strong. Bang! When Ning subconsciously dodged the sudden impact. 001 stretched out his hand, and raised the shield above Wen Ning's head. The meteorite-like meteorites hit the sky like raindrops. The surrounding protective shields were also hit. The atmosphere in the air was a little anxious. Wen Ning felt something was wrong, but before he could figure out what was going on, an alarm bell suddenly went off in his mind. Pet passive skill triggered. Thousands of robots are approaching quickly at 1 kilometer away. Robots? As soon as Wen Ning finished speaking, the system warned loudly. Players. Mechanids. Many mechanids are approaching quickly. Mechanids? Wen Ning's pupils shrank sharply. Robots and mechanoids. What on earth was approaching? Without room for thought, countless floating meteorites appeared in Wen Ning's sight. They floated in the air in a strange way. And they were approaching the territory of light at high speed. Wen Ning's heartbeat barely missed a beat. The heat in the air was getting more and more intense, but Wen Ning's eyes were fixed on the black dot that was approaching rapidly in the distance. It wasn't until the air around her seemed to be squeezed out, and Wen Ning was almost out of breath, that she could see the other party clearly. A robot that looked exactly like 001, followed by a large group of robots, each holding a meteorite in their hands. The meteorites floated above their palms, and the surrounding dust consciously wrapped these meteorites. Then the next second, as if a huge potential energy was generated, these meteorites were instantly launched from their hands. Then they flew towards the Bright Territory at a very fast speed. Even the Bright Territory's laser cannons had no time to intercept them, and they instantly hit the sky and the surrounding protective shields. Black fireworks exploded one by one. It was like a large piece of coal exploding on the sky. The vision of the entire territory was restricted. At this time, the robot had already approached the sky of the Bright Territory. The same face, but the pupils were deep black. Overflowing malice seeped out from the eyes that flashed with black light. Then, the leading robot's lips moved like a human. Through the shape of his mouth, Wen Ning could see clearly that he said a few words. Human, long time no see. Mechanical tribe. Wen Ning's face changed drastically, and he had no time to think. He gave an order instantly. Intercept. All weapons, aim at these robots. Free fire. All weapons. Instantly, all weapons on the Bright Territory fired at the approaching robots. In Wen Ning's sight, the robot with a weird smile was immediately blown to pieces. Black and white explosions alternated around the periphery of the Bright Territory. Hearing the system broadcast of the successful kill, Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. But he still couldn't let his guard down. System, has your firewall been upgraded? Yes, player, you've been waiting for a long time. The firewall has been upgraded. Then tell me, what's going on? Wen Ning listened to the system's explanation while paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. After the system upgraded the firewall, it was able to detect that at least 10,000 mechanical tribes had descended on the Wasteland. But there was no way to monitor the specific location where they had descended. There was no way to find Theodore's location either. But he figured out why this happened. Theodore should have a backup data in his hand, which was not entered into the game at the time. Using this backup data, he can hide himself in the game and change his parameters to become any player, so the system has no way to distinguish. After the system firewall is upgraded, the backup data will be gradually excluded, and then he will have no place to hide. Fortunately, it's okay as long as it can be solved. How long will it take? It will take about 3 hours, but, players, these mechanical tribes have already started to attack various territories. So fast? The other party is well prepared. Wen Ning was silent. Yes, because of Theodore, the pace of the mechanical tribe's arrival has been accelerated many times. You notify Michelle to speed up. Okay. Players, the system thinks that it is possible to restore the player's memory. All players? Bang. No time to answer. On the sky, the mechanical tribe, with only half of their bodies left, was swinging their fists and hammering the glass frantically. Their palms turned red or turned into various weapon shapes. Just to destroy the sky. Wen Ning opened the territory panel and added materials to maximize the durability of the sky. If there is a hole, it cannot be repaired in this way. First, issue a cleanup task and write down the difference between these robots and the treasure pavilion robots. It would be best if they could be repelled, if they really came to that step. No one had a choice. You find Theodore's location as soon as possible. He must have established a stable transmission channel. The problem must be solved from the root. Okay. Lord. It's bad. These robots are attacking the gate. Mira quickly reported that the protective shield at the city gate was relatively weak. Wen Ning immediately got into the mecha and ran towards the door. Mira, take all the people to the underground shelter. But the underground shelter is not yet fully completed. Keep out of the spotlight first. Once these mechanical tribes come in, they will attack indiscriminately. Wen Ning doesn't think they are only coming for humans. Mira nodded, indicating that she would do it immediately. Let's go, Huzi-001, follow me to the front. Roar! Charge! Yes, master. Wen Ning's eyes flashed with determination. No matter what, she must resist these mechanical tribes. Protect the bright territory. Mira, how many particle weapons can all the survival points summon? Myra's eyes rolled around, as if she had made a major decision. Lord, weapons can be rented, but Myra's energy is only enough for 100 weapons, and they can only be used for a maximum of 4 hours. Wen Ning understood what she meant and nodded. Then rent it. The survival points will be allocated to Mira by the system. Chapter 497. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Renting would be a better option. She didn't have enough survival points to buy a few weapons. 100 weapons of various types. Wen Ning armed 001, 012, and a dozen war robots. Then he put them up in the store of the treasure pavilion, marked the conditions for receiving them, and the price. Only players with whom he had friends. Basically, they were trustworthy administrators, and the management of the sub-territory. Then Wen Ning waved his hand, and the mecha outside also stretched out his hand. A particle blade slowly appeared in the middle of his palm. The specifications were much larger than the one in Wen Ning's hand. But it just matched the mecha. Huge energy and high-speed moving particles surged on the sword edge. The entire sword edge was dark in color. When the mechanical tribe outside saw the scene, they hit the sky and the protective shield even more frantically. Wen Ning handed over the repair work to Mira, who was evacuating the people. Then he led the team to the city gate. The particle blade in his hand began to glow slightly. Wen Ning used the 5 senses of the mecha to accurately lock onto the mechanical tribe outside. With the cooperation of Huzi's active skills, Wen Ning's team poked their heads out from the city gate. All the mechanical tribes at the gate were killed and surrounded. Wen Ning looked coldly at the mechanical tribe in front of him, who was cut in half by him, and his heart could not raise any fluctuations. The mechanical tribes around him continued to rush up like they were desperate, and Wen Ning's eyes flashed with bloodlust. In an instant, he was entangled with these mechanical tribes. A huge storm formed when Wen Ning was fighting with the mechanical tribe. Inside the territory of light, yellow sand was raised, and the sky was shaking, and loud noises came from time to time. The people hurried into the underground shelter. The lion men, werewolves, and some catmen spontaneously formed a guard team to escort the old, weak, sick and disabled into the underground shelter. They stared at the periphery with a nervous look. At the city gate, their lord was fighting for his life with the invaders. There must be no mistakes inside the territory. On Wen Ning's side, more and more mechanical people were killed on the ground. The robot's fragile body was vulnerable to the particle blade. However, the bodies of these killed mechanical people were broken into several sections and fell to the ground. At the broken part, black and red blood was surging, and the blood that flowed out gathered into a ball on the ground. After a while, the robot's palm opened, and a holographic image emerged from it. These black bloods actually slowly flowed into these holographic images. Then, the virtual mechanical people in these images condensed into substance. A mechanical race came out. Ding! Mechanical monster detected. Monster encyclopedia updated. What? When Ning's movements froze for a moment, and the mechanical race behind him immediately seized the opportunity, and the weapon directly chopped Wen Ning's arm holding the particle blade. Swish! The arm rolled to the ground, and Wen Ning rolled forward on the spot, grabbing the weapon before the mechanical race. Looking at the mechanical race in front of him, dusty memories came to his mind. Back in Blue Star, it was this group of monsters that invaded the homeland. The same plot seemed to be staged again. Not only Wen Ning, but all the players in the Wasteland flashed a few frames in their minds when they saw the mechanical race clearly. But it only lasted for 1 second. They didn't have time to catch the picture that didn't seem to belong to them. However, the monster in front of them seemed to be even more hideous. Anger surged in my heart for no reason, as if it would be difficult to destroy the monster in front of me even if I cut it into pieces. System announcement, global announcement. This disaster season, the wild monster mechanical monster has officially arrived. Mechanical monsters have the ability to parasitize. After the parasite host is killed, they will show their original form. System announcement, only by killing the original form can the mechanical race be completely eliminated. System announcement, ding! Player Wen Ning shared the monster illustrations for free, which will be distributed to every player later. System announcement, player Wen Ning shared intelligence. The mechanical race has anti-gravity devices in their hands. Shooting them down will be constrained by gravity. Please focus on attacking the anti-gravity devices. System announcement, this disaster season has started the battle to defend the territory. Now the Purge mission is released. For each mechanical monster killed, you can get survival points *1000 and get any blueprint *1. Please actively participate. The system sent 4 messages in a row. The players who were being attacked by the mechanical tribe in the Wasteland were confused by all the information they received. But they reacted quickly. Fuck. This thing is the disgusting mechanical tribe. I thought the robots had rebelled. Look carefully, the eyes of these things are black. So disgusting. Thugs. One of their hands is broken. And the ankle. And the ankle. Otherwise it must be Sister One. This monster illustration directly tells us the weaknesses. Lord. Look. The players struggled to get out of the mechanical tribe and successfully killed it. Then he turned around and saw the aliens in the territory, holding weapons and attacking the mechanical tribes frantically. These mechanical tribes could not do anything to them. Behind the aliens were 2 half-dead players, who stared with their eyes wide open in disbelief. Oh my god, I didn't believe it when it said it would discharge electricity. Oh my god, it's so awesome, look at that mechanical tribe kneeling down. Awesome. In every corner of the Wasteland, after the system issued the Purge mission, everyone's fighting enthusiasm was high. Especially in the Treasure Pavilion, which is the place where the mechanical tribes gathered the most. Wen Ning added the contribution value reward to the reward issued by the system. Because all the goods in the Treasure Pavilion have been lifted from the purchase limit in the past few days, the exchange price in the territory has dropped even more. One mechanical tribe gives 500 contribution points. Kill 100 of them, and you can exchange for a robot. Who wouldn't be tempted, except for being caught off guard by the mechanical tribe at the beginning. At this time, the players have been sorted out. Plus, there are many alien races with killer moves in each territory. Under the arrangement of the system, the horn of counterattack was sounded directly. Under the players' fierce fighting spirit, the fighting power of the mechanical race was gradually worn down. In particular, their anti-gravity device was made very crudely. Although they were very powerful, they could only be defeated in front of the huge number of players. What happened? Is this still the group of ants that they ravaged on Blue Star? The leader of the mechanical race hid in Theodore's shelter, and saw the human counterattack from the perspective of the mechanical race. How could this happen? He turned his head and looked at Theodore. Theodore had expected this scene a long time ago. How could this happen? Do you still think that they are peace-loving humans on Blue Star? Chapter 498. Humph, you think you can stop us like this? You are overestimating yourself. Theodore looked at the operation of the mechanical leader, his eyes fixed. Separate actions, are you ready to meet her on the spaceship? The mechanical leader showed a strange smile. Theodore immediately understood his idea. with a nonchalant look on his face. After waking up from the spaceship, she won't be that powerful. The mechanical leader raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Really? Then I wait and see. On Wen Ning's side, the 1,000 mechanical tribes that invaded the Light Territory and the Light Territory have not been cleared out. The voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Player, the number of mechanical tribes far exceeding 10,000 is approaching at full speed. Wen Ning heard this and pursed his lips tightly. Have you found Theodore's coordinates? The system is working hard. Wen Ning did not comment on this. The other party is coming for the treasure pavilion, right? Want to test her flexibility? She killed a mechanical clan member with a sharp sword, and a large number of robots appeared in her sight. As a carrier, each of them has a mechanical clan member buried in their body. Wen Ning's eyes were cold and sharp. This army, that had been playing for a long time, roared towards her. Dark clouds rolled in the distance. Only when she got closer did she realize that it was not dark clouds. It was a pitch-black meteorite. They rolled in the hands of the mechanical clan members, floating in the air, and the huge meteorite blocks directly blocked the sunlight. It covered the sky and the sun, like a huge black wave rushing towards Wen Ning. Wen Ning's thin body collapsed straight in the mecha. Fine beads of sweat kept rolling down her forehead. But she did not choose to retreat. Behind her was the territory she had tried her best to protect. Wen Ning frowned, and the weapons of the bright territory began to intercept the meteorites that were approaching rapidly. Under the bombardment of the beacon fire, the ground of the entire bright territory was shaking constantly, as if it was experiencing a strong earthquake. But the sky was still strong, and it was struggling to protect the land under its feet in the huge meteorite bombardment. The shrill alarm rang throughout the territory. A large number of territory residents suddenly emerged from the underground shelter. They held various weapons in their hands and rushed to the top of the city. They were ready to fight. As long as the sky was damaged, they would immediately protect the territory residents and territory behind them. Wen Ning turned his head and looked at the mechanical tribe that kept emerging in the distance. He stretched out his hand and grasped the void. Outside the bright territory, a large number of drones suddenly appeared, with countless dwarf bombs tied to them. According to Wen Ning's wishes, it flew into the group of mechanical tribes. It was detonated a few hundred meters away from the territory of light. Although the mechanical tribes were tenacious and were not killed directly, the robots they parasitized were not that powerful. The range attack also hit many of the mechanical tribes' anti-gravity devices. The huge gravity suppressed them, and they couldn't even lift their fingers. The leader of the mechanical tribes saw this scene, and his face became even colder. This was not over yet. After Wen Ning's first wave of bombing was over, he instantly summoned the Lanternfish King. He summoned 10 at a time. All of them were intercepted on the way forward of the mechanical tribe. The entire territory of light was surrounded. Wen Ning still had at least 100 puppet copy cards in her hand, which she had just collected on the World Channel. Except for the hostile forces, basically all the friendly forces traded their puppet cards to Wen Ning. Then try my flexibility, Wen Ning said confidently. Who said that one person can't defend a city? The pain of the destruction of her home in the past was still vivid in her mind. Wen Ning would never allow herself to repeat the same mistake again. Although this time, there was still no one behind her. But is it really so? 001 supported his injured body and stood beside Wen Ning. With the background of the mecha, he was more like the one who should be protected. At this time, one of his eyes was cut, and there would be errors in detecting the enemy, but he still couldn't return to the repair warehouse. 012's situation was not much better. One of his arms was cut off. The two stubbornly refused to return to the repair warehouse, but stood in front of Wen Ning, protecting her tightly with their bodies and shields. Wen Ning's eyes were a little wet. 001, 012, I'm sorry. 001 seemed to have noticed something, and the moment he turned around, his whole body disappeared from the spot. Wen Ning forced them to return to the repair chamber. The signal was disconnected, but Wen Ning did not regret it. This time, I will protect you. As soon as the voice fell, Wen Ning ejected and fought with a mechanical tribe that stumbled over. Roar! Mom, don't be afraid, we are still here. Yeah? Yes. A new round of battle began. This time, it was more tragic than the last time. Wen Ning was stabbed several times. She was not sure if she could hold on until the system found Theodore. The mecha on her body was about to collapse under the siege of the mechanical tribe. Wen Ning found an opportunity to change a new one. It was soon besieged and dismantled by several mechanical tribes. Bang! Wen Ning fell backwards to the ground. The giant mecha fell, raising a large cloud of dust. The robot troops at the city gate were also retreating step by step. Wen Ning dodged the mechanical tribe's knife with difficulty, and the second knife was waiting for her in an instant. Just when Wen Ning felt that she could not dodge and was ready to bear it, a cannon shot suddenly came from the territory. Bang! The mechanical tribe on her body was instantly overturned, and the whole leg was blown away. The anti-gravity device was destroyed and was immediately suppressed to the ground. Wen Ning looked back and Michelle stuck her head out of the armored off-road vehicle. Then a huge force pulled her up from the ground. Big sister. I'm here. Lin Han's voice came from the mecha. Wen Ning looked at the other side's dazzling red mecha. Before he could speak, a green mecha swung a giant hammer and smashed the mechanical tribe that rushed up to him. What's there to say? Let's fight first. Wen Ning almost cried because she hadn't heard Xiao Su's voice for a long time. Behind him, more than a dozen mechas rushed towards the city gate waving their weapons. Most of them were players in Wen Ning's friend list. You? Lord. We are here. These bastards. They are all here. I was wondering why there are only a few of them in our territory. Too bad. They are trying to steal our home. What Lin Han and the others said was right. The Bright Territory is the main territory of the Treasure Pavilion. As long as the Bright Territory is in chaos, countless hostile players will rush in. And other sub-territories will also be in chaos. After Lu Shi and Su Luo analyzed it, they immediately notified the players in each sub-territory. Those with mechas and Makino came to help. As expected, this group of unethical people are trying to steal our home. Chapter 499. Okay, so many people, right? This should be the highest combat power of the entire human race. The mechanical leader saw the opponent's support troops through his perspective. You should retreat now, or transfer the troops to other places. Theodore made a suggestion. The mechanical leader glanced at him and ignored him. Don't you know the disadvantages of the transmission channel you built yourself? The space-time channel built in a short time can summon a limited number of mechanical races, and it cannot cover too many coordinates. The coordinates of the ruins on the Wasteland continent have basically been conquered by players. There are not many wild ones. They also use these coordinates that have not been conquered to send mechanical races over. This is why some territories have no mechanical race attacks at all. The initial target of the mechanical race leader was the base camp of the Treasure Pavilion, so naturally more than 70% of the forces were sent to the Bright Territory. Now the more stubborn the opponent's resistance is, the more excited he is. This time, there are a total of nearly 50,000 mechanical races that can be mobilized. He finally chose to put 30,000 into the Treasure Pavilion. The remaining 20,000 were scattered in other places in the Wasteland. This was also the limit that this temporary channel could bear. If the Bright Territory could not be taken, his and Theodore's plan would fail. Because the system's firewall was quickly identifying, once it identified this temporary transmission channel, it had the authority to close it. And according to Wen Ning's speed, Theodore basically had no chance of escaping. Obviously Theodore also realized this. He stood up, crushed the metal chip in his hand, and then walked into the temporary passage. He turned back and said to the mechanical leader, I leave this to you. I must make sure our plan is foolproof. The mechanical leader glanced at Theodore jokingly and nodded indifferently. It's a blessing for humans to have you. Theodore was choked by the mechanical leader, and his face flushed a little. Don't forget our agreement, you won't do anything to those human embryos. The mechanical leader's words made it difficult for him not to suspect that he wanted to tear up the agreement. The mechanical leader waved his hand and urged, Of course, I won't forget, you will become the god of the new human beings. After getting his affirmative answer, Theodore walked into the temporary passage. When his figure disappeared, the mechanical leader stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the picture of the battlefield. Humans. Outside the territory of light, the battle has lasted for more than an hour. Under the tenacious resistance of the light territory, at least 800 mechanical tribes were killed, if not 1,000. But according to the total number of mechanical tribes, it was far from enough. The mechanical tribes in front of him were like a tide. Wen Ning took advantage of the time to catch his breath and used drones to ambush a large number of dwarf bombs around the territory. As soon as the mechanical tribes entered these places, the turrets, machine guns, and dwarf bombs immediately launched a counterattack. Even so, these mechanical tribes still rushed into the interior of the light territory without caring about their lives. Since these mechanical tribes can fly, while Wen Ning and others mostly fight on the ground, the mechanical tribes who seized this opportunity all flew into the air. After avoiding the bombing of drones and the attack of the Lanternfish King, they actually took the method of self-detonation to bomb the sky. Under such an intense attack, even if Mira kept repairing it, The sky curtain gradually became powerless. Michelle and EMB's hands were almost sparking in the factory, and they could not supply bullets. Once the entire craft interception laser cannons and other weapons paused for a short time, more mechanical races would immediately swoop down. Directly exploded on the sky curtain. The piercing alarm rang throughout the territory. Myra's voice sounded in my mind. Lord! The sky curtain is broken. When Ning looked up reflexively, and a huge gap appeared just above the sky curtain. A mechanical race was holding a meteorite, and was about to throw it into the territory. Suddenly a shell fell on the meteorite in his hand, and the mechanical race exploded at the gap along with the meteorite. When Ning looked down, and saw countless alien races on the city wall, holding the territory's weapons, and aiming at the mechanical race coming in through the gap. The weapons in their hands were purchased from the territory store when they worked part-time. At this time, it was taken out to protect the territory. But this was far from enough, as dozens of aliens had already rushed into the territory. As soon as they landed, they began to destroy the buildings in the territory. When Ning immediately turned around and assigned people to deal with it. But the situation at the city gate was not optimistic. When Ning also had to distract himself to command the Lanternfish King in the air to fight. He could not take care of the end. Seeing that large areas of yaoi flowers in the territory, as well as farms, restaurants and other buildings were being destroyed crazily. Just when Ning was very anxious, the teleportation array inside the territory suddenly lit up again. Kill! Damn mechanical tribe! I fight you! Let go of yaoi flowers! A large number of players rushed out of the teleportation array, holding weapons purchased from the treasure pavilion, and spontaneously organized to resist the mechanical tribes that invaded their homes. When Ning even saw Heikue from the Black Bear tribe wearing armor in the crowd. Players and aliens who recognized the mushrooming of players and aliens came here for the sole purpose of protecting the territory of light. The situation was reversed. Everyone knew the weaknesses of the mechanical tribe, and everyone had a monster encyclopedia. When the mechanical tribe lost the advantage of numbers, it would be difficult to advance inside. When Ning and the mechas still held on to the surroundings of the territory, the mechanical tribes that were able to cross many obstacles and enter the territory were also seriously injured. The players and aliens could easily deal with them. Some players even complained that they could not get any heads. The residents of the underground shelter, the strong guards, held weapons in their hands, listened to the continuous artillery fire outside. They looked nervous. Mom, is our home going to be destroyed again? The Catman's face was covered with dust, and he hid in his mother's arms hesitantly. The mother also had a worried look on her face, and the cat father beside her stood up with his ears erect, holding a weapon in his hand, and looking at the direction of the door with his pupils erect. Every time he moved, his ears would tremble slightly, revealing his nervous heart. All the aliens present had the same doubts as the Catman. Some of them had just escaped from slavery not long ago, and some had just found a little pattern in their chaotic life. Some had just entered the academy, and were just beginning to enjoy the joy of learning knowledge. Some had just opened a store in the territory of light, and had just made a good friend. But they didn't expect that everything would collapse so quickly. The Skyfire suddenly landed in their territory, and the Lord had been sleepless for several days. This underground shelter was their last retreat. If the Lord was killed, would they not be able to survive? Chapter 500. No! We can't just hide here. You want to go out? But Master Tai has already said that we have to stay here. There are monsters outside. Will the monsters have eaten the Lord? Don't talk nonsense. What if there are monsters outside? If they win, do you think we can escape? Yes. Except for women and children, there is no point in hiding. Yes. Go out and help. The aliens in the underground shelter were furious, and they were about to reach out to open the door of the shelter. As soon as they opened it, a human appeared in front of them. He was covered in black blood, and his eyes just met those of the aliens. Ah! The player had just grabbed a head, and was immediately startled by the cry. Two heads suddenly popped out of the underground shelter. He was scared enough, but he realized in an instant that these were the people of the territory of light. Oh, go back quickly. There are monsters outside. Hide and don't come out. He pushed the alien in and turned to fight with the mechanical race. He is a human. Humans are protecting us. How come he is a little handsome? The aliens crowded at the door saw the scene outside, where many people were fighting monsters. They actually came to save them. Aren't they afraid of death? Lord. The Lord must have asked them to come. The Lord is right. Not all humans are bad. Teacher Xi and Daruya is good. The aliens talked about the scene outside, but they felt relieved because the human just now seemed very powerful. Ground? What did you push just now? The player turned to look at his companions. Nothing, the natives of the Bright Territory should be. The Lord protects them very well. TSK, I must have impressed them just now. After the player finished speaking, a mechanical tribe fell in front of him, and he rushed up with his weapon raised without saying a word. Hey! Don't trust you. Don't fight for the head. At the city gate, Wen Ning was relieved to see that the management value was no longer falling. Mira, purchase materials from all channels, and repair the damaged buildings in the territory as soon as possible. Received. Private chat channel, Wen Ning, Michelle, the warehouse materials have been replenished, and the ammunition will be replenished. Private chat channel, Michelle, okay. Big sister. My brother has transferred all the materials in the Yinhan territory to you. And us. We too. Lin Han, Lu Shi, and Zhao Nana spoke at the same time. Wen Ning was stunned for a moment, and then the private message started to beep. There were at least dozens of people in the friend channel selling materials to her at the system's bottom price. They were basically the management of the sub-territory. Wen Ning's eyes suddenly moistened. But she didn't refuse. She accepted them one by one. Don't worry, we have made a lot of money in the sub-territory during this period. Sister Wen can support so many of our territories by herself. Why can't we support you with so many people? Mechanical monsters, right? Kill them one by one. What's more, there are survival points to earn, it's not a loss. These humans. The mechanical leader's face was a little hideous. These humans have changed, but they haven't changed. On Blue Star, they are like this, thinking that they can stop a chariot with a mantis arm if they twist together. Although they are now somewhat powerful, in his eyes, they are still a group of ants. As long as their external forces are eliminated, they will still become lambs to be slaughtered. The mechanical leader looked at the mechanical race retreating step by step in the picture. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. At this moment, a predetermined signal came from the communicator. The mechanical leader immediately relaxed his brows. He clicked a few times on the control panel on his arm. The temporary teleportation array, which was already shaky, immediately shook. There was a black hole connected inside, and it was quiet. After a while, the air around the temporary passage gradually became scorched, and the center of the black hole seemed to be brewing a storm. The next second, countless mechanical races emerged. 100,000 mechanical races, is that enough respect for you? The temporary transmission channel was directly destroyed, and the body of the mechanical leader was incorporated into the newly appeared mechanical army. I come to meet you too. A quarter of the universe. Theodore had just arrived near the space-time, which had reflective stealth technology on its surface. He still needed some time to find it. At this moment, the metal chip in his hand suddenly became very hot. Shifa. You are not trustworthy. If you do this, the temporary passage will be destroyed, and your birth coordinates will also be exposed. Shifa's voice came from the vacuum. Let it be exposed. Do you think my 100,000 mechanical races can't destroy a human gathering place? Theodore was speechless. 100,000, he felt that there was no need for so many mechanical races. Wen Ning's people would soon be unable to hold on. As long as he found the spacetime and cut off the power supply of the system, everything would be over. What awaits Wen Ning and these players is only the fate of death. The screen turns back to the territory of light. After so long of detection, the system finally found the birth coordinates of the mechanical race. Player. I have found the coordinates of the mechanical race's arrival. Where is it? Wen Ning asked impatiently while resisting the mechanical race. But, the temporary passage has been destroyed. What? What is this operation? Did someone clean up the mechanical race before her? The system shows that it is because of the excessive carrying capacity that caused the destruction. If it were not for such a large energy fluctuation, the system would not have detected their existence. Wen Ning controlled the mecha, kicked and blew up the mechanical race that flew forward, and asked coldly. Then did you find Theodore? Not yet. Wen Ning was silent for a while and said. Is it possible that the other party deliberately let you find it? The system is not sure, but the temporary passage has been destroyed. It has detected that 100,000 mechanical races are heading towards the territory of light, and there will be no more. Mr. Duo? 100,000? All the heavenly soldiers and generals of Nanchaman are here, right? Before Wen Ning could come back to his senses after being shocked. The system suddenly sounded an alarm. 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 The backup energy is under attack. This alarm was automatically issued by the system, and all players received it. The world channel immediately caused an uproar. Wen Ning paused, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. System. What happened? Player. The system found Theodore's location. Where? On the space-time spaceship. Chapter 501. The system's voice trembled. It never thought that Theodore's coordinates would appear near the space-time spaceship. Wen Ning was also shocked. How did Theodore reverse the game? Player. Theodore did not wake up from the spaceship, he arrived near the spaceship in another way. Now he has found the location of the spaceship. In the universe. A giant spaceship appeared in front of Theodore. The surface of the super-large ship was hit, and its shell was slowly revealed. Theodore smiled. The mechanical tribe, following behind him, also roared fiercely. Theodore's eyes revealed disgust. If they were not useful, he would want to get rid of these people now. It would be best if Shifa died together with Wen Ning and the others on the Wasteland continent, otherwise he would have to worry about getting rid of him. Don't worry, this spaceship still has defense devices. If we don't clear them, we can't get in. Although Theodore is not in his own body now, this body is a replica of the system. If the body dies, the game system will immediately determine his death. But because the system cannot be sure that this is Theodore's consciousness, after his death, not only can he not return to his own body, it is also very likely to flow into the waste data and be cleared by the system. Because of Shifa's impulsive behavior just now, his data backup was destroyed. If he dies, it will be difficult to find an opportunity to approach the space-time spaceship. So now Theodore is cautious, fearing that he will fail. He had to return to the spaceship safely, and then use the connection technology of the hibernation chamber to connect himself to his body. Only then could he wake up safely. He had been on this spaceship before, and he knew the approximate location of the defensive weapons. He brought a few mechanical people lent to him by Shifa to the side of the spaceship. Then he pointed to a place. Boom! The mechanical people opened fire without hesitation, with a bang. A small spark exploded on the side of the spaceship in the overall macro context. This spark seemed insignificant, and the entire space-time spaceship did not trigger an alarm. The defensive guns here were directly paralyzed by the mechanical attack. Warning! Warning! Machine gun number 233 was destroyed. Warning! Warning! Interceptor number 364 was destroyed. On Wen Ning's side, the system began to send out alarms like a convulsion, and the entire world channel began to discuss this matter. Various conspiracy theories emerged one after another. System, don't just sound the alarm, find a way to solve it. Wen Ning was a little anxious. She saw Lin Han and others were suddenly sluggish because of the system's message. But the mechanical tribe increased their offensive at this time. 100,000 mechanical tribes are coming soon. Now they tell her that her house has been robbed. How can she play? Wen Ning felt that her heart was about to jump out. She could only desperately eliminate the enemy in front of her. The gate of the bright territory behind her suddenly opened again. A group of mecha warriors rushed out. Wen Ning looked back and saw Michelle, Xi and Darui, and many administrators. Originally, they were all guarding their own territories, but they had always known the news of the system and Wen Ning. And the system has sent the situation to the administrator channel. Therefore, the administrators who stood on Wen Ning's side all worked hard and all ran to the bright territory to help. Player, the system can now use the remaining energy to send you back to the space-time spaceship, and it can last for 3 hours. Players need to use these 3 hours to place all human embryos in the bright territory, and then in the game. And within these 3 hours, if the players on the ground cannot clean up all the mechanical tribes, the system will not be able to control the subsequent things. Wen Ning listened to the plan given by the system and roughly understood what it meant. That is, now, the game must be ended in advance. The system used the remaining energy to reverse her and send her back to the space-time spaceship, and then she went to stop Theodore and complete the placement of human embryos. Is my body sick and dead? No, Mira made a deal with the system. She wanted to build a nebula in the same galaxy as the Wasteland continent, so the system collected a little protection fee. Wen Ning's eyes widened suddenly. Such a big thing, you didn't tell me. Mira disagreed to tell you. She said she would give you a surprise. The system used these energies to save your body. Surprise? Is this really not a shock? If I go back, what should I do here? Wen Ning didn't think this would work, because once she left, all these robots and puppet beasts would become ineffective, even if Mira could help control these city defense weapons. But the combat effectiveness would drop by more than half. That's 100,000 mechanical tribes. Players, we have reached the point where we have no choice. After the system said this, it started to call the police again. Wen Ning knew that this was Theodore cleaning up the defensive weapons on the spacecraft. Once everything was cleaned up, he would board the spacecraft, and by then, billions of human embryos and the lives of thousands of scientists would be controlled by him alone. In addition, he must be accompanied by the mechanical race, otherwise, he would not be able to destroy the spacetime. The meaning of the system was also very clear. When Ning looked at the system panel, and the number of people in the upper left corner was more than 300 million. These 300 million players were the last line of defense for the cleanup mission here. It was time to return the dusty memories to these players. A shrill scream came from her mind, which was when Ning's last memory of Blue Star. Such a memory, even she would be afraid when she thought of it. How could these players bear it? Players, this is the last chance. When Ning looked up and nodded slowly again, she had to make this decision. Players, rest assured the system will take over your mecha. You can also open the system panel and control the robot and Puppet Beast system when you return to the spaceship. After hearing this, Wen Ning felt much more relaxed. However, the remaining energy of the system can only wake up the player, and cannot provide any weapons and equipment. Everything depends on the player, and the supplies on the spaceship. Wen Ning was stunned. That means, except for the weapons on the spaceship, she has to fight the mechanical tribe with bare hands? Is this really not going to die? Wen Ning hadn't asked yet. Another voice sounded in her mind. I go too. Chapter 502. Myra's childish but firm voice rang out. Wen Ning turned around and saw a flying egg rushing out of the city gate. Mira, I don't need to consume the system's energy. If necessary, I can provide energy for more people to go together. The system can only teleport one person in a directional manner, including Mira, but the others, Lord, just take me with you. Mira will give you a surprise. Mira is indeed a very magical alien race. Wen Ning thought about it, and decided to take her with him. What high technology is needed at that time? Isn't it easy to solve? System, I agree with this plan, let's act. Okay, player, please note that you only have 3 hours at most. After you set off, the system will immediately arrange the memory transmission. Administrator Channel, Wen Ning, go, beat that Theodore to death, he is a traitor to humanity. Administrator Channel, that's right, we will hold on while the players recover their memories. Administrator Channel, the ground is left to us, if you succeed, our bodies can wake up. Administrator Channel, Wen Ning, go, my old bones haven't moved for a long time, this mecha is really good, I feel I can fight the mechanical race. The administrator is now listening to the conversation between Wen Ning and the system, and has a clear understanding of the situation. That's why they appeared in the Bright Territory. It's to withstand the attack of the mechanical race during the time when all human players are transferring their memories. Wen Ning felt unspeakable in his heart. Because of Theodore's matter, he also suspected other compatriots in the Administrator Channel. But the facts prove that there are only a few scums. Most humans are still on the same front. Wen Ning sniffed hard. Her tone returned to calm. Action system. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared in the mecha. Also disappeared was Mira, who had just rushed out of the city gate. And this mecha, after only a moment's pause, resumed its smooth killing work. At the same time, the system opened all the teleportation towers in the entire Wasteland continent and connected them into a network, and issued a limited-time mission to support the Bright Territory. All players can click to participate in the mission, and they can directly come to the Bright Territory to fight these invaders together. And Shifa followed the large army to the outskirts of the Bright Territory. The moment he appeared, Wen Ning had teleported back to the spaceship. Sensing that Wen Ning was no longer there, Shifa smiled with determination. Save the spaceship? Ridiculous. Since you've given up your people, I promise you never see them again. He then waved his hand, and the 100,000 mechanical races behind him rushed towards the Bright Territory. There were so many of them that it seemed they could swallow up the entire Bright Territory. The system instantly activated all the long-range weapons in the Bright Territory. The artillery fire was incessant, but it couldn't stop the mechanical races that were swarming like locusts. And around the Bright Territory, there was a group of players and alien races. They all went out together, protecting the city of Bright Territory behind them. Although they were already wounded, none of them retreated. Lin Han was exhausted, and all the potions in his body had been consumed. After just 2 or 3 hours of fighting, his body was already extremely tired. But his spirit was still very active and angry, and he didn't want to rest at all. When his movement slowed down significantly, an administrator behind him pulled him. Take a break, we hold on. Lin Han turned around, and saw several elderly people operating mechas coming forward. He waved his hand tiredly. Of course, they, the young people, should do their best to protect their homes. How could they let the elders take the risk to reach the front line of the battlefield? Just as he refused, a large number of aliens emerged behind the administrator. Some of them were also driving mechas or holding cannons. Don't be afraid, we are still here. Teacher Xi and Darui took a look and decisively pulled Lin Han over, letting them go to the back to rest. Are you kidding? The system will teach you a lesson later. You will definitely die if you stay here. Administrators, please take your positions. The system transfers memory for 10 seconds, but the time for players to regain their sanity is unknown. Good luck to you. 10 seconds. 10 seconds is neither long nor short. It is short because it is too short to accept an unforgettable memory. It is long because the awakened administrators, no more than 100, plus these alien races, can they withstand the mechanical race for 10 seconds? All administrators know that this is an impossible task. Everyone is ready to sacrifice. The system finished speaking. Then the action began. Lin Han was exhausted. He had killed countless mechanical monsters relying on the power of the mecha. But he could still kill. But when these aliens came, he felt like he couldn't do it anymore. He had to rest. Just 1 minute, just 1 minute. He told himself that he wouldn't go far, he was just behind them. He could take action immediately if there was any danger. But just as Lin Han sat back and his hands left the joystick, a lot of memories suddenly flooded into his mind. It was like someone had opened a hole in his head and forced a ton of water into it. He felt like his head was about to explode. He roared, but couldn't make any sound. The mad influx of information, like a wave, made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Then Lin Han seemed to faint. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears. All citizens must remember this day. Blue Star, Invasion, Life. Mechanical monsters, Death Toll. Players, please note, if you successfully recover your memory, please go to the Bright Territory immediately. Resist the invasion of the mechanical tribe. Repeat the same mistakes. This is humanity's last chance. Repeat. This is humanity's last chance. Lin Han sat in the cab with his head down, while the world outside was undergoing a huge change. The first second the system started to transmit memory, all the players fighting outside the Bright Territory lost their ability to move. In the second, the players who were not taken care of by the administrators were torn to pieces by the mechanical tribe along with their mechas. In the third second, 50 Lanternfish Kings suddenly appeared around the Bright Territory, slowing down the mechanical tribe's offensive. Until the 10th second, Lin Han opened his scarlet eyes, and Teacher Xi and Darui blocked the mechanical tribe's attack for him, and the blood gushing out of him dyed the glass of the cab red. Old Man. Chapter 503. Lin Han looked at Xi and Darui in disbelief. They clearly didn't know each other. Even in the division of the territory, they only met a few times. Why? Xi and Darui was almost dying of pain, but there was a kind smile on his face. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He slowly stretched out his hand and patted the head of Lin Han's red cool mecha. Child. The new home will be left to you to protect. After the voice fell, Xi and Darui's body turned into starlight, and the mecha instantly collapsed on the spot. Through the blood, on the seat of the cockpit, a yaoi flower quietly floated in the air. The blue glimmer made Lin Han's heart ache, and 2 tears rolled down his nose. The hatred for the mechanical race in his heart was greater than the fear. There were administrators and players who sacrificed behind him. Of course, they only died. As long as Wen Ning on the spaceship was smooth, they still had a chance to wake up in their own bodies. So now, they are trying their best to help these ordinary players. Lin Han's chest kept rising and falling. He took 2 deep breaths. He picked up Teacher Xi and Darui's mecha. He turned around and pointed his sword at the mechanical tribe outside. You destroyed my home and chased me relentlessly. Do you really think that we humans are easy to bully? Boom! The city gate was damaged by the mechanical tribe's attack. The attack came whistling, and the particle blade in Lin Han's hand instantly expanded several times. With a mountain-splitting swing, the mechanical tribe in front of him was instantly cut in half. Shifa floated in the air, watching Lin Han's invincibility, and the mechanical tribe in front of him was no match for him at all. It's become stronger. Just a moment ago, he sensed that all the players in the entire territory were paralyzed for a few seconds. But the defense of the Bright Territory is really strong. Before he could react, various shells had already rained down. When he dodged the shells and reorganized the attack, these players miraculously came back to life, and their strength seemed to have increased several times. Kill! Lu Yen heard a roar from behind him, and when he looked back, there were countless players pouring into the Bright Territory. All of them had red eyes, shouted revenge, and waved their weapons fiercely at the mechanical tribe. The fragile robot shells of the mechanical tribe exploded. For a while, they didn't even dare to revive. These are the first batch of players who have regained consciousness. The system has opened all the teleportation towers, so as long as the players who have regained consciousness are willing to participate in the defense battle, they can come to the bright territory through the teleportation array of their own territory. The pain of the destruction of Blue Star will never be erased in my heart, especially after knowing everything Wen Ning did. No one is willing to be her enemy. Shifa was stunned when he saw this scene. Where did these humans come from? Are there so many friendly forces in the treasure pavilion? Are there many? There are tens of billions of people, and now there are only 300 million left. Facing 150,000 mechanical tribes, if humans are still unarmed humans on the blue planet. I am afraid they will be destroyed again, but this time, the outcome is still unknown. The players are all bloodthirsty. Even if they die, they will use their last breath to hold back the mechanical tribe. The strength of the mechanical tribe is indeed strong. Even awakened players find it difficult to fight one-on-one. Except for Lin Han Lushi, who has mechas. But the number of mechas is indeed very small, and most of them can only be killed by players using dozens for one. Dog system. Can you come up with a function to reduce pain? That's right, we are all conscious, but it still hurts. It hurts so much. Although the players complained, they didn't slow down their rush forward at all. This time, the system did not ignore the complaints of these ordinary players, but answered them seriously. Sorry, player, the system energy is insufficient, and there is no way to turn on the pain shield. Insufficient energy. Did you send Sister Wen back? Then will we die if the energy is exhausted? Yes, player, Wen Ning is fighting with the mechanical tribe on the space-time, and human embryos will be released after success. No! We must hold on. The players immediately became excited when they heard such a big plan. They would not survive long ago, and it was the remaining scientists of mankind who gave them a second life. On Blue Planet, my memory only stays at the moment when the mechanical race came. Yes, I died the moment the nuclear weapon was launched. I didn't feel anything. But today, we can fight these invaders one-on-one. Why is it not worth it? It's worth it. It's worth it even if we die. Go for it. Here on Shifa's side, watching the suicide attacks of groups of humans, stubborn and reckless. The weapons in his hands were waving. Even if the people were crushed by the mechanical race, the weapons in his hands were still swinging. This kind of indestructible cockroach-like tenacity made him a little flustered. But he did not retreat, and instead, he felt a little excited after the panic. It was effortless to destroy the Blue Star back then, and today, he finally felt a little challenge. The mechanical race is aggressive, and has been rampant in several interstellar spaces for thousands of years. Their invincible victories have long made them deeply engrave themselves as strong men in their hearts. So, in his mind, they will never lose the war. Very good, a little challenging. After saying this, Shifa leaned over and rushed to the main gate of the bright territory. He wanted to kill these ignorant humans one by one. But at the same time, he was also paying attention to the situation on Theodore's side. In the endless universe, planets and stars flickered cunningly. In the dark corner of Mogo, a spark suddenly exploded. System, what's the situation below? The situation is controllable. Players can rest assured. When Ning nodded, she kept panting, and had just woken up from her body. Compared with the body fabricated by the data, her physical strength at this moment has decreased several times. She was a little uncomfortable for a while. Mira flew over, and the mechanical shell of the flying egg unfolded and turned into a suit of armor. She gently took Wen Ning in. Wen Ning took 2 sharp breaths and recovered. Lord, are you feeling better? Mira, can your shell still be used like this? Hee, Mira is talking about surprise, right? Wen Ning adapted for a while, and she merged into Mira's body. She could use many of Mira's functions, including some weapons. This was simply a big surprise. As the consciousness of the nebula, Mira had the most advanced and luxurious technology on the entire planet. Just this armor made of eggshell, those mechanical people outside knew without even thinking about it were not on the same level. Oxygen was supplied smoothly, and special glasses allowed her to adapt to the dim conditions inside the spacecraft. Bang! There was a sound of weapons smashing above her head. Wen Ning instantly located the place where the sound came from. His eyes were cold, and he walked towards the passage without saying a word. Chapter 504. Dear Lord, Mira recommends that you turn on the combat assistance function. Mira's sweet voice eased the tense atmosphere. Wen Ning also knew that Mira was cheering him up, so he pretended to be relaxed. Then turn it on. Okay. The sweet voice fell. Wen Ning's vision changed, but the structure inside the spaceship channel did not change. What changed was the outside, and the barrier seemed to become transparent in front of her. The enemy's location, firepower, and weaknesses were basically invisible in front of her. And their movements seemed to slow down 100 times in Wen Ning's eyes. Every loophole was clearly displayed in front of Wen Ning. Wen Ning's eyes flashed with surprise, and then a smile appeared. Theodore had learned from Shifa that Wen Ning had disappeared in the territory of light. And he had a hunch about where Wen Ning went. Since he started attacking the spaceship, he could not escape the monitoring of the system. Hurry up, she must have returned to the spaceship. Theodore didn't know if Wen Ning had the ability to do anything to his body. But when he was doing it, he didn't forget to reinforce his hibernation chamber. And he set several passwords. He didn't think Wen Ning had the ability to unlock the password lock he set. So the most urgent thing was to get in as soon as possible. After all, if Wen Ning threatened with his body, Theodore would have no choice. Just when Theodore was commanding the mechanical tribe to attack the next defensive weapon point, the sound of a valve deflated suddenly came from a window of the spaceship. Alarm bells rang in Theodore's mind. 3 meters to the right. Lower your head and punch. The moment Wen Ning rushed out of the spaceship, she received a prompt from Mira. She also reacted very quickly, and completed the attack according to Mira's prompt. The mechanical race, who was aiming the weapon at the spaceship, was unable to react in time, and was hit hard on the chin by Wen Ning's punch. The barrel in his hand was also aimed at another mechanical race. Bang! The power of the shotgun can be imagined. The mechanical race World Cup bombarded at close range, and its body was torn into pieces like fragments. The whole person was hit out before he could make any screams, floating into the endless abyss. After Wen Ning stepped on the window, he found that he was in space, as if walking on flat ground, and gravity had no effect on him. Theodore looked at the armor on Wen Ning in shock. How could she help? Even if she teleported back to the spaceship from the game, she couldn't bring back the game props. The space-time spaceship was not in the game range, and he confirmed that the system was not capable of covering this place. That's why he proposed to deal with Wen Ning on the space-time spaceship. The current situation was completely beyond his expectations. Wen Ning kicked the approaching mechanical clan to pieces, and then quickly completed a back kick in the air. The mechanical clan, whose body was broken into 2 sections, flew backwards and almost hit Theodore. In just a few minutes, the mechanical clans around Theodore were cleaned up by Wen Ning. In shock, Theodore only saw Wen Ning reaching out. Then in just a moment, he was rolled up and stuffed into the window of the spaceship. He came to the emergency passage. Wen Ning panted slightly, and then closed the bulletproof window under Theodore's horrified eyes. Neither of them thought that this ultimate battle would end so quickly. Wen Ning looked at the traitor Theodore coldly, and knocked him down the moment he stood up. Bang! With a punch to the face, Theodore fell on the steel plate behind him. His consciousness now was in a virtual body. And coming here, he couldn't use any props in the game. So Wen Ning punched him hard, making him cry for his parents. You. Bang. I. Bang. Theodore tried to get Wen Ning to stop. He originally thought that the fight between him and Wen Ning should be 2 high IQs, using their understanding of the game and their control of the spacecraft. Race against time, fight to the last moment, and then he will win. But he didn't expect that Wen Ning didn't follow his script at all. Bang, bang, bang. After several more punches, Wen Ning knocked Theodore down to the point where he could never get up again. Then she stepped forward and lifted up Theodore's head. Theodore was unrecognizable. He looked at Wen Ning's angry eyes, and suddenly smiled. You can't kill me. Wen Ning's heart was calm, and he reached out to pinch Theodore's neck. Theodore finally panicked. The system can't catch me. If you kill me, I be free. He didn't lie. The system could never catch him in the game data. If Wen Ning killed him, his consciousness would immediately appear in another player's body. And if Wen Ning saved the scientist on the spaceship, he would be resurrected as well, awakening in his own body. Grasping this point, he was sure that Wen Ning would not dare to kill him. Seeing that Wen Ning's movements really stopped for a moment, Theodore laughed triumphantly. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, but he coughed and spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood, his tone still triumphant. Ha ha, Wen Ning. How about we? Crack! Wen Ning found the right angle and twisted Theodore's neck neatly. The unfinished words of Theodore disappeared into space. We what? Wen Ning asked lightly, but Theodore had no way to reply. Wen Ning wiped the blood on his hands, and looked at the body disappearing under his feet. System, did you succeed? Successful, the system has locked Theodore's consciousness, and is ready to track him. The mechanical sound of the system was excited. Okay, next, I'm going to work. Lord, you're so handsome. Mira transformed into Winshui, praising Wen Ning. Wen Ning returned to the spaceship. Because the energy inside the spaceship was in a hurry, all the passages were dark. With the help of Mira, she was able to see clearly. It took her 15 minutes to deal with this group of mechanical people and Theodore. She now has more than 2 hours left. Hurry up. Wen Ning came to the control panel and began to extract human embryos under the prompt of the system. And in the darkness. Is she sick? I will make her pay. Theodore, whose last words were interrupted, was first in disbelief. Wen Ning actually dared to kill him. The second was anger. In the past, it was because of Michelle that teacher Zindri ignored him. Now, as a traitor to mankind and the only villain, why does Wen Ning still look down on him? Why? The highlights are all on others. While thinking, Theodore quickly browsed through the game data and selected the next replacement. You will definitely pay the price. You will definitely. Wait. Why can't I be reborn? Chapter 505. Theodore roared wildly, and his heart became more and more panicked. Endless data around him surged up bit by bit, and his consciousness was like a drowning man in the data. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. He was horrified to find that these data seemed to be able to attack him. Each of them wanted to tear a piece of flesh from his body. And he found that he seemed to gradually lose the ability to control the data. Just when he was about to be annihilated in this terrifying data, he suddenly opened his eyes. Theodore panted violently until he heard a robot next to him make a sound. What a waste! It was Shifa. The contempt in Shifa's eyes did not lessen at all. He did not expect Theodore to be so useless. And that human, the power he possessed was beyond his imagination. Your consciousness will stay in this robot for the time being. If you don't want to die, follow closely. Shifa left this sentence and rushed into the battlefield. He decided to destroy this territory first, and then go to meet the human in person. When Ning was building a transmission channel for the embryo player, Theodore appeared in a robot body. The system was puzzled by this result. What he didn't tell Wen Ning was that he tried to destroy Theodore's consciousness, but failed at the last minute. He only had time to mark the things Mira gave him. Robot? Wen Ning paused and immediately had a guess in his mind. The mechanical race also parasitizes on robots, and the system can lock Theodore's consciousness. So, you monitor him, and the robots around him. Okay. The channel is established, and the transmission can begin. Wen Ning pressed the last button, and the transmission bar began to grow. How long will this take? Wen Ning looked at the progress bar that was rising bit by bit, feeling a little uneasy. It will take 2 hours to complete the transmission. 2 hours. That leaves only about 15 minutes for the scientists to wake up and transmit. Wen Ning could still see the situation inside the territory. After the transmission began, the innermost room of the territory hall was opened. Wen Ning saw a giant egg-like device appearing deep in the territory hall of all territories through the vision given by the system. After receiving the human embryos, the bright territory randomly dispersed these embryos to other territories. And the only information Shifa received was the information that Wen Ning was transmitting human embryos to the bright territory. The system has been following Wen Ning in the game for so long, and it has long known that eggs cannot be put in one basket. And this giant mechanical eggshell-like device, you don't need to look at it to know that it comes from Mira's nebula technology. So, this is the deal that the system and Mira made behind her back. Wen Ning could only sigh that the system was still quite capable. Player, I know you are praising me in your heart. Don't be arrogant, work hard. The successful delivery of embryos is only the first step, because if the bright territory cannot withstand the impact of the mechanical tribe, then any territory on the Wasteland continent will suffer the same fate. Wen Ning felt that if Theodore found the mechanical tribe as a backer, she would soon be attacked by the mechanical tribe. Sure enough, as soon as this thought came up, Wen Ning keenly felt that the atmosphere around the spaceship was not right. System? Damn it, players! Theodore has leaked the coordinates of the space-time spaceship to the mechanical race. Now, there are a steady stream of mechanical races rushing here. Wen Ning's heart skipped a beat. The system had said that the mechanical race could not land on the Wasteland continent due to the gravity effect. But the galaxy where the spacetime is located does not have this effect. The reason why the mechanical race did not attack the spacetime is that they could not find the coordinates of the spacetime. Now the invisible membrane around the spacetime is torn, plus Theodore's report. As long as the mechanical race marks the appropriate transmission point, they can attack the spacetime. Outside the spacetime, a black hole vortex gradually formed, and a howling storm overflowed from it. Then a mechanical race's head poked out of the black hole. It roared twice, and then stepped into the space. The annihilation cannon on the spacetime opened fire suddenly, hitting the mechanical race directly back from the black hole. The sound of the gunfire colliding woke Wen Ning up. Wen Ning had no time to think, and he had already appeared in the emergency passage. With the sound of air pressure from the valve, Wen Ning flew out with a particle weapon. Mira could control the gravity around her, so even if she was out of the spaceship, she would not be swallowed by the endless starry sky. Just as Wen Ning was fighting the mechanical tribe that emerged from the black hole with a cold face, Mira suddenly spoke. "Lord, there is a technology called free gravity field in the nebula. As long as it is successfully arranged, the gravity in this starry sky can be changed at will." Wen Ning's eyes lit up, which was exactly what she needed now. "Mira, can you do it?" Mira's voice was very firm. It was already this time. She had chosen the galaxy where the Wasteland continent was located as the place to rebuild the nebula. This decision was approved by the will of the nebula, so she now gave these weapons stored to protect the nebula to Wen Ning for use. There was nothing wrong with it, because she knew that if she was in danger, Wen Ning would spare no effort to help her. This kind of friendship could no longer be measured by survival points. Mira's decisiveness made Wen Ning feel extremely caring. She quickly installed the free gravity field according to Mira's instructions. During this period, the mechanical race that rushed out of the black hole was suppressed by the remaining weapons on the time and space number that could be operated. Once the gravity field was completed, a large net was directly opened to wrap up the entire time and space number. Once the mechanical race approached, they would be suppressed by the gravity that was sometimes 100 times, sometimes 1,000 times, and they could not breathe. And Wen Ning took the opportunity to go forward and deal with these mechanical races. "Player, you need to hold on for 2 hours. The system energy can only hold on for 2.5 hours. Before the game is closed, the system will prepare the teleportation array, and the scientists will wake up from the dormant chamber. Please step into the teleportation array within 5 minutes, otherwise, you will not be able to go to the Wasteland continent." Wen Ning knew the severity of the situation, and could only nod silently. But she had no idea at all. Can she and Mira really hold on for 2 hours? Outside the territory of light, the mechanical army was as mighty as a tide, and Lin Han and others frowned. On the upper right side of the system panel, the number of human players was only more than 200 million. And the number of mechanical races did not seem to decrease at all. The players around him fell one by one, and these mechanical races were not only robot shells. After death, they could also detach from the robot shells and revive. After fighting for a long time, they could not consume a single bit. Chapter 506. The battle outside the territory of light continued. At the beginning, the mechanical race had the upper hand. The defensive ability of the territory of light was gradually weakening. Sifa looked at the slowly decreasing number of mechanical races, and compared them with the casualties of the other side. He said to Theodore calmly, "Oh, I still overestimated them." Before Theodore could respond to him, a group of players rushed to the battlefield. The various cool appearances were obviously graffitied by themselves. They shouted slogans that he didn't understand and rushed forward without fear of death. They wore fancy mechas and used human bodies to control these behemoths. If they died, new people would immediately climb into these mechas, stand up and fight again. And the sturdiness and technological advancement of these mechas were even more advanced than those of their mechanical race. They looked like a pile of iron lumps. Shifa was very angry, because she didn't understand. Humans are such tiny creatures. He could easily disperse them with a few attacks. And harvesting their lives is as easy as harvesting leeks. But why, every time he was about to destroy these humans, someone always stood up. When one fell, there would be a new one behind him. An hour later, Shifa looked at the bright territory that was already damaged but still surrounded the players. She was completely angry. The mechanical race was getting fewer and fewer, but the speed of human extinction was obviously several times that of the mechanical race. But these humans became more and more excited, and the number of mechas appearing on the battlefield was actually increasing. After another half an hour of fighting, the number of mechanical races could no longer match the number of humans. Shifa finally realized that he was no match for the opponent from the front. "Theodore, follow me to the space-time." The despicable Shifa could not crush the battle from the front, so he chose the same idea as Theodore. Attack the space-time spaceship from behind. Theodore was delighted. He had been persuading Shifa not to waste time here since the beginning. The wise choice was to attack the space-time spaceship from behind. Although Wen Ning had unknown strength, no matter what, she was only one person. The energy of the space-time was about to run out. If they cut off the energy of the system at this time, the entire Wasteland continent would be paralyzed. At that time, they could do whatever they wanted. Those scattered alien races would not be their opponents. Shifa glanced at the battlefield and saw that there were only about 1,000 mechanical races left, but the number of humans was nearly 200 million. He decisively activated the transmission, and in an instant, he and Theodore appeared in the black hole near the spacetime. As soon as he stepped out of the black hole, Theodore was frozen in place. The gravity and magnetic field here are 1,000 times heavier. Let alone walking, even moving a finger was impossible for Theodore. And because Shifa was wearing an anti-gravity device, he was not as affected as Theodore. But he also needed some time to adapt. Bang! Before Shifa could react, a huge fist was swung at his head. Shifa's head exploded instantly. Theodore could only watch all this. When Ning kept moving, and she received a system prompt the moment the two robots appeared. Her intuition told her that the two robots were different, and one of them should be Theodore's consciousness. For the other one, she couldn't think of any other possibility except the mechanical race. No matter who it was, just blow it up. When Ning had been fighting for a full 100 minutes, using the free gravity magnetic field, there were only 20 minutes left to succeed. At this juncture, she forgot the pain and fatigue in her body. She supported herself with a breath. Theodore watched when Ning start fighting without a word, and Shifa was beaten so hard that he didn't even have the strength to fight back. There was a deep worry in his eyes, but the worry was not about Shifa's safety, but if Shifa was beaten to death, he would definitely be the next one. No one could save him a second time then. Theodore even began to regret the agreement he reached with Shifa. When Ning's strength was beyond his understanding. In this situation, Theodore even began to regret his betrayal. All the technologies that he was proud of were cracked by Wen Ning, and even the data was controlled by the system. But was Shifa killed by Wen Ning so easily? Black and red blood surged in the vacuum. They were not affected by the gravity and magnetic field. They gradually gathered together, and then a mechanical family shape grew out of the black blood. The flesh and blood gradually solidified, and Wen Ning rushed over with the particle blade and slashed horizontally. The next second, Wen Ning's movement stopped, and her entire arm was grabbed by Shifa. Then Shifa looked at the casual twist. Wen Ning's wrist felt a sharp pain, and the whole person rolled in the vacuum. Then, puff! Ah! Shifa's waist was instantly pierced, and he let go of Wen Ning's wrist in pain. Wen Ning immediately stepped back several steps, and looked at Shifa vigilantly. And her left hand drooped weakly at her side. Lord, your hand has 3 fractures. Myra's worried voice sounded. Shifa's seemingly casual twist just now actually damaged most of Wen Ning's left hand's armor function. The mechanical shell made by Nebula was slightly deformed. Do you think you can fight me with a free gravity magnetic field? Don't overestimate your own ability. Shifa's body moved quickly, even faster than all the mechanical tribes Wen Ning had seen. Wen Ning could only dodge awkwardly, but Shifa's attacks were not in vain. In the blink of an eye, she had many more scars on her body. Wen Ning stood in front of Shifa with difficulty. Shifa's patience had been exhausted. He knew what Wen Ning was insisting on. The human embryo had not yet been successfully transferred, and this human was trying to resist him with his own strength. As long as you submit to me, I can consider letting you in, Theodore. Before he finished speaking, a particle blade pierced Shifa's body. Then came Wen Ning's cold voice. You're dreaming. Shifa was angry, and kicked Wen Ning away. Then he pulled out the particle blade on his body, and held it casually in his hand. Wen Ning struggled and fell on the top of the spaceship, and the heavy blow made a big hole in the spaceship. She suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Lord! Mira shouted anxiously. Wen Ning's eyes revealed a stubbornness, and he tried to stand up. Shifa stepped closer with the particle blade in hand, and threw a few anti-gravity devices at Theodore's wrists and ankles when passing by him. Theodore instantly felt a huge force being removed from his body. Humans always want to challenge the power of gods. It's ridiculous. Chapter 507. Shifa looked at the particle blade in his hand, and looked at Wen Ning with interest. I have changed my mind now. If you can tell me the source of this weapon, I can leave you with a whole body. The blood at the corner of Wen Ning's mouth was like a charming flower. She looked at Shifa as if she was watching a joke. Shifa was irritated by her, and pointed the particle blade in his hand at Wen Ning. What's going on? An unexpected event occurred. The particle blade in Shifa's hand disappeared in an instant, and a large number of fluorescent particles appeared in Wen Ning's field of vision, flying towards the anti-gravity device on Shifa's wrists and ankles. Before Shifa could react, they invaded his anti-gravity device. Shifa's anti-gravity device failed in an instant, and the force of 10,000 pounds made him breathless immediately. And Wen Ning seized this opportunity. He launched all his strength, and rushed toward Shifa. Shifa was terrified, and then the strength in his body disappeared in an instant. He immediately raised his hand to resist. When Ning's original attack turned into a kick that sent Shifa and Theodore flying. The moment the two were surprised, their bodies flew towards the black hole behind them. Theodore's eyes were filled with fear. If he left this galaxy, his consciousness would be disconnected instantly. He would die immediately. Even the great Luo immortals could not save him. When Shifa saw Ning take out a rocket launcher, he was still laughing at her for being at her wit's end. The next moment, the shell fired by Ning hit him, carrying his body through the black hole, and then in Shifa's sight. His mothership exploded, and the transmission channel was also blown up. The microparticles on his wrists and ankles are all high-energy explosives. They fly towards the entire fleet as they move. They penetrate everywhere, and are extremely powerful. Any particle can destroy an entire fleet. Chain reaction, all the mechanical fleets parked in this entire galaxy exploded. Heat wave impact, Shifa was torn into pieces before he could scream. Congratulations to the player for successfully repelling the mechanical race, and the ground mechanical race has been completely cleared. Player? Lord. Why is the Lord's heartbeat gone? System. Mira controlled Ning's body to fly back to the spacecraft, but Ning's vital signs had disappeared. Mira anxiously called the system, but the system did not respond. Mira separated from Ning's body and immediately gave Ning first aid. In the dim cabin, there was only Mira's call, and the progress bar on the display. Transmission progress 99%. Transmission progress 100%. Wasteland. The last mechanical tribe was beaten to death by the players. This battle, which lasted for more than 2 hours, finally came to an end. Woo woo. We won. There were 100 million human players left. In this battle, 3/4 of the population was lost. Players, please note that the system energy is insufficient. Players, please note that the system energy is insufficient. Players, please note that the system energy is insufficient. Lin Han forced a bitter smile. They all knew the result of the system energy being exhausted. They are consciousnesses that rely on the game system to survive, and the system energy is exhausted. They are about to die. Lu Shi looked at Sun Yanhe beside him. Coincidentally, Sun Yanhe was also looking at him. Lu Shi opened his mouth and prepared to say something. Sun Yanhe did shift his gaze and walked straight past him. Let's go, there are still many things to do. Sun Yanhe walked to the street and picked up the yaoi flower seeds scattered on the ground. Lin Han came to the entrance of the underground shelter and opened the door. Su Luo led people to repair the sky curtain of the bright territory. These scenes happened in every corner of the Wasteland continent. The territories attacked by the mechanical clan accounted for more than half of all territories. And not all territories have strong defense capabilities, like the bright territory. So the territory damage rate reached 100%. And the players repaired the sky curtain shield for no other reason. They were about to be eliminated and cleared, but there were still alien races on this continent. There will be human scientists coming. They will pass on the torch of humanity, being able to participate in this battle and personally avenge themselves on the Blue Star, who have no ability to fight back. It's worth it for many people. The aliens will still live in this territory. Humans taught them the survival rules of the Wasteland continent, and now they will take over the baton and become the teachers of the new humans. Have all the monsters been driven away? The aliens in the underground shelter of the bright territory saw the door open and quickly poked their heads out to ask. Bai Shui looked at a mottled and damaged robot, and a human with blood all over his face, but he was extremely excited. Yes. That's right, we killed them, you are safe. Humans can never be defeated. Yes, protecting you is what we should do. The aliens were stunned when they saw these humans. Why do they look exhausted, and some are even weak? But there is a very bright light in their eyes, as if full of hope. But Bai Shui saw sadness in the eyes of some humans. She didn't understand. These humans enthusiastically took them out of the underground shelter, and then hurriedly repaired all the damaged buildings. If there were no materials, they paid for it out of their own pockets. This scene, the scene full of enthusiasm, was even more enthusiastic than when the bright territory was built. It made people feel stable inexplicably. The Samo chief looked at the trampled yaoi flowers on the ground with heartache. The players spontaneously handed over all the yaoi flower seeds they picked up to the Samo chief. He was so moved that he cried, with snot and tears. The players were all teary-eyed. They quickly found excuses to go to other places where they needed help. Hello, players. The system energy is exhausted. The Wasteland survival game will shut down the server in 10 seconds. Hello, players. The system energy is exhausted. The Wasteland survival game will shut down the server in 10 seconds. The players, who were frantically moving bricks, were stunned. There are only 10 seconds left. What can you do? Lin Han put down the things in his hands, sat on the ground, and watched the sunset gradually falling in the distance. There were also meteorites falling at the right time. He smiled faintly. Goodbye. Meteorites? Meteors are coming again. Hide in the shelter quickly. On the same continent, countless humans fell to the ground without warning, and then their bodies disappeared. There were also countless alien races struggling to avoid the flying meteorites. Welcome to Disaster Season. Chapter 508. Lord, you can't die. On the space-time spaceship, except for the beeping sound of the mission success on the display screen, there was only Myra's helpless cry. The display screen gradually dimmed, and the energy of the entire spaceship was about to run out. The dormant chamber automatically came out of dormancy. The air valve was released, the oxygen supply was restored, and the reserved hormones woke up the sleeping scientists. Of course, there was no Theodore among them. There was no Wen-Ning either. Mira looked at Wen-Ning's delicate face full of blood after the battle just now. There were bloody wounds everywhere on his back, abdomen, hands, and feet. Mira fell into heavy sadness, and couldn't come back to his mind. And at the moment, when the last weak energy of the entire spaceship was exhausted, and the entire cockpit was completely dark, Mira seemed to suddenly remember something. Took out a stone from his body and broke it into 2 halves, stuffed one half into Wen-Ning's mouth, and then quickly clicked something on the control panel. It must be possible, the system said. Puff. In the hibernation chamber, Xi and Darui regained consciousness first, and he cleaned up the pipes that were in the way. Then he pushed open the lid of the hibernation chamber impatiently. Little Wen-Ning. Sister Wen-Ning. At the same time, dozens of voices shouted for Wen-Ning. The rest of the scientists were confused, but they were all excited to ask if the game was successful. Michel pursed his lips tightly. His face was extremely ugly. He didn't know how to explain. Lu Yan looked serious, and she found Wen-Ning's teacher. Take him out. Hurry, we only have 5 minutes to reach the bright territory through the teleportation array. We all have to die here. Most of the scientists were eliminated in the middle of the game, and were still in a daze. But the administrators, who knew the situation, spontaneously organized these scientists to go to the set location. Wen-Ning did not greet them, and several administrators tacitly did not ask. But the sadness on his face was hard to hide. And Lu Yan suppressed her grief and took Wen-Ning's teacher out. She knew that for Wen-Ning, the most important thing was this teacher. On the way out, they met Mira. Mira looked tired. Lu Yan saw that he was not in a good state, and probably guessed what happened, so she didn't ask much. Mira, do you still want to go back to the bright territory with us? Myra's body was obviously several times smaller, and the small one looked extremely tired. But facing Lu Yan's question, he answered firmly. Of course, Mira has a surprise. 3 days later, Wen-Ning woke up on the bed in the shelter. Lord, you're awake. Roar. Mom. Only 2 moms. Master. Before Wen-Ning came back to his senses from the chaotic state, a bunch of people surrounded the bed. Mira, Hu Zi, De Jin, Xiao Jin, and A Z. Roar. Mom, I take you for a ride. Yeah. Yes, for a ride. Yeah. Mom, we've upgraded. Master. A Z prepared a lot of delicious food. Wen-Ning gradually regained her sanity amidst the caring voices. Her memories also came back bit by bit. She remembered that she kicked the mechanical race and Theodore into the black hole with her last breath. And she used a rocket launcher to detonate the particle cannon provided by Mira. These high-energy particle cannons were Myra's best treasures. They were perfect for the mechanical race. But it was also true that she couldn't beat the mechanical race at that time, and the recoil of the last rocket launcher directly caused her heart to stop. She didn't know what happened afterwards. Was she lucky enough to survive? What about the human embryo? And what about the scientists on the space-time spacecraft? And Mira, who was also seriously injured in order to protect her. Thinking of this, Wen-Ning cast her eyes on Mira. Then she was shocked to find that Myra's figure had become so small. Mira, you. Before she could finish her question, Mira said, like offering a treasure. Mira used half of the planet's power to pull the Lord back from the brink of death. How about this? Is this surprising? Lu Yan leaned against the door. God knows the first words Mira said after landing were when Wen-Ning was still there. How happy they were. Wen-Ning was stunned. Mira actually used half of the planet's power to save herself. You know, The planet's power represents how much nebula technology Mira can restore. Half of the planet's power was just to save her. When Ning didn't know what to say. From beginning to end, Mira was wholeheartedly devoted to her, and never concealed anything. Except for a few surprises. With such a friend, when Ning felt that he was not worthy of it. But facing Mira's watery eyes. What else could she say? Surprise? This is the best surprise I have ever received in my life. Unexpectedly, Mira pursed her lips and smiled again. Mira has a surprise for you. As soon as the voice fell, two behemoths walked in at the door. Master. Master. 001-012. You? When Ning paused and was surprised. Two familiar mechanical sounds rang in his ears. Hello player, the system is dedicated to serving you. Host. It was unknown how long it took. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a human in linen clothes woke up on the grass. Welcome to the Wasteland sandbox construction game. Hello player, welcome to the Wasteland construction game. The Wasteland continent is a chaotic planet, where there are territories of aliens, humans, elves and other forces. Here, there are also alien, Zerg, and mechanical territories. Please join the human and alien territories as soon as possible, show your strength, make suggestions for territory construction, and fight against evil forces. Here, you can experience the fun of face pinching, raising babies, and changing fashions. Here, you can also experience the fun of fighting monsters and upgrading, and going to the ruins. Of course, on the Wasteland continent, the mild season and the disaster season are still inseparable. In your hand is a novice gift prepared by the system. Open it and wear it, and you will find something you are interested in. Please note that this is a sandbox construction game. There will be a 24-hour login cooldown after death. Please take the game seriously, and wish you good luck. The player looked around and took a deep breath of fresh air. He looked up to the sky and roared. This holographic game is too realistic.